Hey, Mr. Thrillstar. Yeah.
What's going on, man?
What's up, man?
You got anything to say about the topic, or?
I don't even know what the topic is. Everyone's muted.
Well, the name of the channel is 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, what do you want to know?
I want to know what you think.
I don't know. Do you believe in the flat Earth?
No.
Okay, well, I don't either.
Okay. Do you think that the Earth is a shape?
Yeah.
And what shape would that be?
Well, that shape would be a curved and it's slightly oblong, so it's an oblong sphere.
And how did you prove that?
Oh, I don't have to prove that to myself. That's just what I think it is. You're just
Oh,
asking me
okay.
what I think it is.
Oh, okay. All right. So it's just an idea, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that seems to be all it is. Just an idea for all people, because nobody could really prove it.
I mean, you could prove there's curvature, but to know the exact shape, it's not like you can take a guide tool like a semicircle and put it up to the earth and swing it around to make sure it's a complete sphere.
Exactly.
You can't realistically tell what shape it is, but you could know that it's a curved object and probably an oblong sphere.
Tell me
Oblong
how you did
imperfect
that.
sphere. Oh no, you could just tell because it has curvature.
Right here.
And the
Yeah.
curvature is consistent throughout the whole landmass or
Really?
floating ball. Mm-hmm.
Which way?
Well, maybe not exactly consistent, but there is curvature all around. So
Well, it curves up and down, right? Like hills and valleys. Is that what you're talking about?
no, like if you were to take I'm sure you've heard of this story, like where the guy he takes a laser and he puts it through a hole, and
Right.
it's like completely flat land. You know, you go to the same altitude or whatever, suspend this laser, and you could find that it doesn't connect over a significant enough distance.
So
Like
what
the laser
happens?
doesn't line up with the hole. Well, the hole ends up being lower than the laser.
Lower than the laser.
Yeah, because it's being curved. Well, because the land is
Oh, okay.
curved, so over a significant distance, it
All right.
because the laser's going straight,
Right.
it can't arc for the hole, so it'll just overshoot the hole.
And now, what if there's someone on the other side?
What
Does
do you
it curve
mean?
down? Like if there's someone was shooting a laser back at the first person, would it curve down for them too?
No, no,
Really?
because it'll just shoot straight. Because the lasers can't arc. They can
No,
be reflected and refracted, but they can't arc like that.
I'm talking about the surface of the Earth, right? So if you had a laser and I had a laser, and we're separated by uh, 10 miles, does the Earth curve down for both of us at the same time?
What are you talking about?
Well, you said that it curves down from the laser, right?
Well, no, in that scenario, well, I'd be lower than you,
Would so you would be lower than me?
slightly.
Would would I be lower than you too?
Well, if you're shooting the laser straight, then yeah,
So we'd both be below each other at the same time.
because well, there's slight curvature.
Which way is it curving?
What?
Yeah, which way is it curving?
Always.
So we would both be below
It's an
each other
oblong
at the same
sphere.
time.
Well, yeah, because you're shooting the laser straight.
Straight. Right. So would there be a valley in between us since it's curving
There
down?
could be a valley. Just wherever
Oh, okay.
wherever you can maintain the same altitude.
All right.
I think
Well,
honestly, being over the sea would be the easiest because there's no land masses to get in the way of you.
right. So if we did this over a lake, right?
Well, the lake has to be long enough.
Right. So you're saying that it would curve down for both of us at the same time?
Nothing would
But
curve. I'm just saying if you shoot it completely straight across, the other person across would be lower. If
right.
theoretically the lake is long enough to show the curvature of the Earth.
Lower.
Well, yeah, because if you shoot the thing across, the lasers can't arc, but the Earth has curvature in it, so the other person will be lower, and it curves in all directions. So
Both lower than each other at the same time.
I think you're confused with what I'm saying.
You think I'm confused?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, I would say that 2 points of equal elevation establishes a straight horizontal line. What would you say?
No, but theoretically, with enough distance, it'll show the curvature.
What would?
The laser not being hit, not hitting the other person, because the other person, because of the curvature, they'll be offset.
I'm talking about 2 points of equal elevation.
Yeah, from their respective ground.
That's a straight line, right?
No, not exactly, because there's curvature.
Which way does it curve? Like what? Like it's this seems like an ambiguous term, like curve. Like where is it curving? Up or
So the
down? Like
surface
what
of
is?
the Earth is curving. It's curving in all directions. It's a oblong sphere.
Okay, so you and me, right? We're on the Earth
Mm-hmm.
now. What is separating us? Is like does the Earth curve up in between us or down?
Well, it depends on where you're at. If you're thinking of
Hmm.
in terms of the equator, then you can go by that. But since it's an oblong sphere, you really can't say if you're curving up or down because it's a ball. I mean, does a ball curve up or down?
I say it depends where you establish the horizontal.
Exactly. So you're asking me a question where you need to establish a point. So if you're
Right.
saying in
So
the equator, so say if you're thinking about the equator, if you're closer to the equator than me, then obviously I'd be curved lower than you because you're thinking of in reference to the equator.
the equator. Well, that's just a
But
circle,
that's
isn't
but
it?
that's but that's splitting the Earth in half. So
Uh-huh. The equator is just a circle, isn't it?
yeah,
Yeah. So
that's
there's
what I'm
no
saying. But
third dimension
if you establish
to
that
a
point,
circle.
you can think about it. Just cutting the Earth in half from the equator, and I would theoretically be lower than the equator than you. If you like
So,
split the world, if you
all
split the
right,
Earth in
dude.
half and you establish that point. But if you like make up some random spot, you can't say that I'm lower than you or what who's curving towards what because it's a circle or it's a sphere, an oblong sphere.
So it's not curving up or down.
Well, it's curving in all directions.
Hmm. But you can't really prove which way it's curving because it's all perspective, right?
Yeah, I never said. I'm just saying you
Right.
could tell it's curving because the laser won't reach you.
Yeah, but then you said it was, it's relative to your position. So,
Well, no, because you're just specifically asking who's curving where when that really doesn't matter.
mhm. You're not really giving me much to work with here. Tell me it's curved, but you don't know which way. Like from your
I already
position,
told you it's always.
always, right? It just has to,
Well,
right?
yeah.
Like
If you get a
Are there?
basketball, which way does that curve?
It depends where you establish the horizontal.
Exactly.
Right. Well, you could tell
But
that the basketball drops from horizontal because you could just pour some water on it, right? Like you do know what happens to water if the surface isn't horizontal, correct? Uh-huh. So if the
because you
light
don't
is
see light,
horizontal,
you don't see light fall into the ground, do you? Unless it's pointed at the ground.
if the light is horizontal, what happens to the Earth? Does it curve down from that horizontal or up?
No, the light continues straight because the light, like I said before, it can't arc with the Earth. That's why. That's why in that scenario, the light would go above that person because they are along the arc of the Earth. They're along the curve, but the light can't do that. So the light just continues straight.
So the light's going straight, and the Earth is doing what in relation to the light? Is it going down?
Depends on which way you're pointing it in relation to the equator, but it's going always.
Oh, this is great. All right. Sounds to me like there's really no way to tell because it's all relative and it depends on this and that. Okay.
Well, you'd have to try it yourself.
No, no, no.
You're not doing that,
I already know that Earth curves up and down depending where you establish the
and side to
horizontals.
side.
I don't know about any side to side. I mean, there's 2D
So
horizontal, right? Front.
you said the equator was a circle, right?
Yeah, it's just a big flat
So
circle,
how is it
right?
not curved side to side?
Well, it's like a circle is a planar shape, right? So you haven't established a third dimension here. All you have is
No,
a
but I said it's an oblong
circle,
sphere, and if the circle is the middle of this oblong sphere, then how can you say it doesn't curve side to side?
side to side.
It's like saying it's like saying a cylinder. If you cut if a cylinder, if the center of a cylinder is a circle, that means it curves side to side.
Right. Right. So for me, like front, back, left, right, that's horizontal. That's 2D, right? Then we add the third dimension, the vertical, that's up and down. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah, if you're looking at it from your proper point of view, then yeah, up and down is vertical and left and right is horizontal.
Good. So gravity acts perpendicular to horizontal, correct?
Yeah, because a
Beautiful.
horizontal. So what are you trying to get at
Nothing. So if I have a plumb line, do you know what a plumb line is?
now?
No? Okay, it's a piece of string with a weight on the end of it, and you hold it up and you just let it hang there. Right? So that's vertical. So always
Yeah.
vertical, always perpendicular to horizontal. Right? So if you have two of them, they'll both be perpendicular to horizontal, correct?
Sorry, I'm texting something.
Yeah, these are difficult concepts.
I'm difficult.
Well, can you answer or do you want to text someone else or something?
That was funny.
You can talk to eggshells are flat. I just get bored easily, and I didn't even come in here to debate.
Yeah, I could tell.
I mean, you
Look,
could tell.
don't get disheartened just because you lost.
You're trying to
You can
talk to me
still
about
turn it
something where you
around.
sit in here debating on.
But you can still turn it around. You just need to show us evidence of gravity.
No, listen, I'll give him that. Okay. Gravity is just vertical. That's it.
Are you being generous? Okay.
Well,
Right.
in relation to the horizon, yeah.
Yeah, so vertical is always perpendicular to the plane
Well,
of the horizon, right?
yeah.
Great. So all perpendiculars to a plane are, what's the word?
Parallel.
Oh,
So what are you trying to get at?
nothing,
Well,
nothing. You know,
So why are you
if
trying to?
something's
Where
if
are you?
something's vertical, is it perpendicular to a plane? The plane of the horizon, would a vertical be perpendicular to the plane of the horizon? Would you agree with that?
I already told you, yeah. I don't even know what
Okay.
you're listening to. I got Kevin Gates in the back, and I don't want to listen to him.
You're kind of noping out of the conversation though.
seems like it.
What am I doing?
Nothing. It's okay.
That's all good.
Does anyone else want to talk to this guy, or?
Well, why don't you want to talk to me?
Well, you seem kind of in and out, like,
I'll
not
talk
really
to you, my
interested.
friend. What do you want to talk about? Mr. Cola.
I don't know.
What would you like to speak about? You choose.
You like cars?
I do like cars.
Of course he does. Listen to his accent. Does he not sound like a bloke who likes cars?
I'm not like a head over
What
heels for
cars do you
cars.
like?
Nah, but you know the sound of a blow-off valve from a turbocharger.
I like the cars I have, and hopefully
There
the
we
cars
go.
I
That's
buy in the
my
future.
that's my blow up valve.
Yeah, so I like cars that I own, and I like the cars that I will own one day.
Wait, so what car do you got?
I've got a Mercedes Coupe, a Mercedes Sedan, a Toyota truck, and a Ford Raptor truck.
Dang, you could have chose better cars and you picked those.
What would you choose?
Um, well, I would choose something fun.
I work and study. I don't do fun.
Well, I do agree. I do agree with the Toyota truck as long as it's a Tacoma because I don't like
It's
big trucks.
the equivalent of the Tacoma. So we call them Hiluxes, yeah. Toyota Hilux.
Oh, yeah, those are good.
Yeah,
What
I
do
got a
they come
Hilux.
with? 5 speeds?
No, it's a I think a 9 speed or something. I don't freaking remember.
I think it's a continual variable transmission.
I don't know what it is at this point. Let me have a look.
CVT.
I know
think
that
they got
I know that
CVT. I
Toyota
think
still sells
manuals have
trucks with
5
manuals in
gears.
them.
No, it's a trans.
Yeah.
It's a brand new truck. It's a automatic. It has
Raptors are
No,
a
sexy. It's just
no,
they're a
but
Ford.
manual Toyota
I know my
Tacomas,
Raptor
those
has
are
a 10
good.
speed.
Um,
It's a 6
But
speed
does it
automatic.
okay,
account? Does
so
it
I'd get
account
a
for
manual
Coriolis?
Toyota Tacoma,
It's a 6 speed
or a
automatic.
Hilux.
The Hilux. My Raptor's a 10 speed, but
But does it
Okay, but I
account for
do agree with that.
Coriolis?
I agree with the Toyota truck. Okay,
I think my
they're both
Raptor truck
good.
is a bit more capable.
You
Well, I
reckon
just
it's
don't
a bit
like
more
Ford.
capable?
Ford's
I'll
a piece
fucking
of
take you
junk.
off-roading. We can do
What was
some
that?
off-roading together.
I just think
Uh,
Ford's a piece of junk. Take it
my
from an
friend has
American.
a
Ford sucks.
my mate has a 79 Land Cruiser, which is got coilover suspension on it, 4-inch lift. It's a freaking machine.
Yeah.
But that thing, I mean, he put
Okay, and then
100
what
to
else would I
kilometer.
get? Okay.
Okay, say I sold all my cars. What should I buy? I need at least 2 comfort cars and one truck.
Okay, Toyota Tacoma. Okay,
Okay, I'll keep my
Hilux.
Hilux.
okay, and
Hilux is a
then
good car.
2
Get yourself
comfort
an
cars.
electric one. You want that
Electric would be good.
acceleration. You want that torque, baby.
You want comfort cars?
Yeah, I mean, like a cruiser and a work truck.
Okay, yeah. So Toyota Hilux from where you're from. Okay.
Yeah,
2 cruisers.
it's a comfort
Ooh,
car.
a comfort car. Oh, I do agree with the Mercedes Coupe a little, but I think a
My
sedan is
sedan.
good just because coupes are
So
weird. So
my
maybe an
sedan
E-Class
is.
Mercedes. An E-Class Mercedes. That's one of the nicer cars I've
I
been
bought
so.
I bought a brand new C300 in 22 because they were the new
Yeah, but
facelift
that's
and the
like
new
the cheapest
interior.
one you can get. Besides like the
Not
C250.
really. I have the C300 2023. It's because of it's better than a brand new E300 currently.
No, but you can get it. I wouldn't get a brand new one. I'd get one a few years old because you can get a much better deal.
Yeah, but
And like,
I ordered mine from factory because of the new interior. Has the new dash and
mm,
everything, all that new tech. That's why I
okay,
got the C instead of the E.
so that's what I do. You know, that's a nice comfort car. You know,
What should I
and
buy?
then
Like a
What
better
do you?
car, like higher end. What should I buy?
what do you
What
mean a
pressures?
higher end car?
What pressures do you run in your tires?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, what you can probably guess what car I got if I tell you what pressure they people tell me to put.
Well, it all depends.
My car
doesn't it?
asks for 32 and 33.
You know what I
PSI.
find important
Does
about a
that
car?
pressure?
You
It's
guys
a
actually know the
sedan. It's
pressure
a
you put on
small.
your
It's
tires,
a
bro?
small sedan. There's only one really. There's only one company that really asks for like weird, like 1 PSI,
You
like
guys actually know the
tires like that.
pressure? I mean, it's on on the fuel cap. It says what pressure whenever you need to put tires. I mean, don't they
Well,
just
that's
do that
for
on the service
Mercedes.
cars?
And all the other cars they have it on the door sill, but in Mercedes
Yeah,
they
but
have it in the fuel cap.
don't you service your cars and they freaking check everything?
You know what is very
But
important about a car? That it can drive me from A to B.
I'll be honest with you
Yes.
guys. I'm not
Literally,
like
no matter what car you show me, I never get attracted to a man-made build something with
fair enough.
tires.
Look,
Depends
you know
where
how
A
people
and B
say
is.
you know how people say you're not a real man unless you change your own tires, do all this shit, bro. I'm freaking hopeless. I don't know how to do any of that shit. I mean, I'm sure like I can figure out how to change a tire, but I don't know how to do any of that.
Well, you are
I know
going to
it's
be the
easy.
corpses we look at the side of the road during the apocalypse.
I mean,
But
if some,
no,
Cola, can I ask you a
yeah.
question? When you fill
Mhm.
up your car tire, could you still fill up to 30 psi if the tire didn't contain that pressure?
What do you mean?
Like, could you still get 30 psi pressure if there wasn't a container to contain it?
No.
you still be
What are you
right.
talking about?
Like, I'm talking
I
about
don't know what
pressure.
you're talking about.
Can you have pressure? Can you get a pressure differential without a container?
Well, this is relative to atmospheric. So, um,
Similar to, yeah.
so without a container, it's pretty much impossible because your pressure is just gonna escape in the
Oh,
atmosphere.
so what you're saying
Theoretically,
is if there is a pressure differential, it will escape because, like, I guess what you're saying is like the laws of thermodynamics say that high pressure will go to low pressure. So how could you have an Earth that's a ball with gas on the outside of it right next to a vacuum? Why doesn't the gas just all run off into the vacuum like the air would rush out of your tire if you pulled out the valve?
um, because the Earth is just like that.
Because the Earth. Why can't we get
Because
tires that are
gravity is
just like
creating a
that?
black hole around the U.S. of A.
Why can't I just get gravity tires and then just drive around on the gravity
Well,
tires?
because we don't manufacture that yet, but maybe soon.
Okay, we just need tires that are just like that, I guess. That's a lot of trust
Yeah,
you've got in those tires, those just like that tires.
yeah, that would be
But
a
yes,
good
I fill
selling
my
point.
tires up to 33 and 32. 33 in the front, 32 in the back.
Because they're just like that, right?
Because they're just like that. They just magic.
Well, yeah, because you don't need an explanation. That's just what they do.
Well, you do
Why do
need a
you not?
container, but
You need an explanation? Because I would like an explanation, but I get that you don't want / need /
Give me a second.
can
I
give
talk
one.
like I got braces on. I'll be right back.
You do sound like you have something in your mouth.
Yeah, there are like plastic things here. Give me a second. I've had them in for the last hour.
Oh, I had to fucking wear braces and plates and shit for like
No,
6
they're not
years.
braces. They're just whitening strips because it's good to do that often.
Ah, right. So ladies fancy you, despite the fact you're not able to answer tricky questions about gas pressure. You're still hoping they'll
Well,
like
because
you.
they're not asking me about gas pressures and black holes and
Well, they
vacuums
might be
around Earth.
impressed if you could answer these questions. They might be like, "Get up in my business. You don't need white teeth." That answer was good enough for me.
Mm.
I like a man who can
No,
deal
but
with
like
robots.
it's like you can either have one or the other, and I'd rather take the easy way out.
You want a girl. You want a girl who doesn't care if you can give good answers to.
Well, I
tough
know she's not going to
questions.
be
You want a
asking
girl
any
who's
stupid
after.
questions. They have no beneficial.
You want a girl who's
Impact.
like, "Hey, I want some white teeth," rather than a man who can back his position.
Okay, give me a second. I'm going to go take these off. They're getting annoying.
I think that's a good idea.
What's all the hubbub, bub?
Just chilling.
No more Kerbal. What happened?
Well, I keep getting booted, and I'm just trying to sort through the reasons that I get kicked from the server, and one of them might be because somebody said play Kerbal, and I played Kerbal, and I got kicked.
It's not me. I can tell you that.
My room's gone completely dark, and I'm just going to keep sitting at my computer like a creep. I just don't understand why these globers don't understand this gas pressure thing. Like, did somebody just pop in to troll and leave so quickly that we didn't hear their troll? I just saw a name pop up and heard Earth, and then just they disappeared again.
Yeah.
People just cannot stand up and just man up and stick to their convictions. Maybe Martin will. Nope, Martin's gone.
So Cola is taking his braces off. Is that what he said?
Well, what he's taken is an L, but he's also going to take out his whitening strips.
Oh, his lightning strips.
He just needs to find some gravity strips to keep this atmosphere down.
All right, what's up? I'm back.
You're back. You sound like you can speak now. You sound like you're ready to defend the globe Earth and explain to us how we
It's
can
an
wobble
oblong
and
globe.
spin
It's
and
an oblong
orbit
globe.
an oblong globe. That's an
Oblong.
oblong is a rectangle that's twice as long as it is high.
Well, I'm twice as long as I am high.
Well, it's also 2D, so
So
you
who
got
is
that
he?
third dimension.
Flat Earther, and I shall dismantle him.
You're going to dismantle a flat earther, are you? How are you going to dismantle them? Physically or
Physically, spiritually,
rhetorically?
mentally.
Okay, let's do
Or
mentally.
sexually.
What's your best evidence you live on a globe?
Weirdos.
That
The experiment.
I'm about to get
that-
all the ladies today. Hell yeah.
The
Okay,
experiment
alright.
that Globe Busters did, where they fucking proved themselves wrong.
You don't think I can
So
get some
the
ladies?
experiment. So your best evidence we live on a globe is flat earthers did some stuff.
Flat Earthers debunking their own shit. Yeah.
So you consider flat earthers to be a good source of information, strong, reliable source. You trust what they say. That's your
They
best evidence.
documented their experiment, and their experiment was valid. And they fucked
Excellent. So
themselves.
great. So if we show you evidence of flat earthers disproving the curvature of Earth of a given 3959, you'll have to accept that too. But
But the thing you
because
don't.
what you've just established is that you're happy to accept strong evidence stuff that flat earthers do. Is that where
No,
we're going?
they did a good
I got
experiment.
some proof.
I accept
Good news
good
for you, bro.
evidence. So yeah,
So-
What
provide
are
me
they
with the
talking
evidence.
about? What is this guy chatting about? Why am I getting pinged?
Hold on, Cola. Let Eggshells and this other guy go.
Well, it sounds
Cola,
like
you need flat earthers to prove it's a globe. Laughing emoji. That's what you're typing right now, little
Laughing
freak.
emoji.
Exactly. I'll be doing laughing, crying emojis right now if I heard from Zet that his strongest evidence we live on a globe is something some flat earther did.
Yeah.
Because all I need to show you is now more flat earthers doing reliable, testable, repeatable observations that show that debunk your curvature. And then you go, well, I've got this one flat earther thing that I claim that, they got smashed on. And I'm like, well, I can show you 40 where they failed to find this curvature that you claim exists.
Hello, everyone.
Where's your evidence?
Hey, man.
Where's your proof?
My evidence is
Hey,
your evidence, man.
eggshells.
You claim. G'day, Geppy Gep.
It's nice to hear you speaking truth and being scientifically correct.
Exactly.
I give you this
Right?
one. Yeah,
We
yeah,
need to try and educate these fucking morons. Because he's just come in
yeah.
here and be
We
like,
need
hey,
to
my
educate these
best.
fucking morons by indoctrinating them by our holy book, the Bible, that the earth is indeed not a plane that
Yikes.
Shut
reaches to
up.
eternity. But
God,
says
Calm
so.
down, dude.
people are rushing to mute him so hard they're unmuting him. I reckon
Spiraling.
let's play with Zet a bit.
Yeah.
Let's let Zet chat.
Go ahead. Yeah.
He deafened.
We live under a
Yeah.
dome that was.
Very-
Oh, you are actually just going to be kind of boring.
We
Yeah.
live under a dome that was.
Is this the
No, he's
best evidence
bailing
you've
out.
got?
Where the
Yeah, he's
inverted
bailing out.
Earth theory, the inverted Earth.
Hey, look, all we are doing is
We have
debunking
done the
this radius of
have been
3959.
to Antarctica, and we have proven that the secret society, Russia and China and the Americas,
He's still going, man.
Oh,
like
this
it.
guy
He's
is
unmute
boiling.
for more bits of it.
Yeah, he's boiling hot.
He's getting a little bit. Who am I battling to mute with? Teos and somebody else are like doing the mute battle to the point that they're unmuting. I backtraced it.
Did they made you a mod, eggshells?
No, nobody's making me a mod. They keep muting me and banning me. You can't mute me and ban me if I'm a mod.
It will be something to make you a mod.
It would be very something. I don't think that will happen,
Yeah.
though. I'm just going to guess.
Well,
Just going to go out there and make predictions. All right, Teos,
there
if you need to
there
pop
will
out for
be
20 minutes,
rules.
just make me a mod for 20 minutes and I'll sort it out for you. I'll keep the room under control.
Make
I
me a
mean,
mod for 20 minutes.
I don't. Well,
you
look, you need
you
to.
sound trustworthy, you know. So that's why I was.
I'm very trustworthy.
No, not you, the new guy.
So, Cola, what we really want you to do here is like, it's all fun to shit talk about cars and stuff, but what we really want you to do is defend the globe. And when we say defend the globe, what we want you to do is
Why
like,
would I have to defend the
present-
globe? Do you believe it's a globe?
well,
Well,
that's a
present
good
a
question. But what we
scientific evidence that
Like,
Exactly.
who am I
you live
defending
on
it
a.
from? Is there like an angry mob of flat earthers that I got like papa? Or
Let
is there
me be
like,
honest.
are you
No,
guys like preparing
well,
me for the next wave of them and you want me to do good?
So what I want you to
listen.
do is, when we say we
Yeah.
want you to defend the globe, what we want you to do is think critically about all of the things you've been told
Hello.
and ask yourself, why do I trust these people who've told me this stuff? Have I
Yeah.
tested this for myself? And are some of these received wisdoms actually not as rock solid as I thought they were? That's why we want you to defend it, because we do think it's false.
Yeah.
But there's a good chance that these things that you're like, hey, it's definitely this. If we ask you some questions, we think you might get to a point where you go, hang on, maybe I have just believed this because somebody else has told me.
And that would mean you are a blind believer.
Yeah, and that's not you don't see
Yeah.
yourself that way, do you, Cola? You don't see yourself as a blind believer.
No, I'm not a blind believer. Whatever you just said.
Okay. So
But
I'm
open
on
your eyes.
this
Amazon
is
right now. I'm
exactly.
shopping on
This is
Amazon, guys.
exactly. Listen, this is
Shush.
exactly what all blind believers say. They say they are not blind believers.
Dude,
But
I'm on Amazon.
Exactly.
Cut me some
their
slack, dude. I'm on
problem
Amazon
is,
right now.
you see, the problem is that it you don't have to say you are not a blind believer. when you say this, you actually have to back it up with things that you say are verified, tested by you, or at least by someone else, and they are irrefutable facts.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
what do
man,
you,
brother.
if you were to sum up Cola, if you were to like just pause for a moment and go, why do I think I live on a ball? And there's probably like 30 different things you would think. There's like Eratosthenes and there's like, I
What
don't know,
are
all
you
these.
talking about?
Right. But if you were to go, what's the one? What's the one that if these guys showed me that my assumptions were wrong, I would start to question? What is your strongest thing where you're like, hey, I'm going to put up my most cherished little, precious little thing? If you were to be bold enough and courageous enough to do that, what would it be? Your most cherished thing that would make you question the globe? What is that bit of evidence?
Yeah.
What?
What makes you
Imagine
think
your
we live on a
life.
globe?
Imagine your life was at stake to actually present, prove that you live on a globe.
Exactly. Good question.
How
Yeah,
would you
better way
do
of
that?
asking it.
So the thing is about that is I wouldn't.
Well, then you will be dead.
I'll be
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah, what
Yeah.
gets getting at is like, let's say some absolute psychopath puts a gun to your head and says, "Prove
Yeah.
to me the Earth is a globe, or I'm pulling this trigger." What's the first thing you say to him?
Yeah.
Oh, I just wouldn't do it.
All right, bang, great.
I'd be like,
Let's get
have
another
your
one. Let's
fun.
get somebody else in here who's willing to
Well,
defend
because
their
I'm not.
beliefs.
I don't want to. I don't. I to be honest with you, I don't care. Like I really don't care. Like I'm just
So
chilling.
why are you here?
Because I didn't know I
That's
was
a
going to
good
be talking
question.
about this and thrown into the slammer about
You
trying to
didn't think
prove
everything
something
about
you guys.
flat Earth in a flat Earth
You guys.
channel?
Well,
Yeah.
you guys don't even believe it's a flat Earth. That's a thing.
No,
Like you guys are just arguing for no
actually, now,
reason.
We
now
know
It
you
it's
doesn't
a
take
flat
your
Earth.
belief.
switch. He switched his position to actually the place where
He switched his position to something that he doesn't actually
listen.
believe on, just to
No,
cause a
no, no, no,
conflict.
no, no. When you said you don't care, you actually you are afraid to have your paradigm changed.
No, I need
That's
you to realize
true.
I'm on Amazon shopping right now while listening to music. So you're just background noise right now.
What are you buying?
We're just background
More
noise.
fairy
What am I
tale books?
buying? So I'm picking out Christmas gifts for one of my friends, and
Yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing in your mind, in your concept, yeah. Socially, whatever, friendly and stuff. I don't deny that it's humane to do this, yeah. It's nice to be humane, but you are actually talking with people in here, and you show no respect to them. You call them background noise when people actually are having a coherent discussion with you. You are
well, I
behaving
told you I was being
utterly
honest.
ignorant.
Honesty
I'm not
does
Well,
not mean
I'm not being
anything.
ignorant
you
because
were being
I'm
honest
not being
that you were
ignorant. I'm just
ignoring us, calling
I'm
us like background noise. That's
Yeah, man.
it's
not
It's a
a
meant to
bit
be an
low
insult,
dismissive.
man.
state.
Like, be here or
It's
don't be
an
here
insult.
is basically what we're getting
Yeah.
at.
It's not meant to be an insult. Don't worry.
Okay. I give you that then. But coming into this place, yeah, we ask question to people here. So
Okay, and I understand that, but the thing is that um I need to check if I've got work in like 30 minutes. See, I'm doing multiple things right now, dude. I'm shopping on Amazon. I'm checking my work. I'm doing a bunch of things right now.
What
yeah,
you shopping
okay.
for?
Do you think you're the only multitasking person in the world?
No, I'm
I'm
just
also
saying
smoking.
you're asking me questions and I'm doing
Did
all
you just
this.
burp in
So
the mic?
Yeah, he did.
Fucking get rid of him. Just get rid of him.
He's a shit
for
ass.
what? What did I do?
Go wipe your ass.
Yeah,
Go
grow up a bit.
away.
Fuck off.
Just get out.
Crazy. No respect.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way they are, right? If you think you're a monkey spinning around in outer space, it doesn't matter if you just turn up and burp in people's ears.
Very nice, I'll be honest.
Yeah, well, I'm glad when that man said the lies that we ignore are actually the lies that affect us the most in our life. They are killing us every day like the Chinese droplet, drop by drop, little by little, you know. But this is the truth. Yeah, I don't like seeing a person being lied, uh, poisoned, mistreated, uh, insulted. You know, I believe in salvation of every human,
Salvation.
but with some of them, they are really the root of evil. And it, to me, what saddens me the most is like when people behave like this. My mind takes me wondering to their parents. Who are their parents? Because the children
Yeah.
are the saviors of their parents. We are
Yeah.
not
Who
better
raised
than
you?
our parents. We have to be their savior. So we have to be the good ones.
Are you
When you
Muslim?
are a child, yeah, you. No, I'm not Muslim, but um,
The Quranic concept.
sorry.
That concept is from the Quran.
No, it's actually also in the Bible.
Both and both, yeah.
Yeah, but the Quran is inspired from the Bible, a lot of it.
Inspired or
Yes, inspired. Yes.
I don't think that's the right word.
Sorry.
I wouldn't say that's the right word to use.
Why?
Inspired means you took inspiration from it, right? I don't think it's something that's meant to post data, not like update it, if that makes sense.
Not updated. Who was it written by?
The Bible,
No, the Quran.
God.
No.
It was as in like a physical pen to paper.
Yeah.
It was transcribed by the Prophet,
Which prophet?
the last Prophet,
Sorry.
the last Prophet,
What's his name?
Prophet Muhammad.
Okay. And um, he transcribed it from what?
Where did he get the information?
Yeah.
From the angel Jibril,
From what?
the angel Gibril.
Okay, but it was transcribed, so that means it was written on something in a different language.
Yes, the Quran was written in Arabic originally.
Yeah, so what language was that which only the Prophet Muhammad understood?
Everyone and at the time, people have their
Sorry?
original language now. Arabic. Arabic is not a language only the Prophet understands.
No, 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 no. I mean, the Quran was written in Arabic by Muhammad, but you said it was transcribed
No. Just to
from something
clarify.
given by the angel.
So just to clarify, the claim of the Quran is that Muhammad handed down an oral tradition where he recited it to the point that everybody else was able to recite it faithfully, word for word, like on pain of death kind of thing. But it was multiple generations after him that it was
Yeah, but
actually pen to paper, but they had a very impressive system of checking that it was word for word.
I don't think that's true. It was written
You
down
don't
during
think
his
that's
caliphate.
what?
where
During his
where
caliphate or
did
during his lifetime?
where did Muhammad
Same
learn
thing.
to write? When did he learn to write?
He never learned to write.
Exactly.
Shortly after the
He never
Prophet's
knew
death,
to
the
write.
Quran was compiled. Yeah, it was after his death, according
Compiled
to
as in everything was
Wikipedia.
put together.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Was the Quran written during Prophet's lifetime? This is about Islam.net, and it says, waiting for the page to load, because I may be wrong on this. I'm checking. I'm not trying to debunk you. Abu Salam alaikum. I'm not able to. It was. That's what I thought. Yeah.
I don't think it was compiled.
Okay. So hang on. Sorry, you might
Anyway,
be right.
yeah.
About Islam says the Quran was written down in the lifetime of the Prophet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not by
Okay, I
him.
was wrong about that. Beg your pardon. I am correct.
It
You
was,
are
it
correct.
was, it was
Your
written
name
down.
is correct.
It was written down by him. However, it wasn't compiled by him.
No, he didn't knew to write. He
He
was
didn't
illiterate.
write it out of his own whim. He was transcripting it, right?
No, transcripting, you don't know what it means, that word.
Same shit,
So
right?
that's
He
why
was
I was
writing what he
asking
was
you.
being told.
Dictating. You mean dictating, right?
He was writing
Dictate.
what he
He's
was being
saying it,
Yeah,
told
they're
that's
to
writing.
write.
something else.
Anyway, did the Prophet Muhammad describe the earth as laid out like a bed sheet?
The
Yeah,
Quran does actually
he
in
did.
different. It's in interpretation. You can say that that God, not the Prophet, said that he spread out the earth like a carpet. That was like the
Right.
one translation. I mean,
Because are you,
eh,
I'm correct, do you have a Muslim background?
I do.
So, yeah, so it's like, because isn't there also a story about the Prophet going up to the very top of a hill and being able to see all of existence? Hill,
Who freaking
mountain.
knows, bro? Probably.
Say again?
Probably.
So
I guess at this
you're
point,
not a
bro.
very strong, like you're not a very like reading all the verses regularly.
The stories are stories, bro. The things that are important are the things we believe, and the things that we would know. I mean, a story is a story, right? It's very hard to verify. There's many stories and a lot of fairy tales as well. I think
It's a
90%
little
of the
bit like
hadiths we have are
NASA,
fairy tales.
right?
I
NASA
I
tells us
wouldn't
fairy
say it's
tales.
No,
like I wouldn't say
actually,
it's
I'm
like
not,
this
NASA.
story, listen,
NASA has
but
an
like,
this
agenda.
story about the
right,
Prophet
right.
Muhammad is very easy to verify because we have many historical accounts, yeah, of his existence, evidence, yeah. So it's easy to verify, and we know quite a lot about him.
That he went up to a mountain. I don't know. I've never heard the story. Probably
We
doesn't
cracked the
sound
moon in half.
unreasonable.
That was one.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't think he cracked the moon in half.
Yeah, he split it in half to show
I think
to
it's one
show
of the freaking
some
Sunni
wise men.
chaotic hadith.
Right.
There's a lot of Sunni hadiths which are chaotic and untrue. I mean, for God's sake,
I
there's
thought it
hadiths
was
in there which
Quran, isn't it?
no,
Let me check.
that's
Let me check.
hadith.
You got me wrong. You got me wrong before, so you're probably right.
Go on, another one.
Split the moon.
Anyway,
I'm gonna be correct a lot of times today.
I'm gonna take a bunch of L's this evening. No,
I'm
very
curious.
literally,
Is
it
this
appears that the
guy
Quran, along
Muslim?
with the Hadith, it claims that Muhammad. So it says both the Quran and the Hadiths in
Get the
Siendo,
verse out.
splitting the moon. Yeah, let me get the verse out.
This one's gonna be
Splitting
interesting.
of the moon is Muslim faith attributed to the Prophet Muhammad. Surah Al-Qamar 54, 1 and 2. So basically, Surah Al-Qamar 54 describes it.
Surah what?
Al-Qamar, Qamar.
Qamar. What chapter? What ayah, sorry?
Qamar, is it?
Qamar. It means
54.
moon.
Start of 54.
Qamar means moon, yeah.
Okay, so he's a
The
Muslim
hour will
then.
draw near and the moon will split into. It doesn't say the prophet split it into.
Did you know that Allah speaks at third person about him?
It's an Arabic thing, not third
In
person.
Arabic, yeah.
It's an Arabic. It's a really complex situation. I've heard about this, but it's a very complex Arabic
No.
linguistic issue.
It's the
Is it?
majestic
Is it?
plural.
Yes, it's a complex linguistic issue.
What's the issue,
No,
Ghost Void?
Arabic is not complex.
Linguistically, it's one of the most complex in the world.
Tell us again, what were you saying, Ghost Void?
He's talking about the issue where Allah speaks about himself in third person, but he doesn't. It's just a linguistic problem. It's been
Well, look,
addressed
right.
No,
by
it's
Eggshells
not.
are
Google.
flat has spoken about eggshells are flat in third person. That doesn't prove anything except
Yeah,
eggshells are
if you
flat's
DM me,
ability to
if you
speak about
DM
eggshells
me,
are flats
It's
ability.
not like he's not trying to say, "Oh my God, wrong," cause third person. He's just mentioning the issue. I think I've heard of it before linguistically. I know some scholars have addressed it. But I'm not
no,
like very.
listen. If you DM me, I will send you
Dick
exactly
pics.
the passages in Quran and the problems, yeah, and show you exactly with
Sure,
subject
we'll
and
do that later.
predicate, yeah,
Yeah, we can do that in a bit.
good.
So Ghost Void sounded like you wanted to defend this idea that you live on a spinning ball of gas and water, sloppy
Yeah,
water fluid.
how do the
Hold on,
Arabs
hold on.
actually do that?
Eggshells. Did you read the verse?
No.
Do you know what it said?
I'm just here to listen your
And
debate. I'm not a flat
It said
earther
God
nor
split
a
the
straight
moon.
earther.
They're
you're
not the
not a flat
freaking
Oh
earther.
Wahhabis
yeah,
convinced yet.
No, I'm neither.
Clay
So what
on the
you think?
field.
I'm open for new ideas.
But do you
He's
think
open.
currently
Okay.
are you like leaning towards the idea that you're on a wobbly, spinny space ball?
Well, to be honest, with all these lies from the government and stuff, I just really don't know.
I
You believe
understand.
the
You
I
have
government
can, we
a
lies
can,
to you?
we
skeptical
can't know
position.
because nobody has actually tried to calculate the curve of the Earth,
Yeah.
so we can't
Is
really
that
know if it's round.
all right? But you sound Greek. Greeks were meant to be the first people
Yes, I'm Greek.
who Greeks were meant to be the first people who were like, "Hey, ships come from over the horizon," and I was like, "Wow, I have eyeballs, and I've never seen a ship come from over the horizon." Not because I consider it impossible, but because without being able to zoom in, I don't know how they came to that conclusion. Because
Oh, guess
I
what?
don't see ships until they're pretty close
Eggshells.
of that
Eggshells.
size.
Guess what? The horizon is a Greek word.
Is it
Yes,
Yeah.
Greek word. The Greek word of horizon is horizontas.
Horizontal.
horizontas?
Horizontas.
Yeah.
And the English
Horizontas.
Horizontas.
word is horizontal.
Yeah.
Horizon. Yeah, it's horizontas.
Horizontas. There you go.
Well, that proves the Earth is flat.
There we
Amen,
go.
brother. Earth is the
The
ball.
Greeks
No
So
know.
to
more.
The
you,
Greeks know.
In Greek, Ghost
In
Void,
Greek,
in
when we
Greek,
say horizontas, we mean something completely flat. The horizon is
flat.
Yeah.
horizontas. It's
Yeah.
So the
horizontal.
horizon is
Like,
flat.
yeah.
Mm.
I mean, yeah,
Welcome to
it's
Flat Earth.
this is the meaning of this word. When we say horizontas, it means completely flat and onwards.
Yeah.
So it's like welcome to Flat Earth a bit, you know?
I know this about Greek because I was actually kind of forced to learn ancient Greek language, the old Greek language, when I was reading about the history of my own country, Romania, the Dacian Empire, the Hyperboreans, Pelasgians. The ancient Greek writers were actually speaking about them. So, yeah.
We still use some words of the ancient Greek. I mean, 90% of
Mhm.
the ancient Greek we are still using today. The only difference is the grammar.
Yeah. I know,
So
I
hang on,
know.
the spoken language is still very similar, is it?
Yes,
What?
actually, Romanians, we share many words with the Greeks. And actually, first Herodotus, if I'm not mistaken, was saying that the Greek alphabet and language has roots in this language of the Pelagians or Hyperboreans. And there are accounts. There were these solid gold tablets in ancient times, and they were written. They were speaking a language which had three distinct alphabets, from which three alphabets were actually born: the Greek, Latin, and the Cyrillic,
Oh, the
Slavic,
Russian.
Russian. Yeah,
Mm.
Those are sweet.
yeah,
Do you ever wonder if it's by this confusing of language, like that's like one of the first steps in like hiding from us the true shape of the earth? Like if I can confuse them so they don't understand one another, then they won't
yeah,
know.
That is a
yeah.
argument
And
that
it's
a lot of ways.
separated. That language had also like three kinds of speaking. So it was one way when you were discussing about scientific stuff, learning, and about art, spiritual spiritual things and physical things. So when you were speaking about the spiritual plane of existence, you were using a certain part of that language with a certain alphabet. When you were speaking about the material world, physical existence, body, organs, skin, blood, flesh, you were using a different kind of a different part of that language, and it had a different alphabet. you And the third one, I don't remember now what it was for. Like when you are at home and you speak with people or in society. Yeah,
Yeah, like these different styles of language. Like there's still a bit of a disconnect, I think, between
yeah,
written English and spoken English. And then I
yeah,
think there's almost two styles of written English, which is like what we would put
mm,
in chat, text messages, blah, 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 blah,
yeah,
versus like emails or books gets more towards this formal correct. Whereas
yeah.
like you wouldn't put you and are as in your in
Yes, yes.
a
You
book
don't
or an
address
email or
directly.
something. Maybe you
Yeah,
would, but yeah, there's this kind
mm,
of like it's somewhere in between.
mm, yeah.
We had a new person pop in, have we?
But yeah, I like how actually ancient Greek writers they knew about quantum locking. This phenomena, so strange phenomena we recently discovered, and they had knowledge about this like 1,000 years before Christ. You know,
Hmm.
yeah,
Well, welcome, Henry.
Oh, hi.
hello, welcome to Flat Earth.
Talk about a lot of things here. What shape do you reckon the Earth is?
We have our guest,
Do you reckon the Earth is a shape?
our guest flat earther today is Eggshells. He's going to be doing some of our flat Earth
Best
talk
bits.
What?
today.
Mm, I'm just here to listen. I
Uh, do you mind?
maybe
Do you mind
see
sharing what you
what.
think, or do you only want to listen?
Eh, I'm not a rocket scientist, but it appears to be round. Therefore,
Round as in
but yeah,
round as like flat things can be round. What kind of round are you thinking it is?
no, as a globe.
A
Round as a globe.
spherical
Yep.
Oh,
sphere. Yeah.
So you lean more that way.
yeah.
And can I ask, have you ever thought
Um,
deeply about like why you think that?
why? Because I've been traveling so much, and
Okay.
the view from up there, you
Hmm?
can actually see it.
Hello.
It's round.
The
You
view
don't see
from
the
when you're
whole, the full
traveling.
globe, but you see the curve. So
Mhm.
You
yeah,
feel that when you're traveling, well, like when I'm guessing you're talking about when you're flying in a commercial plane, you feel you can
yeah,
see the globe out the window.
the curve, the curvature. Yes.
Right. Would it concern you to know that like big boffins, like big smart people in this area, um, say that that's not the case? Say that that it is not possible to discern
Well,
the curvature of Earth from that altitude?
the Greeks have established a couple thousand years, not a couple, but a little bit more than a couple thousand years ago, that it was circular. The
Have they established it,
the
or have they,
Portuguese,
or have they started
Portuguese,
spreading that as a
Spanish,
view?
British, the Portuguese, the British, the Spanish, and the Dutch in the Discovery ages have established that as well. No, it is out there. It is a globe.
Yeah, I agree. Many people think that, but the thing I'm asking you is like when you say the Greeks have established it, how did they establish it, or did like, because
By
I
measure of
think what you'd have
shadows
to
at the same time.
say, you're coming in and out
Yeah,
a little bit. Your mic's coming in and out a little bit, so I lost a
I'm
bit
sorry.
there. Can you say that again?
I'm sorry. Because the where I am is like super hot, and I have a fan right behind
Ah,
me. Maybe the wind is blowing and screwing up the sound.
well, look, if you
Um,
prove the globe Earth to us today, we will all be your biggest fan.
no,
This is
I'm not. I'm like I said, I'm not here to prove anything. To be honest, I'm here more to listen than to talk.
fair enough. I mean,
And
Yeah, we give you that. But
just
I got the
I have
joke.
a question, if that's okay.
I got the joke. Just
okay.
saying.
you got the joke. Thank you. I thought it was a
Oh,
good
okay.
joke.
So, you were saying that the Portuguese, the Spanish also proved like it's a globe. But if I can go around my country, you know, walk around my country or drive around my country, does that make my country a ball?
What? What?
If I drive around my country, will that make my country a spherical shape?
If you're using the idea of a basic map, and if you circle around a country, for example, I live in Brazil. If I circle my map, if I circle the area of Brazil in the map, does that make it in a spherical form? No, of course not. But
Yeah.
you are going around the sphere, not the country.
Yeah, but how do you know that you're going around the sphere and not
Well,
around the continent or, you know?
yeah, they have a lot of ways of measuring that by the stars, by the especially back then they used the stars
Well, we
uh,
know the ways they had at hand in those times. So they had the
and the
sextant.
Greek and the Greeks they proved by a few decimals the size of
Well,
I have to.
you see,
I'm sorry, guys.
I was
I'm
looking to
losing
be
track
specific
of
on one
the
subject and then
not,
delve into the other,
not
so taking it
I
one at
claim
a
to be
time.
I'm not
Go
a
ahead.
rocket scientist. Like I said, I'm not a rocket scientist. I was here more to listen
Yeah, yeah, I
than to
give you
talk.
that. But we
Um,
actually like to challenge people's paradigm, you know?
That's like
oh
you've
no,
got to
but yeah, you're just
one of the
being
ideas of this
knowledge
is
Uh,
uh, you-
w-
you're not challenging my paradigm. You're not. This is not a paradigm. This is. I've seen it from. I've seen the curvature from air multiple times from multiple trips that I've taken. This you have like
yes, but
on the other hand you have
now
the whole time
when you
temperature
fly,
like
yeah,
showing.
hold on a minute now. Yeah, I heard you. You said you made multiple flights. You have seen curvature from the airplane. Now, we have the world's most famous scientific communicators, yeah, and they say that it's impossible to
Uh,
see Earth's curvature from that altitude. And
oh
for
no.
example, Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about Felix Baumgartner, who did the Red Bull jump
mm,
Uh-huh.
from very high altitude balloon. Now, that guy was like 3 times higher the altitude that you can fly in a commercial airplane. At least 3 times higher. Sorry?
Yeah, but well,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong. You don't see the curvature like in a U-shaped thing. You see it very slightly. I cannot say tell you like the degrees because I wasn't there measuring the degrees of the curvature, but it's not
could
that.
you do you
But
think
you
there's
see
a
it
chance
slightly curving.
what you could have been seeing slightly curving could have been partly I'm looking out this curved fisheye-ish um,
I was
airplane
waiting
window,
for that to
and
be honest.
and
Yeah.
and
I ran
and
to the
let,
window.
let me say the next bit, and then you can respond to it because I get you'll have a response to this, which is fair.
Yeah.
Um, A, I'm looking at a fisheye airplane window, and B, I believe, I've been brought up my whole life being told by so many people the Earth is curved that when I look out this window, that's what I expect to see. So that if I
Yeah.
see like brightness in the foreground and darkness in the background, and that makes it look sort of bigger in the middle, that I could
Okay.
perceive that as curved where it might not be. Do you think that's possible or impossible?
Okay. We are assuming that there is a fisheye lens on the windows of on every window on every
No,
airplane.
no. What I'm asking
We
is it
assume.
possible?
No, that cannot be. They don't put fisheye lenses on the windows. The window itself, by its
As a
shape,
fisheye.
is curved, so that makes it a fisheye lens. So anything that you observe through it, it distorts the image.
But what is the purpose of having a type of window that will distort?
The purpose is by making those windows concave, yeah, they
Yeah.
have a much better resistance to pressure differential, because inside the
Yeah.
airplane you need to have constant pressure, breathing air
Yeah.
pressure for the people, yeah, and outside
Yeah.
you can have pressure drops, yeah, when the airplane is flying according to different weather, extreme weather temperatures and stuff like this, currents, the pressure outside the airplane changes a lot from high to
Yeah.
low.
That's
Hmm.
why we have
If you're
turbulence.
flying, above a storm, yeah, there are convection currents. There can be vortex currents.
Right. I have to
Yeah.
go pick up my kid from school. It's
Oh, okay.
11:20 a.m. and I have to
Oh,
go get the kid.
Yeah.
thanks for joining us, Bruno.
Um,
Do come back
back,
sometime soon.
You're welcome
I'll be back.
anytime, and we would love to present you knowledge,
Mm.
true knowledge, and Yeah, be open.
Yeah, maybe. Guys, have a good one. I hope you have
Maybe.
You too. Have a great
See you
weekend.
soon. Have a good one, man.
see you next time.
Yeah, I don't. He's not a anti-flat earther. That's for sure.
No,
Yeah,
no, he's not one of those fuckwits.
but wow, you're doing good as a flat earther. You've learned quite a lot.
Of course, I listen. I'm just going to grab some
Yeah,
chips. I'll be back in a second.
take your time. Anyone else in here? Someone who believes that they live uh, on a spinning water holding sphere?
Say again, sorry.
I hear you eating the chips.
Yeah, I got some chips.
Bon appetit.
Thank you.
How do they say this in English?
We just say the French. We say the same thing. Bon appetit.
Yeah? Oh,
Yeah. I don't think we say anything else, do we? English speakers? Like good eating? Sounds just weird to
yeah.
say. Nobody would say that, I don't think.
Well, in Romanian, that's what we say. Um, but appetite, good, we say in Romanian something like good appetite. Poftă bună. Bună is good and poftă is appetite. But we also have the word appetit, just like in French, because French is a Latin language born from the Romanian language. And yeah, the Romanian language is the most rich in Latin words out of all the Latin languages. And yeah, Latin language also, you see, the word art, culture, civilization, for example, these words, they don't have a root etymology in Latin language because they were never invented in Latin. And no other language in the world can actually pride itself with the invention of these words: art, culture, and civilization. And these are very fundamental words. Well, everyone dipped out.
We'll get someone in. Someone will be willing
I
to
hope.
defend the worldview. I'm scrolling through the other servers trying to find somebody who I think would come in.
I have such conflicting thoughts now.
About what?
About you.
What do you mean? I'm still
Like,
me.
yeah, I know, but like, you were more like an anti-flat earther, and you sounded like that. Um, Obviously, no, finding out and seeing you in Gem Panda and stuff, that's so fortified, like my belief that you are a anti-flat earther. And I was expecting, like, you must be a very dishonest person, just for defending a personal belief you would actually behave like a clown and ignore scientific facts, refuse to see, you know. But now, when I actually see that you do understand our arguments and actually you know them very well, and you can do what we do, it's a little bit, yeah. I'm like gladly welcoming you here in the family with Effie from Flat Earth.
Wait, is Eggshells playing the role today? Because he's done this
Yeah,
before, or did he
yes.
finally come over? Did he finally
What are
wake
you
up? I
talking
don't know.
about, APOC?
What's
What are
going
you
on,
talking about?
Eggshells? I hope you don't have get
Yeah.
confused and lied to, convinced.
I don't think
No.
I don't think you feel deceived.
No, no,
Uh,
no, no. Not
No.
deceived.
are you playing
But
Let Me Still Man the Argument today? Is that what you're playing, Eggshell?
Let me say this. I think it is important
All right.
to be able to
Know the
steel
argument?
man an argument. Yeah, I think
Oh,
it's
okay.
important to be able to steel man an argument. I think it's important to be able to present, an alternate
yeah.
point of view
Right. So
persuasively and strongly. And I think you need to be able to, like, there is something that I've always said that I think is very, very impressive about flat Earth that other people need to hear, that they need to question in themselves. How do you decide that you know what you know? And on
yeah, I
that,
hear you.
I'm not changing. I haven't changed my view, but you might hear me explore that in a different way.
Yeah, I got you. Because you've done that. You've gone down that road before, where you
Exactly.
took the flat Earth role, if you will. And here's the thing. You have had so many conversations about it. You you would think, like, yeah, a lot of these Glovers should know that can still man it very accurately.
It
Just on
staggers me
how,
how few people can. I'm like,
yeah, we've been arguing
how
for
can you
so
be a
long,
Glober and still be so
and
fucking terrible at this?
not know the arguments, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, Eggshells, I have some news.
Mm.
I'm personally working on making a drone, and I hope by next year I will actually finalize it. My
You
goal
had me
is
at drone.
to reach with this drone super high altitudes, like further than the ISS.
What?
Yeah.
Is that possible? Is that a thing that happens?
Well, if everything works right, I'm gonna make this drone and it can fly so much higher because it's not dependent on air to it's a different kind of propulsion system. It's not using gas. It's not dependent on gases, you know. So yeah, and this is the reason why I'm predicting that it can reach. very high altitudes.
So what's it going to use for lift?
Sorry.
What will it use for lift?
Well,
What's
it's
the thrust going to be?
you see, when you have a rotating arm, yeah, on 180 degrees, its centrifugal force is distributed on actually 360 degrees. Its centrifugal force is distributed on 360 degrees. So to understand this, you look at the vibrator, yeah, a motor with an rotating axle, and on that axle you attach an arm, yeah. So, but now this is only one rotational coordinate axis, you know. But if you add two rotational axes, you make that arm to spin on two planes in the same time, that arm will actually be traveling only on how do I say, like only on 180 degrees of that first plane of rotation, you know. So this will make something like it can cancel the mass of itself.
It can cancel the mass of itself.
Yes, it's some sort of impulse drive, you know. It will be like you have um, a bullet hitting an object, yeah, and that object receives that kinetic energy. But now you have another bullet hitting it, you know.
Mm.
So it adds up. And
So you
there
kind
is
of
no
two. I'm still not.
recoil or.
Yeah, I'm still not following it fully. It's like the two arms are like increasing one another. So one creates some
Well,
rotational.
no, you rotate an arm, yeah,
Mm.
360 degrees. This is one axis of rotation. But now you add another axis of rotation to the to all this to this rotating arm in another plane, which is intersecting that plane perpendicularly.
I think I get you now. So it's like they're kind of
Yeah.
whipping. It's like a whip motion, like a
Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
flicking a kind of. Okay, I
Mhm.
think I'm with you.
Yeah. This principle was actually patented in the 70s by an American, um, but he didn't manage to create a mechanism which was viable to use this propulsion system for uh, some something flying or anything like this. But he was demonstrating it and making like this sort of motor impulse drive, and yeah, it showed that on a boat on water it will be propelling through the water, but There was no propeller or wings, you know. So the only thing that it was doing, it was floating on the water, and that's the only
That's not enough.
interaction between this mechanism and the surface of the water. There was no other. It was not using the water to propel itself or the air, you know. So yeah, a propeller when it's spinning, it creates air turbulences, quanta effect. It creates this high and low pressure according to the propeller angle, and you get a lifting force because you are pushing from air, you know.
That sounds interesting.
But
So yeah,
this,
you would like
yeah,
push
but
from
this
one end and then
one,
suddenly whip around and create
yeah,
a like low pressure pocket and a high pressure pocket.
yeah. Now, when you spin an arm, um, um, you have the centrifugal force, uh, the maximum at the top of that arm, yeah, at the end of the arm. And when you double the RPM, that force increases exponentially. And if you reach 5,000, 10,000 RPM, even if it's still, if you have a weight attached there or something, it could break, you know, because the forces are so strong, so much high than the metal resistance, you know. And when that arm breaks and hits a scale, it will show a force, a lot bigger force than it that weight actually has, you know. So if you're spinning like 1 gram with 1000 RPM, if that 1 gram gets loose, you know, released when it's spinning with that speed, and it hits a scale, it will show a force, mass, weight, um, a lot bigger, like um, 100 gram or 300 grams, you know,
Right.
for
So
a
because
split
it's
second. For a split second, yeah,
yeah, because when it's turning it around, the inertia means
yeah,
that like the
yeah,
inertia means it's trying to not move, so it
yeah,
suddenly weighs a lot more in that moment.
yeah, yeah. So now when
Well, Mike
this,
Stanley, Mike Stanley, I'm really appreciative. Mike Stanley 1967 at gmail.com and Monarch TV. But you may not want to share.
I
Yeah,
can share what I want.
you can. You
I'm
can
not
show
afraid
us
of doxing myself.
you,
I got nothing
your
to hide.
deepest and most
I
personal
got
thing.
nothing to hide. Why not?
That's fine, Mike. You do you.
Absolutely. Go ahead, send me an email.
Hey, Mike, it's your kids. Please pay child support. But surely you didn't just start sharing your screen to show us you doing your. I mean, show us two things really. A, that you're doing your emails, and B, that you fucking use Mac.
Macs are the best.
Sure, they are for grandparents.
I'm a grandparent.
Okay, good operating system then.
Welcome to my world.
Retro camper van. Yeah, so I think I get your idea, which sounds like sort of using this differential in weight and air pressure to make a kind of drone that operates off an inertial system. Is that kind of
Yeah.
the idea?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it has nothing to do with the air. The only thing is that it's surrounded by air, you know. But
Mm.
it could fly even in a vacuum chamber, you know.
That is quite a cool idea.
Yeah.
But so my idea that I'm still struggling to get my head around with this idea is it sounds like it like whips a weight up the top, like a sky hook almost, whips the weight up the
Yeah,
top and then
something
pulls
like
itself
that. Yeah.
towards it.
Yeah.
But I don't
Yeah.
understand how it doesn't then have to whip the weight back down and equal an opposite it.
Well, you see, when you have a vibrator, yeah, a motor with an arm spinning, rotating, now the weight of that arm is being distributed on 360 degrees. So when that arm reaches like 12 o'clock, yeah,
Mm.
towards the sky, for a split second, yeah, that weight is pulling the motor up towards the sky, yeah. But now this one, the arm is coming down sideways, yeah. So it will start pulling the motor sideways, and when it's actually going down to 6 o'clock, now it will pull the motor down towards the ground. You see? So the problem is I'm canceling the distribution of this force on 180 degrees. So it will distribute it only on 180. So I have two times it is distributed like 180 degrees sideways, and one time only upwards. There will be no, that weight is not going to be distributed on the downward 180 degrees, because those are cancelled. The arm is not moving on those 180 degrees, you know. By spinning it 1-to-1 ratio on two intersecting rotational planes, you know, you can make that arm actually have a continuous rotating frame, and it's never traveling on those downward 180 degrees. It's like folding, you know. Yeah.
It sounds very cool. We just need some globers in here to tell us what's not possible.
Everything is possible.
If you believe, right? You got to tell me I need to believe in stuff. So you obviously want us to ask you questions about it, Archangel. Consider the questions asked. What are you making a PowerPoint about on Mac?
This is not PowerPoint. This is just Illustrator.
Cool.
This
not
is
sure
Love
you should-
Check. This represents my apartment, and
You're
I've got different venues, and I post cryptic messages on Facebook.
You hang on. You live in an apartment that you call the Love Shack, and you post cryptic
Yep.
messages on Facebook about it.
Yep.
I'm not sure if you are aware of how creepy that sounds and you're doing it on purpose, or you're unaware of how creepy that sounds.
What does cripey mean?
Creepy.
Cripey? Does he live? Do you live alone?
Creepy. Like you're an old weird dude
Creepy?
trying to find
Creepy.
young vulnerable
Oh
women.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You
Yeah,
want to
he
fuck
is.
with me? Fuck. There we go.
That's what we were thinking. That's what we were expecting.
Yeah, it's
It's like
funny. He lives alone and he calls his apartment Love Shack.
Yeah, that's a
It's
kind
like
of
old English, right? Being like out of line, like completely over the
Yeah.
top, ridiculous,
Yeah.
a little bit.
like
So tell us,
cripey,
how does a
right?
remember what I was
yes,
gonna do. I was
how does a love
gonna
shack
change
relate
the
to the
rules. I was
to
gonna
the U.S.
change some
Constitution?
rule. I was gonna change some rule. I was gonna change some rule, and I can't remember what rule I was gonna change.
Right. I'm sure it wasn't going to make
It was
sense
something
either
about
way.
Well, it's cool to see Archangel,
changing the
someone
rules.
other. I thought you were that guy called Angel. I thought you were like one of his socks.
No, he's my enemy. He just muted me over in politics and religion, so I came over here.
Yeah, that's
Angel's a
hilarious
dick.
because he's got like so many socks. All of them have Angel something in them.
Yeah, and he whispers into the microphone. I think he's gay, and
Not
he's
gay.
really soft spoken. You can hardly hear him, and he mutes people for background noise or whatever instantly. And I mean, he's a dick. He's a total dick.
Yeah, he's basically a
But he
typical
doesn't.
online atheist.
But does he live in a love shack apartment that follows the U.S. Constitution?
What was I going to write? I had a good idea. I was going to write something
Was it?
about changing the rules, but I can't remember what rule I was going to change.
Can you tell us what the stuff that's still on the screen means? Because I'm like, I
It's
can't.
cryptic.
Like, you
You're
might be
supposed to figure it out
genius,
for yourself. It's cryptic. You're supposed
right?
to figure it out by yourself.
But what does it mean to you? Is what I'm asking. If you figured it out, because
Oh,
you
that's now
wrote
you're
it.
talking. Now you're talking.
What is he talking about?
Not sure.
What channel are we in? What channel are we in? Oh, the
Flat
Flat
Earth.
Earth channel.
Yeah.
You know, I've never seen Effie Batman speak. He's always in this room, always,
No.
but he's never speaking.
Hey,
Flat
said
Earth
he
Batman,
says
are you
That
there?
would be bizarre.
No,
So,
he
do you
he talks
believe?
quite a bit. He's Australian, but he doesn't only talks about certain things having to do with like a lot of the legal process and whatnot. It's not a whole lot that interests him anymore. But he kind of just is here though. If you bring up a
I'm
topic he
curious,
cares about, he'll start talking.
Crit. I'm curious if his love shack is actually situated on a spinning water holding ball.
Yeah.
No, it's not. It's on a flat Earth.
So your
Oh,
love shack's on a flat Earth, is it?
Yes, I
On
believe
that.
the Earth is flat. Yes,
So and all of the
Why?
verticals.
Why do you believe that?
Yeah.
because water. That's the main thing. Water doesn't stick to a bowling ball.
That's a good answer. Female man,
Yeah.
you just
right.
by your name, you look like the kind of person that thinks that gassy water balls can spin and wobble throughout a vacuum and be fine
Well,
for
I
Melania.
asked him why he believes the Earth is flat, and he said water. Right?
Mole
Like, what is
molehills.
that?
You really
Yeah,
you could just say
water's
molehills.
flat.
Like, if
Or
I
you-
want to, okay, so you think waves are flat? That's your claim?
I don't remember saying that. Is that your claim?
Okay, water's not flat then because of waves. You agree?
Well, I don't think waves are flat. That's true.
Okay,
Do you
then
think you're on
water's
a
not flat.
spinning?
There you go. So why would you think the
To
Earth
have
is flat
waves,
from
Is
unflat
water?
water? Right?
Can I
to
just
have
ask you a
waves.
question though? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
Is
eggshells.
water always forming waves?
No,
It's either flat
waves.
or it's not. Right?
So,
Water
female man,
waves require wind, or at
were
least some sort of earthquake. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's how you define flat.
sure. How do you
Well,
define flat?
So I'm
you
saying it's
don't have.
either all flat
Listen.
or it's not. Right?
Yeah. You on a covered swimming pool. Yeah. If there's nobody in the swimming pool to actually disturb the water, and there is no wind. Yeah.
then you have no waves on the surface of that pool.
So you're saying that the sea
I'm
doesn't exist
saying that
in the
on
pool.
water you need certain things to have waves in the water. Otherwise, water will be flat. Its surface.
Plus, it's just demonstrable the dishonesty here.
Okay, so
When
he's
if
saying
we
that
talk about
some
flat
water is
water,
flat, some water is not flat. That's his claim.
Hold on. Female man. Eggshells was in the middle of talking.
we're talking about flat water, and you're like, so waves are flat. Like you're talking about this abnormal state of water, and then just try to put that into our mouths. So I think that
So
there
think
might be
waves are abnormal.
yeah. I think there might be a disconnect.
Very peculiar. Okay, that's very peculiar.
Sure, might be peculiar. So why don't we get to what you see as not peculiar, as normal? Why don't you explain to us the way you see the world?
Waves.
All of the world is waves. Some of the world is waves. Water sometimes has waves. Expand on it a bit for us.
Water is not flat.
Water is not flat. Okay. Ever?
Ever.
How have you determined that?
Waves.
Waves. Waves always exist, or because waves sometimes exist, water's never flat.
Correct.
Hang on. I feel like I was joking and nearly strawmanning you, and you just said correct.
Can you pour a glass of water for me, mate? Can you just pour a glass of water and see what the water looks like at the top?
Yeah.
I mean, every drop of water is curving.
Oh, you're talking about surface temperature,
A glass of water's got waves in it, therefore Earth is a ball. Pack it up, guys. We've done it. We've worked out the Earth is a ball. We just needed a female man to come into the room to explain it to us so succinctly and obviously accurately so that we could be
ever
relieved of
since
this.
the singularity, it's like we're on an elevator going up, and that's what gravity is. We're on an elevator going up, increasing in speed constantly.
That's some flat Earth society stuff right there.
That's why everything falls to the ground, not an apple falling off a tree on Newton's head.
Press X to doubt. Archangel's spreading some flat Earth society nonsense. Somebody's going to call it in.
Nonsense? You call it nonsense?
That's theory of relativity, that everything's moving upwards.
Is that not flat Earth society? Really? I thought flat Earth society was this accelerating upward stuff that's just a psyop. We're going with the guy who's...
Yeah, when they say something's falling, in the theory of relativity, from the point of view, that reference frame or that idea, they're not falling, they're stationary, and everything else is moving upwards.
Is that... that sounds insane. That sounds like the kind of thing female man would agree with. Do you agree with that, female man?
No.
Is that a yes or a no?
Veritasium did a video about this where he showed all these different reference frames and the guy falling off like a window washer, and he says, "Watch how the window washer's platform it breaks," and it shows him falling, and then it says, but then from his point of view, he's stationary because the force holding him in place was the platform that he was standing on.
But I mean, this is just what people want you to think. If they go, well, any position is relative, then any moral position is relative, and then it's okay to punch grannies. You know?
Well, let's try and get it back to the discussion about water with female man and eggshells, if female man is still here.
So, female man, do you think sometimes water might be, at rest?
No.
Never. Water's never at rest. Tell me about that.
Waves.
Right. So if I sat a glass on a table and left it alone for 40 years and I came back, you'd be like, waves.
Yeah, the waves would still be happening.
Do you want to expand on that at all? Because I would look at that one and I'd be like, that's some flat.
You either believe in waves or you don't, right?
Right.
Like if you don't believe in waves, that's fine, right? That's okay.
Sure. So let me tell you what I think would happen in that water. I'd slam it down on the thing, and there'd be ripples. I wouldn't call them waves. That's going a bit extreme. And I think they would slap against the sides, and then due to the losses, because all physics systems have losses, right? You don't get ahead. This is the the general laws of motion. There's going to be losses, and as it keeps slapping against the sides, the waves are going to get lower and lower and lower and lower until it never really made sense to call them waves, but even the ripples would disappear. And at that point, 40 years after I put that glass on that table, I think it'd be reasonable to go, that water's at rest. Do you not? Do you think, would you still go waves? Can I just ask you a question, female man? I don't want this to come out of left field, but do you or do you not? Please don't be offended if the answer's no, but feel free to be offended if the answer's yes. Drink your own piss.
Good spot.
That's a really telling silence. When you fill a glass with your own piss before you drink it, is there ever a point where it doesn't have waves in it?
Eggshells. I was just thinking that. I was like, does this glass of piss have waves?
All right, who needs to go on mute then? Good spot.
Me?
No. PD. Piss
Fuck, we've had
drinker.
some bad luck tonight.
Yeah, that's crazy. Bros from the Love Shack showing up.
Kind of want to figure out what the fuck the Love Shack was about.
He's logging on to create a presentation for a set of rules based on the US Constitution for the Love Shack, which is his apartment that he lives in alone. It's about as much as I understood.
He's more focused on that self-love. Come on, guys. Don't be so mean.
He's like, I was going to set some rules for myself today, but I've forgotten what the rules were. That's about the craziest thing.
As long as he doesn't forget his own safe word. You know what I mean?
Deacon Shadow, you there?
Deacon's going to tell us about the...
He's got a Darth Vader profile pic. May we be martyred in space. About me. All signs are pointing towards a globe.
He's got to. Look at him. Evolutionist.
Pro-choice.
Secular gamer evolutionist who thinks all cops are bastards. Tell us about your worldviews, Deacon. This is from Apollo 17 taken with a film camera. Well, that is worth having a discussion about. What makes you so confident that this was taken with a film camera, given that film is susceptible to radiation, in an area where you have no shielding from radiation and you are being baked by the sun, because this photo, according to your worldview, must have been taken with the sun due behind you? We need to hear some evidence.
He can't VC apparently.
Ah. Well, we kind of need to chat to you, man.
Can't VC, can only shitpost globe images.
Can only affirm what Neil deGrasse Tyson tells me. Cannot talk right now. Believing in globe. BRB.
The film was in a metal can, in a bigger metal can containing the humans that took the picture. Radiation was not an issue.
radiation was not an issue is a bold claim.
Compelling stuff.
That's going to need some. Because I feel like a more reasonable claim would be it was an issue, but they mitigated that effect. But like, it's not an issue is like,
Well, there's that interview with some of these Apollo astronauts, and the guy's like, so how did you deal with the Van Allen radiation belts? Because that's a lot of radiation. And the astronaut was like, well, we didn't know about them then.
Yeah.
As if that would
That wasn't in our
somehow,
briefing.
as if that would somehow negate their physical existence.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So either they were like, yep, NASA just shot us through radiation belts, brought us back through radiation belts, never told us about them, and we experienced no ill effects. Or what? Right, they don't exist or they never went there.
Whoever said that was full of shit. Well, he is an astronaut, Deacon Shadow, so yeah, I'd agree.
Well, look, we've heard about these actonauts and these silent TC defenders of them. Somebody go and rustle us up a proper globe defender.
Getting rarer these days.
They're all hiding in gems.
I was watching that Dave McKeagle or whatever his name is. He did a video on the moon.
Eagle exercises. That's right.
Yeah, David
Just,
Keegle.
he's got the tightest butthole.
I was watching. He did a video like how the moon landing has to be. He studied the thousands and thousands of hours of photos or whatever how he was saying, and I think he's even a photographer himself. I forgot his whole shtick, but it was interesting because I saw another video of they were explaining how in movie magic they they learned how to create a background because he was saying in his video like you would have to have like a set, like it would have to be really big and multiple like he was saying it's impossible, and which I would agree with him because yes, that makes sense, for the shot. That I get what he's saying, but what he didn't talk about in his video was that back in those days, uh, there was a camera trick that they learned um, when filming, these movies, to where they could make with like a backdrop. They could do this weird certain effect where they make it look way far in the distance, but it's a movie magic trick. And then in the moon landing videos, the guy that did the video on it, he shows like how you can point out that they use the same drop backdrop, because when the camera changes angles, certain things in that in that field of view doesn't change. Um and that's how you can spot out that they use that backdrop, because if it was in a real world, like they were actually you know in a on a moon or whatever, like it wouldn't look like that. It would it would be different, but it matches with the movie magic trick. But anyways, it's just interesting that he didn't even touch that at all. I don't know if any of y'all saw that or not, but it's pretty cool though.
Yeah, I think forced perspective is what you're talking about, where there's other examples of it where like there's like the biggest crocodile ever caught in Australia, and the whole town is lined up behind it, and this crocodile looks like it is like a football field long. It looks fucking enormous, and then they're like, yeah, we're highly doubtful of this photo now because the crocodile's slightly out of focus, and we don't know of them getting that big. We think this could be forced perspective. But interestingly, what they also said about the crocodiles was they were like, we do not know the upper limit that they get to because they appear to keep growing through life, where like most animals grow and then start shrinking, or grow and then die, whereas crocodiles seem to just keep growing.
That's weird. I never thought about that.
My favorite
Yeah, but if
part about
anybody
that
has that video, sorry,
my
Craig, go
favorite
ahead.
part about that David McKeegan guy is that he's done my last flat Earth debunk video like 12 fucking times. Like literally 12. Like, okay, dude, this is like the 12th time you said you're debunking flat Earth for the last time.
Right.
Like, when is his when is his epic debunk of flat Earth and he's going to move on with his life, be able to be okay that people disagree with his worldview? When is that video going to happen? Because he hasn't even convinced himself yet. Like, once you're convinced, then show me what you got.
Right.
Did you say last time? When was the fucking first time he debunked it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the best part. And you watch the video, he won't even talk about the Earth. He's like this one I clipped here, where he's like, he used the moon, and in his worldview, the moon is 250,000 miles away. Like, you just Google the shit. It's not. He's off. Like, he can't even parrot what Google says. See, if I put the moon this far away, it's a completely different model than I'm using to debunk the flat Earth. But I'll see you again tomorrow, even though this is my last video on the topic.
He probably gets paid too much on those. If it does
Yeah, it's
views
like
from
that.
YouTube.
Like, now that Professor Dave said, I'm not going to do flat Earth videos anymore because I want to talk about science. You know, a couple videos later, he's got like 1 million subscribers, but 200 views. Hey guys, have you heard about flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, people get addicted to it, right?
Does does anybody have that video by any chance of that guy explaining how the movie, the camera trick? Does anybody? I'm trying to look for it. I thought I saved it, but I didn't.
Microphone, look in the open chat. I posted the funny thing happened in the movie of the month.
Hey, what's up, Gregory? Good morning.
Hey.
Oh, you posted the video? All right, cool. Oops. Let me go to YouTube. Oh, this video is restricted. Please check the Google Workspace Administrator and or the Network Administrator restrictions.
Is that my best friend?
Google Administrator is your best friend. You need some better friends, man.
No, Apocryphon is my best friend.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who's talking? Who's talking? I'm not looking at the list.
Oh, I would cry myself to sleep if I said, "Is that my best friend?" And they were like, "Who's that?" New number, who dis?
I want to kill myself now.
Fucking slut, Brittany. You fucking slut.
Oh, it's Brit. Okay, well, Brit, you don't sound Brit right now. That's why. You sound different.
Yeah, maybe.
Hey, Pock's a friendly chap. He's got a lot of friends.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, mate. Or good afternoon for me.
In case I don't see you.
Hey, Gregory, I can't see the video. What was that? I'm sorry.
I was just laughing at Brit now.
Oh, I thought you called for me. Sorry.
Oh no, I said fuck off. If that's what you go by, then mate.
Oh
I'm like,
shit!
I'm like, wait,
Stuff's
did you say
getting
fuck
real
off?
out
Oh,
here.
you're talking to me. You're talking to me when you said fuck off. I thought you said apocryphon. It kind of sounds like fuck off. I mean, when you think
It
about it.
does. You're not wrong. Fuck off, apocryphon. But yeah, fucking it. As well, doesn't it?
Fuck off. Apocrypha. Fuck off. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. Now I'm stretching. Fuck officon.
Yeah, change your name to that.
Oh, yeah, that would be a good thing. I can't see it. Hey,
You're
Gregory, just let you know. I'll DM you.
See, we've got Cyclone in the house as well. Good afternoon to you, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Gregory is in the house as well. My favourite wordsmith. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Eggshells, what's up, brother? Hope you're doing well. Crit, obviously, our mental health worker. And Britnat. What's up, Brit? Alpha's in the house as well. I've got some people around. Just thought I'd give you all a shout out, say hello to you.
Good morning. Hey, happy Veterans Day to anyone that serves. Thank you for your service. If you're serving or you served, thank you. Not sure if any any Americans that served are in here.
Why was
Being
Nostin
that
solely muted? Does anyone know?
So
Is
again,
it?
what was that?
Nostin solely, whoever that is, he was muted. Does anyone know why?
No, but I'm sure we can undo that.
Yeah, I've just unmuted him. Nosin,
is it?
Nosin.
Oh yeah, yeah. I was just talking about like the triangle art theory and making a cult of triangle art,
That's what it
and
was.
yeah, they didn't like me for that.
Makes
Oh
sense.
right.
Well, we're talking about
Try,
the Earth here. If you care to join.
try again. This is Sunni male attractive troll Sigma.
Yep, that's me. Attractive.
So tell us what shape is the Earth and why?
It's flat. That's why I'm here.
Bullshit.
Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt.
Nope.
Put an X
Right.
in the chat.
Let's do the interview. Why do you think the Earth's flat, mate? No? Sin? No, Sins, Ollie. Did you say you thought the Earth was flat?
Well, yeah. Well, what? Did someone calling me? Hello?
Yeah, yeah. Did you say you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, yeah. The Earth is flat. That's why I'm here.
Okay, so why do you think the Earth is flat?
There's no horizon. There's no end.
There's no horizon, even though we can all see a fucking horizon. This isn't going to go well for you, is it, Sunshine?
This is not going to go well.
No.
Good. Glad we're on the same page. You say there's no
Yeah,
horizon.
that's yeah.
What do you
That's
mean?
how it's flat.
What do you mean by that? There's no horizon. I'll give you a chance.
Yeah, like the no horizon.
Didn't he say that it is flat? I'm not sure.
Yeah, yeah. This man says he thinks the Earth is flat. Asked him why, and he said there's no horizon.
Yeah, but it can exist in both ways, in my logic.
Wow. Let's pass you over to Brit now.
What kind of logic is that? Is that this logic of like A can be both A and not A?
Yeah, like they both can exist at the same time.
That
So
sounds like
A and not A are not mutually exclusive. You do not believe in the laws of logic and the
I believe in
exclusivity.
everything.
Wow.
There you go. Here we go.
That's another thing.
Peak globe. We've found the peak globe position.
Nope.
There's no more globe than logic doesn't exist.
Logic exists.
Not in your
and
head.
not exist at the same time.
So moving on, anyone who laws of logic is no longer worthwhile debating or discoursing with at all.
Wow.
This shit isn't even funny anymore. What are we doing?
Exactly.
I don't think I've laughed at this channel in a while. Oh.
Well,
You seem angry.
Yeah, if we give you a teddy bear, would you like to show us where the flat Earth touched you?
Why are you so angry, sir?
did he leave after saying that? Did he just get upset?
Yeah, he left. He's angry.
Don't
He's angry
just
at
get
you guys.
upset.
You guys pissed him off this morning.
Don't just get upset. Don't just leave. Let everybody
Rage
know
quit.
you're upset and leave.
Gregory, he has 1 and 4, but not 2. He must have taken it down.
Say again.
A specific one. He has
Say again.
MM1, MM3, and can you hear me? Check, check.
You're kind of roboting. There's like
He
a
has.
lag.
All right. Mic check. Can you hear me now? Hear me now? Mic check. Is that
You
better?
sound like a robot coming in for a landing.
Yeah, you're kind of roboting and there's a lag. That's why there's like I keep interrupting you every time I try to answer you or reply back to you.
Okay, let me try now. Better?
You sound better now.
Okay. I was saying in the video he has MM1 and MM3 and MM4 listed, but not MM2, which is the video that you posted. He has 1, 3, and 4, but not 2 on his list of videos. So maybe that one, for some reason, he took off. It's private or something. Maybe you have to have the direct link to it that he sends. I don't know.
It's weird because it wasn't private for me.
Yeah. He has
Go to his
MM1, 3,
channel.
and 4.
Go to his channel. Tap the filter
where I'm
popular,
at.
and then scroll down.
All right. So I'm on his channel. I see. Where's the filter at? It's here. I see home videos, playlist, community, and channel. I don't see how you could click popular. Here's latest uploads, interviews, moon landing films, and in the moon landing films, that's where he has the MM6, MM4, MM3, but I don't see the MM2. Where'd you get popular from? I didn't see popular. Moon Man video links again. MM1, MM3, MM4, MM6, MM7. Huh. Weird. Yeah, dude, that was just hidden.
It's not like you're in an entirely another country or something.
Mm-mm.
You know,
Moon
this
landing
this video is not
films.
available in this country.
Right. Oh wait, there it is. It's just in Spanish though. De la Torre de la Luna.
Well, you can handle that. I can't handle Spanish.
Well, this is weird. Well, no, I mean I saw the you know how you put
Yeah, I
a
saw that too.
that's weird. And that's 45 minutes long. The same one? That's
Mm-hmm.
actually French. That's not Spanish, it's French. So the English version then. Oh yeah, it says right here 6 unavailable videos are hidden. He has 6 of them hidden in that playlist. So you were able to see it. He probably allowed you to see it. Or however you found it. Alright, give up. Yeah.
I suppose you can find it on BitChute or Rumble or Rockfin
Yeah.
or Odyssey. They don't have an app; it's just a website.
Yeah, honestly, everything. It seems.
Damn, they have all the alternatives available in English.
That's weird that it shows hidden to me, but not to you. Oh, maybe you have to subscribe to him. Wait, I just thought about it. It's
Oh
probably
yeah, I
for
am
his
subscribed to
subscribers
him.
only. That makes sense. Let me go back.
Interesting. I
Just
never thought
dawned
of that
on
one.
me. Now that I'm subscribed, let me see if I can see it now.
See, patent irrefutable evidence that you're a brilliant man.
I got lucky. A lucky guy. All right. Now that I'm subscribed. All right. Now let me check out the playlist. Videos, home. Okay. Moon interviews. Moon landing films. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, just no. That was a good shot, but there still says 6 unavailable videos are hidden. I'm subscribed to him too now, so I don't know. Well, that was a good. That was a good try though, because I know some videos you have to be subscribed.
I do not get it. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
I see here. Hmm. Let me close my YouTube and reopen it. Let me see if that does it. I mean, I'm just trying all the different troubleshoots possible, you know? Maybe I subscribe, but I had to close the YouTube, have another go at it. I don't know. Hmm. Oh, still says 6 are hidden. Hmm. I'm on a quest. Aha, found it. In English. I found what you sent
Did
me
you?
finally. Yep.
Praise God.
Yeah.
I'd given up hope.
It's very. Mhm. Tell you what. I'll tell you what. I'll do this. For anybody else that ran into the same problem, there you go. Share it to you as well, in case someone else runs into that problem. And I'll post it
Oh, I
in
see.
the
From another
chat.
channel. Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Yep. Somebody else had it. It's the same exact video though. Ugh. Just in case someone else has problems. What time is it? 7:24. What time is the cleaners open? They usually open up really early, huh? Let me check. My sweater to the cleaners. 46 minutes long. Cool. All right, I'm gonna dip out of here. I'm gonna go watch that movie, stream it to my TV, and watch it.
I heard that. You know
You
what?
guys
I'm
have a
about to
good
do the
one.
same. God bless you, brother.
It's only 46 minutes. Hey, same to you, brother.
Yeah.
God
I
bless.
like how you said that. We both have humongous attention span, so we can just binge it all the way one sitting.
So
Right,
that
right,
channel
right.
like serious about Flat Earth, or is it a joke? I'm actually asking.
Huh?
Are there any like
What do you
flat
say?
earthers here?
Nah, they all left. We chased them out.
He's being sarcastic, by the way, if you didn't realize that, Dizzy.
No, I didn't realize. Sorry. You know, I don't check the rules. Who
Huh,
said
who's
that?
asking about flat Earth?
Oh
Me.
no, Big Daddy's
Sup?
here.
Sup, man? I'm just here to talk.
What's
That's
up?
all.
You're giving us what?
I'm just here to talk. I'm just here to talk, man.
Yeah, sure. You're saying, is there any flat earthers here? What information do you have to substantiate your claim
Bro,
of whatever paradigm you think exists? Whether flat Earth, globe Earth, it doesn't matter. Concave. What do you think the Earth is, sir?
bro, you need to
Sounds
chill.
like
I
he's
just came
getting
here to
called
ask.
by Chris
You know,
Well,
because
I
every
I'm
channel
just
has
here to
people.
talk.
you come here in peace, but I'm asking you a question
Oh yeah.
that
What's up?
a reasonable person would answer had they had two brain cells that they could rub together, right? So, what do you think the Earth is, sir?
Yeah, I think it's round.
Okay.
Right?
Now, do you have any evidence to substantiate the claim that it's a round Earth?
I mean,
As,
the moon is round. All the other,
we're not talking about. Did we
all
say
the,
the moon, sir? Are
every
we talking
single
about?
thing
Are we
I
talking?
remember you
Are we
mentioning the
talking
moon,
about the Earth?
Yo,
Alpha.
why
I
are
don't
you
remember you
so
mentioning the
mad,
moon.
bro? Why are you so mad, bro? Why
Yo, are
is
you
that all?
so
Is that what
mad,
you do
bro?
all
Shut
day,
the
bro?
fuck up,
Bro,
dude.
let me
I'm
talk
not
to you in.
the guy. I'm not talking to you. All right, so Dizzy, go ahead. You said the moon is round. So now, how do you know the Earth is?
Dude, you just said I'm not talking to you. You muted me. You said, "Yo, Dizzy."
Hey,
Oh,
I
you
didn't
know.
fucking mute you. I didn't fucking mute you. So, anyways, how do you know the Earth is round?
Oh, I
Go
don't
ahead.
know. I just, I usually like see a bunch of pictures of it round.
Well, you see a bunch of pictures, and you're
Yeah.
questioning. You're like, well, okay, these guys gave us these pictures, so the Earth must be like what these pictures are, right?
I don't know, man. I personally think, right, when I look and I see, I see the moon and all that, it's all like circle, right? It's all round. So, I just assume that,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
know, but
we're
that's the
round too.
that's the mother of all fuck ups when people assume shit, right?
Look, I'm here to hear your opinion. That's why I'm here. Like,
Well,
why
this
do you
is not
think it's
an opinion. Listen, check this out. This isn't an opinion. This is what we talk about in this arena. It's either you know or you don't know. So, and right now, it seems like you're very lost and you don't know. And the only information you have to substantiate your claim is images. Now, isn't that telling to you, sir, that you just believed in images?
uh I mean, yeah, it's images, sure. But
Right.
like
It's kind of weird that how you come in here like, huh, what is there any flat earthers in here? And
bro,
you're like,
yo, man,
oh,
I
fuck,
just,
dude,
I
I
tell you,
believe.
you wanna know why I said that, bro? Because I just
Relax,
joined,
relax.
everyone muted, so I'm just like, yo,
On.
any
So,
flat earthers in the flat
all right,
earth channel that want to talk to
relax.
you?
Can you relax? Can you relax? All
Yeah,
right.
what's up?
So I want you to take a step back and say, like, whoa, I came in and pretty hot saying, is there any flat earthers? When, and as a matter of fact, I just believe in pictures. Whoa, what the fuck? So now it's time to take a step back and
All right,
take a look
so I'm
at
sorry.
your
Okay, I
worldview.
shouldn't have said it like that. That's all. All right, you good?
Well, no, I know, but check this out, dude. Everybody who comes in here, they have this mindset that they think they know what's going on. But when you get like a check into your own worldview, you're like, whoa, man, I didn't know I believe. But yeah, you do. You just believe because someone showed you something. And I'm trying to expose that to you that over time, you've just accumulated a bunch of assumptions, a bunch of ideas from other people. You haven't thought about things for yourself. Now, the
Hey, what
first
about
step.
like, yeah?
Yeah, the first step, one second, brother. The first step to critically thinking about something is to analyze the information and then ask questions. How do I know that's true? Right? So that's what we're doing here. So, with the case that the earth is a globe and it's round, like we're analyzing that. How do you know? Right? So, is there any evidence that we can look for that you can say, I know that the earth is a globe because not just pictures, but I can give you this other information, right? So, what other information can you give us to substantiate the claim that it's a globe?
Sorry, I was reading chat. I'm so sorry, bro.
Yeah, go ahead. Is there any other information other than just images that you can give us that can give you substantiate the Earth being a globe? Anything else?
Yeah, I mean, like, satellites spin around the
Okay,
Earth, right?
satellite.
They give
Right.
like internet and shit.
Sat-
Uh,
satellite.
there's
Right.
like
Let's
people
talk
that
about
went
it.
to the moon, took
Yeah, one second,
pictures. I don't know.
brother.
I can see
Let's
that.
relax. Relax.
Yeah,
You said one word. You
from
said one word. Let's just analyze it real quick.
okay.
Satellite, right? Satellites. Do you
Yeah,
know what satellites are?
yeah.
What are they?
I think it works by the way that you send it to the sky and then just spins around. No, just spins the planet. No, that's how it works. Satellites.
Satellites? No, sir. It's a
All right.
piece of technology. People actually do assemble satellites. They are a real thing. But I'm asking you, do you know what they are?
No, tell me, bro.
So you don't know.
Tell me
Okay,
what
so
satellites are.
I will. That's a different conversation. But the conversation we're having right now is the information that you have to substantiate the Earth as a globe. So we went from pictures from space to satellites, and now we're investigating what you know. And it seems like you thought you knew, but now you're like, I don't know. What are they, bro? So you're asking me now. See how what we're
So,
getting to.
so how about you tell me
What?
how
Yeah,
satellites work? Does it not? Do we
yeah.
not
We can
send it
talk
and it
about.
spins in orbit?
Listen, brother. We can talk about things, but the first thing you have to understand is what the Earth is not, and
Bro, you're
then we
just
can
saying shit
talk.
out of your ass,
Sir,
bro. I brought
sir,
up
can
the
you
good fucking
control your
thing, bro.
mouth?
Bro, shut
Control
the
your
fuck
mouth
up,
for a
bro. You
second.
say stupid shit,
Can you
bro.
control your
You
mouth?
sound
Because
like a
you're
fucking
interrupting.
retard, bro.
You're interrupting my speech, dude. I'm trying to talk to you. So in
He
order for you,
left.
in order for, he did he leave? Okay. All right, carry on, gentlemen.
Yeah, he left. He got mad because he realized Earth is not a ball.
He realized that all he had was his idea that he thought he knew an answer to the question. Then once he investigated his own thought, he was just full of fucking marshmallows and gummy bears in his brain. He didn't have any idea of how he knows anything. Interesting. Curious, but interesting.
Marshmallows and gummy bears.
Hey everyone, how's it going?
We don't talk to
Well, how
AI.
do they do it?
What?
We heard your AI bot demonstration.
Yeah, that's scary.
How you doing, Alice?
I'm good.
That's good.
Everyone having a good day?
I surprised you there, didn't I, Alice? Gave you pause, huh?
What?
Howdy doodly.
Oh, I didn't hear. Yeah, that's silly.
That was corny.
Yeah, I wanted to take the sting out of that kid, but apparently I just took him straight out.
Take some out of him, but you just took him out.
Uh, how's everybody doing? How you doing, Greg?
I'm peaceful in you.
I'm doing excellent because I'm eating eggs and steak. Steak and eggs.
Eggs.
I heard the hell out of that.
Yes, sir.
My bacon. Have a good time. My bacon.
Clay, we can't hear you. Your mic is low.
I got beef with you, bro.
Yeah, me too, man.
Stand in line.
I just think you smell really bad.
You have a sense of smell like no other.
Yep.
It's yourself you're
You
smelling, bro.
studied.
You're on Discord.
I don't smell. No. I shower at least twice a month, dude.
Jesus.
You forgot your top lip.
I mean, it's only you sitting at your desk.
Yes, I sit
That's
at
you and
my
your
desk.
homies.
I like consume like at least 7,000 calories a day. Just sit on my desk and argue with people online.
Yeah, so it's you that's smelling.
No, I don't
Put
smell.
yourself out.
I use an entire bottle of Axe deodorant spray every day. I don't smell.
That ain't gonna
Okay.
get rid of the funk.
You can smell you over there.
A fucking bar of soap and some water will take care of that shit.
Absolutely
Not
not.
that.
You see their new advertisement video? Their latest edition.
Where they said
Or what do you say?
the Earth is round. Yeah, no, I don't watch those. That's propaganda.
Is it
That guy's cruising for a bruising.
I don't know what that
Wow,
means,
that
but I
smells
agree
really
with
good.
you.
What is that? Oh my god, that's
Axe.
Axe body spray. Oh my
Yes,
god, what?
sir. Yes, sir.
Oh my god.
I don't like
That
your
is so
burger.
surprising.
The one thing I hated about being in the United States last month was that on TV, that Burger King advert you have, it's really fucking irritating.
ABK. Every which way.
Oh my god.
What else do you hate about America, Brett?
Dude, that everyone's
It was
so
just a Burger King
fat,
advert.
dude.
I lost a lot of tea that day.
Be right back.
Take your time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Red Clay, you here?
Yeah, what's up?
Oh, your mic's very quiet. Can you get closer to your mic?
I'm not saying nothing.
I ain't saying not an interrogation, bro.
I'm saying I wasn't talking.
Okay. What's your thoughts on the Earth? Is it a spinning ball? Is it not?
They walk through that door, you don't say nothing.
Whether or not it is flat or a spinning ball does not affect my day to day.
But don't you live on it?
Yep, doesn't affect me though.
What if you were gonna fly in a plane? Would it affect the plane?
I don't know. Doesn't matter. I've flown plenty of times and I didn't have to ask the pilot, hey, is it flat or round? He just got me where I wanted to go. That's all I cared about.
Okay. Do you think the pilot has to care about whether it's a spinning ball or not?
I don't need to concern myself with the skills or trades of other people.
Okay. Or do you think anyone's ever measured it being a ball that spins?
Maybe.
Who do you think maybe did that?
I don't know.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
Cyclops,
I'll
you ain't
spoil
gonna
it
get.
for you.
You're not gonna get much mileage out of him until somebody else starts chiming in, and then he puts his cape on and goes, "Here I come to save the day." And the other.
He's one of
That's
those.
what Red Clay's all about. He's just in here for the fucking. He wants to. He's a Captain Save-A-Ho. That's all he does. He wears his cape and he walks around and saves other fucking knuckleheads. That's what he does,
That's your buddy's interpretation, but
right?
Not true, Red
That's
Clay. You're saving the hose.
Dude, if the cape fits, you know.
Yep. It sounds funny when y'all circle
All right.
jerk,
Well, you're
but
gonna need to
it's
save.
mischaracterization.
All right. Well, you're gonna have to save a lot of hose, Red Clay, because no one's ever
Like I
measured
said,
curvature or
that's
motion of
not
the Earth.
okay. Well,
I don't
Could you
trust people
save?
like
I'm
this.
not
Could you
engaging
save?
with you, obviously. So find
Okay. What
someone
about
else.
the billions of hose that believe the Earth is a spinning ball, but there's no
Well,
measurement for it?
I'm sorry history went that way. I apologize on your behalf.
Well, it's not your fault. It's not your history. You just believed it like all the rest of the hose.
Well, we believe things that we grew up learning. It's not to the fault of anyone.
Who's we?
The rest of the hose.
Y'all are some hoes, but you don't see me saying that.
What color is your cape, by the way?
Oh wait, you just did.
Garden.
I don't have a cape.
You like to do some gardening?
You'll see the
Invisible, like
color. You'll see
gravity.
the color once he starts saving someone. You're like, ah, that's a red cape. Yep, fucking
And then
red.
it turns colors.
Actually, it's not a color. It's just the color of a towel because it's
Bro,
just a
you're
towel.
only funny. You're only funny around your fucking colleagues, dude. You would be
Yeah,
lame as shit around anyone else.
dude, you're funny, Red Clay. I like how you come in here and say, "I don't give a fuck about what all this is about," and then like
Bro,
10
I
minutes
was in here
later,
being
and 10 minutes
quiet. Y'all are
later, 10
clearly
minutes
goading
later.
me right now.
Hold up, bro.
Cyclone was talking to me. He was trying to get me to
Hold
answer
up.
some stuff, and you
No,
jumped in.
listen, Red Clay. 10 minutes later, you
I
got your
was
fucking
literally
foot,
saying nothing.
dude. You
Wait,
got your
stop,
foot
bro.
coming through the door and be like, "Hold on there, Buckaroo. Here comes Red Clay." Like, dude, we already know you, bro. Like, what you do every day. You say you don't care, but yet when somebody else is getting shellacked, you're like, hold on, man, let the man speak. Like, dude, that's all you do. That's it.
Yeah.
You do
Yeah.
care. You don't want anybody to be, treated badly. You want everybody to be not nice to each other,
That's
and
right.
that's why, like,
It's not
yeah,
crazy. It's not a
yeah,
bad
Well,
it is.
thing.
if you really didn't care, you wouldn't be here, though, would you?
No,
Right.
what I don't
Right.
care
Do we have to
to
be
do
bothered with
is
all this
debate right
funk to
now.
talk about this subject?
Well, I wasn't
Yeah.
trying to debate you, but if you want to talk, that's
Well,
fine. You got to
you
talk.
were needling and trying to ask me questions to
No, I
get
was just
me
asking you
into
some
a discussion.
questions. That wasn't a
Yeah,
debate.
you
I
were
was just
trying to get
yeah,
me into a discussion. Just admit it. And then
yeah,
Alpha
yeah.
jumped in and started
Discussion, not
calling
Okay, so
debate.
me,
why are we being
whatever.
bothered with all this from you? Why do we have to be bothered with all this?
I was being quiet. Y'all are the ones that engaged me, my friend. I was
Hey, if
sitting
you don't
here
want to talk,
doing
you don't
nothing, my
talk.
friend.
Yeah, you don't
Okay,
want
so
to
then
talk, you
you
don't
could just
talk.
not speak then if you want to not speak.
Well, he addressed me and I answered. So
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
well that's
cool.
your fault, isn't it?
You can just go on mute now if you don't want to talk. That's fine.
that's cool.
I was just seeing if you're wanting to talk. That's all.
It's a
No,
whole lot
thank
of
you. Not
talking from
right
someone
now.
who
All
don't want to
good.
talk.
No, thank you. Not
That's
right
my
now.
thing.
All good. We'll
Thank
wait for the next one.
Yeah, have a seat, Red Clay.
Thank you.
Like a baby that wants to go to sleep but keeps hollering. God damn, take your ass to bed.
I done told you like 5 times, man. Get your ass to bed.
It's like joining a cheese server and someone's like, "Hey, what's your favorite cheese?" I'm not here to talk about cheese. I'm not talking to you.
No,
Yeah.
actually, that's what y'all do. You never present anything about flat Earth.
Oh,
You only talk about
Maybe
there
he's
you
talking
see?
again.
global Earth.
Oh,
I
there he
thought he
You only
wanted to
goes.
be
talk about.
quiet.
I thought you
I
want
don't
to
I
talk about
told
understand
you.
this.
Look at how
Does
y'all
not
got
make
a dog.
sense.
Look at how y'all got a dog
Hold
problem.
on,
He's
hold on,
still
hold on.
talking.
You
Cyclone got
lack
you to
the you
I
talk.
thought he
lack
wanted
the
to be.
you lack
I thought he
Bro,
wanted to
consistent
not
dialogue,
talk.
so
Why
you
is he
have to
talking?
have
yeah.
You all have to dogpile. That's the way y'all
Hey,
get
I'm
it
not
done.
dogpiling you. Listen,
You are.
I mean,
All of you all are dog.
you didn't want to talk about cheese. That's all right. You don't have to talk about cheese, but
It's a whole lot of talking
you're
from
talking
someone who
about
don't want to speak.
He's got to
people
mute
who
his
want to
24
eat
body,
hours
cheese.
of
bro.
moving here.
Oh shit. He's a funny guy.
Got to be bothered with such flagrant, patent self-contradiction in a discussion about what the facts are about the Earth. Good damn grief.
Did someone just mute him?
I think so. Yeah. It wasn't me,
Not
but yeah,
me.
he got muted.
All right. Well, I think if you don't want to speak, we don't need to mute him. But if you are
Today is
wanting
my
to
day
speak,
off. I'm in a good mood. So
yeah. If you want to speak, you can speak. But don't be like, I don't want to speak and keep speaking.
okay, thank you.
Oh boy, another one of those.
It's like a level is curved. Not speaking means speaking.
You'll get him to talk once you start shellacking some guy, Cyclone. He'll come back in.
Like dangle the old fucking line.
Joe's UK, move a camera, said, well, you really are backwards,
That's
huh?
why you're engaging me when I'm not even talking. I know you like me. It's cool. I'm the Kindle to get other people going. So that's fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
We're just killing the time, waiting for the next globe champion.
I feel you.
So sexy.
I'm not mad at that.
Rookie.
Well, come on, this guy's give me a break.
Because there's so much globe proof out there, we're told all the time. It can only be a matter of time before we're bombarded with evidence. Surely, any day now.
Yeah, I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night.
Where are you from, Alpha?
Huh?
Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Texas, but I moved to Iowa, so.
That explains why you're so corny.
Oh, that was a good joke. Fuck, man. At least you said one funny for the day. For those of you
What are you
guys who don't
saying,
know,
Mr.
Iowa's got a lot of corn and hogs, so.
Yep, Huskers and
Did you say hogs?
Yeah, pigs. Swine.
Oh, okay. Explains why they're so fat, man.
Swine.
I'm kidding. Don't mean
That'll
to
do, pig. That'll do.
I believe it's that'll do, donkey.
That would be Shrek.
All right. I am done with that. All right, y'all want to spar now?
Bro, you couldn't shadow box yourself, bro.
No, you don't. All right.
Well, have you got something to present for the globe?
I would like for you all to present me with a flat Earth proof.
Okay,
Proof
there's
of
no
flat Earth.
curve.
That's not a proof.
How would it not be?
You cannot prove to me that there is not a curve.
Well, I don't need to prove that there's not. It would be a positive claim to assert that there is, and if you can't, then there's
Is
none.
that your only means of proof?
Well, it's like a disproof, right? Because you would need curve for a
Exactly.
globe.
Why is it that you cannot present positive proof? Why is it always that you have to disprove the global model? Why is that?
Well, I mean, we can do whatever, but
I know that's what haunts you guys at night.
No, it's not,
Haunts
dude.
what?
One day somebody
something-
smarter than you will finally start to present something
When?
positive.
Where? Tell him to come in
Who?
here right now.
Who
I'd
would
like
do
to talk
that?
to that guy.
No, they will present something positive
Yeah,
on behalf
Right,
of
but
the
you
flat Earth.
understand.
Who the fuck
you
is that
understand,
guy?
Of the,
you understand
on the behalf of
you
flat
understand
Earthers,
that
somebody will.
saying,
But
right,
you
but you
guys aren't
understand
getting
that
it done.
saying that there's some guy somewhere, somewhere in the future that's going to prove the globe isn't a good argument.
That's not what I said. I said
my big
what I
brother
said.
will
Hold
come
on,
by.
bro.
When he
Hold on.
comes, you'll be sorry.
Hold on.
Like,
What
when
I
he never
said.
shows up, man.
Hold on. What I said is somebody is. You all didn't even let me finish. So what I said is somebody one day is going to present positive proof that the flat Earth exists, but you guys don't. The only thing you can do is shoot at the
positive
model
evidence
that's already
everywhere.
there.
You just put positive evidence everywhere. Just go outside, right? We don't detect
No,
any
that's
curvature.
not
It's
it.
flat.
That's not
Motionless.
There is no
Listen,
globe model.
the analogy,
Y'all can't get it
could
done,
fit.
bro.
Hang on, Red Clay. The analogy could fit. If you see in a car, it's not a fucking boat. It's not a dinosaur. It's not a cupcake. It's not anything but a car. So if you don't see any curvature, then it's not fucking curving. It's not fucking rectangle.
it's not a globe.
fucking anything else. It's not curving.
No, it's
There's
not a
no
globe.
curvature.
It's not a globe. That
El
might be all
comprende?
you can say.
Well,
all you can say
yeah.
is it's
So
not a
if
globe.
it's not curving, then it's flat, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
No,
really
all you
the
can say
reasonable
is that
two
it's not a
options.
globe. No,
It's either going to
So
be
if
curved
it's-
or flat, right?
you can't present a positive proof, bro. That's what I'm
It
saying.
is positive. What do you mean
You're
it's
saying
not?
what
Like
it's
if there
not.
is
You're
no
saying what
measurable
it's
curvature.
not.
Listen, did you measure any curvature out there, Red Clay? If there is no measured curvature, it's fucking
did.
flat. Okay, well, how did you do it? Then go and take us through the method.
No, I want you.
No,
to
I want it. You said
See,
listen
you
because
can't
the
do it. I
positive
started
claim.
this convo. I started the convo, not you. And I wanted you.
Well,
to
it doesn't
present me
matter.
a
The positive claim. The positive claim is that the Earth is a globe, and there is no evidence to substantiate that it's a globe.
This
Therefore,
says 24/7 flat Earth.
I
So I'm waiting for the
understand what the room name is, but you're saying that
But you're not
because
doing the
it's not a positive claim. The positive claim is that the Earth is a globe, right?
No, the positive claim is that you all believe that
Yeah.
it's flat Earth.
No, that's
Yes,
not it.
Yes.
Because of no curvature. That's why. Because of the positive claim
says
being
you,
that it
though.
has
Says
curvature. Says me. Says all of academia. What do you
No,
mean
says
says
all
me?
of your buddies. That's
No,
it.
Hold on, Red
academia.
Clay.
You know when you go to
Let's
school, they
see.
tell you that the Earth is a globe in a fucking vacuum of space with all this other shit. Dude, come on, man. Don't be
So
that
all of
fucking
academia
dense.
believes you, or they don't believe you. Which one
No,
is it?
they believe the Earth is a globe, so they're teaching it in their curriculum, Red Clay. Or have you not gone to school? Because
have
they're
not gone to
saying
school.
that out, huh?
I have not gone to school.
All right, then. So maybe you missed the memo that they're saying that the Earth is a globe to like everybody. So everybody's being told that the Earth is a globe, and it's a fucking positive claim because when you go out into nature, you don't see it.
But you make a positive claim, but you don't present a positive proof. You only
It's not
say it's
a
not this.
positive claim. The
You only
positive.
say
I
it's
just
not
okay.
this
Let's see
and
if you
not that.
understand it the second, third, or fourth time.
I
The
won't.
positive claim. Once again, dude, listen up this time. The positive claim is that they're telling you that it's a globe, which you do not see, and then they don't demonstrate
say
how it's
Nazi?
measured. Hold on, dude. You do not see it. So if you don't see the Earth being a globe when you go out into nature, then how the fuck do you know that it's one? That is the positive claim, and it's not demonstrated to be that. So therefore, if it's not curving anywhere, what is it, my man?
Okay, I don't know that the Earth is globular or globular.
Then
or
go
round.
and test the shit. Why are you
I
standing
don't
here in
know.
Discord? Go out in nature and go test it and come back
Why are
and tell
you
us the
standing here in
results.
Discord? I'm doing the same
Yeah.
thing you're doing.
Then go put the rubber to the road over there and go test it. Why don't you? Why are you in here waxing yourself philosophical or saying, "Well, you guys need to prove"? We don't need to prove shit.
I want to
The
hear.
Earth.
Okay, there you go.
Just
We
check
got
this
it.
out,
They
bro.
don't need to prove shit.
Listen, because you keep talking. Go onto nature. Nature will tell you. We don't have to. Nature doesn't have lips, by the way, but it will show
No,
you that
nature
it's
will
not
tell
curving
you. That's
anywhere.
a quote from you.
Yeah, but it's not going to show you curve. You're not going to go, "Oh, look, there's the fucking curvature of the Earth." You're not going to do that, man. There's no
for real?
curvature ever anywhere. So therefore, the positive claim, once again, this is the fifth time, the positive claim that the Earth is a globe has been debunked. And you can rest assured that we don't have to be in here telling you this day and night. You can go outside and test it for yourself. Pretty simple, right?
Academia. Why
It's
hasn't
just easy
academia
for
bought
anybody
in?
to do. I don't know why you don't want to do it, Red Clay. All you got to do, don't argue
you
with
don't
people.
have to filibuster. You don't have to filibuster.
Yeah,
You
well,
can let
don't
me
go.
talk a
Don't
little
be
bit.
asking people how's the Earth flat.
So
you
why
can go
hasn't
and see it for
academia
yourself.
bought in? Why hasn't academia bought into this then? Why do you?
You don't even know fucking academia because you just said you never went to school, dumbass.
You said yourself that, but I'm going off of what you told me. You don't have to.
All
name
right
call.
then. Well then,
But,
go ask them that.
You don't have
go
to
ask
name
them
call.
that. Then
No,
fucking
I'm
go
asking
ask.
you.
Then go ask them. Why are you asking me?
It seems like you're the one with the vendetta
I
against
was
academia.
indoctrinated. I was indoctrinated like the rest of them. Now, if you have that question for academia, go fucking tell academia. Go tell your nearest teacher about
You're
it.
the one that was telling me
Simple.
about academia that they're teaching everybody things.
They are.
Okay, so that sounds like you have a personal issue with academia, not me.
I don't have a personal issue. I'm telling you that they're telling everybody that the Earth is a globe. So
Why do you
the
think they're
instance
doing
of it
that?
being, yeah.
Red
So the
Clay, do
instance
you
of it
think-
being, if the instance of it being a positive claim belongs to academia, they're telling everyone, "Hey guys, Earth is a globe, and
Yeah,
you
why
live
do
in
you
a
think
solar
they're doing
system."
that?
And
Why do you think they're doing? Why do you think they're
Why
doing
do you
that?
think they're doing that? They're following a
think they set
curriculum.
their own
They're
curriculum?
given information to do a job, and because their job is telling them, "Hey, you got to teach the kids that it's a solar system and all that." They got to tell them that. That's a curriculum. That's what it's called. So they don't have a choice. They're doing a job. They're not deceiving people
So you don't
willingly
think
and doing it intently. They're just doing a fucking job, just like
so
pilots.
you think so people
same
that
thing.
make all the proofs and they do research papers, you think that they're just like, okay, I just got to fit the narrative. I can't.
Research papers. What are you on about, Red Clay? What research papers?
I asked
Can you
you a
explain
question.
what you're talking
I
about?
asked you a question.
No, I don't know
those
what
that
you mean
do
by
the
research papers, bro.
The professors, the graduates, the
Yeah,
PhDs,
what about them?
when they
Yeah?
do their research, do you think they're
What
being
research
honest?
on what? Research on what?
On cosmos, the globe.
On cosmos. What research can they do of the cosmos, Red Clay?
Apparently they're doing it.
Well, you tell
Now,
me if you think you know.
You might.
I don't fucking. You just brought it up. You brought this up. You brought this up. What research are they doing about the cosmos? What research?
Do you want to hear yourself
What
talk?
research
do you
about the
argue
cosmos?
with me like
I'm not
a
gonna let
female,
this
or
go.
do you want to argue
I'm
like
not
a
gonna
man?
let this go, Red Clay. What research about the
I know.
cosmos are they
I'm not
doing?
letting it go either. But
Well,
you're
then
not
what
letting me
research
talk.
are they doing about the cosmos?
Okay, so you like to hear yourself. That's what I'm hearing.
Are you gonna tell me what research you're doing about the cosmos? Fuck, just answer. What research are they doing about the cosmos?
Be quiet. Be quiet.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, be quiet. So you got cosmologists doing research about space and all that great stuff. You have radiologists and other scientists that come out of these academic institutes.
You're a fucking clown, dude.
And they're
you didn't
doing
even say it.
okay.
You didn't.
So you don't like my answer? Okay.
No, you
Why
didn't
don't you
give
like
me an
my
explanation.
answer?
You just said
You
they're
gotta
doing
name call.
research
You
about.
gotta keep
Hold
name
on, Red
calling.
Clay.
No,
Dude,
you gotta call me
just
a
wait, bro.
clown and call me a bitch.
Hold on. You just hold on. You just said they're doing research of the cosmos. You basically reiterated the point you just made prior to this one. You're just saying the same thing a little bit differently. It's a little twist on what you said. Still the same shit. What research? I'm still asking of the cosmos. Go ahead.
There is all kind of research out there. You know the
Okay,
research
give me one thing.
You know the research because it's all stuff that
Dude, you don't fucking know what you're talking about. What research? Go ahead.
learned growing up.
You don't know what research,
all that
dude. You're
stuff
just
was
saying
predicated
things.
on all that stuff we learned
Predicate,
growing
that's a
up was
$10 word.
predicated on research.
That's a big word for you, man. Are you sure you can handle that word? By the way,
Can you handle it? Why did you point it out?
What information?
I don't
about
think
the
you
cosmos?
can handle the word. It's not a $10
What
word
information
for me,
about
is
the
it for
cosmos,
you?
Red Clay? Tell
I
us the
already told
information.
you all the stuff we learned growing up. That's all
All this
predicated
stuff.
on
What
research.
Can you know
Wait,
that
wait, wait,
because
wait.
you
Wait, hold
haven't
on.
been to school?
Yeah, you haven't been to school, so what stuff? You're a fucking clown, dude.
See,
What
you got
stuff?
a name call. Your feelings are
Yeah,
hurt.
because you said you didn't go to
You don't
school,
have
and
to
all of a
name
sudden
call.
you did.
It doesn't matter. You
How
don't
did,
have
how
to
did
name
you go
call.
to school,
I'm
bro?
not name calling you.
How did you? Wait a minute. I'm
not
just
name calling
examining
you,
what
bro.
you're saying, dude. You went to school. You
You
didn't
don't
go to
have to
school. Which
name
one is
call.
it? And on top of that, you haven't given me what research the people in
I did give you research,
in
but you
academia
don't
are
like
doing.
what you don't like what you hear. I did. Give
You just said cosmos. They're just researching. They
No,
researched the
that's not what I
cosmos.
said. That's not what I
Yeah, they
said.
did. You did. You researched the
it's
What
not.
did they learn about the cosmos?
It's not, dude. That's not what I said.
What did they learn about the cosmos?
It's not what I said.
Just tell me what they learned about the cosmos. You have
That
this
is not
mind.
what I said. You're,
Well, what
you're
did they
saying
learn?
that I said
All
that.
right, fine. Let's say it the way you want, Red Clay. Say it how you want, but tell me what they learned from whenever you're done. Don't just say things. Tell me what they learned. Go ahead.
You need to listen to things and listen to
Okay,
the
so
response.
let me listen to you tell me. Let me
Notice
listen
how
to you.
every time I give an answer, you
All right,
come
go
right
ahead.
on the heels of me. You come
Yeah,
right on the
you
because
need
you're
to know
not
what
listening.
you're talking about.
Because you
You
don't
can't
listen.
say shit in this
The thing
arena.
is, you don't listen.
No,
You've got bumper
no.
sticker
Yeah,
line
you can't say
rebuttals,
shit.
and that's all you.
All right, you need to relax, brother. All right, now I'm only muting you because you don't know how to stop. So the only thing that I'm asking for, Red Clay, is for you to describe what you know when you say you know something. So if you said that they talked about the cosmos, I want to know specifics. What did they say? Go ahead.
No, that was cowardly mute. That was a cowardly mute.
I have to. Do you know how to stop?
No, you didn't. You didn't have.
You don't know how to
anything.
stop, Red Clay.
Bro. Let me just very quickly.
No, I'm
let me
not
just-
talking. I'm not talking to anyone else. I'm not talking to anyone else.
Wow.
All
All right, could you just answer me this? Have the researchers proven that the Earth is a ball?
Not talking to you. Not talking.
Well, what have I done?
You gotta let him at least answer some questions, Red Clay. You don't be like that, bro.
Goddamn thing.
I was
Oh,
very
come
polite
on.
to you. Why wouldn't you speak to me?
I know y'all. Look, y'all were bored. That's why you wanted me to engage, and I happily
Hey,
will. It's my day
why
off. I'm
wouldn't
having
you
a good
engage with
day.
me? Why wouldn't you engage with
Because
me?
I'm talking to Alpha. He's the one who I already backed into a corner, and he had to mute me because I backed him into a corner. And now
So
you
he
jump
thinks
in.
he's winning. He thinks he's
Is
winning
that how you
against
see
me.
it? Fuck, dude.
Decides
Okay.
to continue. Wow. Okay, fair enough. Carry on winning, I suppose.
Thank you. Goodbye. All right. So, Alpha, like I said, we grew up with all the things that we learned about the globe. You learned them too. And those were supposedly predicated on evidence and research by
Supposedly.
academics. Yeah.
Yeah, we all went to the education camp, dude.
Yeah, we all did. So, why are you acting brand new when I say that's the stuff that we learned?
That's the stuff we were programmed.
I'm talking to Alpha.
But I'm talking to you.
Yeah, but I'm not talking to you. So, there goes that.
There you are.
Where'd Alpha go?
He's not here right now.
He tucking tail?
Yeah, buddy, you got him.
Okay.
No, I'm eating my apple, dude. Sorry. No, what I'm saying is.
Is that apple round?
No, it's not actually.
Newsflash.
It's not fucking
You
round,
don't
dude.
make the rules in here,
Shapes-
and you don't choose who you talk to in
Yeah,
here.
actually, I do.
No,
Watch
No,
this. I'm
you
not talking
don't.
to you
It's
anymore.
apple
Fucking hell, bro.
shaped.
Dude, what the fuck?
This guy is classic.
The
No,
faith
but
is
check it out.
strong.
I'm just trying to figure out because you said I didn't go to school, and then you came back and said, well, we all went to school. Did you or not go to school? Because I'm confused now. You have to settle that you went to school or you didn't go to school.
Flat.
Just let everybody know if you did go to school, so we can at least.
It ain't got nothing to do with whether or not the Earth
Yeah, it
is flat.
does.
No, it don't.
Yeah, it does because everybody
Me
learned
going to
about
school has
the
nothing to do with that.
heliocentric globe Earth from academia, bro. Like all of us have. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Like, why are
that's
you
what I told
denying
you.
that? Embrace it, bro. Say, yeah,
That's
I went
what
to
I
school.
told you. I said we grew up learning that. That's exactly
Okay,
what
so
I said.
you did go to school, right? Like everybody else.
I grew up learning it. Yep.
Daniel, why don't you want to be honest
Even
and
if
say
I
you went to
didn't
school,
go to
bro?
school, my parents told me that. You know
Well,
what I mean?
bad, but everybody learned from the education system, right? Or
My
did you
parents
not?
probably did. Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't go to school, period. So there was no schooling for you.
None.
There's only your parents.
Yep.
So you're homeschooled.
Mm-hmm.
It's still
you can
school,
even
bro.
say that.
It's still
I grew
school.
up on a farm.
You still learned. It was still
I pretty
school.
much wasn't. No, I didn't.
Was there
have
a curriculum?
curriculum.
Was there a curriculum that your parents
I
had to
didn't.
follow? Like,
I didn't. My parents literally skirted the school system.
all right. Well, then let's just toss that out. But what we're saying is, from the point of view that everybody that goes to school gets told this information. So on a mass
Like I said,
scale,
even me, like my parents.
well,
you know,
fine.
that's just
Well,
what they
fine.
told
But
me.
on
It
a
wasn't
mass,
in a formalized setting. But
what I was getting to is on a mass scale, everybody's being told this information
I agree.
without
That's
any
what
evidence.
I said. That's what.
So,
but
all right, you
here,
agree
all right,
with me
all right.
now.
Now that's where we come to a fork in the road because you're saying without any evidence, and I say, okay, there was evidence. Now maybe it's not sufficient for you,
Well,
which I
present
would
it.
be.
I don't know what
I would be
you got in mind.
charitable. I would be charitable in saying that maybe the evidence was not sufficient for you, but for those that do believe in the globe idea, they appreciate and give credence to the evidence that was presented to them.
Dude, how
They
the
believe
fuck is
it.
that? How the fuck?
You're
Yeah,
right.
how the fuck is that even
And
scientific?
then your next thing is
I
going
don't
to be,
get
well,
it.
how
No,
much
wait.
do you actually
No.
know versus what
No,
you
no,
believe?
no,
I
no,
know
no.
that.
You can't
I know
skip
the
off of what you
dialogue
just
tree.
said. We're not going to skip off of that.
I know that's what,
you
you're
just said.
getting at, though. Is
Well,
do
we
you
just gotta
actually
dig
know it
into
or
it,
do you
dude, 'cause,
believe
like,
it?
For you, that's the only method of understanding something. The only method of understanding is believing. So you said, well, granted, you didn't believe, but we got another group of zealots over here who do believe that you are saying not to. So why does belief enter into this when you could say they were not demonstrated that the Earth is a globe? You could have said that, but you didn't. You chose the word belief and credence and credibility and other words that you're trying to say where they don't have to actually know it's a globe, just presented an idea of how it can be a globe. That's all really what you're relating to.
Just
and
like
that's not
what
evidence.
you're doing is you see one or two empirical observations and you believe what your senses tell you and you conclude that the Earth is flat and you
Okay.
believe from that. So
It's not a belief though. It's a demonstration. It's demonstrated, not curving. So once you demonstrate something, then it's not the other thing you thought it was because you just demonstrated it.
because we've all been misled by our senses.
So You're saying being misled by your senses. Give me an instance where you're misled.
So,
Go ahead.
optical illusions. These things happen.
Like what? Like what are you?
An
Name
optical
one.
illusion.
Give me
Any
one.
optical illusion.
Like a magic trick.
Optical illusion, sure.
Like a magic trick?
Or an optical illusion. That is an example. An optical illusion, something you think you see, but you don't actually see.
Okay, so like a magic trick.
Like an optical illusion, no.
Well,
like a
I need you to
magic
give me an
eye,
example.
Like a magic eye.
I'm telling you a magic trick. So what example do you have?
Something that looks like it's moving that actually isn't. A magic
like a magic
eye.
Trick?
No, it's not a magic trick. Stop
Well, then
trying
what is
to
your
equate
example?
them.
Give
I
me your
just
example.
gave you one. I just gave
No,
you
it's
one.
an optical illusion is a broad term for some phenomena that's taking place.
It's broad
I need
to
you to give
but
me.
it's broad to you, but any sane person understands what I'm
Red
saying.
Clay, give me a real world example. What
I
you mean?
did optical illusion.
Of what? Of what?
An optical illusion.
Yeah, but that's just a broad term.
Any illusion that appears to be one way, and then once we observe it even deeper,
Right, but
or someone
so,
gives us
listen,
a greater understanding that we
an
originally
optical,
don't have.
An optical illusion or an optical. There's a difference between an optical illusion and an optical phenomena. You know that, right? You're conflating the two. It sounds like that's why I'm asking for you to give me an example.
Want me to conflate the two. That's why you keep saying magic trick.
I want you to distinguish
that's
the
why
difference
you kept saying
between
magic
them.
trick when I said optical illusion.
Because that's why I want you to get to the distinguishing part about like what makes them different. Go ahead. What makes them different?
You tell me.
Well, your evidence,
you're
bro.
The one.
You're the one coming in there with the hot and heavy evidence of like it being. Well, we can't trust our senses because of optical illusion.
We can't trust our senses.
All right.
That's like that's philosophy 101. I'm talking to
philosophy.
Alpha.
That's not philosophy 101.
I'm talking to Alpha.
That's
I'm not
solipsism 101, bro. That's solipsism 101.
That's cool.
That's what that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Teach me, bro.
Yeah.
Teach me.
No, I don't have to. Academia is doing a very good job of doing that to you. And probably your homies that you hang around with. Yeah, Red Clay, you can't believe anything because that's how science works. You're like, yeah, bro, that's a great idea.
That's a cool imaginary story you're telling. That's a cool imaginary story you're telling.
Because you wouldn't be carrying
Where's the flat Earth? When are you going to get to flat Earth, sir?
We're going back to optical illusion. We're going back to your point. Optical illusion is what you're hinging everything. We can't trust our senses because of optical illusion. I'm like a magic trick. You're like, well, fuck, dude. You know what I mean? I'm like, no, I don't. Give me a real world example. Real world example. You're like, it's just optical illusion.
Stop mischaracterizing
dude,
everything,
well then fucking give me an example.
You know what an optical illusion is. You've seen them.
I know what an optical illusion is. I want you to give me a real world example. Okay. Like, go ahead.
A magic eye. Have you ever seen a magic eye?
Oh, what the fuck? A magic eye? Go, tell me what that is. What the fuck is a magic eye?
They were the books that you would look at, or they look at them for a long time, and you relax your eyes and you see it looks like a 3D.
All right, that's a good example. That's a good example.
Illusion.
That's an optical. Some people do see that. Some people don't.
Yeah, if you don't have full vision in one of your eyes, it tends to not.
So hold on, Red Clay.
I am not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not going to answer whatever you say.
Okay, it's not a question. Well, it's not a question. So what you're saying is when you further apply your senses, you're able to suss it out. Thank you.
I think he deafened.
Oh, I'm sure he did.
All right, Alpha, you ready?
Yeah, Red Clay, you were much more entertaining as a cheerleader.
I heard. Fuck, dude, he's deafened again. Now he's muted. Oh fuck! I didn't do that, by the way.
100% cope.
Yeah, let's let Miggy go with it because unless we've got some other Globers in here,
I don't see anybody in here, but yeah, we'll fill some time. Somebody else comes in. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want, I don't care.
That's quite funny.
I'll talk to him. I don't have to talk to him. It don't matter. He's still there, but he's deafened.
So I was going to ask, maybe you can ask him. So when you go to the beach and you're looking out and you see a flat horizon and a motionless Earth, is that an optical illusion? What optical illusion are we seeing?
I was actually gonna take him to a few because he's trying to qualify optical illusion as optical phenomena. They're not the same.
Yeah, exactly. So you need to put them down to how does this work in the real world when we're going out experiencing the Earth?
Yeah, I've had experience with people that say this, so he's conflating the two and saying they're two and one the same, and they're not. Because on the one hand, you can say and qualify what an optical illusion is, And on the other hand, an optical phenomenon would have to be a totally, completely different thing. And saying that you cannot trust your senses on either one would be disqualifying your senses to dictate whether or not, like what old Haas was saying, that you could distinguish how it's being an optical illusion from an optical phenomenon. So yeah, somebody who doesn't
that's what
know.
Red Clay said.
Well, no, I'm saying like, but somebody who doesn't know would automatically go into the realm of saying that it's 2 and 1. It's the same. Like there's no distinguishing it, and you can also say that
No, I get
because
it.
of that.
No, Red Clay said your senses could be deceived, and then he said the remedy to that was to further apply your senses.
Yeah, there's so solipsism
He doesn't.
works.
He doesn't even get it. He doesn't even get it.
So solipsism works in kind of the same way. They speak two sides of the mouth, right? Usually when they're in here. So yeah, it happens to be that whenever they do speak, they're saying two things at once. Oh, you can't trust your senses, but the thing that makes you determine the thing that you thought that wasn't there is actually your fucking senses. So it's like, oh, well, that's weird. I thought you said we couldn't trust the thing that you said we couldn't trust, and now we can trust it. Like that's strange. How does that work?
No, Miggy. No, you didn't understood him. What he was saying was that if you look at your courtyard, if you have one, and you see it flat, that's an optical illusion. But if you have a beach ball in your courtyard, that's definitely not an optical illusion.
Well, dude, first of all, do you live in the 1800s? Where the fuck is courtyard coming? Fucking hell. Oh no, that's more
I
like
mean,
the 1600s.
this is what he was saying, you know.
Yeah, I
like,
know, I get you, man, but like,
Yeah.
I understand it completely. I'm at the very end of that argument, waiting, just waiting. Like fuck. Anyway, yeah, I guess if you guys want to keep him muted, I don't give a shit. I'll talk to him. I don't talk to him. Don't matter.
I know you are, but what am I?
I think he developed some sort of feelings.
Well, listen, man. Solipsism is really prevalent in the Glober's mindset. Like they see that they can justify solipsism by saying that because in the Glober reality, they cannot say that they understand how the Earth is a globe because they can't detect it with their senses. So they would have to fall in line with the solipsist mindset and say, I have to take on this epistemology because of the fact that science doesn't work in absolutes. It only works in like we can never know anything to be 100%. Therefore, solipsism seems the right fit for my mind. So yeah.
Well, I just unmuted Red Clay if he wants to continue talking to Alpha.
All right, Red Clay. Back to our example here. That well, actually the one that you brought in. Somebody looking at one of those images, right? And they can't determine whether or not they can see what they see because it's an optical illusion, right? Yeah. I can't hear you, man. I see you lighting up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So, is that how you're going to qualify the fact that we can't trust our senses?
Yeah.
All right. So, when people create these things, do they have
can
to?
I make a clarification on that?
Yeah.
Maybe I should have better said it's not that we can't trust our senses, but we should question what we see and observe.
Well, that's different.
That might be a better, more.
That's different. That's not that you don't trust your senses. You have to investigate further, right?
Correct. Agree.
Well then, what the fuck is the problem here? Because I mean, that seems to be
because
fine.
Just going outside and saying, "Oh, things look flat. The water's flat on the ocean."
Yeah.
That's like okay. That's like step one. All right, the water's flat on the ocean.
I agree. Listen. There's not one thing you're saying right now that I'm not saying no to. So okay, yeah. Now what's the next step? We're gonna keep going until we find out, right? And more information. What other things can we do?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, we don't stop at just saying, "Hey, man, it looks pretty fucking flat," even though that would be okay to say, right?
Exactly, and I would make the argument of, okay, we haven't.
Well, dude, fine. Let's just take a look at it from that standpoint.
I didn't even get to say anything.
I know, but just hold on, dude, because the reason why I'm jumping in is because if we're both standing, me and you, right? You have the mindset that the Earth is a globe, and I don't think that because I'm looking upon the Earth. But even if we're both standing and looking at the beach and saying, "Hey, look, that horizon looks pretty fucking flat," you can agree with me then, right? On that statement. It looks pretty fucking
Horizon
flat.
does look flat.
All right. Well, then what you go finish. I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that we're standing. We're both seeing things. We're not going to be like, it looks like a globe to me. Like, that would be disingenuous.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. What were you going to say? Hopefully it was in line with what we're saying. We're not swinging off to another topic,
I
are we?
want you to present to me that this Earth is flat beyond just the
Shadow of a doubt?
oceans and. Yeah,
Alright,
I want you to do as much as the global people do in
Well,
teaching me about how flat this thing is and what
yeah,
it
that's
looks
fine.
like and all that kind of stuff.
So what we would say is that on the horizon, not just the horizon, but a drop over the distance or elevation change from your position to a target distance, there has to be some sort of measurable elevation change. Like, I don't give a shit how much. There needs to be something there. And then you have to qualify it by saying, okay, so we have this understanding that we're standing on an oblate spheroid. That oblate spheroid has measurements that it has to conform to. There's no really, we can't say there's wiggle room. Like, well, it could be a lot bigger or smaller. It needs to be understood that it's only a certain size. Would you agree with me on that? Because I don't know how much of the Earth being a globe do you understand? Like, what it? Okay, so from what they're saying, right? We're getting the measurements from the public information. You can look this up: radius, diameter, circumference. Google will spit out a value. You're gonna know all that information. We're taking that stuff. We're not just going off of, hey man, the Earth's not round. Like, no, we're getting the information that they're telling us as settled science, or it's objectively true. So we're looking at that information and saying, okay, the thing's a fucking certain size. Now we got to take that information and apply it to the physical and natural world. So let's go out into the field. We're going to test it. That's what we're going to do. You and me, we're taking that information and going to see how much curvature, like they say it would be, demonstrated. And that's what we're doing. We're just testing the claim. That's what I was saying before in the very beginning that we had a little trouble with. The claim is it is a certain size. And they tell you, me, and everyone else the size of the Earth is radius 3959, circumference 24,901 miles. Like, all this stuff is very specific because not only is it specific, it's useful for their knowledge of the cosmos. Now, the radius value is tied into so much shit. I don't know if you knew this or not, but they're saying that in order to get the cosmic distance ladder to shit up there, you got to know how big the Earth is to know how far away shit is. So the first rung is the actual radius value. So they have to know how big the Earth is, compare it to other shit, and then start to figure out the distances. And they work all this out. Not only that, but they use orbital mechanics from the size of the Earth.
Teach me about flat Earth.
Yeah.
Right
so
now,
now
you're
let me
teaching me
just
about
get to it. Let me just get to it, dude. Because I think what you're
teaching
missing
me more
out
about
here.
global science than
I know that, but what you're missing out here is that how important it is. So
no,
I'm
it's
giving
not,
you the
because I don't need
Yeah,
to
it
learn
is, dude.
a damn thing about global Earth to learn about flat Earth. I should
That-
be
no,
able to
but
listen
what
to
I'm
you
telling you,
tell me
dude,
about
check
flat
this
Earth
out.
and only flat Earth.
I know that, but I have
When's
to
it
lay the
coming, bro?
foundation.
Nah,
The
you
foundation
don't.
needs to be laid for you to understand. Okay, it's not just some arbitrary numbers. They said, "Hey, what can we give the Earth as a size?" I just 3959. That'll work. No, it's specific. It is very specific, and it's tied into all these things that I just told you. Right? Orbital mechanics, cosmic distance ladder. Like, it's important information to know about orbits around the Earth, and
Is it?
information that they would figure into their
so.
equations for like sending rockets to orbit or whatever. So they need to know this. It's so important, right? So now that we understand it's so important, we're gonna see how it applies to us figuring shit out. So what we can do is test these very important numbers, right, to see if they line up with reality, which means we're gonna do a field test. So when we go out there, we're gonna do a line of sight test. I think that's probably the easiest thing you and me and every man can do, right? Like, it doesn't need complicated equipment. We're gonna see if we can how far we can see in the distance, and then say, okay, we got a point of observation, whatever it is on the beach, and then I'm gonna
Hey,
look
does the
off into
Earth
the.
extend forever?
Are you gonna let me tell you the example, or are you want to drive this shit? I mean, it's up to you, man. You can drive it if you want. We're just gonna go off into a cliff, but you're not ever gonna know. It's up to you. All right. So line of sight test is important when we're actually doing this measurement test. We're going to qualify the Earth being flat by saying if it measures any curvature from a line of sight test, we're going to know. That's one thing we're going to find out. If it is elevation changing from point of observation to a target distance, and we're going to be conservative. Let's not get too crazy with it, right? Let's not go. Let's try to look over for 100 miles. No, we're not doing that. We're just going
Why
a
not?
good sample set is somewhere around 20-mile range. 20-mile range is really good, I think.
Who
My
said
opinion.
that's good range? I want to know as far as far can go. Why can't you give me
Well,
that?
as far can go, it's a great way to do it. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But the thing is, if we're going to be conservative and just say, look, all we need is to know if there's any elevation change or drop over the distance, we're good. Not only that, another thing you can look at is the horizontal, the horizon being horizontal. If there's any rate of change of slope, if there's a rate of change of slope on the horizon, right, the horizontal line that you see, then that's going to qualify the Earth at the horizon line. Because so there's two things, right? We're looking at the horizon, which is pretty fucking flat to you and me, like how we see it. But if there's any deviation, we're going to notice that as well. So there's two kinds of ways that you can figure out if the Earth is a globe or not. We're going to see a deviation from horizontal. So anything that measures, because the horizon is measuring zero, right? For now, like as we're visually seeing it. Now, if there's any deviation from horizontal, like as a slope, then we're going to be able to detect what it is. And then not only that, we'll get the measurements precise. Like, okay, it deviated, fucking whatever it is. We'll do the measurement. Don't worry about that. And then from our point of observation to a target distance, we're going to get elevation change. So that's the second thing we're going to be looking for. Elevation change from my point where I'm standing to a target distance. So on both axes, right, we're going to see if from me to the target distance and from the horizon's perspective, if there's any elevation change. So we're actually looking at two things now. So we're going to make sure that we're sure. We're not just going to go off and say, Earth is fucking flat. Let's walk away from this. No, it's got to be absolutely sure that we're not just saying things. So elevation change would be a target distance. We're going to get our target height, and then here you could play around with a little bit of like putting the elevation height to however tall you are, lowering your elevation height to get the narrowest of angles. Like the only thing that I'm telling you right now, Red Clay, is I'm trying to show you when we do these line of sight tests, we want to get as low as we can to the ground. Why are we doing that? Because it's important for us to figure out if that's going to change a line of sight from a target distance, and if it is, then at what rate is that going to change, and so on. So we're looking at something you can probably look up, and I want you to, if you want to write this down, angular resolution. That's one thing you have to make sure that you take note of, right? Angular resolution. That's just, and it has nothing to do with flat Earth and globe Earth, right? That's optics and the way we visually see things. There's going to be some information that you look into when it concerns that, like the optical perspective through your vision, depending on how good your vision is, 20/20, and varying ranges. But because of all this, there's so much different values that can come up, right? So we're going to get a medium, right, with 20/20 vision, elevation height being at a certain range, and target distance. All of these things that we have for values, and on top of that, we're going to get something that helps us understand what the measurable curvature would be, let's say, if it was there. So we're going to use something like Walter Bisland's Earth Curve Calculator or McWest's Curve Calculator. There's a couple of them that are out there, but you're going to see like there's some sliders that you can actually change the values on, and you want to be conservative. You don't want to go too crazy, like I said before, because you want to make sure that you have the values to where you can feel comfortable to say, we can detect curvature within this range, like the certain ranges that you're dealing with, right? And I said 20 miles. I don't want to get too crazy with it, because then you're gonna try too hard to see a lot farther than you normally would, right? So your weatherman will tell you more or less like how clear the air is, so you could well, today you'll be able to see like 15 miles away or whatever the fuck. They'll tell you certain information that kind of gives you an indication of how far you can see. That's not a gold standard. You could probably see a lot farther or closer. It doesn't really. That's just an estimate. Thank you for that. And so what you're going to do is make sure that you have all this information when you go out and do your line of sight test. So once you're ready, you're going to have to find something that demarcates a distance from your point of observation. Now, what I mean by that is you could qualify an oil rig. I would say buoy, but I don't know how buoys are reliable for their position. I would say, however, a peninsula that actually extends out into the distance, where you could say, okay, I see the peninsula, but the target distance is always going to be the horizon. That's what you're aiming for, the horizon. So you need something in between your vision, like I said, an oil rig or a peninsula that sticks out, or something that demarcates a distance in your line of sight to the horizon. So once you have all of the information ready to go, what you're going to do is make sure that you document everything. Your data points need to be done at a timely basis. So let's say you go, I don't know, fucking 12 noon. You want to make
Why
sure,
do they need to be done on a timely basis?
because every like, doesn't matter what time you go for, the optical variance will change from hour to hour. So let's say you go in the morning. They usually say this, right? The best times to go make an observation is usually at dusk or dawn. So like right when the sun is not. Yeah, the light causes optical variance. So, but what I'm saying is,
What's
when you
optical
have,
variance?
yeah, when you have, huh? Did you say something?
What's optical variance?
So, like, when the light is shining on things, it tends to act differently as like how your vision works. It's using the light to actually see things in the distance. Like, that's a no duh, right? You need light to see. So the more light you have, and the more light has entered into your eye, it's going to change how you see something depending on how far away it is and how much air it has to travel to. Because air or light through air attenuates. So light through air will attenuate, and depending on how much light passes through the air, it will change the optical density of the thing that you're seeing. So let's say, for instance, the thing that you're demarcating the distance with, it could look wiggly or something with a lot of light through it. So because of the denser air that you're looking through. So you really want to go for the range of, like, getting to where there's light, but there's not too much light, kind of thing. So they always say dusk and dawn are usually the best times to do this.
Why can't you have too much light?
Well, like I said, because the light, the way it attenuates to the air, it's going to cause optical phenomena to occur. Namely, like inferior mirage. Inferior mirages are normally occurring throughout the time when there's a lot of light. So, and you might qualify that as heat haze. I don't know if you've known this or not. You know what heat haze is? Inferior mirage. It's colloquially known as heat haze, but you can think of it as an inferior mirage. And you can look this up too, by the way. Everything I'm saying, look it up. I want you to.
What's that? No, you don't look nothing up when I tell you stuff, so
Well,
you tell
no,
me what it is.
I'm telling.
Nah,
I'm gonna
I told
tell
you optical illusion, and you jumped on my head. So
We already looked it all up.
Your ass, I did.
Nah, I already looked up optical illusion. So you tell me what heat haze is. I'm not just gonna go look it up.
No, I'm not. I'm not even saying that. But what I am saying
What is heat haze?
It is an inferior mirage. It's known as an inferior mirage.
How do I know I'm seeing a heat haze?
Oh, hang on. I'll just post
Shiny
post
shit on the road when you're driving down the street looks
I
wet.
don't know who this guy is. Alpha. What's a heat haze?
I don't give a shit if you don't know who I am.
Who's the Alpha? Where you at?
I'm in the text chat. Go to text chat.
What is heat haze?
Go to text chat, Rick Clay.
So is this like an optical illusion?
No. It's an optical phenomena.
Oh, okay.
It's not an illusion.
I
It's
put
a
it in the
phenomena.
same category as an optical illusion.
No, you're conflating the two, Red Clay. That's where you went wrong. I
don't know what an optical phenomena is, so.
What you're looking at, sir. Inferior
That looks
mirage,
like an optical illusion. In my mind, that's what we call an optical illusion.
It's not an illusion. It's a phenomena because it's something that
not
occurs.
Really happening.
Well, you can take that any way
what
you
I'm
want.
seeing cannot be explained.
Yes, it can. That's the point of
Hold
it.
on.
It
What
is
I'm seeing is
explained.
not what actually is explained.
Bro, listen, it is explained. Like, you can look into this information. It's well established. Inferior mirages are well explained. There's an explanation to what it is.
Well, it's a deception of the senses.
No, it's not. Your senses detected. That's how you know what the fuck it is. What do you mean?
No, what you're seeing is not actually the road. Looks like it's melting. That's not actually what's happening.
That's what an inferior mirage
picture
is,
looks
Red
like
Clay.
the road is melting, yet the road is not actually melting.
Dude,
Therefore,
are you listening to the
optical
words that are
illusion.
coming out of my mouth?
What about mine? You listen to me?
Yeah, but you're not saying anything. What I'm telling you is that this is
I did
a
say
phenomenon.
something.
It's a phenomenon that's well understood by everyone. It's not a flat earth or globe earth gotcha either way. All it is the phenomena that's occurring.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling you, this is what it is. An inferior mirage is not an optical illusion. It's an
Says you.
optical phenomenon.
What I'm
because
looking at, this looks like an optical illusion to me.
Oh my God, bro. I know what an illusion is. This is a phenomenon. It occurs because nature is producing it, not a human.
Doesn't matter.
There you go.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
it
whether
does.
it's nature or
yes,
human.
it fucking
No, it
does. An illusion
because
would
at
be
the end of the
something
day,
that you.
it makes.
It's an illusion, bro. It's something that's a sleight of hand. It could be like a magic trick. It could be that paper that you said that has those swirls on it that people can see letters in it. Some people can't. That's an illusion. This is a phenomenon. It occurs in nature.
It doesn't matter if it's in nature or not. It's something that does some sort of deception upon my senses.
Yeah, but see, you're
Whether
trying
you
to
want
make
to call
it sound
it a
like
phenomenon or an illusion, that's neither here nor there.
You're trying to qualify it, and you can't because it occurs
I
in nature.
am. I just
so
did.
in nature, it has special connotation. That's given name.
Matter.
It's given
at
a
the
name.
End of the day, at the end of the
no,
day, it is,
you're not going to be right, Red
At
Clay.
the end of the day, it's doing some
You're not
trickery
right.
on my eyes.
Trickery? No, you know what it's doing because it happens to do what it does during the time of day where it's most prevalent, which is during the day when there's a lot of light.
Someone who doesn't know any better would say,
but
what
that's the
sorcery is
point,
this?
bro. That's the point I'm telling you. Someone who doesn't know any better will make the mistake you're making. Now that you know,
thus an illusion,
now that
thus
we
have our senses deceived.
Bro, now that you know, you can understand what it is. Versus when you didn't know what it was. Now you know.
It is a deception
Well, now you know.
of the senses.
It's not a deception, bro. Your senses can detect what it is. Therefore, you categorize it. You've given it a name. It is
If
now
you were
called
seeing
an
this for
inferior
the
mirage.
first, if you're seeing this for the first time,
You're not seeing it for the first time, though. You're not.
That's
You're
why I said
not.
if.
You're not.
If you
You're
were,
not.
then
So
you
people
would not
that
know how to
understand,
explain
yeah, doesn't matter. So when
That
people
does matter,
say-
and that's
okay, so
why
Red Clay,
we have
now-
hard time trusting.
Wait, dude, you're just rambling. Yeah, when people see this, they're gonna say all kinds of shit. It's goobly-gog. It's choo-choo. It's damity duke. You know, yeah, I can understand people can say stupid shit whenever they first see it. After they learn what it is, then they can categorize it. It's a phenomenon that occurs. They don't have to wonder what it is. They can know. All right, it's not flat or globe Earth, Red Clay. It's that simple, bro. It's nothing to do with a gotcha.
You're right. It is
it's
a
just,
deception of my senses. You're right.
oh my God, bro. Like, what are
Done
you
by
not
nature.
getting here?
What are you not
It's
getting?
It's not a deception. It's something that you understand is happening in nature. You didn't know what it was, so you thought it was a deception. Now you understand it's a phenomenon and that it occurs on certain times of the day. And when it does occur, you can say, "I know what this is. This isn't a deception of my brain. This is happening in nature as a
You
phenomenon."
literally just described an illusion.
A phenomena that occurs in nature. It's a phenomenon. It's something occurring, and you want to know what it is. So you find out what it is, and then you can categorize it. So now
It's
that
like
it's
an illusion.
categorized, and now that no, it's not an illusion, bro.
Do the same thing.
It's
with
not an
illusions.
optical
Yes,
illusion.
sir.
It's an optical phenomenon.
Same.
I don't
thing.
care what you say.
It does.
You can't make it sound what you want to make it sound like because it occurs in nature and it's happening and people have categorized it already and it's well understood.
So
it doesn't.
just
You don't need
because a
to
human
wonder.
does it doesn't mean it's
Yeah,
not
but your
occurring in
mind is not
nature.
going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man. You're
No, it's
actually
not.
seeing something happen. So it's not you're not losing your mind. You're actually seeing an optical phenomenon.
Just like when you see an
Duh.
optical illusion.
No, but then
Doesn't
you say,
matter
"Well, I
who's
can't trust
doing
my
it.
senses."
It doesn't matter who's doing it. It matters.
Yeah, but actually you
long as
can't
your
trust your
sensors
senses.
are, as
So
long
you
as
just
your
want to barrel
senses are
through,
true.
don't you? No, you just want to barrel through. You want to be right. Listen, and if you want to sit that and say that you're right, you go ahead. I'm going to disconnect from this argument if you want to continue to say that you're right, because obviously I'm not here to convince you. I just want to tell you what it is and that it's not and what it's not. But if you want to continue to say that it is an optical illusion, then you're going to go ahead and tell yourself that because the rest of the world will understand what it is, that they're not going crazy, that it is an optical phenomenon and it has a name. So it's not tricking your senses, it's just showing you something that's happening in nature. And once you categorize it, you can understand what it is. And therefore, it is not something tricking you anymore. You know that the air in between you is doing something. And then therefore you can understand that it's just a phenomenon. It's not your brain going crazy. All right? So it's up to you. You can continue to go down the road and say that you're right, but it's it's not a flat or globe Earth. It's not a flat or globe Earth gotcha. It's just an understanding of what's happening in nature. That's all. That's all
You
it
haven't
is.
convinced me that there's any
I don't
difference
need to,
between
Red
the
Clay.
illusion.
The rest of the world
Yeah,
already
actually, yeah,
knows.
you do.
The rest
Yeah,
of the world
the
knows
rest of
what
the
it
world
is.
thinks the world is a globe too, but we're saying
No,
that
but
that's
see,
not the
that's not
case.
that's not this point. This
Oh,
point,
that's not.
listen.
So consensus
No, it's
works
not.
for that, but not for the globe,
No,
huh?
here's the thing. Here's the thing you're getting misunderstood is that just
Okay.
because people say that the earth is flat and stationary and some people think that the earth is a globe, that either side is wrong in things that they say. And do you know that people actually can agree on more things than they disagree? I didn't know if you
Just
knew that or
appealed to
not.
consensus, by the way. I just want to let you
I'm
know.
telling you that everybody doesn't need to be on one side of the fence or no, just for some information like this to be correct. Okay, so
so you
you
just
don't
appealed to
understand that.
consensus.
No, you have this brain that just because somebody's a flat earther, you're going to be a contrarian to everything they say,
No,
and that's
not.
incorrect.
I'm being
Yeah,
in
you
good
are.
faith.
So no,
I
you're
don't see
not.
a difference
No, you're not in
between
good faith.
illusion.
What you don't
You're also not
understand
letting
is
me
that
talk at all.
listen, people that agree to or say that the Earth is a globe or say that it's flat, it doesn't really matter because this phenomena is not. It's not saying one way or the other. It's just describing a phenomena in nature, and you can understand something without saying that the Earth is a globe or Earth is flat. That to me is the most important thing. Knowledge is knowledge, bro. You can't just discredit it all because somebody's a flat earther and you want to be right. You're just trying to win an argument, and
No,
that's
I'm not.
not good. You're not in good faith.
I'm making
You're
you
not.
refine
This
your
is well
argument.
understood by people from the globe side and flat earth side, and we both can
Is
agree that this phenomenon, when it occurs, it is already given a name. It's an inferior mirage. Now you want to sit there in denial and say in your own head, you're all by yourself. A globe earth is not
Okay,
going to
that's
agree with
fine.
you
I'm
on
fine
this.
with being by myself.
Yeah, because globe earthers will say, dude, it's just a fucking, it's an inferior mirage. What are you going on about? There's nothing really crazy about this.
Is that what
I
they'd
agree.
say?
So in the both cases, flat earth and globe earth can agree on a lot of things, which you don't understand because you want to be a contrarian to everything that's being said because you think you want to win an argument. That's not going to work here, bro.
No,
You either understand that the world, the physical and natural world can be understood by both flat earth and globe earth, and it's just not always about whether it's a globe or not, Red Clay.
I'm seeking clarity. I'm not.
Well,
trying
you already
to win
got
an
it, but you're denying clarity.
No,
you're
I
denying
haven't.
it on the fact that you want to be
You
right.
are failing to
No,
make
I'm
a
not,
complete
because it's already
argument.
well understood. Whether you agree with it or not, it doesn't matter. It's
maybe
well
someone
understood.
else.
Everybody knows what an inferior mirage is, bro. Oh, except for you.
Well,
except for you.
Like I said, at the end of the day, even if you term it an
You're
inferior
wrong on this
mirage,
point. At the end of the day, you're wrong.
So
on
you
this
don't
point.
want me to finish what I'm saying?
Because you're wrong on this point, Red Clay. What else do you want to say? You're wrong. Just
I
admit
would
that you
like to
took
finish
defeat
it.
on this
I'd
point.
like for you to let me finish it.
For what? So you could be more wrong?
So are you done having a dialogue with me?
I'm done actually saying that this is something I need to prove to you because I don't. Everybody knows what an inferior mirage is.
Are you done having a dialogue with me? Yes
well,
or no?
what else are you gonna say? What can you possibly say to make
Are
this
you done?
rescue your point?
Alpha, are you done having a dialogue with me?
I don't know what else you're gonna say.
You're not answering my question. I'm asking you a yes or no question, and you are not saying
Just
yes
get
or
to your
no.
point, Red Clay, because I mean, obviously we should be done with this one.
Okay, well, even whether we call it the mirage, like you said, or an illusion, or the term that you gave it, at the end of the day, it is I am thinking, I am perceiving or seeing something a certain way, and afterwards an explanation is given that changes my perception. That goes for illusions and what the other term
Phenomena.
that you gave it. Yeah, and phenomena. So
Doesn't
that
change
can't-
your perception.
Excuse me,
bro.
I don't hear what you're saying. I am talking to Alpha. So at the end
La
of
la
the
la
day,
la la. I have my ears.
I can't hear you.
Fingers in my ears. I have my fingers in my ears. La 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 la.
Let me mute you, so that way I can only hear Alpha.
Bro, you
That's
can't
going to
mute
be a
mod.
bad
I
thing
wouldn't-
for you in
I
the
wouldn't do
future
that,
here.
Red Clay. Don't mute a mod, bro.
Well, tell him to shut up. So, like I was saying, at the end of the day, an explanation after the perceived phenomena.
Yeah, you've already said that.
However you want to term it.
We're just reiterating the same thing over again.
It better clarifies what one is experiencing.
Yeah, you've said that. This is the second
all right.
time. You're just changing the way you're saying.
That characteristic is what I'm harping on. That characteristic, not
yeah, but
necessarily.
I've already known that. I've known that you. I know that's how you think, dude. That's why I'm addressing it. Listen, I already know the way you think. That's why I'm addressing it like this, and you have to reiterate the point again, so as if I didn't know that you already thought that way. I do know how you think. That's why I'm saying, look, this isn't a contentious point for flat or globe. This is basic understanding of the physical and natural world.
I'm not
now,
trying to get to globe or flat at that point either.
I
But I'm just
know, but
saying,
that's what I'm trying to
trying to
tell
align
you.
with you. I'm trying to align with you so we can move forward. I really am.
Well, so then what are we talking about then? Because if you say, okay, maybe my thought was it was an optical illusion, but upon further information, I can not only hear you say it, but I can look it up and find out, yeah, you're right. It's not a contentious point for either side. So we don't have to disagree on that. You could be like, it's an inferior mirage. We can qualify that by saying what it is, the characteristics of this. Is not everything's an inferior mirage, because you do have superior mirages. You got the categorization of the. Yeah. No, I was just going to say the categorization of the different types of mirages. So that right there is even like that blows your mind even more, because you're just saying one thing, right? It's an optical illusion. It's like, no, you haven't categorized what it is and which one it is. So that makes it like more redundant, that you don't understand and you just want to harp on a point. And it's like, that doesn't matter in this arena. If you don't qualify it with something that it actually is, then you're just in denial about it. And that's fine. If you are in complete denial, you don't want to know, and you just say it's an optical illusion at the end of the day because Red Clay say so, that's your stubbornness, and you got to deal with that. I don't. All I'm saying is that if something is the truth, it is the truth, no matter if you, blue in the face and tell me, no, it's an optical illusion all day long. Okay, that's you. The rest of the world can qualify it with saying what it is.
That's not what I'm doing. What I'm
But
saying
is it?
is, well, hear me out. Hear me out. What I'm saying is optical illusion or optical phenomena. It still is something that makes me not lack certain certainty about the senses and the way that I experience
Bro,
things.
but you wouldn't be able to know what the fuck it is if
Can
your
I say
senses weren't
something, Miggy?
engaged, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Miggy,
I don't know if he's
can I
gonna want
say
to engage
something?
you.
So
I'm
you're
not talking to you, so I'm ignoring
Dude,
you.
I'll kick you right the fuck
Go
out of
ahead.
here.
Go ahead, Alpha.
Dude, he's gonna
No,
kick you out, man. He's the big dog.
I got it. He can go. He can just leave.
no,
We've
I
only
want.
Red Clay. We're
Look,
just
like,
trying to
there's no
fucking help
point in
him, mate.
saying if he's not going to hear it. Like the fundamental premise that he's making, he's conflating his ideas about his perception versus his perception, as if they're the same thing. And this is an easy analogy. Everyone's done it, right? Oh, that looks like a woman. But upon further inspection, it's not a woman, it's a man. Doesn't change your perception retroactively. So he can look at something and then hear, oh, that was an illusion. That was a mirage. And now he thought about it. He even said it. The wrong thoughts about it, but your thoughts are not perception.
Yeah.
Perception is just raw input. And your interpretation doesn't necessarily make your perception wrong. Your interpretation could be wrong. Your mind could be wrong. Your thoughts and ideas. Someone could say it's some other thing, right? And you don't know any better. They have a PhD, and you're like, yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Alpha, are you ready? I don't know if anyone else is talking.
Bro, you need to unmute him.
He ignored you the whole time. He has you on mute, so
You
he's
have
got
to
to
unmute him,
go.
dude. Yeah, they're gonna kick you now. You can't mute him, Mod. Not in this channel.
This is super simple, man. I don't know what he's scared of.
Yeah, if you guys want to ex-nay Red Clay, you can do so. You're not supposed to mute him, Mod.
Just keep him muted.
Can't control the conversation where you just say, I want to speak to one person, especially when people who are very well versed in the subject are literally handing you an olive branch and trying to help you to give you better understanding. Personally, Red Clay, I've dropped the fucking ego, mate. Been listening quite quietly for the last 15, 20 minutes. I could have helped out. I shut up. But Indio's jumped in, mate. And to be honest with you, Indio is very well versed within this subject and he is only trying to fucking help. So I would unmute the moderator, return to a conversation and maybe engage not just one person, but maybe two. So you can have a broader understanding of the subject. Or you can just fuck off. It's up to you, Sunshine.
Yeah, he left. He didn't want to hear what you had to say.
He took the.
I mean, to me, it's a superstitious argument to conflate perception with the senses. That's why we call them the senses, right? Because it's just straight input. You don't have to think about it, right? You could literally just like take one of those magic freaking wizard blender handheld blenders, man, stick it into your skull and scramble your brain so that you can't think, and you could still perceive things with your senses. You might not be able to interpret them or make sense out of them, but you'll still feel it, right? You still see it, taste it, touch, all that. They're independent, and like this is almost like a juvenile argument.
Well, there's almost like what you would see in somebody like, listen, man, and I'm for the best good flat smackdowns as the next guy, but like if there's something that everybody understands, we can say we don't have to deny every fucking thing. Like there's things that are well understood. Like you know what I'm saying? Like things are definitions are agreed upon. Things are understood in the physical and natural world. Not everything's a fucking like a gotcha. So I don't know. Like I think at some point that whole ego about like trying to be a contrarian to everything we're saying, that's got to go. That's got to go,
Yeah,
man. Like
that was just a contrarian. I mean, and I only heard like 3/4 of it, but as soon as I heard like, you're like, no, you just see it, and he's like, no, you see an optical illusion. No, you can't. You don't see an optical illusion. That comes after the fact, right?
Yeah.
After you have some other information that would tell you, hey, that's an optical illusion based upon other things other than the actual perception visually of what you're seeing. Why he can't, dude? That's why you're right about being a contrarian. He did understand it. There's no way you can't understand that.
I think towards the end he wanted to actually agree with me, so he was trying to find a way to save face but agree with me at the same time, because that's what I was listening to when he was telling me
It was
that.
about saving face.
He was,
It was all about saving face. It had nothing else to do with anything else.
Like he was just trying to be like,
100%, man, 100%.
yeah, I
There
picked
was
up
an
on it.
ego trip going on, the fucking need to be right, and he
Mhm.
realised he wasn't right. He demonstrated how he was incorrect, and obviously, man, his ego was holding him back.
That's all it
why he
is.
was repeating himself like 3-4 times when reading out that definition and so on. So yeah, just ego, man. Got to be right. I got to save face somehow.
Fucking stupid, man. Like I don't mind shellacking these guys on flat and globe Earth, man. But when it comes to like shit that everybody understands, like we don't have to be fucking splitting hairs on this shit. Like it's
Well, let's think about
weird.
this, right? So, like, say we see like the Chicago skyline in a superior mirage, right? So the tops of the Chicago and then the tops of another city look upside down. Just from looking at that, you can't tell if it's a mirage. You know it's a mirage because we don't build shit that way, right? We don't build freaking skyscrapers with the tops touching each other with the big bottoms facing the sky, right? We just don't build stuff that way, so we know that can't be actually. We couldn't even if we wanted to build stuff that way. So we know from other experience that can't be visually representative of what's really out there. But but those are ideas. Those aren't perceptions of the senses. You can't declare I perceived this with my senses, and from my senses alone, I determined it was a mirage. No, there's another step.
That's what I was telling him.
Yeah, dude, this is like, why does he have to be told that?
I don't know, man.
fuck,
That's what we're getting to because he didn't. And that's what I was saying towards the end. He was like, "Oh fuck, okay, I see what you're saying." But it's because they have to feel so apprehensive to everything we're saying because they don't agree that the Earth is not. They don't agree that it's a flat and stationary plane. They gotta say something against everything we say. It's like that's where they shoot themselves in the foot.
Shit, at one point he charged you with appealing to consensus.
Fucking hell,
yeah,
man.
that's why. That you're on to us now.
Yeah, you guys, fucking dogs are. I was listening to the conversation last night. I couldn't participate, but I was.
Oh, you heard that crap?
Bro, you guys were fucking demonstrated liar, bro, all night. I'm like, dude, this gets annoying after a while. Cause you only showed him to be a demonstrated idiot. Like he didn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he kept on using the same point. Did he try to revive the toe tank experiment? I think he did.
Yes, he revived the toe tank. He went back to the Humbar bridges that are leaned apart 33 millimeters.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Fucking, was it AI that shellacked him on that? I think it was. AI took him to work. He took him to
He didn't even
task.
understand what AI was even saying. That they leveled the rails against a trough of water, right? So they had pins attached. So the rail isn't like a continuous piece; it's a bunch of sections, and you can move the sections up and down to line them up. So they have pins that jut out of these sections that go down, and they would line these. They'd use like a little lens, right? So they can really precisely line up the tip of this little pin to the top of the water till it just breaks like so it just breaks the surface of the water, right? So it just touches it, and then they, lock it in place. And they did this along the whole tank. He didn't understand any of that. Like, he just because he gets stuck in like these guys they get stuck in an argument, and they're so sure that it's like a winner. Then they can't let it go. They can't go. Oh yeah, that kind of don't work.
Fucking, you should. Yeah,
You just
like
can't
when
do
you
it.
were when you were talking to Yakubi and I, like just an example of what you mean. Yakubi and I will not let that fucking 1 in 60 rule go. That's the only thing he comes in here with. Jesse, the only thing he comes in here with is his fuck with like Theodolite example. That's all they do. And he would respawn and fucking respawn and respawn and they don't stop. It's like no matter how
Jesse
many of
was in
those you got.
DMs. He was getting other people to do it for him.
Yeah, he got somebody else to do it.
Yes, the dog pile or whatever that was called. That was either Jesse on a voice changer or direct messages.
No, I think Dogpill was vicariously doing it through DMs. Fucking stupid, man.
Dogpile didn't realize he's being puppeted by someone that was actually dumber than he is.
Well, I mean, and they don't let it go. I bet you anything he's gonna come back in here trying to talk. Well, I got my Google spreadsheet, and what else can I do differently? Can you tell me what else I can do differently? And you're like, dude, why the fuck do you want me to tell you what to do differently? Shouldn't you already know? I fucking get irate, dude, when he says that shit. Because anybody
First of
that's
all,
fucking
he ain't trustworthy in the first place. Like, I trust that spreadsheet. No, I don't trust him just because of all the snaky shit he's done over the past 2 years. All the times he's been, dude, he's still using that boat shit.
Yeah.
The boat. I showed him unequivocally that his little frickin' measurements that he had down don't match the globe. So how does his little line graph, right? This little curve, how does that match the globe? But if we look at the actual numbers and you punch them into the curve calculator, that don't match the globe. So how can you graph match the globe, but your numbers don't match the globe? Think about that for a second. Because you can manipulate a graph by squishing the x-axis. This is well known, dude. You can just Google y-axis rather. Y-axis manipulation graphs. Like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of freaking Google hits will come up. It's well known that people do this. They manipulate graphs by squishing the y-axis or squishing the x-axis. And
Look
that's
at
what
all
he's
our
done in that
growth that
particular case.
look at the growth we predict next year. That's how they do it.
Yeah, that's another one. That's one thing they use it for. Growth, or you can stretch it too, right? So you can stretch it and make something, an exponential growth look flat if you stretch it far enough. So the point is that I don't trust Jesse's fucking numbers.
Don't you trust Dogs or God's email?
Yeah.
That was funny, man.
Yeah, I'm not really trusting that either. I mean, that might be legit because I did find the chick that, well, it said Ashley, and there is someone named Ashley that works there. But then I looked up the dude, the engineering manager, and he does have a civil engineering certificate, but when he lists his skills, all his skills are like project costs, right? Material acquisition, right? He doesn't list like he designed anything or he's engineering anything. They're all project manager stuff. That was also his former job before he worked there. project manager. So what he does, he hires people. He does the accounting, the bookkeeping, the scheduling, all that crap. He's a manager. So I doubt the manager of Humbar Bridge took time out of his busy day to go pull all the blueprints and engineering drawings, right? And then looked at like the engineering drawings and like, look, this is a difference of 33 millimeter. Right there. Actually, email that guy back. Yes, I have confirmed there's a difference of 33 millimeter from parallel. Like, come on, dude. I don't know if that says he's gullible or cultish. Like, I don't know which one.
Probably both. Oh, he said cultish. I thought he said cunt.
Yeah,
Sorry.
cultish, cuntish. Yeah, that too.
Yeah, okay.
And he conceded that they never measured the difference.
Oh, what was the fucking point of bringing it up then?
I don't know. It was like a Hail Mary, dude.
Yeah.
Just chucking the ball down the field, just hoping anyone catches it.
Yeah, pretty much.
He tried to say the Bolivian salt flats, when they're filled with water and that they look flat, is my opinion.
Yeah, I know. I was listening, man. I didn't want to engage with him because he's a fucking idiot, but I was listening to the whole fucking thing. Well, that's your opinion. Oh, okay.
So if my quality control here worked off of people's opinions, I think we would be shut down because you don't work off people's opinions, you work off measurements.
Yeah. You think?
This is ultimately the result of never being able to tell you where you get your information from. So they have to develop these tactics to completely reverse everything, and they'll pretend, no, we don't know that there's a globe. It's just it's actually part of evolution. Yeah.
Dude, they'll disavow reality to just keep the globe argument going. You have no evidence here it's a globe. Well, then how do we know anything's real then?
Well, his entire argument was illusions. And that's kind of the point. I mean, he's starting off with conceding that he can't trust reality. And the reason is because of his belief system, which he can't tell you about anyway. So that's like starting off with a concession. And you have to realize why they want to use that term flat earth. Remember, if they're asking you to prove the earth is flat, you got to first go, what do you mean by flat earth? And watch them, roll their eyes back and not be able to tell you that, because of course everything's a straw man anyway. They can't tell you what they mean by flat earth. Of course, I'm not a flat earther, but they can't tell you. Just ask them.
I can't tell you a lot of things, quite honestly.
That goes for all of them. They either can't tell you where they get their information from, or they will admit that it's a religious priest out of a religious book, because that's what these people 2,000 years ago, it's older than the New Testament. So letting them get away with anything other than them admitting that it's a religious doctrine from a religious book of religious people that may have existed 2,300 years ago out of their imagination. It's like if somebody said, yeah, look, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John imagined this, and I'm going to believe it. I mean, way worse than than believing the scriptures of the Bible.
You know, that's a good point, man. Because they're like, Jesus and Eratosthenes are almost contemporaneous to each other, separated by
Yes.
300 years. But Eratosthenes literally made it up out of his head.
Right, you got it. This is the most religious thing ever, and everybody's been letting these people get away with this shit for 8 years. Yeah, that they literally have their own Bible, their own priests, and their own God. Yep.
But their God is their imagination. There isn't like, there was witnesses to Jesus, right? Like, there was people that witnessed the resurrection. There was people that witnessed his life. So they didn't make it up, but they didn't imagine that happening.
Amen.
It's crazy when you think about it, dude. Like, you just blew my mind, man.
Right. This is the huge thing, because they'd have to admit it's a religious book and they don't even ask him, what book did this come out of? Who's this guy again? Oh, where did he get it? And all you got to do is ask him basic things like, who is this person? Oh, he used sticks. Oh, and shadows? Crazy. Are you saying this is something that in this religious book they were able to do 2,000 years ago, but nobody can do this now? That's another thing. It's literally a miracle that happened 2,300 years ago. Nobody can replicate this miracle of measuring the distance of the sun and magically using sticks and wells and shadows. You can't make this up. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Nobody can do it now?
Yeah. Did you know somebody that can measure the distance to the sun? Anybody? Can't wait
real quick
for that claim.
Yeah, real quick. Let me show Indio. Look at the text chat. I'm gonna show you some. I was doing some research on the.
All right.
I've been showing this to some other people too. I don't know. Have you know who this guy is?
I've seen the name before. Nah, but that looks crazy.
Doesn't it?
I think I've seen the drum-shaped Earth thing before. I'm not positive. I mean, some of this looks familiar, but I don't think I read about it on Wikipedia. So, like, the text, Wikipedia is kind of like, nah.
Well,
cherry picked, right? So they it's summarized, right? So, like, I think I read about this guy because I did look into quite a long time ago different Greek philosophers, like, because Globers are like, oh, all the Greeks thought knew the Earth was round, and then when you look into it, it's like some of the Greeks thought the Earth was round, and some of it thought it was one thing, and some of it thought it was another thing. So I think this guy came up in like my little research into it because the drum-shaped Earth thing looks familiar.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's the guy that Democritus was under. So he was this guy's pupil.
Well, it's funny because if you look into the heliocentric model, right, like Copernicus, there's like a lineage there too, right? So it's like a succession of people teaching an idea.
Exactly.
And Copernicus himself mentions the Pythagoreans. So, right, but the Pythagoreans, their teachings were passed word of mouth. They were secret, and they weren't supposed to be written down. And that's how he mentions them, that some Pythagorean accidentally or for whatever reason wrote this stuff down, and they got freaking, I don't know, executed or something.
Well, what got me thinking was like, how far back does all this information go? But I even think, to be honest, I don't even think it was his invention, even though he's credited probably with it. I think it's older than that. To be honest with you.
Oh, it probably is.
This has to be some ancient teaching somewhere, some mystery school religion that had this information that they, you know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't just this guy. He wasn't like the father. Well, might have been in like to have a forum, forum that he's going to talk about it, but I wouldn't say he was the first one. I don't know. It's just my hunch. If we probably dig farther, we'll see it. Somebody else was saying it.
Yeah, I mean, finding the records. That's like, how would it be recorded? Like in what language?
Yeah.
What culture? Was it destroyed by the Romans? Was it destroyed by somebody else? Can we even decipher the language it's in? Right. So you got like the cuneiform tablets and shit. So like
everybody keeps talking about Alexandria's library. Like, well, you don't think that they would have kept all the information from that?
Well, apparently it burnt down twice. Right.
I'll be right back.
I mean, it doesn't seem like a very good idea to put all the most important information in one place. I mean, surely they'd make some duplicates, some copies. That seems like
that story is suspect big time.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like they had the internet, right? So you got to kind of like, you got all those scholars in one place. I guess you don't want to travel all over the place. But it's not like fire was invented. Like they didn't know about fire at the time. And like, then how did you do it twice too? Like, fuck, you made the same mistake twice, and you're the smartest people on earth with the fucking greatest library on earth, and you made the same mistake twice. You're fired.
I actually I don't know too much about the subatomic world. If anybody does, I'd like them to chirp up and tell me about it, because when I start thinking of these little particles and whatnot, it doesn't make any sense to me. But that could be my my ignorance on the subject. What are photons? I mean, are these little balls that hit my eyeballs? Like my peepers? I don't quite understand it.
Well,
I realize if we're starting to ask about the cause of light and all that, I realize that's that's not happening. But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't really make any sense to me.
we're closer to knowing the cause of light than we are to knowing what a fucking light particle is.
Yeah.
Because we can cause light to happen, right? We can.
Well, it seems we're playing around with effects, though, right? When not the actual cause. You know what I'm saying? Where does it come from? What is it? I don't know. When people start talking about these little particles or whatnot, I don't know.
It's complicated in the sense that there's lots of different models. That's the only complication. Now, if you want to describe some particular phenomenon or so-called explain, in quotations, explain some particular phenomenon, you would use a particular model.
Yeah.
Right. So there's like the Bohr model of the atom. And then there's there's different models of the atom, right? So there's, I don't know if I want to get into all of them.
No, that's fine.
So, yeah, so so one model of the atom is you have electrons whizzing around in quantum, at quantum levels. So the heliocentric model. So it's like little orbits, but they're not actually orbits, because the electron isn't actually in one particular spot. It's like a cloud of probability around the atom. But when a light photon strikes that atom, it puts its energy into that electron, and that extra energy puts it into a higher orbital state, but that state is unstable. So it'll only be in that momentarily and then go back down to the ground state and emit a photon. Now, what's a photon? Fucking knows, because a photon is like a light particle, but light only behaves like a particle in particular experiments. But other experiments, it behaves like a wave. So it's kind of like in this nebulous. Is it a particle? Well, it depends on the experiment you do. Do one experiment, it's a particle. Do another experiment, it's a wave. So you can model them as a particle in one particular types of experiments, and you can model them as waves in other types of experiments. So that's what I'm saying. Like there's models of the atom. Then if you want to get into like freaking quantum electrodynamics, quantum thermodynamics, it just gets, you know, Feynman diagrams. So like you have like, you know, like go way down into a fucking rabbit hole, and I'm talking way down.
Can any
gluons, bosons,
it-
quarks, freaking, and other nonsense.
Can we actually see any of this stuff?
Oh hell no!
No,
Oh
it's
no!
just mathematical models.
We infer from the effects, and a lot of those effects are probabilistic in the first place, right? So we're going to take millions of measurements, right? And if we get one effect, one particular measurement happens more than the noise. Okay, so when I say this, I'm saying what should be happening. I'm not saying what this is what does happen. I'm just saying is they'll you know detect you know millions of frickin' billions, even millions of interactions in a frickin' bubble chamber, and you know they can photograph little whirls of, you know, particle collisions, and some particle collisions happen more than others, and then they'll say, okay, because this is happening 90% of the time, this matches the theory that this would happen 90% of the time. Because the interaction, like, okay, we have these couple interactions. These interactions, 20% of the particles are going to be this, 60% of them are going to be that, you know, 20% that, right? So, and then they'll count how closely does this match theory, right? We're going to do 1 million frickin' measurements. Yeah, it's within, you know, frickin', you know, 0.0000135, whatever. You know, it's not straightforward. They're not like going out like, I want to measure a quark. Here's a quark. Oh, I want to measure a frickin' electron. Here's an electron. It's not like that. It's tons of measurements and having detection events is what they call it. You'll have a detection event where you detect what it is you're looking for through the frickin' mess. You know, Mimius Tolan said it just the best, right? It's like digging through chicken guts and trying to make sense out of the madness.
Well, I mean, just somebody, Miggy mentioned Democritus, you know, I mean, this goes back a long ways, right?
Oh yeah, that's the weird thing, dude. Like, yeah, I completely agree. That's the weird thing. Like, what are they, just lucky guessers?
No, I'm just saying. It's I don't believe in coincidence anymore. I don't know. You get to a certain age and you're like, there's no coincidences. So this might have been on the hopper for a long time. You know, all I can say is when you know, when Austin was talking about that light doesn't actually travel, it's just the disturbance that we're measuring. That just made total sense to me. With no, you know what I mean? With not necessarily understanding it or even being able to debate it, but just on some level, some like fundamental level, like deep down, I thought that makes total sense. You just see what I'm saying? Like it's just an appearance, appearing to travel. That made sense to me.
Well, I mean, think about this. Like, if you had a rope, right? I mean, you pulled both ends taut, and I snapped the rope, right? And I whipped it. You'd see a wave travel down that rope, but the rope doesn't actually move, right?
Well, just to say that it's already there, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. That it's already there. like the throwing a brick in a pond, you know, and seeing those ripples ripple out. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, it's like a displacement. But then
Yeah.
we get into the ether thing, and then like, you know, is there an ether? Is there not an ether? Like, then there's multiple. You know, that fight is going to go on for a while.
Well, I've always got to be aware that it might be my ignorance, you know, just to hold man's up, because you know you have to really look into. I mean, these are very complex topics, aren't they? You know, so just because
Yeah,
I
to a
don't
degree,
understand
but
it.
it's not really complex. I mean, it's complex because, like I said, right? So like, science isn't the way it's portrayed to be. It's not like, oh, we have one model that predicts everything, right? It's more like we have lots and lots and lots of models, and they're good for individual situations, right? But they only capture like a small portion of reality. And they're useful for doing certain things, but that doesn't like, we're trying to like compactify the complexity of nature into a neat little fucking equation so that we can comprehend it in our minds, right? But you know, information is lost in that process, right? Something is lost from nature to your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing as a map is not the territory. If you're going to make a 100% accurate map of a territory, it would have to be as large as the territory itself and would be completely useless, right? So we're going to lose information going from out there in reality to, you know, to have these ideas of what light is or what atoms are or all this stuff. But I just think it's kind of funny that the Greeks came up with these ideas and they just happened to be right, even though they had actually no evidence for them. They had no evidence for atoms, protons, quarks, vacuum space, any of that stuff. They had no evidence for any of it.
Yeah, that seems sketch to me. I don't know.
Well, to me, it's an indicator that they had an idea and that they were gonna look in nature and cherry pick phenomenon, data, and use confirmation bias to support their ideas, right? So they had the idea first. The idea is based purely on philosophical or aesthetic preference, right? And then like, okay, so how can I support my idea with, you know, external evidence, right? Because we have the mental world, right? So it's a mental thought. Well, I need something in nature to support my my ideas. So let's go out in nature and find them. And the ones that don't support your idea, you pretend they don't exist. And the ones that do, you latch onto them and say, this confirms it.
Yeah, I mean, I often think about, well, I don't often think about, but sometimes I ponder about this, like this Large Hadron Collider. What do you think they're doing there? Do you think they're actually recreating the beginnings of the universe?
Hell no.
No, I don't either. But if they're not doing that, what actually are they doing?
It's a government make work program.
It's what?
A government make work program. It's to keep people employed.
But
It's a jobs program for smart people.
It's a lot of stuff, though, isn't it? It's a big, huge facility to build. For what reason, though? You know, if they're not smashing particles together, what are they doing? You know.
Look, if you go look up a paper that comes out of CERN, they'll have something like 250 authors on a paper that's 50 pages. So what did each person write a quarter of a page? Like, how does that work? I'm dead serious.
Yeah.
Imagine a paper that's 50 pages and 250 people were involved in it. Like, that's ludicrous. That means, you know, did you get the janitor? Is he on the paper because he swept the office? Like, who didn't you include?
Well, I was just thinking about, like, say I'm not sorry, I know I'm all over the place here, but I was just thinking about Mars. You know, there's got a rover on it allegedly, and I was looking that up the other day. I can't remember the name of it, but anyway, I can understand the idea of filtering money. You know, if you talk about a buggy, say on some land in the sky, and say, look, this buggy, well, you know, some taxpayer says, where's my money? Well, this buggy costs $10 billion. $10 billion for a fucking golf buggy. That's a lot of money. Yeah, but it's a space buggy. It's a special buggy. You know, it has to be special in all these different ways. Well, it's still just a golf buggy. Yeah, but it's $10 billion. So, you know, I can understand telling the public a thing at a pinch, you know, at a very low, you know, I can see that'd cost a pittance to try and fool people to say, look, this is a good way of filtering money. But this Large Hadron Collider, the LHC, whatever they call it, that's a facility. That's a huge thing, isn't it? That's a huge operation. That's something very different. So yeah, I often ponder what are they actually doing there?
I mean, you could try to find their. I don't know if they're compelled to publish it in Europe, but I'm pretty sure they probably are. Try to find their comprehensive annual financial report and see what they're actually doing. So they'll have the accounting, right? Assets, liabilities, everything they're freaking doing, operating costs, everything will be in a report. I mean, that's a good place to start.
I know the ancients were obsessed with stone circles. I wonder if there's any correlation there. There could be. I don't know.
Yeah, they are trying to speak with the dead, to contact the world of the dead.
I mean, that's a hell of a claim right there, sir.
Yeah,
Wouldn't surprise
I
me.
know, but very weird phenomena is taking place when they are actually performing those experiments, collisions at the LHC. They have a campus with students and where scientists sleep, you know. It's like a whole city there. And when they do these experiments, weird stuff is going on with people. They see entities, they see weird stuff happens also. And there are some photos, images, which they photographed of those collisions, and there can be seen faces in those things, like explosions, collisions, you know, faces of entities.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of interesting, but I don't know how much I don't know if I could verify such a thing ever.
Yeah,
but it is interesting. They do talk about the when they you know they built these sort of churches, whatnot. They sort of tear down these you know, like pagan monuments because they were built on specific in certain places where the this is in like Ewa's content where they talk about is it the toroidal fields underneath the ground or something like that? I don't know if I got that word right, but it's certainly interesting to think about the different energies in this place.
well, yeah, I mean, when those particles are being accelerated in those
So they are
rings,
accelerating particles then.
yes, they started with helium gas, and once helium gas reaches a certain speed, it's no longer a gas, but it changes the state. So it becomes a highly charged particle, a proton. And this is what they were using for these collisions, the protons. Now, they managed to put a lot of energy into those particles, accelerating them at mind-blowing speeds, very close to the speed of light, I would say. But actually, yeah, there is a speed limit for physical things, but yeah, I don't go along very well with light having a speed. I don't really believe that. But anyway, yeah, so, and when they collide those particles, it's physical things colliding, and yeah, they seem to be able to detect all sort of things. I mean, they have so many sensors there. The data which they are gathering is mind blowing. Like all the human input into the internet as a quantity of information would represent like 3-4% of it in comparison to the information which they are gathering from those collisions.
Is light a physical thing?
I don't know.
Well, at least you're honest.
I would say it cannot be physical. It was physical some many ages ago, but actually light lost that kind of state.
What? What? Sorry, it was physical, and then it lost the physicality.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, you see, I try to view it something like in the Bible, wisdom is an angel. Light, also Lucifer, is the angel of light. And when Lucifer rebelled, didn't obey the orders, he was cursed. He was denied by God as his creation. So Lucifer, God's curse on Lucifer, naming Satan to be his father. So that means Lucifer, a physical, immortal being, cannot have a father which is
What is this
like,
conversation get beget? What are we
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about?
It was from LHC, but it was asking questions after questions. So yeah, let's get back.
I asked if light was
Like,
physical. Is a physical thing.
It will cause physical effects. So it has a
yeah.
momentum, and light can actually push things.
Yeah, it can carry energy. Yes.
So it depending on what model you choose, that is whether it's physical or not. This sounds a bit dodgy to me. I don't know. Maybe I don't understand it.
Depends on what you're doing. It just doesn't behave one way.
Right.
That's the problem. Like, depends on what you're doing. Like, so the double slit is usually like the example of this. If you do a double slit, and then if you try to detect what happens after the double slit, then it does something different. Like, it depends on the experiment. You do one experiment, you get one result. You do another experiment, you get a different result. And that isn't like a problem with like what we're doing. That's just a problem of our understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as long as they're being honest and they're just like, well, we don't know what the fuck it is. That's.
Well, I mean,
I'm happy with that. I don't mind
this
that.
is. I think this is the problem: is that electromagnetic radiation is put out there as if it's something that's very fundamental, and that it can't be it doesn't break down into other parts, almost like the atom, right? There's nothing more fundamental than electromagnetic radiation. And so if you have something like light, right, then it has to have, it can't be doing more than one thing because it's fundamental in itself. So it has to only have one result. And because it doesn't have one result, probably means it's not as fundamental as everybody thinks it is. That is some second order effect, right? It's something after, there's something more fundamental than that. And how that fundamental thing is manipulated changes how the results of an experiment at the level of light, right? So if you have like a hierarchy, you have some fundamental thing, let's call it the ether for lack of a better word, and the way the ether is manipulated will determine how light behaves. If it's manipulated this way, behaves like a particle. If it's manipulated that way, behaves like a wave.
Yeah, and in Faraday experiment, you can see how actually presence of a magnetic field can obstruct the propagation of light through a transparent medium. You know, it's very strange. Yeah, but it shows that there is some sort of relation between light and magnetism. A direct relation. One can affect the other. But indeed, in Faraday experiment, they also use a polarizing filter. So we're talking about polarized light source.
It's best to admit that you can't understand light and to remove the claim from the person that thinks that they are a wizard or a magician and thinks they can understand light, because that's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they can't even tell you where they get their information from. There's never an ability to get them to give you the origins of their information because they don't know.
Wikipedia,
They don't know.
mainstream sources.
And then the farther they look back, the worse it
your
gets.
internet, man. Are you allowed to cite Wikipedia University now, Matt?
Generally no, but it's a good source to start from. Like if I'm looking up the exact orbit of the Earth or the speed of Polaris, how fast Polaris moves in the sky, I'll just look up Wikipedia. It has the right info there.
Don't they have citations at the bottom? Shouldn't you cite
They
that?
do. Yeah, and that's a good, that would be a good place if you need like specific citations.
But Polaris moves in the sky.
Yeah.
How far? What? Over thousands of years?
No, every year.
Every year, does it? How far?
Every day. It's supposed to be every day.
Every attosecond.
I'll give you a source. Hold on.
Oh no, don't worry about it because I can imagine what the source is going to say.
Polaris is supposed to be off the pole by something like 1 arc second or something. So that means if you take a time lapse, it'll make like a little tiny circle theoretically, but no one's ever filmed the entire circle. Best you can get is like an
He
arc.
doesn't even understand.
What? Well, they had that structure they just blew up recently, didn't they? Where that had a hole in it that was Polaris. You could see through it from the time of its. Well, they built that. When did they build that? It was like the 80s or something.
Yeah, that's the Georgia Guidestones. To
Georgia
answer your
Guidestones,
question,
yeah.
Polaris moves about 200 milliarc seconds per year in right ascension, and about 15 in milliarc seconds per year in declination.
I'd like to see those error bars, man.
Plus or minus 0.2 milliarc seconds for right ascension, and plus or minus 0.3 milliarc seconds for declination.
69.
No, I mean the error bars of the actual like measurements, right? So they're going to take hundreds of measurements, right? And any particular measurement will have an uncertainty.
Yeah, tolerance. Plus, minus.
Yeah, like what's the precision of their instrument?
So, if you're saying that Polaris never moves, then which is right? The star.
I'm not saying it ever moves. The drift, dude. But the star charts from when?
Between 1850 and the year 2000. I posted the two different charts in the chat.
You know, do you really think that's how people are finding Polaris, that chart? Like they couldn't find it unless they pointed their telescope at that location?
No, it's bright enough you can see where it is. But
Yeah,
hard
it's
for
pretty
me to
obvious. Like, I mean, they could write down any numbers. When like we look up, like you see Polaris. It's like this is almost like
another
redundant.
religious claim. Yeah, another. Is this like a New Age religious group? Like who is this sect? Is this like the Church of Latter-day Space Agencies or what?
No, I wouldn't call Wikipedia a religious group. I'm just like citing.
Oh, Wikipedia. Wikipedia. Oh, wow. You think Wikipedia came up with the information, Matthew?
No.
I mean, bro, you can't have a conversation with these
It says the
retards.
mean places of the principal fixed stars. You do know what a mean is, right? So
Yeah.
Wow.
Is this a weighted mean? Like, how did they come up with this?
Usually with photography, comparing against background stars, that's how they like come up with the drift of the stars.
I thought Polaris is a background star.
It moves enough, but against other background stars, farther stars.
Did
The main
those
problem.
did those photo cameras had perfect diamond lenses?
No, they did not.
No, then
They are kind of bullshit.
because glass it changes. I mean, when you buy a photo camera, yeah, and it has a glass lens, it will have slight imperfections from passing time.
It's a non sequitur from the point of having converging star trails
Yeah,
anyway. The fact that you
but-
have converging and diverging star trails means that the Earth can't be moving at all, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That's why a guy, what's his name? Bacon. You know the guy Bacon, guys? 2 days ago, he had to take back everything he said. And he's now saying that, yeah, the stars really aren't diverging and converging because they just realized that it completely annihilates the possibility of any Earth movement. They just took back everything they said. It was recorded yesterday on Earth Awakenings, because any converging, diverging circles in your heavens completely removes the ability for us to be moving at all, or they wouldn't be circles. They make perfect circles right next to each other. It's absolutely impossible. So these are all non sequiturs anyway. That's why they can't demonstrate anything. All you got to do is ask them, can you demonstrate these converging and diverging star trails on any moving surface? The camera can be on any shape of a moving surface, anything at all. Can't do it. The surface cannot be moving at all. So it's just too easy.
Yeah, but he's talking about photos taken. Yeah, he had the camera on the ground and took photos in a certain day. Now, it was a certain temperature, so the materials of the camera had a certain dilation with the temperature of that day and time. And next day you take another photo, but it's a colder day. And 3 months later, it's summer and it's hot, and all the components of the camera are dilated. And he's talking about such small amounts, units of measure, which actually fall into this thermal work, dilation work of materials. Did they account for that?
Didn't Polaris change? This in I don't know. I seem to recall, Matthew. Perhaps you could help me out. Wasn't it this year that, or in 23, sometime they changed the distance of Polaris? Or I got that wrong. Like drastic.
Yeah, they're always changing the distance to stars. They have rough estimates, but they don't have like close numbers. So
no, but it was like 100 light years or something difference.
Yeah, it was quite a bit.
Yeah, bro, if you believe in some sort of weird new age religion, it doesn't matter.
don't.
You can make up whatever you want, and they can change anything they want whenever they want, and they admit it. And Matthew can't even tell you the origins of the information. He can't tell you anything. It's just something they believe. That's not the origin of the information. That's my point. You cannot, he will never. Yeah, you can't tell us or anybody else the origins of the information. I'll pay anybody $3,000 if Matthew can show us the origins for his outer space, long, old Earth evolution religion.
I got the position of Polaris from the Wikipedia page. That's where I got it. So that's the origin.
Yes, right. That's not the origins, right? So you would tell a child in school that's where we get the information from for everything is Wikipedia.
They could look it up there.
Oh, and you would tell them that's the truth.
Yeah.
Oh, when they just changed the number, it was the truth already, Matthew? They changed the number, and that's how perverted these people are. They're literally just practicing open Satanism. They just changed the numbers, and he's telling people it's the truth. You can't make this up. This is literally the most dangerous form of Satanism ever. They literally are admitting they're just changing numbers.
Literally Satanism? Is that what?
Yes, you're saying that's the truth. You said it was the truth. They just changed the numbers. Which one is the truth, Matthew?
I was talking
That's
about
how these people are sycophants. Yeah, the distance. Yeah, the distances to Polaris changed distance. Where did you get that information from?
I didn't say that Polaris changed distance. I was.
You just confirmed from somebody. Yeah. So now you changed your mind already. So you said that they constantly change the distances. That's what your term was just now. You said they changed the distances to the stars, and you're saying it's true. That's how evil this religion is. And you can't tell, right? Wikipedia isn't. Wikipedia has never been the origins of anything as far as relevant to this topic. You can't give any information at all. It's something you believe because you want to believe it. And when they change information, you say it's all truth. That's what pure evil is. I mean, the Bible talks about this. It's just awesome that you just do it in public. Yes, yes, it is. You are pure evil. Yes, saying that they just changed the numbers and it's all truth is literally pure evil. You are the perfect example for how psychotic these retards are. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so to be clear, mainstream science updates their best guesses about the distance to Polaris occasionally. I don't
That's
find
not
trouble
truth.
with
Yes,
that. And
that's not
furthermore, I don't
truth.
think the
Right. So you're
satanic
telling children those are,
will
yeah,
update
you
their
didn't
guess.
tell the children. You don't tell them their guesses. You said they were truth. So you lied. You've been lying this
No, I
entire
didn't.
time. The whole thing is a guess. Yeah. So is any of it truth or is it all guesses?
It's best guesses. How about that?
Oh, there you go, guys. So you've
Yeah,
proven that
best
this entire
guesses
time
are
you've been lying.
truth.
Right.
Yeah,
You said they
for
were
him,
truth. So you've
best
taken back
guesses are
everything you
truth.
said. Yeah.
To be fair,
That's how
when he
psychotic
says
these weirdos are.
That's why they have error bars.
When he
It's
says
just pure evil.
When he says best guess, it's not like it's a lie, and it's not like it's an uninformed guess, right? Like it's
No, they're teaching it as truth. He taught it as truth, not as a guess. You are obviously lying as well. You're a weirdo.
I'm not lying, obviously. I'm just trying to explain something, right?
No,
Like,
you're not explaining.
Well,
You're
actually,
lying as
no.
well. The guy said it was truth, and now he says it's a guess. That's called child abuse.
Well, we have current truths, right?
That's not truth. This is a form of child abuse.
You see,
Yes, this is a form
he's
of child
actually
abuse.
conflating.
What is closest to the truth, we tend to take as true, right?
No. This is not about truth or guesses. This is about his personal belief, which he posing over the mind of children, and he's not going to say, "Hey, this is I forcefully make you believe this. I want you to believe this." He's saying these are the best guesses.
Our working knowledge, right?
He's disguising blind beliefs into best guesses.
Yeah, but you've got to think, children, like, all of us here, except for like I guess people who I guess decide that we live on a flat Earth or whatever. But if you're a globe earther, right, you grew up getting told a set of information that was taken to be true. Sure, that's fine, and probably a lot of that information in the last, like, depending on how old you are, in the last few decades since you went to school, it's probably not true anymore, right? But you don't see anyone complaining about it, right? Because they understand one simple thing, and that's just that you're approximating and getting as close to the truth as possible, right? Which is far and away different from just lying to kids, right?
Yeah, none of it's true at all. So it's all a lie. It's just you continue to lie. None of it's true. It's that simple. I'm sorry. That's why you can't give us the origins for your evolution religion either. You have nothing to show for it. Just something you believe.
Let's stay away from evolution because this is about.
No, it's the whole thing. It's the whole thing. No, it's about everything. No, it's not. I'm not a flat earther. I'm sorry. This is a conversation. You are admitting you're scared to death. These people are scared to death to go outside of the box of the conversation.
Yeah, but we're talking about
because it's a morality conversation.
Right.
He's trying. Right. The point is, you people like Matthew and yourself are trying to hide from morality to justify your lifestyles.
It has nothing to do with morality.
How evil this is. When you change your mind, it was truth.
It has nothing to do with morality.
It's all morality. That's why you have to escape morality. Yes, that's the point. It's all morality. Yes.
Pause for a second.
All morality. Yes, it is. You're a sycophant. It's fine. You're another psychopath. It's fine.
I explained this the other day, but basically, there are two ways you can arrive at truth with deduction, right? Either you go straight modus ponens, sort of like usually the scientific method, something like that, where you establish something that's just true, right? Now, there are other ways where, for instance, if you want to go the scientific method as an ongoing process where you don't really establish a fact per se, but you establish the closest truth that we have, then you might modus tollens your way to that sort of thing and falsify alternatives where you do establish a truth in that this alternative isn't true and this is more true than the alternative, which isn't a lie. It's perfectly true. It doesn't mean that current truth is a fact. It just means that it's the closest truth we have to what is a fact.
Yeah, I understand why you like it in here now, Britnat. You like to exercise your communication skills and argumentation
it's
skills.
mental masturbation, you know?
Yeah. Hey, it's not bad. It's not a bad thing. Yeah, it's always good to be a good speaker, to master speech.
Well, I don't think I've mastered it. I think I mumble too much.
hey, you're doing good. And that thing with the logical fallacies, you do have the basics, more than the basics, but there's still some things which hold you back.
Well,
from
if you can make a lie sound if you can make false information sound correct, then I think you're good enough.
well, that's actually the problem. I recommend you never do that.
Well, I don't do
It
it
will never
intentionally.
do you
I
good.
do believe everything I say. Obviously, I'm not like except for when
Yeah,
I obviously
yeah.
lob his flat, but still.
I prefer, yeah, that's a good thing. If you have opposite beliefs, I mean, you have your beliefs, and I prefer to say, hey, I know some things, and I limit myself to that. I'm sticking with that, with that
Yeah.
which I know it's factual, because that's what truth is that which is consistent with facts.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's a caveat like with that though, where because like just imagine that you're trying to prove something, right? Now there's like imagine that in one way you go, look, I'm going to prove it by showing demonstrating this fact, right? That's fine. That's a perfectly valid way to do it. But now let's say you're talking about something where you can't really do that sort of thing because what you're talking about is far away, or like not something you could do in your bedroom or something, or your house or whatever.
Well,
And then
then that thing
the
is not
second,
factual.
yeah, but what you could, it isn't a fact, you're correct, right? But what you could do is you could establish a fact by saying that this process of elimination is not true, and so you're getting closer to the truth in virtue of ruling out of alternative possibilities, right? So you are getting close to a fact, but you haven't actually got there yet, which is like there's like two scientific methods. One is a top-down approach, one's a bottom-up approach. The bottom-up approach is just an ongoing process. Like you're never really done, right? You never establish that fact, but you always eliminate the possibility of alternatives as you go on, right? So I think I don't know if you're familiar with Karl Popper, but it's like this idea of like looking for falsifiers in every single theory that you develop, right?
I have a question for everyone, but I'm going to direct it to Alpha if he's here.
Oh, you're directing it towards the Big Daddy. I see.
Well, I'm not. It's a generalized question, but I need confirmation from him if he remembers the conversation. Alpha,
Yeah,
you here?
I don't
Hello.
know if you can hear us.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh.
All right, so a couple weeks ago, we were in here with a few people, and we were having conversation about downward vectors and electrostatic acceleration, and I believe there was at least one. I think there was two people that said that they were going to go test the laser light into fresh and saltwater theory, and I want to know if they tested it and if they've come back with their results, or if they're here now and have tested it.
You know those guys that you spoke to? I haven't seen.
I don't. That's
hair.
why I wanted to ask you.
No,
Okay.
I'm telling you,
See,
I haven't seen hide or hair of those guys. Usually with these guys that come in here, they're just like one-offs. They come in here to see what they can do, and then they declare themselves kings whenever they're like, "Oh, fuck these guys!" Like they don't know anything, so
well,
they don't have
yeah,
nothing to offer.
I
And plus,
wanted
they
to
don't
know
return.
because yeah, I really wanted to know because I was hoping they would return, and hopefully I still hope they do, because they were like really pushing for testable evidence of it, and I was like, okay, I gave them some, and then they were happy with it and they left, and I'm still waiting to hear back because I want them to say that I was right. I just want to fucking hear it.
Yeah, I know, but like these guys, that's you'd probably be
It's
waiting
what
here
they
till you
do.
turn into dust, dude, because they're
Yep.
never gonna tell you that you're right. Like that's something they'll never do. Conceding a
Fuck.
point, you'd have to actually show how much they don't know before you actually get them to concede. Like once they realize they don't know shit, then they're gonna be like, "Oh fuck," But then at that point, you don't need them to concede anymore because they don't know shit. So
I
But
know if
that's the thing.
my test proves their theory wrong, then they're probably not going to come back and say, "Oh shit, dude, you were right."
Either way, I think the younger the person is, the more they don't give a fuck. So they'll probably just be in here for the lulls, they're just here to listen to a conversation and probably interject and say stupid things like, well, we know how this works because of science, and that's all they'll say, and then they'll bounce. So
Yeah.
other than that, like, you're probably the only one that really cares for being a young person, but those other guys, they don't give a shit. Like, I'm just assessing what the conversations are about. And in this arena, the ones who want to know more are the ones who are more inquisitive about like the physical natural world, and maybe they could be wrong. There's possibility that they might be. Those are the ones that stick around. The ones who don't give a fuck, they're just gonna be in there for seeing how much they can get you on a gotcha. And once they don't have that, then they'll just bounce. They will never come back.
Okay.
That's just the nature of the beast, bro. Like, that's the way it operates.
No,
in
it
here.
is.
Yeah.
I still keep my fingers crossed, though.
I just want to
you have to be.
Sorry, go ahead and take it back to whatever you're doing.
I just want to piggyback one last thing, which is to say that
Yes, go ahead.
with the process of elimination, which is like basically what the bottom up method is. It's actually something that flat earthers do, right? Because it is a very valid form of arriving at knowledge, right? And so when you present the black swan, what you've actually done, obviously you're using modus tollens. You're ruling
Modus
out
tollens, yes.
Yeah, you're ruling out the possibility of it being this particular Earth, right? You haven't exactly falsified any sort of globe, or it's just these measurements. What you're trying to show is that this can't be true. That's what you're falsifying, and you haven't established any other fact other than obviously I disagree that it's falsified or anything. But as far as like what you're trying to do, you're trying to show that there's one thing we can know, and that's that those measurements aren't correct, right? And that's exactly what the bottom-up scientific method does with like the
Wait,
cosmos, right?
those you said those measurements are not correct. So which
Oh no,
measurements are you?
I don't think it does falsify. Just to be clear, I just want to say that that's the approach that you take, right? It is even flat earthers take. So you haven't established a fact other than saying that these measurements aren't correct, and that's exactly what the scientific theories do, right? They just establish what definitely is incorrect. They falsify.
Are you saying we are saying those measurements are not correct, or?
Well, yes, because that's the whole point of the black swan, right? To say that
So
these measurements aren't correct.
which measurements are not?
Well,
So,
the units they give you for circumference and diameter and radius of the Earth, right?
okay, so the measurement for the radius, the circumference, and the diameter of the Earth. So we are saying those measurements are not correct. But when have those measurements been done, and by which method?
That's kind of outside the scope of what I'm talking about, because I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Like, as far as I don't really care who calculated or who measured it. But what I do care about is that the process that you do to arrive at that fact for you guys when you say that you falsified it is the exact same method a theoretical scientist or theoretical physicist or whatever will take to arrive at cosmological facts, right? So you're both approaching a truth, but none of you have established any other fact other than saying it's not this process of elimination, right? Which is what I was basically trying to describe.
No, the problem is, I like the black swan to talk about it, but with people who actually know the process of observation, like every observation that we make includes and is dependent on many variables, and vast majority of them are actually found on the physics of light and the laws of propagation of light. So why do we have to exclude those and assume a ideal kind of light, not light source, but light itself,
I'm really not following.
Well, in the heliocentric model, the globers, when they make observations of the sun, celestial bodies, galaxies and whatever, they say light travels these infinite distances. I mean, infinite, like 13.5 billion years light speed. Such vast distances, yeah. But in reality, if I take my phone and I hack it and I make only one OLED from the screen to lit up, yeah? So the rest of the screen is completely black. All those little lights, they are switched off and they are micron in size. So this light source is so tiny that, yeah, when you hold your hand, your phone in your hand, and it's dark outside and you look at the screen, you will see that tiny LED OLED being lit on, yeah. But if you put the phone like 10 meters away and you look at it, you will not see it's being on, lit. Um, now, even if it's pitch black dark outside, from 30 or 50 meters, also, you will not be able to see that very small LED being lit.
Okay, right. Well, let's arrive at the actual point. What was your point about all of this? Because
Well, my point is that those stars, which are like at the far out edge of
you're
the
saying we shouldn't be able to see the
universe,
stars. Is that correct?
yeah,
Okay. All right.
not even Alpha Centauri,
All right. I see. Well, I
because
mean, you got to think, right? Like you're talking to someone who doesn't know anything about physics, right? So I mean, I couldn't tell
yeah,
you why people say that you can see the stars. So I
yeah.
mean, maybe Alpha Veritas, our resident physicist, might be able to say something about it. But I
So
feel
yeah,
like there's probably like the way I think about it, right? And this is just based on me not knowing anything about physics. So take this as a kind of just like maybe spitballing commentary, but just to say, if it seems like an obvious oversight, then it probably has been thought about, right? Like when it comes to like, oh, how can we see lights that are millions of miles away when we can't see lights that are on the ground that far away? You should probably, it's safe to say that there's some explanation out there that probably suffices, right? Because I don't think a physicist forgot to think about how far away light is traveling, right? I mean, you got to think, right? Like of all the objections you could bring onto the table, that's probably not something that's going to be inexplicable, right? It's going to be something they probably have
yeah.
accounted for. Which is why I think like things like the Black Swan, I mean, that might be unaccounted for up until the point that people start talking about refraction. But there's some better objections
Well,
out there, I think.
refraction is actually something that light does. It's the physics of light. It's a optical phenomena.
Yeah.
And actually, transparent materials, elements, yeah, they are not. I mean, the air is transparent, has a very high transparency, but it's not a perfect transparent. So the water also, it's a transparent liquid, but you can still see it, the presence of that liquid. You can see the liquid itself. So this refraction index, we can measure it to how transparent something is. Now, a vacuum, yeah, it's very close to refraction index of 1. I mean, the vacuum chambers that we can actually achieve these ultra low pressures, you know. We can see that, and with lasers, with technology, we can detect, that we are very, very close to a refraction index of 1, which is actually, that means a perfect transparent. But we are not there. We cannot achieve that, you know, because we can never achieve a perfect vacuum. It cannot exist. It cannot be brought into existence.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna pretend like I understand. As far as I can tell, I think that refraction is one of those things where you can only approximate roughly about what you're talking about, or any atmospheric sort of happenings. We're only approximating
Yeah,
what's
but
actually going on, because you can't actually. You can
refraction is not
yeah.
caused by gravity or Earth's curvature.
Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know
Yeah.
about that, but sure. I'll take it. I'll take that. Yeah, but I hear like 50, like I hear objections other way for refraction. One goes one way, the one goes the other way. Like I've heard people say that refraction is happening there, but it's too extreme. I've heard people say that refraction can't happen that way at all, and I've heard people just say that refraction has nothing to do with it. Right? So I mean, like, you know, I like, the reason why I don't like debating the black swan is because I don't know which direction it's going to go in. Right? Like at this
Well,
stage.
you see, the day when those oil rigs, that guy actually recorded that shot of the black swan, that day had a very low refraction index of the air.
I mean, I don't know how to verify that. I mean, he might have just said
Yeah,
it.
well, that's because a low refraction index allows you to see very far. It allows a very good visibility.
Well, the only thing I can do with the black swan photo,
Facilitate.
I can't comment on what the exact atmosphere refraction would have been that day because it's a bloody photograph, right?
Yeah.
But what I can say is that on a normal day where it looks like there's an obstruction, the photo looks crisp, right? It looks crisp. There's nothing peculiar going on in the image. But there is something a bit strange about the black swan photo where you see like the wobbly lines. It looks like it was taken on a HD potato, right? And so, as far as I'm concerned, like between the two photos, I would suggest that something stranger is happening on the black swan image than it is on a typical, what I'd probably suggest is a typical day where you're seeing an obstruction, right? So I probably would suggest that there was some refraction strong enough to cause that effect.
Oh,
just
they would
based on the
never
photo.
cherry pick. They would never cherry pick flat earthers. Never.
Oh well, you know, you've awoken the beast. Someone take a Trump supporter on. I need to be right back. I'm gonna have food.
Yeah,
No,
bon
I'm not the
appetit.
beast. I just come in
Catch
here
you
to laugh
later.
at people. That's all.
I have to go do some shopping and get back here.
Okay, adios.
Yeah, do you believe you live on spinning water holding ball?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh. So what makes
I
you
hope you have a nice
believe?
round trip.
What's
Not a flat one, a round one.
what's your best evidence for
Oh, I'm
that?
not here to debate.
Oh, you're not here for
Yeah,
the
no, I'm not here to
debate.
debate. I'm
But
here to laugh at
yeah,
people.
this
Yeah.
is not a debate channel.
This is not a debate channel, really.
No,
So then
no,
why is
no.
the only thing that is upheld in here debating flat Earth?
Well,
That's an
we are
interesting not debate channel.
Listen. This is not a debate channel. This is actually challenging.
Ah,
Ah,
interesting. Okay.
yeah. So we are challenging blind beliefs.
Right.
Right. So
Did you say you had to go, or?
Yeah, we have
Okay.
found.
Have a good one.
We have found that heliocentric model is
Wait,
a
do you have to go or
ridiculous
not?
blind belief system. Yeah, I will have to go soon.
Oh, okay. So not yet.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I go when I want, but I make time now to speak with you a little bit.
Oh, that's not
Because,
necessary.
well, I'm a flat earther. You came into our place, and it was not nice to let you alone in the air.
Gotcha.
Okay, so. Are you seriously interested to know what we do here?
Oh no, I already said I'm only here to laugh at you.
Oh,
come
so you are,
on, come
you
on,
are
Trump
a
supporter. Why you gotta be like that?
anti-flat
What?
You gotta think. You gotta think, right? And I was saying this earlier, but it might seem obvious because of how you were taught when you were younger, like what shape the Earth is or whatever. But you can't think other than the outside of the idea that the Earth does seem flat and stationary. So people could be forgiven, right, for thinking.
No,
that
I've flown on
that's
a
the
plane.
case.
I can assure you that
Well,
the Earth does
so
not
have
seem
I.
flat and stationary.
So have I many times.
So then
and
you
there were-
understand that it does not seem like it is flat and stationary.
Okay, well, when I was on a
No.
plane when I was on a plane flying to the United States, which was a long flight, right?
Mhm.
It was like it looked flat, right, to me, right? I mean, from the plane anyway.
Really?
But there was one thing that was interesting about the plane, right, which is that I was flying in such a direction that where I don't think it made much sense the direction I was going to get to the United States from where I live, the UK, right? That's probably implying a globe, maybe, right, for the flight direction, the flight path. But besides that, yeah, like if I looked out the window, it looks flat, right? I mean, like it's not.
No.
I don't know.
But that's
Well,
okay. We
I
just
feel like
have
it would be a
different
very
eyes, I
discrete
guess.
curve, right? It would be a very discrete curve. You'd have to put a straight edge up against a window or something like that.
No, it's actually a spinning wobbling tilted space with time from the expanding void of darkness.
But just to
Well,
be clear,
how does it not look flat?
Just to say that it looks flat from or it looks curved from a plane, dude, that's laughable.
You got a lot of feedback teed up, by the way.
I do. Sorry. How does that not look flat? Like, what is it about your experience of being on an aircraft which tells you that it's obviously not flat?
I don't know how to describe it besides just saying that it doesn't look flat. I don't know. I don't know what words I could possibly put together to describe why it doesn't look flat.
You don't know. That's the key point here.
Yeah, I don't know the words to use to describe the words I typically use to describe things.
Okay,
Yeah, correct.
Right, but you're here to laugh at
How do
us.
I describe
okay.
the descriptive words? That's a good question. Honestly, I don't have the answer.
Especially long flights. Trump supporter, especially on long flights, right? And I've been on a lot of flights recently, and I'm a glober, right? And even if I looked out the window, it didn't look like it was.
Glober. Is that a term?
I believe that we're on a globe, right? One thing I did obviously notice is that it didn't look particularly curved from my window, right? And if you're saying it does, I mean that's fine. Maybe because maybe that's true. I don't know. I don't know if you got pictures from when you're on your flight or whatever. But if I post mine, which I do have, you're not going to say there was much of a curve there, right?
Are you really trying to get honesty out of that zealot?
I think he's just a bit arrogant. That's all.
No, he's
can't even tell us. He can't.
Well, I want to
can't even
approach
tell-
him in a little bit different way.
Can't even tell us the characteristics right, of what you saw.
Yeah, I cannot
Tells us
describe
it's
the
not
descriptive
flat.
words that I typically use to describe what I see. Correct. Yes.
Yeah, someone
Sorry, go
having
on, Vicky.
Go ahead. Go
someone
on.
is
That's
making
fine.
microphone here. Is listening to speakers. So can you please stop that because it's annoying. Now, look, person who came here to laugh on us. You're saying you saw curvature of the earth from an airplane, but your claim is in a huge, humongous contradiction with the heliocentric model, most famous communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you know who that is.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't. I know it's like a hostile witness that people use, but I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson is going to be very persuasive because you could just say, I don't care what Neil deGrasse
He's
Tyson says.
one of the greatest science communicators, yeah, astrophysician, yeah.
Is that from your flight? Oh wait, okay, Subdued. To be honest with you, Subdued, I thought that was showing curve. I don't. I feel like that photo shows a bit of curve there. I feel like you should delete that one.
I don't know. I don't see
Yeah, maybe
curve
that
there,
wasn't the
but if
best
you
image you
do,
could
I
use.
guess, right?
If just like look at the flat, look at the line, right, and just follow it along. Put like something horizontal up against it, and you'll see a little bit of curve around. That's what it looks like to me.
So straight horizon and flat land, yeah, horizontal plane.
Well, just to be clear, right? A Trump supporter. I do think. I mean, personally, I think you can see curve if you have a horizontal line up against a window and it's a very clear fucking day, right? Maybe I think that's possible. But I think the chances of those conditions being there, the chances of you being high enough and then being able to have such a clear day that you could see the entire horizon to distinguish curve on an airplane, very rare, right? I think I went on 4 flights in the space of 2 weeks and I didn't see a single fucking thing, right?
Yeah,
So,
but
and I was
that
lucky it was
distance,
by that time.
that distance you there, like where you see the horizon, it's no longer than 400 kilometers. Give it top, I can't give you more than that. So I would say it's something between 200 and 300 kilometers. That
Do you guys
horizon
want
line.
to engage? Do you guys want to engage with the Trump supporter or not?
Yeah, I do.
I'll unmute.
But then
if you
he's not
want.
offending me; he's offending you guys. So
Okay,
it's up to you.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, unmute. All right, okay.
Oh gosh, fantastic. Yeah, no, if you guys just want to mute and then like talk at me, like you can do that, but I would just prefer you ban me for 3 days instead.
Trump supporter, come on, we're on the same side here, you know.
No, we're not all on the same side. You guys are on the side of muting and then talking at.
Well, I didn't know you
I'm
were
not.
muted, buddy. All right, I'm on the other side. Look
No,
at my
the flat Earth.
You sound very upset, my friend. Maybe you should really come back in 2-3 days.
All right, well, he's gone.
Yeah. Well,
Man, always upset.
another 8-9 billion to go of globers.
Yeah, it never gets boring.
Ja. Oh, ich muss laufen einkaufen.
Viel Spaß.
Ja, danke. Gleichfalls.
Number 1,432,533. You are next. You are up.
I mean, it's not that difficult of a request, folks. If you want to ascertain knowledge, especially about this subject, focus on sound argumentation and decent behavior.
Yeah, I think I was
I'm always
okay.
badly behaved.
No, I would say, Britnat, even you actually behave very nice with Guy, but he was spiraling to, his, I mean, this is what happens whenever you challenge someone's blind beliefs, because these people who follow blind beliefs, they don't like to say or find out that they have a blind belief. They don't want to be found with that, because that means that he's a fanatic, and nobody likes to know or to accept that he's a fanatic. You know, unless you are some sort of extremist, you know, wicked extremist. Yeah.
Hey, why is there a guy streaming Cyberpunk?
Hmm. Who's streaming Cyberpunk?
See
I
you.
don't know. Sorry?
See you.
Oh, I don't know. Who is Cyberpunk?
Oh, it's a game.
Ah, oh my god. I thought it's some sort of music trend and stuff like that.
Nah.
It's also that there is
Yeah.
punk synthwave or you know, yeah, you're on the right track. Yeah.
Pink Floyd. Yeah, in my childhood I was a rocker and we were in conflict with the punk ones, the punkies, punkiest.
Your child was in a band or is in a band?
Yeah, whenever we caught one, we were beating them. You know? Yeah, in Romania. Yeah.
We had the same thing here. We called them skinheads.
Yeah. They had those like mohawk hairstyle. You know?
Oh, big Dante Vita's in the call. Here we go. Let's go.
Pretend I'm not here. As soon as I start wrecking you guys, I get muted anyway.
Welcome, Dante.
The big dog is in the house.
I was just seeing what was new in the Flat Earth echo chamber. So.
Echo chamber. This is not an echo chamber.
You get where's that Rashad? Is that the Renishad? Optical.
Renishad.
You've been waiting 2 months for you to actually show the evidence. You're like, oh, my internet broke. I can't get to the site.
My dog ate my homework.
I'm not gonna show it to you.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not
This is just a
gonna
drive-by,
even
so
bother. You know.
take some shots.
This is a drive-by.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm usually muted on site, like by Crit, because he knows that I like just owned him so hard.
Oh, I get muted on site.
So do you attempt to engage in discourse about the subject, or do you just intend to annoy people?
Yeah, Gregory. Yeah, like you're gonna take some shots too, unless Crit mutes me again, which he just.
Well, dude, no one cares about you, dude.
I asked
Just
you a
get
question.
to the point.
Oh yes, I started in
Come on,
complete full-on
princess.
faith engagement, and in
Stop
fact, like
whining.
Alpha was like,
Stop whining.
he
you
sounded
gave
like
me-
Mother Mary,
Now it's
like
just
you know,
a
like yeah, I just want
cacophony.
everyone to be critical.
Now it's just a cacophony.
Dude,
Yeah.
you
asked
already
a
gave
question, I was
enough.
given the answer. That's why it's a cacophony because 5 little like chimps are like just screaming in the background with pom poms.
Okay,
Dude,
can
the
you just
very,
stop and just give a cogent answer?
the way you just presented yourself gives
I
enough
did give you
reasons
the
of
answer.
why you have been muted.
You
You
couldn't
should
hear
be
me because
muted
these
again.
guys are panicking.
Wait, Clay, hang on. Let me just have a cogent dialogue with him.
Let's just save
Dante,
chance.
do you intend to engage? Let me ask him this question. Do you intend to engage in discourse, or do you just want to insult and annoy people?
Oh yeah, we're way past the discourse part because as soon as I engage in discourse, I get muted for wrecking people.
Okay, so you don't want to engage in discourse. Go away.
Yep. Oh,
Get a
yeah,
helmet.
Come on, Dante.
wonderful.
I kind of want to watch Dante do his work. Oh, he's gone already. Never mind. I've not
See,
seen
that's
him
all you
debate.
have to do with that. We don't have to be bothered with all that stupid ass garbage. I asked him very clearly, very cogently, very succinctly, do you intend to engage in discourse, or do you just want to insult and annoy? He just wants to insult and annoy. That's not the purpose of this server. That is no good whatsoever in any way at all. Go away. End of matter.
Yeah, good job, man. He literally the very way he came in and talked about himself gave enough reason or understanding to me why he has been muted or should be muted. So
Thank you, Gregory.
Thank you, Gregory.
My pleasure.
yeah, thank you, Gregory. Golly.
Right. We've got Phantom. We've got Mark. We've got Zen Owl. We've got Zen Shapiro. We got Brian. One of you unmute your mic right now.
I'm just here to hear discussion, from opposing parties so that I can gather enough information to figure out the truth. Well, that's all I'm here, man. My only intent. I can say I do not know.
My only intent is to say happy Flat Friday, everybody.
Happy Flat Friday.
I can't wait for Happy Sphere Saturday. I'm waiting for that one.
Might as well just say Sunday.
But as for now, it's
because Sunday's speculation Sunday. We can't overlap those.
Oh, it's
I suppose. I'll accept that rebuttal. So is there anyone that wants to, give an argument as to how they know the surface of the Earth is spherical?
Cool.
I feel like Zen Owl should take this one. Zen Owl or Zen Shapiro or Mark. One of those three. We know you're here. I can see you playing Heroes Hour, Mark. I can see you playing that. I can see Zen Shapiro.
No, look, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm not a globe-tard. I don't have an argument for the shape of the Earth being a globe. So I'm sorry. I can't be your guinea pig. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, I'll interrupt my chess game.
All right. What's your globe case, Zen?
Hang on a minute.
Oh, you're a flat earther. Never.
Okay, we've flipped the
I knew
tables here.
Britt had it wrong. I was just going to let him figure it out. It's not that hard.
I didn't see it was in your bio, so now I see. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, I don't know all the names yet. I'm still learning.
Earth has been breastfed too long. The things that humans fix their mouth to say, or their thumbs to type, rather. In this case.
Yeah, I'll take one for the team, but I can't be bothered arguing for the globe right now.
It's a ridiculous phenomenon that is triggered by this controversy. How I guess this controversy has triggered people's dormant potential, super sarcastic abilities. I just don't understand. You believe that you know so well, at least concerning the subject of geodesy, right, the surface of the Earth. So why not just perpetually focus on and reiterate over and over again the facts, the arguments, rather than all of this derision? It does not make sense.
Who are you referring to?
The type of person, whoever it applies to.
Oh, you mean like the angry glober? Is that what you're talking about?
The vitriolic anti-flat earther.
I see. I can understand it. I mean, I know like it probably is irritating for you guys, but I can understand why people are quite condescending and arrogant.
I understand it
why do you
also.
say Brit? Why do you say Brit? Why do you think so?
Well, I mean, my view is that if something, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It could be a false truth, it could be an actual truth, whatever it is. If it's hegemonic and it's just something everyone takes to be true, whether it's false or not, people are going to be very incredulous and very obtuse about anyone else with a dissenting opinion, right?
You meant incredulous?
Yeah, incredulous and dissenting,
Mhm.
with dissenting opinions. But like, imagine like out of the context, something that we might say is truth, but they're incredulous towards people who are on the outside. Let me think. Okay, so for instance, let's take the BBC, right, in the UK. Now, the BBC is, it's basically controlled by a government because it can't actually criticize the government. It can only report on things, and that's just about that. And that is a horrible oversight to have in a country, right? But people would defend the BBC still. Like if you have a dissenting view against the BBC, I think it's still very widely supported, even though it's true that it's also as a puppet for the government, right? Because it presents itself as otherwise. Now, the globe Earth, as it is the hegemonic view, rightly or wrongly, right? Anyone else who comes with a different view is going to be treated like a retard,
But Brit, I think you're missing something. I think it's because you also share that view. I think you're missing some important factor in the psychology of the glober because you don't understand your own psychology.
I don't think flat earthers are retards, though.
No, I'm not saying you think flat earthers are retards, but you've not got past the globe. You're still in belief of it. So that belief is still dominant in your mind. So you've not seen the process through which you let go of that belief within yourself.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think I might have a blind spot where I don't actually necessarily know what you guys think I am like, right? But being that I do believe in the globe, right? But I think that
All I'm saying, Britt, is you've kind of got to go through something. You've got to go through this kind of process of letting go of what we believed in, and how we believed and how we saw things, including authority and all these types of things. And you've got to let go of that at depth within your own mind. Otherwise, you just end up skirting around a kind of like way of thinking, and you might intellectualize and whatever, but you never actually get anywhere.
Well, I do have unpopular opinions, right? It's not like I just go with whatever the current idea is. But I think this particular thing, for me, not being very interested in science on the face of it, right? Like physics, I more enjoy the sport of debate than anything else.
It's the sport, exactly. I know what you're about. You come here for the
true.
sport. You come here for the sport and to exercise your intellectual debating skills. But it's more than that. It's about more than that, mate. This is about truth. It's about actual truth. It's not just a game.
Well, I think that I'm on the side of truth, to be honest with you. But I don't think I have a strong identity with believing in the globe. It's never really crossed my mind, really.
Anyway, it's this thing called cognitive dissonance. That the thing that
married to
the thing that creates a defensiveness in people is just cognitive dissonance. That's pure and simple. It creates an emotional reaction, and it either manifests as anger or it manifests as people shutting down or avoidance or distraction. The mind will employ any which way.
I do think flat earthers sometimes are a bit unfair to globe earthers, thinking that because a globe earther would be more likely to say that the earth could be flat over a flat earther saying that it could be a sphere, right? And I think there are obviously awful globe earthers, but the ones that are frequent here, think eggshells, manufactotum, Matthew Learns, whoever it is, right? These people are like, they get grouped in with a bunch of people who just come in to like shit on you and then leave. But they're actually taking you guys. At least they're having a conversation with you, right? They're not just like.
Oh, I think they're all right. I mean, I've not been around long. I mean, I've spoken to a few of these people. They seem decent enough chaps. I'm not saying they're assholes. I'm just saying I notice psychological avoidance in all of them, including you, mate. I notice
Well, there's nothing
avoidance
in it for a glober to actually even talk to a flat earther. If you think about it, like their views are not really at stake here, right? As far as they're concerned, by the time they die, by the time their grandchildren die, everyone's still going to believe in the globe, almost universally, right? So it's not like there's cog dis over or like hatred over you guys spreading your views. It's more just like, you know, they enjoy the conversation, they enjoy the people here, and they have a different view of how science works, right? That's basically what it is. Different philosophical views and so on, or different epistemic views.
Well, those aren't the stakes. The stakes isn't whose paradigm is believed by a greater quantity. That's not the stakes.
Sorry, say that again, Greg.
I'm just clarifying the stakes is not whose paradigm is believed by the greater quantity of humans. That's not the stakes.
Well, I think for a flat earther, those are the stakes. For a globe earther, it's far from it, right? Because they don't really care, like in actual.
Well, it may apply to some, because I mean that's not impossible that someone thinks like that, but usually the reason is not that. Out of the years that I've involved myself in discourse about this subject, and especially a man the likes of myself, that's not the stakes.
Well, what's the stakes for a flat earther then?
Well, the stakes, of course, that's a axiological question. You know, axiology, the study of value, right? Depending on your worldview, you're going to evaluate this subject differently. And so, given my worldview, what's at stake is the knowledge of the world within a revealed doctrine that especially concerns how humans ought to live in the world, whether the surface of the earth be spherical or not. That's the stakes for me. The truthfulness of a doctrine which includes the supposed answers, at least, to the most profound questions that humans face. How humans ought to live and what makes any and all suffering worthwhile enduring on the surface of this earth, whether it be spherical or not. That's the stakes as it concerns a man like me.
I agree, Greg, and that's why I think this is Gregory. Sorry, and that's why I think this is more than just like an intellectual game that we're playing in here. I mean, I think from the flat Earth side, especially, it's a lot more. It's a lot deeper than that. It's like it's profound. It's profound. It's like letting go of what that old belief system. It's quite a profound thing because you're letting go into what? You're letting go into a. You're not jumping onto another intellectual framework. Flat Earth is not an intellectual framework like heliocentrism. You're letting go into God, really. You kind of it's really quite deep, and that's why I don't think that a lot of the globers really understand. They come in with these games and these spinning their wheels and intellectualizations. It is far deeper than that. There's an
What's the
honesty
stake?
about it.
You guys think the stakes is for a glober for them?
It's just a game, I think, for most of you.
It can be the same. Let me be fair, because we must be fair. See, there goes that ethic again, that issue of ethics again. My reason is shared by many globers. Of course, just as not all flat earthers share my axiology. Not all globers share my axiology, but there are plenty who do. So for the same reason that I just explained earlier concerns in my axiology, what are the stakes as it concerns me and my perspective, which I argue is sound and known to be true, they do the same. At best. At best.
Well, you're giving them a lot of credit there, Gregory. I don't know. I mean, they're holding on to their beliefs, but I don't know if it's it's based on anything genuinely ethical or anything like that. It's just protecting the identity that they gained. You know, the ego that we gained, that people gained from thinking they know something. You know, it's defending that. That's
I don't
probably
know,
a
bro. I think that's
less charitable.
a very dangerous way to look at things, right? Because look, I've been wrong before, right? I've had different views. I've come and went to and fro from different ideologies and so on as I've grown up and whatever. And to say that it's just a thing with identity and we've latched onto an identity, I think would be true in a way, because it usually manifests itself in a certain way where, like, for instance, if I say I'm a Marxist, right, everything about my aesthetic will be about Marxism, right? I don't have much of a global aesthetic, right? I don't think about space, I don't think about physics, right? It's not something that plays in my mind too often. But what I do enjoy is the sport of conversation, right? The debate, because it's a very fun one to have. But that literally just means that there's nothing about this conversation that really affects my identity. If it did, I feel like I'd be a bit more aggressive, right? There would be a bit more.
I think you should be more aggressive, though. I think the thing is, Britt, I think you take this too lightly. That's where my observation of you. I think you're in it for the game, you're in it for the enjoyment, for the fun. But I think you take it too lightly. This is profound shit. I don't think you see that.
Yeah, but to say Globers have this view of, like, this is all their identities are built around it. You've got to. I mean, I just disagree. I think there are some people, like, maybe McToon probably has that quality about him. But to say Globers do generally, I wouldn't even say most have that quality, right? I think most of them probably are more disgruntled, if anything, about the idea of misinformation than they are about their own identity, right? Some people do care, but
anyone who wants to spend time in a kind of flat Earth forum, like as in somewhere where the prevailing view is, oppositional to the view you hold. The only reason you would spend time there is, well, like you enjoy the sport of it, or that you're really trying to defend something that you vehemently want to protect. And that's what I notice about most Globers. They're becoming quite angry, or they're ultra avoidant. That you'll get them, you pin them on something, and they'll change to something else. They refuse to concede. And then another thing, right? If you're getting a strong emotional reaction when an assertion is made, what's that pointing to? I'm not talking about you now, Britt, because you don't tend to get a strong emotional reaction, or you're not when I hear you. But those who do, what does that point to, other than some aspect of their self that's being challenged?
Well, yes, that could be true, but I don't think in the way that you think it is true, right? For instance, like, it could be true that they actually really have this strong identity with a globe, which I think is unlikely. I think it's more likely the case that their ego is at stake, as with all debates, right? If you debate any topic with these people, no matter what it is, their ego is on the line because winning debates matters to people, right?
No, let's reverse it. Let's reverse it, Britt. Did you notice that in flat earthers, though?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's true for everyone.
I feel it's
No,
different.
I think there's a major premise being missed.
Go on.
Although the points that you both acknowledged are true, that within a controversy, within the debate, the persons involved, the interlocutors involved, of course, come across that annoying obstacle that is pride, right?
Yeah.
And then also that vain concern that this is all I've ever known. I identify with this cosmological doctrine very intensely, right? Not actually being thoroughly introspective about why, but that's why I'm being as charitable as I was as it concerns how worthy this subject is. Because, I mean, regardless of whether folks want to acknowledge it or not, cosmological facts, including facts about the Earth, are profoundly indicative about greater metaphysical truths. They're profoundly indicative about greater metaphysical truths. And so, whatever the truth about the cosmos is, it is going to corroborate, it's going to verify this or that supposed philosophical worldview, which is kind of redundant, this philosophy, this worldview, which is supposing a given description about the cosmos and other metaphysical facts, at least supposed facts, related to the cosmological truths that it enumerated. So that's the most important aspect of this controversy. That's why I take it seriously. And you notice that even the average Glober also does this. Very frequently we come across the question, we hear the valid and worthy question. Notice how I'm acknowledging its validity and its worthiness. The valid and worthy question of why would they lie?
Yeah.
Especially for how supposedly, how long and how in depth and how widespread this lie is. It's a profound and worthy question. It's the same question I immediately asked myself when I was introduced to this controversy. I feel that. I feel that right to my heart.
I
So
think the only I think everything in between a glober and a flat earther in this kind of debate, from what I see, is basically the same, except for one difference, which maybe you could say that a glober has that a flat earther doesn't have, and that's that the globe earther thinks the flat earther is dumb, right? That is just the case. They would typically think that, right? And
commonly.
so the ego thing there is it for a flat earther losing to a globe earther, there's less of your egos on the line because you don't think globe earthers are dumb, typically, I think. But flat earthers, you've got to think globe earthers think that flat earthers are so dumb that losing to a flat earther is like the pinnacle of embarrassment, right? So that maybe their
in the minds of
stakes
many,
in
yeah.
conversations a bit higher, right? But besides that, I think the psychology is basically the same. It's just debate psychology and that kind of stuff, right? It's not like
I think
globers
you're
have
wrong,
this
mate.
weird thing about them that make them way more crazier than a flat earther, right?
I can tell you
Yeah,
this
there's
for
a
now.
difference
When
between the generalization. Yeah, there's a difference between the generalization and a hasty generalization, and or the minority, distinct idiosyncratic reasons. I'm just focusing on the general description of either of both parties with what they share in common, and then you two were more so focusing on the generalization in contrast to one another.
Let me just say, the one advantage I think we as flat earthers have over globe earthers is we know within ourselves what it's like to be both. I know what in myself what it's like to be a globe space believer, and I know what it's like to see things as I see things now. And the quality difference is it's palpable. It's a very different psychology within me. That's why I can then look at globers and say, okay, that's how I would have reacted if I was in the same paradigm as I was, 10 years ago. So I've got that advantage over you because I can see it where I was and where I am now, and I can observe the difference. Talking to Britt there.
I mean, it's a very easily observable fact. Also, we value things. Things have value, and things only have value when subjects value them. And we don't value everything equally. We value things greater than others, lesser than others. And obviously, the reactions are indicative for concerning how great or less you value any given thing, concrete or abstract, be it whatever external material wealth, possessions, or ideas, doctrines, right? Theories, pick your synonym. And so, of course, the ravenous, raging anti-flat earther feels that something that is precious to them, highly precious to them, has been violated, has been attacked, has been assaulted.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least, their pride. At the very least, how dare you affirm a doctrine that is contrary to the cosmological doctrine that I believe, right? And if it is true that your position is right and mine is wrong, then that necessarily makes me the fool of fools being duped twice on Sunday. How dare you believe a doctrine that implies, inevitably and necessarily, that I could be so duped, or especially as we have heard by others, how dare you believe a doctrine, a cosmological doctrine that implies and impugns the vast majority of the world order so intensely and so horrifically? That's at stake also in the mind of the globe earther.
Yeah, I do think it's quite surface level. I don't. The only thing I would disagree with is when people start going really deep into a global psychology and saying that, that this is their core identity and effort, and they all have cognitive dissonance. None of them have arguments. They just want to believe, and it's like a fairy tale Santa Claus sort of thing. I think that's when you've crossed the boundary between being rational, because there are reasons for why global might be a bit more aggressive towards a flat earther than the other way around, but I don't think it's ever deeper than maybe just like an ego thing, right? I think it
How would you be,
fundamentally comes
right?
down to that.
How would you be, right, if adults still believed in Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy and all that, and there were a load of adults around, on a in a Discord server who was basically saying, "Look, guys, there's no Tooth Fairy, there's no Santa Claus. They're not real,"
I would be exactly how I am right now. I'd say, I'd just be like, well, that's an interesting conversation. Let's see what they got, right? Obviously, I have a very, very firm belief in something. Like, one thing I was going to say about you saying that you used to be a globe earther, right? I could maybe draw an analogy to, I used to be, right? Don't judge me, right? I was very young, right? When I was like 17 to like 21, I was a Marxist, very, very far left, right?
Yeah, same. I've gone the other way. Yeah.
And I was, I thought I was the most intelligent person that ever walked this earth, right? Obviously, I'm not a Marxist anymore, kind of grew out of it. But one thing I noticed I took with me is this idea that because I was a Marxist, that means that I'm smarter than a Marxist because I used to be one, right? I think that's a bad way of thinking. I think you shouldn't think just because you were a glober that means you have more insight.
Give it insight. You've got insight into the way a Marxist thinks because you used to think like that, and now you don't. But you know what it's like to be a Marxist. That gives you an advantage over people who don't, who judge, who don't, have never had that insight. You know the difference.
It's like this. There's a funny little illusion that happens with debates, and that's just basically if you know more about what someone else's case is than they do, the illusion happens usually because you're able to know exactly what they're going to say, predict exactly what they say, know the counter argument because you've already been there. The illusion is that you're actually correct, but actually all you're doing is all you've brought to the table is more knowledge, right? So you might be more correct potentially, but you could just be completely wrong, right? And that you'll find even today, like a Glober could probably present an argument. I should hope, right? You've all been presented with an argument from a Glober that you think, okay, that's a pretty good argument, right? Even the ones that you haven't expected before. So I think I would avoid the illusion of just because you know more than your opponent that means you're correct. It just means that you are more prepared and you know more about the subject than they do, right? That's all it means.
Dude, honestly, mate, I just think without being aware of it, you obfuscate. You skirt around things, and you don't allow yourself to see the plainly obvious. You kind of go, yeah, but I wouldn't go into the. But it's that illusion of the. It's a kind of beige way of thinking, dude.
I'm very beige.
I think I know you're clearly clever. You've got insight, and you're no longer a Marxist, which is definitely in your favor. But
is he an anthropologist?
I can hear him.
Are you asking, or are you saying that he is?
Yeah, I'm asking. Brittany, are you an anthropologist?
An anthropologist? No.
Yeah. Okay. Because you're kind of taking that stance. And it kind of seems to be your approach. Anthropology.
Yeah, it's kind of you're taking an overview of things. I don't know. There's a strange intellectual defense you've got, and I'm trying to get an angle on it. But it's definitely an avoidance tactic. But you're not aware of it, but it is.
It's just me saying you got to be cautious. Like when you don't trick yourself into thinking just because you run into a lot of stupid globers that means you're
you're in the correct position, because I run into a lot of stupid Marxists, right? But there's always a chance, right, that you're going to run into that one smart Marxist that like completely smashes your head against a curb, right? With knowledge, not literally, obviously. And so I typically take the same approach with Marxists. I get it. I typically have a bit of an ego about it because I used to be one, and I can usually predict what they're saying. But my ego is just my ego, right? And it shouldn't be something that overrides whether or not I'm taking an argument
Dude,
seriously.
you saw through Marxism. You saw through it. You know it's bullshit. You saw through it. So now you can just be fucking honest about it and say, look, that's bullshit and this is why. That's what flat earthers do. We see through it. We can be honest about it. We don't have to beat around the bush. We just say, look,
So
that's
by
bollocks.
now, Britnett has made a worthy point. Don't commit hasty generalizations, right? And don't commit non sequitur presumptions. Yeah, I can agree with that. But the more worthy focus, of course, more important than that, is the worthiness of the subject, which this channel is devoted to, right? For a man like me, the truth about this subject has profound implications. Cosmology is categorically a metaphysical concern, which is related to, inseparably, inevitably, necessarily, related to other metaphysical concerns, which are also related to epistemological concerns, related to logical concerns, related to ethical concerns.
Yeah, that I understand that. I think like if it was the case that
Right,
all of
right.
the globe Earth cosmology was incorrect, a lot of things could follow from that in terms of where we derive our cosmology from, what we think we knew about the world, or how we arrive at knowledge, that kind of stuff. But I think that's more of an interesting topic for, I suppose, someone who's a flat earther than it is for a globe earther, just because you have all sorts of globe earthers where they could think the Earth was 6,000 years old if they so bloody chose to, and they could still think the Earth was a globe, right? But I understand what you're saying generally.
The main issue is that globe earthers will dehumanize flat earthers. That's the problem, that where the schism is. This lack of humility in humanity that is displayed on people who are vehement anti-flat earthers.
I recognize what Crit just described. He's describing the kinds of persons that most frequently come into these servers. He's not talking about the average commoner in the US or in the Europeanized world, whatever, what have you.
Oh yeah, they generally, people on average, they might think the Earth is a globe, but they don't spend really one New York minute on it. They just kind of vaguely understand it. Like they'll be, oh yeah, about 50 years ago, people went to the moon and there's a space station somewhere. That's about it. They did Jay Leno, Man in the Street, where they asked people just basic cosmology questions, like what planet is Earth? What number? People would say it's number 1. It's number 8. It's number 8.
Yeah.
It's
Those
40.
are funny.
Like it's 40. I think it's T-Dub.
Yeah, the average person.
I think
Sorry,
T-Dub's
what?
hot
Is there
mic.
something wrong with my mic?
Yeah,
Is there something wrong with my mic?
There's echo. Yeah, there's echo.
Are you playing YouTube back through?
He's playing his.
I might have it paused. Wait, I can just like close that.
Echo.
Yeah.
Echo. No echo. No.
Is that better?
Echo. No.
Is that better?
Yeah, disconnect echo. Very delayed echo. Very delayed echo.
Yeah, it
It's still
sounds
an
like
echo?
YouTube's going
I
back
think
through
it's
your
your
mic.
speaker. We can hear your speaker is picking up what you can hear.
Wait,
What's
is
going
that
on here?
better?
What's going on here? Here.
Was that you or T-Dub?
Is that better?
I couldn't tell.
Wait, I'll drop in and come back. Hang on, I'll drop out.
We got this idea where people understand that something's wrong with the world, and instead of trying to fix the world, they decided. Yeah, it's still fucked up, Tito. There we go. Okay. They decided to find some group of people to other, and this happened in 2016. Like atheism just took a hit, a hard hit. Virtually, the theists won the debate in 2016, and atheism was completely marginalized. Not only were they defeated in online spaces by the theists, they had a thermonuclear meltdown. There's just David Silverman, sexual harassment scandals, money, stealing money from the Atheist Foundation. Just one atheist leader after another. P.Z. Myers just came up and said, I wish I could open atheism news and not read about some scumbag, like something other than that. So what they did was they took 2 shots across the bow to try to remain relevant. They did 2 hit pieces calling, the atheists aren't the problem in the world. It's actually these flat earthers over here. It's a dangerous online cult that's based in conspiracy-minded thinking. And then people are like, wow, that is kind of fucked up. I didn't know people were like that in the world. But they found out that, hey, flat earthers were just minding their own business. They weren't hurting anybody. It was just a very small group of people who just were doing their own thing. But it's somehow atheism tried to say these people are worse. They wanted to get some kind of win to stay relevant, and instead completely destroyed the rest of atheism. But atheists were so emotionally invested. They're so illogical that they just couldn't take the L. And then they just kept ramping up the hyperbolic nature of their discourse against flat Earth. At first, it was just a bunch of kooks, just a bunch of uneducated kooks who are saying and doing weird stuff. They also associated flat earthers with being religious. They completely ignore that all the space programs in the world, especially NASA, deeply theistic. They put a Bible on the moon, if you believe their story, because they wanted to make sure that the most important book ever written would be preserved if something happens to Earth. So that's the main problem. My goal here is a little bit different than Gregory's. Mine is just X minus 1. Can I save one globalist who's dehumanized the flat earther and bring them back to humanity? That's it. Just one. If I can say just one person pulled them back from that would be a win, not just for me, not just for flat Earth, but all of humanity. Just
I would hold that
one
value
person.
in common with Crit. I would hold that value in common with Crit.
Yeah, but your big picture too. Like, I want to know knowledge and all this other stuff. That's real. That's really neat too. I like that idea. Yeah. So I hear what you're saying. That it's a little bit of both and.
In fact, so the qualification, I would say, the reason I said it the way I did the first time is because I was just talking about myself. But I share your value in common. That's redundant. I share your value as it concerns my participation in the discourse. When I open my mouth and speak, or type with my thumbs, I open my mouth and speak. Either my questions concerning myself and me trying to ascertain more knowledge, or my scrutinizing questions or critiques, or defense arguments towards someone else for the sake of lovingly edifying them. So we hold that in common.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I heard that one. Copy that.
Yeah, sound good now.
I still maintain that there's quite a significant psychological difference between the two camps. I don't think it's just two halves of the same coin. I think
there's a contrast. You are right.
Yeah.
I think I get that there's probably some sort of difference, but I think that some of these weirder sort of ideas about like how globalists behave, that kind of stuff, or like what a globalist actually thinks, or how they actually view a flat earther. I think it sounds true from a flat earth perspective. I can understand why it would, but I honestly I just think that typically what I see is just people just think flat earth is a joke, right? And it's not something they take seriously. It's not something like they hate flat earthers. They probably think you're a bit dumb. That's just about it, right? They don't think like these people are, they must be stopped. They're evil vermin, less than human, right? They wouldn't. It's not like that, obviously.
No, you
well, you haven't heard, for instance, Jim
McToon.
Or McToon or this user Craig. I forget his real name. No, that's his real name. I forget his username. But
Fight
Craig,
the Flat Earth.
Fight the Flat Earth. Or, for instance, also the congressional hearing or committee hearing that they had with the head of YouTube at the time. The head of YouTube has now changed. It's now this Indian man, Mohan something Mohan, not Susan anymore. But Susan was at this congressional hearing committee, and someone can pull up the video where, I mean, just me mentioning this here should indicate that it's not just perceived as vain foolishness by some random obscure commoners who are just not educated in the ways of, you know, secular humanist rationalist academia, but they see it as a viable threat to the public good, the public well-being, as a significant contributor to the spread of quote unquote disinformation or misinformation, which of course is, you know, going to disrupt the flow of information and deceive people and not obey the supposed worthy and beneficial and benevolent instruction and mandates from the political civil magistrate and or, you know, the supposed experts of the established institution. So yeah, they see it as a threat. Some of them see it as a bunch of stupid foolish commoners, but there are plenty who, even in heads of industry, or at least that's the rhetoric, you know, whoever truly believes this, either way, it is an established professed concern that this is a societal scourge.
Yeah, I think there's some people that might have that view, but I think like the 90%, 99% of global thinkers, right?
Which is true. I mean, the vast majority of persons do not think well and deeply about anything.
Yeah.
They're called normies. We call them normies, right?
Yeah,
So there's two
normies,
types of
right?
normies.
Yeah, right.
So I see the two types of normies that come in here, right? There's the normie that thinks we're just stupid, wants to tell us we're stupid, and of course the Earth's a ball. They don't care how they know or if they actually know, and if it's just a belief, they don't care about any of that. They just want to tell us that we're dumb, right? Because everybody believes the ball, right? And then you've got the type of normie who comes in and they're too afraid to defend their position. And now you can hear that they obviously think that they live on a spinning ball, but they'll say, "Oh, well, I'm not sure, and I'm just here to listen," and until they gain the confidence enough to actually ask a question or defend their stance at some point. That's another type of normie. And then, but then, flat Earth has actually developed a type of anti, like, flat earthers, globers, right? Because before flat Earth, nobody was out there saying adamantly the Earth's not flat, right? Here's why, right? There was glober, like, you know, heliocentric, you know, themed information out there being published, right? But not for the cause of making sure people realize it's not flat. But flat Earth came along, and now there is those type of people.
Imagine, you've got to imagine it the other way around though. Like, so imagine a flat earther and what they might think about a globe earther, right? So just in the same way that you could say, you know, there are globe earthers that have like very vehement anti-flat Earth sort of positions, and obviously it's worse for the flat earther because the globe earthers are currently the hegemonic idea and probably will remain that way, right? But yeah, you do see a lot of flat earthers who go on tirades about globe earthers, right? Like people who believe in the globe, like they're deluded, they're trying to destroy God, they're evil, they're Satan worshippers. I mean, I heard that just today, right? I'm not even like making that up. And so I think the vitriol goes both ways. And you know, to say that someone else is deluded based on facts that they were presented with and the idea that they still kind of agree with it, I think that's just, I don't know. I think once you get into that sort of territory where everyone's stupid but you, I think you kind of have just reached delusion yourself, right? In a way.
Well, I mean, the critique only stands so as long as the given conflicting parties, right? The critique only stands so as long as the recipient of that critique really doesn't have the sound position. But then again, until the proper procedure is performed so as to get to the conclusion of the matter, right? As of right now, it's just a mutual exchange of the same cavils and denigration and impugnments, right? But of course, it logically is the case in principle. If one is right and the other is wrong, the one who has the wrong position is deluded, right? So in principle, that is a critique, that is a description that is valid in principle.
I think they're
Okay, but
wrong. They could be wrong, right? But deluded is a few. There's a few extra steps you need to take to getting deluded, right? To be deluded, I think you have to, yeah. I mean, like with a globe earther, I think they fundamentally can't be, right? Because to be deluded for a globe earther, if you're like a serious globe earther, obviously there's a lot of stupid ones, but a serious one will say that they're not 100% certain, so they can't be deluded because they're opening up the idea that they could be wrong. But the minute that you speak to someone, and this usually comes from the stupid globers or a lot of flat earthers, where they say this is absolute truth, and everyone else who disagrees with them is deluded, and there's no way they could be wrong because it's just self evident. Then you have approached delusion territory because you've established yourself as unlocking that truth categorically, right?
sure, I can agree with that. I mean, in principle, should the given person who is professing that about themselves really be telling the truth about their own pattern of thought? Yeah, in principle, that would be valid. So yeah,
I think
you
there's two
believe
kinds of
it
flat earthers.
with complete confidence,
Yeah.
and it's false, and there's a multitude of fallacies in your line of thinking, and you're bigoted. You don't critically consider what the others are saying, and scrutiny or refutation of what you hold. You're not self-scrutinizing. Yeah, that would be a deluded person.
Yeah.
Before too, these anti-flat earthers, they were bigoted people prior to this debate. They are bigoted. I mean, if you see a lot of these third wave atheists, they are very toxic towards Muslims, minority groups, gay people. They are very hateful people. I mean, you just watch our YouTube channels, okay? You got to take my word for it. Just type in some of these, the armored skeptic, this kangaroo character. You'll just hear they're vitriolic. The thing is, though, they think they've got cover when they talk shit about flat earthers because they think it's still a socially acceptable group to marginalize. That's the only reason why they're this overboard with their rhetoric, because they still think society's on their side for some reason. People might think, oh, flat earthers are dumb, but the atheists are even dumber. No one gives a shit what the atheists have to say. They can't even get voted dog catcher. It's like an atheist will never hold any political position, but yet somehow they want to blame flat earthers for this shit because they want a victory against theists, and they'll take any victory they can get. What's actually hilarious is flat earthers are generally like spiritual. They're not Southern Baptist or Southern Evangelical. They generally have their own sort of like ideal of religion. Very cosmopolitan, like non-denominational. But yet somehow instead of that should be the perfect ally. See, in the past, minority groups like flat earthers, conspiracy theorists, atheists, they were all together. They were all these alternative points of view. Hippies, they were all together and they all kind of told the same story about living in a world that vehemently rejects the minority opinions. And somehow now, atheism think they're in charge and they're not even running their mouth. They can't even control their own day-to-day activity. They're constantly spazzing out as soon as they hear something triggering. They just flip the fuck out. And even more hilarious, they flip out in their own safe spaces where they got full control. Maslow's hierarchy of needs should dictate they should be able to at least comprehend something inside their own echo chambers, but they can't. They get so bad that they start eating their own. They'll find something that someone else disagrees with, and they start yelling at that person. It's hilarious to listen to. You get like one guy talk about somehow he supports Israel. Oh, T-Dub. Testing. Okay. This is the main problem, is that the experts, okay, the experts in the heliocentric model told you exactly what it would mean for humanity. This giant leap forward, this amazing renaissance, this idea of everybody coming together for a common goal and a common good. And the anti-flat earther can't even explain a flat earther in that model. Even though Michio Kaku did a whole TED talk explaining how conspiracy theory and fear of the other, fear of the unknown is built into our genetic makeup. It's quite a destructive worldview that these guys have. and it's counterintuitive, and they really are. It's really what at the end of the day, it's just bigotry and hatred at a level that they think they can get away with. As soon as society starts pushing back on being cruel or whatever, the flat earthers, they'll be marginalized again, and they'll blame flat earthers for it, and the cycle will continue.
And it also, in addition with that, to tie it off, it's just a flagrant demonstration of being inconsistent with their own worldview. Because that kind of zealous, loud activism, right, and verbal condemnation is usually from a person that has a worldview that makes something in the world worthwhile. But regardless of how inconsistent the atheist is, when you are seriously analyzing the common atheistic, notice my emphasis, atheistic worldview, there is no value. There isn't. Because along with being atheistic, it's usually a materialistic, empiricistic, nihilistic worldview. There's no objectivity of anything. It's usually sooner or later you're going to become a Nietzschean. And Nietzsche was being consistent with atheism. The average atheist usually isn't consistent with their atheistic, materialistic, empiricistic worldview. In nihilism, that axiological idea, is the inevitable implication of a world where there's no God, there's no law, there's no purpose, there's no value whatsoever. It's just matter in motion. In a world that is just matter in motion, then that's it. There's nothing more. You can't add value into that world because there's just matter in motion. So when you predicate that the world is just matter in motion, there is no value because value is not matter, neither is it moving. So Nietzsche was just being consistent. The average atheist is not consistent, but Nietzsche was consistent. And other atheists like him eventually get to that Nietzschean consistent implication of that worldview. So why are you saying this? Because if you believe an atheistic, materialistic, empiricistic, nihilistic worldview, no God, only matter in motion, you only know things by empirical sensation, and there is no value of any kind whatsoever, why are you railing against anything? Why do you have indignation? Why do you have contempt against anything? Why are you acting as though there's value? Why are you acting as though other persons are doing something wrong, immoral, something they ought not do, or is tremendously detrimental? It's not consistent. So why should I be cowering to the demands and vitriol of a people that are being flagrantly inconsistent with their own premises of the worldview? I didn't lose connection, did I?
No, just nailed it, man.
That's why the fundy scientist doesn't phase me, because I know that I can very safely presume that they're an atheistic, materialistic, empiricistic nihilist. So it isn't as though, given their worldview, that I should hurry up and believe their arguments. Given their worldview, there is no obligation to do anything. There is no value of any kind. So there's no right or wrong behavior. There's nothing that I ought to believe or disbelieve. There's no way that I ought to think, et cetera, et cetera. There's no evaluation possible of any act that either a human or non-human does. So I can just let them say everything, and I want them to say everything. Given my worldview, I want to hear everything they have to say. Given their worldview, I can do whatever I want. So I'm just gonna choose to entertain myself with their words. In my worldview, I'm obligated to critically consider and self-scrutinize. In their worldview, I can just do whatever I want. So I'm going to entertain myself with listening to their ramblings about what they believe they know by empirical sensation, and then listening to them tell me how they didn't empirically detect the things that they suppose are true about the cosmos. Why should I fear? Why should I tremble when they open their mouth, when they open their microphone, when they post a link in the open chat? Especially when the vast majority of the time, they are not demonstrating that they love me. They're not demonstrating that they are saying these things to me because they desire and do what is best for my well-being. They want me to be completely well. The vast majority of the time, they're not demonstrating that. Especially when I also see no good. What about my life, and my life in particular, or the commoner like me? What about our lives require? What about in our commoner lives, if we would be in a good state of living, requires your cosmological paradigm? There's a question. So there's that also.
Well, in U.S. high schools today, a significant number of children believe that the world back in the days was black and white. Colors didn't existed. Just like they see on those black and white photos or TV videos from the 40s, 50s.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a US school teacher who's actually addressing this problem because he asked children in the class, and he was astonished to find out like how many children believe this. Like the world back in the days was actually
That's
black
funny.
and white. Yeah,
I've never heard that before till now.
yeah.
So
So
that's interesting. But Gregory, you said something just a moment ago that really sparked something in my little light to pop up above my head. And you mentioned how flat earthers, when we're talking about flat earth, we're not trying to hurt people and harass them and make fun of them. We're trying to inform them and enlighten them so they can wake up and be aware of this. And we're trying to do it to benefit people. Whereas when people come in that want to go ahead and tell us, to debate that subject with us, they look at us like, you're stupid, you're beneath us, we really need to educate you. And without the care for their fellow man. And it's just the whole outlook of, I never really, paid much attention to that before, but when you said that, it's all of a sudden like, bing, well, yeah. That's like the difference between night and day. And, I can't just say that all flat earthers are that way or all ball earthers are that way.
Yeah,
For the
refrain
most
from the
part,
hasty
that's what I was
generalization,
thinking.
right?
Yeah, so that, I was aware of that, but that just popped a light above my head, and I said, you know what, that's right. When I try to tell people about this, I'm not trying to tell them that they're stupid if they think this, because I used to think that shit too. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, thank you. I and you, men like us, take to heart and appreciate our former situation, and out of love, compassion, right? Especially the first and greatest commandment, and the second, which is like it, from Lord Yahushua, Jesus, as it is written, right? Love your neighbor as yourself, because you love the God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. So, in consistency with that axiology, with that ethic, I think the way I do, and talk the way I do, and behave the way I do, not perfectly, but to the best of my ability, with the guidance and help of the Holy Spirit. So I go out, or I stay indoors and chit chat on the cell phone, either way, and I'm attempting to engage in an edifying discourse out of love for my neighbor, especially if
Yes.
this cosmological paradigm is a crucial aspect in the entire, how do I say it, massive machine of deception that is provoking them to behave and think and speak in a way that is leading to their peril. I don't want them to
Well,
perish.
this machine is actually pushing them to look at the neighbor's goat, you know?
The neighbor's what?
The neighbor's goat.
Uh huh. I get what you mean. I'm picking up what you're putting
Yeah,
down. Right.
that's a very old say.
You know, forget the humans. I want me some goat.
Mm.
I wish most of the people with your worldview saw the same way you guys do, because I feel like a lot of time when people come in here and they have a view that's different than yours, a lot of the old flat earthers, the people who've been here a long time, just try and shit on them, you know, because I think they can earn some internet points, or it feels
Mhm.
good to dunk on some people who don't know, you know, the facts that you do about even
Mhm.
their own model, right? About the flat Earth
Mhm.
model, you know. And I wish you guys would be more forthcoming to these people. And I get that you get a lot of trolls coming
Oh
here.
fuck. Here we go.
What?
Why don't you tell them who you are, Rhinoceros?
Do I want to tell them who I
Oh,
am?
Yeah. Let them know.
I'm a great guy. I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, you are.
great
What
guy.
else are? What
You
is your
can't say
profession?
that about yourself. Sorry,
What is
go
your
ahead.
profession?
What is my profession?
Yeah.
I'm an electrical and computer engineer.
Okay. And what is your stance on the topic of this room because of that?
Due to my profession, I don't.
Yeah.
I believe the Earth is a spherical.
Of course you do. What evidence do you have to support the case?
And here we go.
Tell the good people.
And
The
here
good
it
people that you
starts.
said are having a civil conversation. Tell everybody what you think.
Hey man, I was just making a statement. I was
I
just
know.
trying to.
But we can follow up by you telling everybody how you know the Earth is a globe, right?
Do I know for a fact, like for 100%
I don't know how
certainty?
you. I don't know how you know, but tell them how you know.
I'm just trying to. I'm just trying to figure out what you're asking. Do I know the
Well,
Earth is
what
a
I'm asking
globe?
is there any evidence to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Okay. Let us have it, please.
Okay. What would you like? Would you like the?
A demonstration that you know that the Earth is a globe with evidence. Thank you.
Sure. The hundreds and hundreds of hours of video evidence of rockets going into space.
You know,
live
we
streams.
sent
So one at a
some
time
earlier.
now. So one at a time now.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'll
I was just really trying to tell the people that were talking before that, like, I understand your worldview. I mean, it's okay that you guys think this. I just wish you would be
It's
gentler
okay.
on
Like, what are we,
people.
some kind of
Hold on,
pets in the zoo? It's
give me
okay.
2
You guys can
seconds.
think what you think, you little
Not
guys.
what I
It's
meant.
okay.
Absolutely not what I meant. I just wish you
Okay,
guys would
so
be
then what are you
gentler.
saying?
What I'm saying is I wish you guys
Why
would be
do we need to
gentler.
be consoled by the likes
Can I
of you?
finish?
What do you
Can I
have to
just
offer? I
can I
don't
finish one
understand. What do you have to
sentence?
offer if it's not evidence? Like, why are you trying to console us? Because poor little us, we think the Earth is flat and stationary.
That's not
Tell
what
us
I
how
was
the
saying.
Earth is a globe, man. We're waiting for the evidence.
It's okay. I'll be done. You guys continue. My bad.
Well, we're just waiting for
I'd
the
really
evidence.
like to
That's
know
all I'm saying.
why rockets are globe proof.
Yeah, I mean, Rhinoceros, if you want to continue by the subject, we got your initial point, so yes, I agree with that. Be consistent with laws of piety, as it were. So how about this, given the designated topic of the voice channel? Your appeal to rockets right, ascending from the surface of the Earth. Can a rocket ascend from a flat surface?
Yes.
Okay. So the sheer act, the event of a rocket ascending from the surface of the Earth is not necessarily indicative nor strongly indicative of the surface from which it ascended to be spherical or flat. Yeah.
No, not necessarily, I guess.
All right. So that appeal in and of itself is not sufficient.
You could launch a rocket from a flat Earth too, I suppose.
So how do you know it's a globe?
From the video, if I go back to my original point, from the video evidence of the Earth from a rocket from far away.
Video is not evidence. It's just merely something that you can see on TV that shows you a depiction of what you might think is evidence, but
Was
it's
it
not
fake?
evidence.
Well, here's a
you
question.
could test whatever they depict as evidence to be true or not, right? How would you be able to test that information that they show you on a video?
Right. In other words, to more succinctly put the scrutinizing question, is it really authentic photographic video and or still picture? If you affirm yes, then how do you know?
So that's a great question. How do I know for 100% fact? I don't. I take it on a little bit of faith, but at the same time,
No, we're not. It's not a little bit of faith, Rhinoceros. Actually, it's all faith. Not a little bit. It's all faith. It's completely faith based. You trust the information.
So right now, no matter how certain or uncertain you are, do you have an argument to support affirming that the video is authentic, photographic, still pictures and or video?
I guess my argument to the validity of the videos would be the sheer amount of them and their consistency between videos. That would be my argument.
Well, with that being said, that wouldn't be sufficient, would it? Because I could have the logically and metaphysically greatest quantity of supposed video and or still pictures, and they all be inauthentic, fabricated, doctored content, right? So just the quantity thereof is not a sufficient appeal.
It could be, but I mean, I would, if there was enough quantity of enough video evidence, supposed evidence of some claim from multiple different sources, multiple different countries, people of different faiths, religions, ethnicities. I don't know. I would believe more.
Well, by your line of logic, then Santa Claus is real, right? If we follow that line of logic, then Santa Claus is real.
How so?
Well, we have videos, we have pictures, we have movies, we have postcards, we have drawings, we have people that imagine it. Some people are chasing him down like on Christmas, and according to you, the whole world is telling you that Santa Claus is real. Therefore, you have to believe it true, right?
No, all the videos and pictures are animations.
Well, I'm not speaking to you, but I'm not speaking to you, but I'm not speaking to you. But yeah, it does matter because you will sit down and be silent until this guy's done. All right, so how can you factor in that the whole world's in on this, Rhinoceros, and yet you would claim that that is evidence that something exists due to the mass amount of validity or volume of information that exists surrounding this topic?
I would disagree with your initial claim. Most people don't believe Santa Claus is real. They
Well,
make
it doesn't
those
matter.
out
The
of
volume of information is there to support the claim that he exists.
Most people don't claim Santa Claus is real, though.
No, I don't think that.
Hold on, GBG. But the volume of information is there, which is what your premise for the information of rockets. The volume of information is there. So the volume of information supports the case that Santa Claus exists. Therefore, you should believe in Santa Claus being a real entity.
Not true. You're saying volume of information
Yes.
that Santa
How much
Claus
information?
Can I finish?
Yeah. How much information there is about Santa Claus? That's what I'm saying. And
Can
how
I
much
get
information there is about rockets?
Okay. Can I get through a single sentence, please?
Hey, you just did. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. the amount of evidence that or the amount of material on Santa Claus, people don't claim this is true. This is like, things people make up. Nobody is claiming this is true. So even though there's
Incorrect. That is
an
not
amount,
that is not true. What you just said is a lie. People do
Yeah.
claim that Santa Claus is real, and they teach their
Yeah.
children that he exists. So you're
Yes.
incorrect.
When
Now
you
what?
ask them in front of their children, people who have children or grandchildren, when you ask them, when they are next to their children, they will all say that Santa Claus is real and he exists.
Yep. Now what? Where do
Vast
we go from
majority
here?
of people. Yeah.
fellas, are
I
we
mean,
trying
I
to have
think
a
we're all smart
discussion?
enough to really get the essence of the point by now. So, Ryan, of course, you get that their point is that the sheer quantity of persons that believe and or just merely assert whatever given predication, including this one that we're discussing, is not sufficient to demonstrate that the predication is true. Of course, that would be
Yeah.
the fallacy of appeal to majority. At best, what that appeal does, of course, just makes it seem more credible, more believable, right? But doesn't really establish or demonstrate its veracity, its soundness.
Okay, I can see.
Sounds great. Now, what else do you have to support the case that the Earth is a globe? Other than that,
Nothing. I'm done. Thank you.
so you're done. Wow, that was easy. So then there is no evidence that you have to support the case that the Earth is a globe. You just have a blind belief in it, right?
I disagree.
Well, then prove me wrong.
Do you have another appeal for us?
Do you work in aerospace?
Yes, in a sense.
He
I guess.
does.
I
He does.
also do work.
Dr.
Yeah,
Science.
I used to work for Lockheed.
Nice.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
But
Lockheed?
but Rhinoceros is he's an engineer too. So a lot of what he believes, like Santa Claus, is done with the magic of like, imagery and such. So to him, he's easy to be dazzled.
What does that mean? A lot of
Well,
what I
it
do
means that for
is
your
through
indoctrination
imagery.
purpose, so that you can believe something true, somebody from an authoritative position, all they have to do is present some, videos or images, and there you go with your belief.
So when I
Like,
develop a circuit to do a specific task, that's just
yeah.
somebody else fooling me, I guess.
What you just said does not equate to what I said. You said when I develop a circuit to perform a task. Is that what I said? It's not analogous, by the way, to what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, you don't have to be sorry. It's just like, think about it. The what I said was, if somebody shows you an image, and it's what you would consider a credible source, you're just going to believe on the fact that the person who's presenting it to you is an authoritative position to do so. So you will believe based on that, not on anything else. But for you working on something, you're actually doing something within the physical natural world. You're applying some type of technology to an
Okay.
industry standard. So that is not the same as what I said. Not analogous.
Okay. So what I do when I work on something, that is actually true. But when somebody shows me a picture of something, that is not true.
Well,
Is that
have you ever
kind of the
critically
same?
thought about the information? So if they present to you an image of I don't know what, right? It doesn't matter what it is, meteorites, whatever. If they're showing you something, how can you take that information as it's a truth claim that it really is true? How do you know? This is a part of critical thinking that you have to engage with. If you don't just look at something and say, well, it came from NASA, thus say it NASA, it is the truth. They're not the final word. So you can actually look at something and say, how can we know if this is true or not? Engage with that side of your mind, at least to the effect of if you're going to have a discernment whether or not you know this is true or not. You can't just say, well, it came from this organization, therefore it must be true.
Okay. I agree in
All right.
some sense. But what if I told you I worked on a project that I developed the electronics for a neutron and gamma ray detector. Okay.
Yeah.
And this piece of this electronics went on a rocket that went into low Earth orbit, I guess, and then we received data back from this piece of electronics that I developed, right? And I was able to view the data myself. What do you say to that? How did this come to be? Is somebody feeding
there's
me
a couple
fake
of things.
data or what?
No, there's a couple of things here. What you consider low Earth orbit could be just high altitude. That's completely available to what we understand the limits of our extremity, right? Like we're not going to say that there is like a certain threshold where we can't. Nope, it can't be above 30,000 feet. Anything above that is just it's all hooey. But what we would say is that if something exists at a high altitude, that's completely okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Technology has been floating above our heads for quite some time now. But there's nothing wrong with that. I don't see there's not a conflict there with that information to be something that you validated. But it's just not going into the vacuum of space like you might think. The cosmic vacuum is it's a made up story that just like Santa Claus you would believe in because it has to be, right? You'd have entities out there like planets and stuff roaming around. So you'd have to put the cosmic vacuum into a perspective. So the rocket probably went into high altitude and not in a cosmic vacuum. That's
just
pretty
because
easy.
you design the components for this platform doesn't mean you know about the platform and the medium that it resides in. Do you understand?
Yeah.
No, but I
And
know
Ryan, let
how.
me give credit where credit is due. Let me,
Sure.
because again, be fair. It must be fair with all persons at all times and all subjects. So this is the strongest appeal that you've given so far, but it's still not sufficient because, to put it succinctly, as these gentlemen have articulated, is that appealing to the fact that you contributed to the fabrication of whatever given electro-digital device that then became the component of an artificial machine that then was launched up high in the air several dozens, well, not dozen, but several thousand feet up in the air doesn't necessarily indicate or even strongly indicate that it's above a surface, right? That doesn't logically follow to the conclusion because all that could happen above a flat surface.
But you said something interesting. You said, "What if I said?" Does that mean you did it or not?
Yes,
You
I
said,
was a
"What if
part
I
of.
said I did this?"
No,
You were
sorry,
part of it.
I was.
Okay, what did you do?
I developed the electronics for a neutron and gamma ray detector, mainly
Now, do
on
you
the
have
processor side to do
do you have
calculations,
So,
concrete?
perform
what
calculations
Do you have
on the
electronics
way.
did you
concrete
use?
evidence? Do you have concrete evidence that that went to space?
That it went to low Earth orbit. I mean, I don't
How
know
do you
what we
know that
classify
for
as
certain?
space. I guess.
Yeah,
How
you
do you
know
know
there's a
that for
chain of
certain?
custody issue when it comes to space assets, right?
Say that again. Chain of custody
A
issue.
chain of custody issue. There's a handoff of components that go into the payload for a rocket that's launched. And there's a clear line of separation between different stages and different people and organizations that handle each respective stage.
So are you saying they switched out the thing that I designed, the PCB that I
No, not at
fabricated?
all.
No.
You have no idea what kind of technology and um, what kind of
Was part
processes are
of,
used
yeah.
in order to put this payload up there and how it's staying up there.
What does that have to
Can
do with
you
the data received back?
can you
It's
show the
consistent
data
with
that
what we thought.
can you show the
Um,
data that you received back?
yeah, actually, this is a question I wanted to ask him. He
Okay.
made the claim that he got this data.
I'm sorry. Who was talking? Why'd you mute my friend? Hey, get. Did you ever end up
Yes.
putting that cooling system into your laptop? Liquid cooling?
No, not yet. No. It will
Oh
take
boy, just going all
a
over the
couple of
place. Can we
months.
just
Yeah.
focus on Timbo's question?
Yeah, let's focus on the major premise. So your latest appeal, right, is
My
that
bad.
you made a component of an artificial device that then was supposedly sent up several thousand feet above the surface of the Earth. supposedly in so-called low Earth orbit, right? But the fact that you made, granting in principle, granting that these are facts, the fact that you made an electro-digital device that became a component of a greater artificial device that was then sent up several thousand feet above the air, in the air above the surface of the Earth in a rocket, is not necessarily indicative, or even strongly indicative, that that device you made in the artificial device that you contributed of in that rocket is going up above the surface of a sphere. All that can happen above a flat surface. So this appeal is not sufficient. The conclusion again doesn't logically follow.
I think I was going to say that it also orbited. So we were unable to gather data from it for a period of time while it was orbiting around the Earth. I think that was going to
Well,
be my
there's a
main.
Why not?
Yeah,
We
there
lost.
could be an
okay. So
exotic
with that
pressure zone up
reply,
there.
yeah, with that reply, orbit doesn't only mean go around a sphere. Right? Orbit just means move in a circle. Right? So you can move in a circle above a flat surface also.
There
Okay,
is an
but then
exotic pressure zone that's up there.
I would ask how would the mechanics of an orbit on a flat surface work then? That would be my next
Hold
question.
on, we don't want to go down this
Orbit
road. Hold
works
on just a second, please. Rhinoceros, I have to ask you a question. This device that you were integral in making, does it give any kind of let's say photographic or video type information to you? Are there any images, or are we just looking at numbers?
No, you're looking specifically at a voltage waveform over time. So this device
No,
uses what's called photosilicon. What's called SIPMs. They're photosilicon multipliers, and when whenever they encounter like a neutron or a gamma ray, they amplify the energy to provide a pulse technically, and this pulse is very big, but then it has a long tail, and then using that we can determine whether it was a neutron that passed through this scintillator or a gamma ray that passed through this scintillator by taking the ratio of the area under the curve of the pulse and then the area under the curve of the tail. And
So it sounds like you built a component for a sounding rocket for a meteorological study. Am I correct?
Say again? I'm sorry. I could
It
not
sounds
hear.
like you built a component for a rocket, a sounding rocket for a meteorological study, correct?
No, we built a device to measure the intergalactic cosmic rays.
radiation.
Yeah, that's
Radiation.
for meteorology.
No,
Peter, in
gamma
this
rays are
particular
not
circumstance,
a matter of meteorology. The problem is now rhinoceros. What I'm curious is you said you built this sensor, yeah? It was mounted on a rocket. It was launched into space in low Earth orbit. Now, when you said they gave you the data, yeah, from this device that you made for them to verify, to recheck, yeah, or actually confirm the information.
So I'm an engineer. I developed
Yeah,
the device and I developed the code.
yeah,
The data went to the scientists. The scientists shared the data with
yes.
me, but the scientists obviously
They share the
do whatever
data
they
with you, but they also wanted you to confirm, like, hey, uh, we are saying this data represents this. So, do you agree? Did it worked well? Everything good? Yeah. So they verify themselves with you.
mainly my job was just determine that given this waveform that was
Yeah.
produced by either a neutron or a gamma wave,
Yeah.
did this produce the
Good.
correct
Perfect.
PSD?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Now,
Peak
now,
voltage, things like that.
yeah. So now, this happened on a rocket while ascending and achieving an orbit. Yeah. So this means there is some telemetry data. Yeah, there has to be telemetry data. You need to know like the time when the sensor was activated, yeah, and to compare it with the ascension telemetry data of the rocket to even the moment when the rocket achieved the orbit, yeah.
So I didn't receive
You
that.
have to be able to. Oh, you never see that.
No, because that's not how I
Uh-huh.
designed the electronics to work.
No, I'm
So the
not
electron
telling you that's how you designed your electronics. No, I
you're asking
know
me for
that.
telemetry data.
I don't mean to be
Yeah,
rude.
I
I don't mean to
know
be
that
rude, but
this
this is begin.
telemetry data is separate from your device. It's not. That's a different
Listen,
system of the
listen, listen,
rocket.
listen.
Yeah.
I don't mean to be rude, but this point is being belabored. I don't think it's that complicated. The question is, this data that you supposedly received, Ryan, what is its nature? Is it a video? Is it a photo? Is it numbers on the screen? What are you looking at?
It's numbers. So it is
It's a
voltage over time.
yeah.
Okay.
So none of
It's
this
So
can
a
affirm anything
radiation
about the
detector.
device or where it is, correct? Like, ultimately, you had to develop this and you had to test it and calibrate it. So any of these gamma rays or any of these voltages can be artificially produced even at ground level. It doesn't have to be on anything. No rocket, no orbit. You have no evidence of any orbits, no evidence of any rockets. You don't even have evidence of it being on a balloon. This is all presupposition affirming the consequent. So all you have for us is that you made something and then it left your hands and then you assumed everything else after that.
What's even funnier is we have a ton of data in history showing how like NASA's got quote unquote balloons going 17,500 miles an hour, if you can believe that. They state their orbital period, their inclination, and everything else. And these are balloons.
Dr. Science, I don't understand the message that you tagged me in the chat. What are you saying? You send up sounding
I was
rockets with devices
Yeah,
like
just saying it, just to go back on this, like meteorology is much more than just like studying meteors. It's more about studying the science of what's above us. And in my view, it is more meteorology is real astrophysics. You can send sounding rockets with sensors up there to detect what kind of energy states exist up there, what kind of matter exists up there, you name it. And this has been going on for like 100 years. I mean, it's nothing new. I mean, you can check out the history of the International Polar Year expeditions. The first one was in the late 1800s, and rockets were brand new back then because I think Tsiolkovsky just like started publishing his work and doing his rocketry. But it goes into like the second International Polar Year, which was in like the 30s, and then the third one, which was called the Space Race, and there was another one in like 2008, and it's all meteorological.
So, Ryan, in addition to what you've said already, in addition with this last appeal that you said, of course, appealing to the fact that you looked at and or examined and interpreted numbers on the screen is not indicative that the device which sent you this information is moving around a sphere. That can happen within in a device moving in a circle above a flat surface. So that appeal is
sure.
not sufficient either.
I agree with you that when this device left my hands and when it left my hands, the information and the data that was sent back to me could have absolutely been fabricated. They could have fabricated the rocket launch. They could have fabricated everything after that. But it's just
Well, not even
you
that.
just got to
Not even
tell me
that.
how.
Not even that. No. Not even that they fabricated anything. Right. I'm just critiquing the argument because the focus is sound argumentation. If it's not sound, then it's not sufficient. That's simple enough. So your last appeal, in addition with everything you've already said, is simply not sufficient. It doesn't follow that the Earth is a sphere. Right. It doesn't follow that this device is moving around a sphere, given that you made it and you're a part of a humongous institution that completed this project to make this device to send it up high in the air. Right, the fact that you made this device and contributed to this humongous project to make this device to then send it up several thousand feet in the air does not necessarily indicate or strongly indicate. It doesn't follow to the conclusion that it's moving in a circle around a sphere.
It wasn't a humongous project. It was a fairly small project, and so, and I'm
Well, I
relatively
mean,
Yeah,
new.
this is how
I mean, you know what I mean.
also
This is
nuclear
a
power
very
plants
specialist
also
technical,
work like
technical
this.
operation.
I have no idea what any of you two just said.
Yeah, hang on,
Listen,
Gabby,
yeah,
hang on,
Bro,
hang on.
go on.
So, I mean, just to make this clear, so of course, it was relative to the circle that you're in. I'm talking about just in the basic sense, talking about this project, right? It's a big project with many persons involved to make a device
Big
to
for
go up
me.
into several thousand feet in the air.
Sure.
So this appeal is not sufficient because it doesn't necessarily follow or strongly follow that this device is moving in a circle around a sphere. It can move in a circle above a flat surface. This appeal is not sufficient.
It could, but tell me how. How could it move in
I
a?
just told you how.
So you,
I
how
just
did you
told you
tell
how.
me something could orbit on a spherical Earth?
Huh?
Yes.
Yes. No, what, I don't understand what you're saying right now. Say
How
again.
how can something orbit on a spherical Earth?
I don't
Do you mean
believe that
flat or
there's a sphere,
spherical?
but what I've heard from people who do is that it's supposedly falling around the Earth.
Orbitals is,
Okay.
is going around, circularly going around something.
How?
So it'd have to be going around the flat Earth.
How so?
Wait, hang on. Why are you asking me as though I affirm this cosmic paradigm?
What?
I don't understand.
Can you repeat?
We've
There's a lot
got
of
some clues
confusion.
about how this works, okay? It involves geomagnetics and electrodynamic propulsion, also called Alfvén drives. You can read all of this about in NASA's technical report server.
Interesting. Okay. So they're
So
using.
let's not lose the point. I mean, let's not lose the point. The point is
Yeah,
that your
don't lose
latest
the
appeal
point.
is
That's
not
just a
sufficient.
sidebar.
Oh, my
Yeah.
question was, how can something orbit a spherical Earth? That was my question. So I think we're right on point.
But listen. There's too much confusion. It's not that hard. So your latest appeal is not sufficient, as I just previously explained why. Now, why are you following up with this question?
Because I told you it orbited, right? And you told me, oh, something can orbit a spherical Earth. Right? That's what you said.
No,
Correct?
no.
So something can't orbit the spherical
Hello,
Earth.
hello.
Or sorry, the flat Earth. My bad.
Okay, there we go. Yeah,
Something
so
can orbit the flat
let's
Earth.
just hang on. Everyone, just hang on, just to hear him clearly. So, what is your question right now?
My question is, how can something orbit the flat Earth?
Okay, I don't know how to explain that to you. Right, I don't know how to explain that to you with any technical
Somebody
depth.
knew. Somebody did.
Yeah.
I think
I don't think you
Dr.
can.
Science Investigator. Somebody had an answer, but I don't
Well,
know.
they basically have these electrical conductors. They're coils that are on within the platform, and they create a electrical differential, in order to take advantage of like some Lorentz force up there, and they basically ride along a magnetic flux line.
Okay, can you prove any of this to me? You said electric
Yeah, I
differential.
can. I mean,
I'm
it's
guessing you
I
said.
got all these
I'm
documents from NASA, dude.
assuming you mean electric potential, as in voltage.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
so
exactly.
show me that there is a voltage of significant significant size to be able to hold up something that's like hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Sounds
If
crazy, I
you can
know, but
provide
I
that,
can. Okay,
I'll believe
okay.
you.
Hundreds
You want
of
to stand by?
thousands.
I'll stand by.
So, with that being said, let's clarify this before we move on. All right. So, logically, let's before you do, if you are setting up to do so, do not make this fallacious argument where the orbit of satellites necessarily indicates or even strongly indicates that they're moving above or around a sphere. That just doesn't logically follow.
I mean,
Right? So whether we
does.
know
It does
it
because
doesn't.
Gregory. Does, my friend.
Hello.
Oh, I'm
Give
sorry.
me a moment.
Go ahead.
Okay. It doesn't consider, right? You may know or not know the technical specifics of the mechanics of the device as to how it sustains its altitude above the surface of the Earth, whether the Earth be spherical or not, whether the Earth's surface be flat or spherical. It doesn't follow that the only way, right, or the most plausible way that it's orbiting the Earth is if it's a sphere with supposed Newtonian mass attracting mass, gravitational pull at play, or Einsteinian bendy spacetime at play. Doesn't logically follow.
What do you mean it doesn't logically follow?
I mean, that is the only way we have found out that it could possibly work, because it cannot work by electromagnetism. Okay, we have gone up and we have measured the Earth has a magnetic field, right? There is no fucking possible way that there's a high enough electric potential in that upper atmosphere to be able to make something be able to orbit. There's no way. I'm sorry.
Dude, let me ask you some questions,
right?
because you're asserting this strongly.
Yeah. You
Are
need to
you
pay attention
omniscient
to the
about
side chat.
physics?
Sorry, Greg. You've asked Dr. Science to go and get you the information. He's slowly dropping it into the side chat. Maybe reserve judgment until you've read through the information that you fucking asked for.
Sure. I'm just telling you what I believe. I'm
Okay.
telling you right now that there isn't any way. There's not a high enough electric potential to even on the ground to be able to pull
So
things.
you're just going to do it again. You're just going to prejudge what he's trying to show you.
Okay, my bad. I'll be quiet until I see the evidence. My bad.
Okay. So that's why I'm asking this question. Are you omniscient about physics?
Guys, I've spoken in
I
here
don't know what
before.
that means, but probably not. No. I'll be right back.
In other words, do you have all knowledge about physics?
Guys,
nobody does.
can I ask a question?
Hang on. Let me finish this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you know half of everything about physics? Hello?
I wish I
All
knew.
He left, man.
No,
Oh.
I'll answer.
Okay. I was going through this discursive line of questioning to clearly articulate that he's speaking with entirely too much boldness about his knowledge of physics. All right.
Well, I would counter that with, do you know everything about God existing and can prove it?
Oh, Mike. See, this is how
How is that a
conversations
counter
get
to
derailed.
what is a
Sorry,
what is a
Gregory.
counter to a
So-
question?
We're not talking about religion here, so it's a whole different issue.
I had to BP on back though.
That was so tremendously non sequitur.
Well, it's just weird how you wouldn't be able to answer it.
Well, maybe that's because we're talking. Sorry, guys. Maybe because we were talking about something else. This is completely off the subject. If you want to wait until this conversation's reached its logical conclusion, we can get back to you. It's just a rude way that you're fucking interjected like an entitled little child.
Well, there's
Shut
nothing
up.
logical happening here, but I'll wait.
Do you even know the subject of conversation?
Shut the fuck up, and then it'll get logical again.
Do you even know the subject of conversation?
My God. Anyway, so to finally wrap up that point, since he left, I hope
I'm
that
still
he
here,
went to
man.
go read
Sorry.
what Dr.
I had to go
Science
to the bathroom.
posted. So there's that. There's a completion of that. All his appeals were insufficient for the reasons that we already explicated. We don't need to repeat, right? The entire dialogue, the entire debate. There's an echo.
Yeah, someone.
Okay. And just to make the last point I was articulating to him clear before he left abruptly, right? He's speaking entirely too boldly about his knowledge of physics, right? It just does not logically follow, if we're going to give sound argumentation, that satellites or machines of any kind are moving above the surface of the Earth. Therefore, it is moving around a sphere. It doesn't follow.
Well, I mean,
But the funny thing is, this was not a satellite. It was actually a rocket that was orbiting the Earth,
Well,
you know?
what does he do at his work to make orbits happen exactly?
Nothing. But
I don't
he's
make the
an
rockets, bro.
electrical engineer, yeah. But,
Okay. You don't even
yeah,
have an orbital mechanics claim then?
I don't know.
Okay.
My argument
Well,
was
ask them
about
what they do to achieve orbit, because whatever they do, that's how you get an orbit on the flat Earth. So just ask them at work. They're the satellite technicians, so ask them.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, FE Jedi, I posted one thing. It's Explorer 9, the balloon. It's a PDF. Check out the orbital period. When
Will
you
do,
work
buddy.
that out, it
Thank you.
comes to about 17,500 miles per hour. Also, Echo 1, Echo 2, and the OV series, OV1 through OV8 balloons, also claim an orbital period of about 110 minutes or so, which translates into balloons going 17,500 miles per hour. I don't
Cheers.
believe it, but that's what NASA says.
Hey, no, mate, I'm just glad of the information, man. I'll have a look through that in a bit. Sounds awesome. Cheers, buddy.
You're welcome. Okay, carry on.
Oh, I do have a question actually about so how would the magnetic field be created on a flat Earth?
Wait, yeah, wait.
I was just wondering, that's all.
We will address that, but I want to actually complete something, to add something to what Gregory said about how confident was feeling Rhinoceros about his knowledge in physics. Yeah. But he was also very confident in his knowledge about commercial entities. Now, we have a lot, not few, a lot of ghost companies in the world which disguise themselves as aerospace companies. And these companies are actually under the military complex or the nuclear power plant research and facilities. Yeah. So these secret and ultra high tech places, yeah, where you have a nuclear power plant, these people, they have many secrets, yeah, in there. And they don't want the public to know, or even the civilian engineers. They want to hire an engineer to produce something, and they want to get that product, you know. But they don't want the engineer to know that it's actually a nuclear power plant that it's buying that device, electronic equipment or whatever. So they create these ghost companies which pose as a aerospace company. Oh, we are buying these electronics devices. We need them for a rocket that goes to space. We need to measure gamma radiation, you know, which is, of course, it's something ordinary, yeah, and very important to have in a nuclear power plant. Thank you. So I don't know how he verified that. Now the guy asking about the magnetic field of the Earth. Yeah, we do know the Earth has a magnetic field. What actually generates it is definitely not a spinning molten iron nickel core, because that requires tremendous amounts of energy input to maintain it liquid while it's spinning. And the spin of molten iron actually leads to generation of a electromagnetic field which accelerate the solidification process of that metal.
Yeah, that's why the core is solid.
It's not solid in the heliocentric model. The iron nickel core, it's molten.
The inner core is
And
solid.
no, it's not solid.
Yeah, the inner core. The outer core is more molten, but the very inner core is solid. Well,
I
that's
love
what
the way you
scientists
know.
say.
So
I
Inner
don't know, but
core, listen,
yeah,
the core of the globe
that's
Earth,
supposed to be
yeah,
Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a sphere, yeah,
Yeah, it's a ball.
of
And the
I'm not
heavy
sure,
metals. I
maybe
don't know exactly.
16.
Yeah.
Not heavy metal. Stop interrupting me when I'm trying to give you
Sorry,
the
I thought we're just
answer.
having a conversation.
Yeah,
My bad.
I wasn't finished. So that iron nickel core that is in the middle of the Earth, the globe Earth, yeah,
Yeah, the fake Earth.
it's a sphere of molten iron nickel.
Okay.
Molten, not
Yeah, but
solid.
they say the inner.
Molten iron is liquid.
Yeah,
Is not
I know.
solid.
Yeah, but if you search it up right now, the inner core is solid. That's what the scientists say.
It cannot be solid. You cannot have solid metal inside molten metal.
I don't know. That's what scientists say.
There is no scientists that say that.
Yeah. Maybe
That is the model.
maybe I'm stupid. Let me Google real quick.
That is the model.
Earth inner core.
I mean, that is the fucking claim.
Its innermost geological layer of planet Earth is primarily a solid ball with a radius of about 1,200. Okay. I mean, it's the first thing that shows up is that it's solid, but I don't know, of course, the exact science of it. I'm not smart or anything, but that's what people say.
Yeah,
So
well, listen.
unless you can prove me wrong with science.
Yeah, I prove you wrong right now, but shut up. Listen. Molten iron.
Relax.
Yeah, when you melt iron in this ceramic vase, yeah. When you spin it, that molten iron will start to generate an electromagnetic field. And by generating this electromagnetic field, that requires energy. Yeah, it consumes energy. And this leads to the solidification of the metal. Yeah, the atoms will start crystallize and form a lattice, a crystalline structure lattice.
So, in other words, you're arguing that
Is
this
that it?
premise in their cosmic paradigm is physically impossible given the nature of these metals.
Interesting. So a clay pot with iron and a massive planetary object with immense amount of pressure, pressuring the I can't really say this glass of water is equal to the pressure of the ocean. It's just very weird. That's not how.
What?
I think the reason why the inner core is solid is because the pressure at the middle. I think
That's what they say.
That's what they say, right? Because we're talking about a giant planet here. I mean,
You don't know what you're talking about. I know that there is great pressure in that globe Helios ball, yeah? Because there is a lot of matter, which all of it, its mass converges to the center of that sphere. So in the center of that sphere, it is the place where you have the greatest pressure. Everything is pushing towards there, is being pushed actually, not
According to
pulled.
time dilation, it's younger than the rest
Yeah.
of the Earth.
But the higher the pressure, you need higher temperatures to actually keep that metal in a molten state.
So, in other words, if the environment is causing a metal to be molten, right, then it wouldn't be
Yeah.
the case that there would be this solid metal underneath this molten metal.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't see the problem with that argument. So I guess that's another incoherency in their paradigm.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. In this argument, you guys win, like every single time. Like I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to ask and then see what you guys answer. And for sure, your argument's sound.
Well, I told
You gotta
No,
ask
you're right.
yourself,
Look, your argument is perfect.
why do they?
Because I can't prove
How
you
do
wrong.
they?
I personally
How do
cannot
they
prove it.
claim to know that they have a molten metal core, a solid metal core inside a molten metal?
Penis
I,
waves.
for example,
What'd you say, Jedi?
work in the metal
No,
metal
Get's just going to keep
industry.
talking.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no.
Gabby, go ahead and finish.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I work in the metal industry. Yeah, I do CNC machining, but I also have metal hardening machines, and we use electromagnetic induction to heat the metal in couple of seconds to temperatures above 1000 degrees Celsius. Yeah. So the metal becomes red hot. Yeah. Fingers thick in thickness. Yeah. And that machine consumes energy in 5 seconds, an amount of energy which will be equal to your whole household energy consumption for a period of maybe 2 years. And that was only for 5 seconds to get that metal red hot. Yeah, that fast. And it didn't even get molten. But when metal gets molten, yeah, and you spin it in its liquid state, um, it will lose a lot of energy by generating an electromagnetic field, and this will lead to the solidification of the metal, crystallization. So it cools down very fast. But that's not like it will still stay red hot for a long period of time after it's solidified. But from its liquid state, from 1800 or 2000 degrees Celsius, yeah, when you rotate it, it will lose 3, 4, 500 degrees Celsius in couple of seconds, and then it will be red hot metal. And as a red hot metal, it will stay like that for hours, many hours. It will be very hot. Now, if you leave the liquid metal in a container just to stand still, it will take more than half hour to solidify instead of 5 seconds.
So another point of your critique is that if when they
Yeah.
suppose that there's a molten iron core that is supposedly
Yeah.
spinning because the Earth is supposedly spinning, then
Yeah.
it would turn that molten iron into solidified iron. But they don't say that, and so they're
Yes.
also supposing an inconsistent premise. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, but this is exactly the effect which they are invoking, the magnetic field of the world, of the heliocentric globe. Like the rotation of this molten iron nickel core, yeah, it's inside the Earth, but because the Earth is rotating, so this core is also rotating with it a little bit at a slower rate, yeah, than the Earth. And this spin of this liquid metal generates the electromagnetic field of the world, like the magnetic field of the world, you know. So we can use a compass. This is what they are claiming. And I know it's true that when you spin molten iron nickel, it will generate a magnetic field. But that
But it will become
always
solidified,
leads, yes, it leads
not
to,
remain molten. Okay.
it's a very huge loss of energy in that metal, in that molten metal. So you have to always actually add energy to it to heat it up, you know.
To maintain its molten
Otherwise,
state.
yeah.
Another interesting
And
critique. I never heard that one till today.
That's really
yeah,
that's
they
good.
are, they have two paradigms here. Now this core is either spinning faster inside the earth or slower. And because of this, there is friction. And they say that friction actually is the source of energy.
Oh,
But
wow.
this friction is like, you know, your car. When you accelerate very fast, your tires will start to whistle, or when you actually abrupt push the brake pedal while you're driving high speed, um, your wheels will stuck and also whistle and rub on the street very hard, you know.
So it's either the perpetual whistling and friction of an accelerated spinning core
Yeah,
or a perpetual pumping of the brakes, slamming of the
yeah,
brakes of the core, rubbing against a layer that it's inside of. Okay.
yeah, but there is no engine there, you know, because the car to spin those wheels, it needs an engine, or at least to stop the wheels, you need to have a brake system, you know.
Wouldn't that also imply, given that they suppose that the Earth revolves around the sun in an elliptical orbit, therefore changing its speed, that would affect and change the speed of the rotation of the core layers?
Yeah, that's interesting. No.
Oh, you didn't think of that?
Yeah, well, you see, it's very funny because winter, the Earth gets closer to the sun with couple of millions of miles. So there's a huge difference. And being closer to the sun, the Earth's magnetic field protects us from sun's radiation pretty much the same. Like, we don't experience gamma ray radiation, you know, on the surface of the Earth from the sun. Because, yeah, vast majority of it, they say, it's being directed through the magnetic field in the northern part of the world. Therefore, we have the northern lights, aurora borealis. But no, I don't follow along this explanation for this phenomena anymore. So I will say the sun has nothing to do with the aurora borealis. There is
So, in
no
addition
evidence.
with not empirically verifying the
Yeah,
existence of the supposed molten core, let alone also the sphericity of the Earth
yeah,
itself,
yeah.
there's these incoherencies within their own paradigm in principle.
Only incoherencies. Yeah, true.
When you say
Again,
there, you mean like people like me, like that join the chat, right? Or are you talking about like scientists?
Sorry?
When you say inconsistencies and problems, are you talking about people like me that are stupid that come into this chat
Oh
and just
no,
try and talk?
not
Or are you talking about like
not about
scientists?
you.
Okay.
no,
And
yeah, the
not
paradigm that the
scientists.
scientists propose.
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
there is this
So scientists work
category of
incredibly hard in every single other, like they work incredibly hard to try maybe and find the proof.
no,
But a
wait,
guy in a
young man,
Discord chat knows the absolute
young
truth.
man,
That's
young man, wait. We have to actually draw a line and make a clear distinction between scientists and pseudoscientists or pretender clown scientists.
We don't have to
Because
articulate it that
these
way
kind
because
of
they're
people exist.
scientists.
Yeah.
I mean,
So,
the reason I would say this, we don't have to articulate it that way though, because they can have the
yeah,
term scientist, because scientist, the word is vague, right?
yeah.
It's really just scientists of this ideology of scientism. So go ahead. So these scientists are not infallible, right? They're not even right the majority of the time, right? It is logically and
Well,
metaphysically possible that
scientists
they could be
are the
wrong in their
ones
positive
who,
paradigm.
yeah,
Oh no, no, not to you,
scientists,
to the other guy.
yeah, ah, I see,
what?
yeah.
When? Again, I said two words, but like can't even talk. But it's fine. I understand. Again, I'm stupid. Right? I don't know shit. So I just come in here, try and listen, ask some
No,
questions.
we didn't call you stupid. I
No,
didn't
no, you
for.
didn't call
No,
me.
no,
I'm
no. That
calling
he's saying that
myself
about himself.
stupid.
He's just being
Relax.
rhetorical.
Relax. Okay. I ain't calling you anything bad. Okay. You guys are just doing whatever. Okay. You're just chilling. All right. Yeah, I have
Look,
Yeah,
no problem
what you're
with
doing
we
is
have
fair.
to
That's what we
draw.
want.
We have to draw a clear line. A scientist deal with science. Now we have to verify that we both know what science means and what science is when we talk about scientists, you know, because any man can say, oh, can self-intitulate, proclaim himself to be a scientist, but he's not. So how do we establish when a man is a scientist? Yeah, I think it's not right to ask such questions.
Oh, you talk to me. Sorry, because I just let you talk. I don't want to interrupt. You take your time.
Yeah. So go ahead,
What make
answer
again?
my question.
What was the question?
Um,
Can I just quickly get a mic check? Am I echoing still?
I hear
No,
you.
you're
No,
good.
you're not echoing. Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Yay. Okay, thank you.
So my question was, how do we know when a man is a scientist?
I don't know.
Well, you see, that's why we actually need to define science, or at least find out what science is and what science deals with. What is this instrument used for? Don't you think?
Yeah, sure.
Good. Well, now I would ask you to define science, but if you can't or don't know right now, it's okay. You can tell me. It's no shame. Not all people know. and it's not like your life will depend on this, you know.
Yeah, to tie up this point, this is a worthy point because we need to say what we mean what we say and not equivocate, right? And eliminate confusion. So, you know, in what sense is the term science being said in what particular, you know, instance? All right. So just specify what is meant by the terms, right? And as I've come to systematize my thoughts and my terms, right? I just usually say scientist in the sense of referring to this philosophical school of thought, the scientists of scientism, the Platonists of Platonism, the Aristotelians of
Scientism is
Aristotelianism,
not a thing.
et cetera, et cetera.
That's a made-up word.
It is. It is a real thing.
Okay, tell me what
It was originally called logical positivism in the early 20th century.
That's a whole different thing.
It's really in essence the same thing. I mean, there's no point in resisting this. There are persons in academia that believe that the only means or the best possible means to knowledge about anything at all is the so-called scientific method. That is scientism.
And logical positivism is you only can get knowledge from empirical evidence or logical deduction.
Right. The same
Science,
thing that the
there's more
scientists
to
affirm.
science than just that. There's anti-positivism in sociology. It's part of science that rejects that idea.
Right, and I'm not referring to that, am I?
Well, you are. You're talking about scientism,
No,
then you
I'm
talk about
not.
a different thing. Then what do you
Now, you're
talk
so
about?
determined to resist what I'm having to say instead of actually critically considering what I'm having to say. So,
What is scientism?
the hyper emphasis, right? The hyper emphasis and onus upon the so-called scientific method. Right? It's only by the scientific method that is the only means or the best possible means to attain knowledge about anything at all in any area of knowledge. There are persons who believe this.
Yeah, there are plenty of respectable philosophers who believe that.
Okay, so that's the point. So those are scientists of scientism.
Well, science is extremist, I would say. It has to be consistent with fact, you know, verification, testing. And this has to be also repeatable. So double verification, double check, you know, to establish cause and effect. If you manage to establish the cause and effect of something by experimenting, then yes, that becomes a fact and knowledge. Otherwise, that hypothesis theory is just a story.
Okay, so there's that. So just there is no possible justification to resist the fact that the humans, the scientists in academia can be wrong and are wrong about their cosmic paradigm. Humans can make flagrant mistakes,
Oh yeah,
even the so-called specialists and experts.
nobody ever said that they were always right. But yeah, for sure. What
No
you're saying is
scientist
completely right.
claims to be right about everything. Science is always open to new theories.
It constantly changes. People, but it doesn't matter. Like that's
There are
like a
plenty of
given
scientists who
fact.
have dared to say the hubristic statement about themselves that they're never wrong. No, it is not the
Oh
case
yeah,
that they
No
only ever
scientist ever
say
says
that.
that.
No, applesauce. You can't say that with this. You can't say no
If-
scientists have ever said
If a
that.
scientist says I'm definitely right about this, no matter what, they're not a good scientist.
Okay, no true
No, they're
Scotsman
probably
fallacy.
they might be a good scientist, but they're just stupid because we're apes. You know, we're fucking primates. We say shit that doesn't make any
fucking
sense at
animals,
the end of the
yeah.
day. Okay, so they might have sound argument. They might be the smartest. They might be an Einstein. Okay, they might have 200 IQ. Who knows? But they can
I'm
still
pretty
say
sure
the
that
most stupid
the
stuff.
whole epistemology of science and years of philosophy of science, it's pretty much a given that you should never ever say I'm definitely right about this, no
Yeah.
matter what, unless it's something like mathematics. But in
There's
natural
nothing
sciences,
about there's nothing about science that gives odds. There's nothing about science that prescribes odds.
Correct. Irrelevant, though. What are you talking about that?
No, it's directly relevant to what you just said. You just said no one should say the following. You don't get odds from science.
Knowledge gained from the scientific method doesn't tell you get odds. The philosophy of science definitely tells you how you ought to do your research. That's what philosophy of science is engaged in.
Should you actually have an authority that does so? But in an atheistic, materialistic, empiricistic worldview, there is no such authority.
The authority is us, humans.
On what basis?
What is
philosophy?
I'm lost.
Hold on. I thought you guys said we were animals.
We are.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's undeniable.
Okay,
So
so
why
now
should I
you
obey
guys
the
have-
instruction from beasts? Hello. Exactly. You don't have an authority.
You guys kind of painted yourself into a corner there. Now that you guys have made this concession, there should be no belly aching from you guys when you find out that we're not on a water ball. Okay.
What?
Water ball.
I know how you can get easily lost with this because Applesauce is just determined to contradict people that dare contradict the beliefs that he holds rather than being introspective and critically consider what other persons have to
I
say.
critique science denialists.
So
what
you hear that
science do you
rhetoric,
see being
science
denied here?
denialists. You hear that rhetoric, science
Earthism is
denialists.
science denialism.
You see how you
So
won't
what
let me
science
finish
do
my
you see
point?
being yeah? What science do you see being denied here?
The astronomy.
It's not a
Okay.
science. Give it a
Astronomy,
hypothesis.
geography, geology, various natural sciences. The basic fact that the Earth is a
Well,
sphere.
just start with anything. So you said astronomy. Can you name a single scientific hypothesis within astronomy?
Wait, heretic, I'm not trying to cause chaos. Just let me finish my point. Can I finish this point?
Oh, geez, no, dude, no. I'm gonna ask him the question now.
Why? What does that have to do with anything?
Okay, so you see science being denied. I'm asking you what science
Of
is being
course, we
denied. You
know
said
what we're talking
astronomy.
about. We're talking about flat Earth. We're not talking about fucking astronomy.
Well, you brought it up.
Yeah, that's because the Earth is part of astronomy, isn't it?
You said
No.
Yeah, it is.
Astrophysics is a science.
Is the Earth not an astronomical object?
No, it's not. Why would you think that? And anyway, the point is that you say that we're science deniers, so I was looking for an example of the science that's being denied, and that'll have to start with a hypothesis.
Well, I'm sure you deny various scientific facts, but the most apparent one is of course,
Okay, you're sure that we do, but which ones?
The shape of the Earth.
The Earth, that's a scientific question now.
Yeah.
Okay, give me the hypothesis for that then, that we deny.
You assert the Earth is flat, which contradicts the reality.
Oh, really?
Asking again.
Is that a scientific
Yes, really.
hypothesis?
Yeah, it is.
So what's clear here is that you came in here saying that somebody denies science, but the problem is you don't actually know what science is.
Yeah, I know better than you.
Give them the hypothesis.
Really? Then why can't you provide a hypothesis? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
No, you're fine. I'm helping you. I'm winging you, buddy. I want you to take it. I don't want to interrupt. But he's not providing a hypothesis yet, claiming we don't know what science is.
Okay, here's your hypothesis, buddy. The morphology of the Earth is spherical. There you go. Hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis. A hypothesis.
Yeah, it is. That is literally a hypothesis.
No, that's a statement. A hypothesis is a cause and effect supposition.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
Hypothesis
it is.
is just a description.
No, a hypothesis is a cause and effect supposition. We're
Proposed
doing natural
explanation
speed.
for a phenomenon. Yeah, the hypothesis the Earth is round explains various
Hold
phenomena.
on, we've got another one of these that they've been duped by the Nickelodeon cartoon television circular reasoning scientific method.
Well, I mean,
Come
he's
on,
making
guys.
a fool of himself. Jedi's just told him a few times that it's a cause and effect supposition. He doesn't seem to be getting that.
Here. Okay, let me be real specific here. So we all know that stars move in the sky, at night. Why does that happen? Well,
Oh, boy.
Modern scientific hypothesis says this is
Stars
due
move,
to
do
the
they?
Earth. This is due
Wrong.
to the Earth
Wrong.
being round and the
Wrong.
Earth spinning. Yeah, go shut the fuck up,
Wrong.
fucking loser. Go kill yourself, nigga.
So is that a testable hypothesis?
Triggered
Yeah,
very easy,
it
don't you?
is.
So you're going to vary and
The heavens
manipulate
are on
the
the
Earth
dome.
spinning.
The heavens are
You
spinning
don't have
around
to
us.
do that.
The dome.
You don't have to
I mean,
do
the
it.
reason we're not
You
making
don't
any
have to do
progress
that
is
to
because you haven't
falsify it.
specified what you meant by what you said. You painted yourself into this corner by being vague.
Yeah, applesauce. Yeah, applesauce.
Yo, dude, shut up. The only people that are talking now is Applesauce, Heretic, Gregory, and myself. That's it.
Yeah, so to finally move on from this confusing cacophony, right? You painted yourself into this corner because of vague rhetoric.
Okay.
So
Well, you haven't made
your
any
accusation that we're
science.
science deniers has no validity
Well, here's the
because it
most
doesn't have any sufficient
apparent thing you
specificity so as to be
deny.
meaningful.
You deny that the Earth is spinning, which it is.
Okay, and you know the Earth is spinning
point?
how?
How, just like any ordinary object spins. Like, do you not know what reality is?
Okay, so when I see a ball spinning, I'm looking at the ball and I see it spinning. I don't look at the Earth and see
You
it
can
spinning.
think of that as the Earth spinning. Yeah.
Okay, but you didn't hear what I just said. You're not listening to the words that are being said to you, right? When I look at the ball, when I look at the basketball on the floor, I can look at the ball spinning. When I look down at the ground from any height, I don't see it spinning. So the ordinary means by which you verify something to be spinning is not informing you that the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, but you literally do. You can literally see the Earth spinning in the sky.
Wow.
Show me the Earth spinning because
Those
I'm
stars
looking at the Earth
moving,
all my life.
the sky moving.
By the
That's
ordinary
the Earth
means,
spinning.
as you continue to talk to everyone, right?
from
As you
the
continue
guy
to
who
talk to every
says
reply given to you,
that's
okay?
reality.
That I look at the Earth the same way, the ordinary means, quote unquote, like you just said, when I look at the basketball. You do not, I do not, we do not, and have never seen the Earth spin. By the means you said we supposedly know the Earth spins.
With this statement, you're literally throwing
How is
Einstein and
seeing the
general
motion of
relativity
celestial
under the
objects
bus.
not
Dude,
the Earth spinning?
are you okay with throwing Einstein and general relativity out? Because that's what you're doing.
Irrelevant.
You understand? You understand? No, it's not irrelevant because there's no optical experiment. There's no optical experiment that you can do from the Earth to determine that the Earth is moving or the stars are moving. Hence, general relativity. You're throwing that under the bus now.
Relativity has nothing to do with this. You're just bringing it
Yeah,
up
it
for no
does.
reason.
Unfortunately, yeah, it does. So, are you going to deny Einstein for your baseless claim
No,
that
and
the
I
Earth is
don't
spinning
even
because of...
understand that shit. Is also
Excuse me.
completely irrelevant.
Excuse me. We're talking about you declaring the Earth is spinning because the stars move. That's just a declaration, devoid of any scientific experiment, by the way. This is why I brought up Einstein.
Well, here's an
Would you like me to quote him
experiment
again?
that we can do to try to falsify that if it was false. We can send a
What's
fucking
that?
let me finish. Send a space probe or satellites to fucking space and literally see the Earth. And guess what? We've done that several times, and we literally have seen the fucking Earth.
Hey, you know this how?
Hmm?
He's
Hey,
angry.
you know this how?
Cartoons.
Pictures on a screen. Yeah, but you said we. Now you're talking about them. They. What did they do? How did you verify it?
Astronautics?
Astronautics. Okay, so if they've got
Okay,
a
say
picture of
speaking a single
they've
word
got a
doesn't
picture
explain to
of
us how you
Earth
know.
from the
Let Timbo go here for a
we
second.
should be able to relate that back down to the surface and measure the surface curvature that they show us from space. Now, has anyone done that?
Done what?
Measured the curvature of Earth from the Earth.
Sure they have.
Okay. Please provide a citation or even a demonstration, or I'll take a video. All right.
Yeah, just relative motion of the stars from different places is more
Oh,
than enough
shit,
to
that's
show.
I was asking for curvature of the Earth, not relative motion of the stars.
That shows you
We
the
can have-
curvature of the Earth.
What does?
The fact that stars move relative to your position on the Earth shows.
So a plane flying overhead shows me that I'm spinning. Is that correct?
No.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
So relative again.
Yeah, so then your latest appeal was not valid.
So we were talking about the curvature of the Earth. You said they've shown us by space probes, and that the Earth's oceans are curving because apparently 72% of the Earth's oceans is ocean. Sorry, so that would mean that 72% of your globe would be water. That would be curving due to the photos. So have we measured that?
Hey, Applesauce, you are repeating. Echoing, yeah, thank you.
And remember, this all started with him saying that we were science deniers and we were going to get an example of the scientific claims that we deny, and he hasn't come up with one yet. Just wanted to throw that in there.
Wait, did he dip already?
No, he's still here.
Effectively, his account is still in here.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
He also said that relativity hasn't got anything to do with it and said relative motion from space. Interesting.
So in conclusion, right, to go right back to the other gentleman, who was that? Whether he's in here or not, the point I was articulating to him is people like him come in with all this hot, bold hostility, and they coin these silly little derisive terms, science deniers, right? But then cannot specify in what sense they're saying this vague word. And then when they give an example, right, they give an example where we're denying something that was not actually empirically verified. Now, of course, equating this vague term, which they haven't defined, with a poor example, an invalid example, equating that with supposed empirical fact that is known. This is what you get. All that hostility, all that boldness, and the supposed defense, right, to supposedly demonstrate that he knows so much and knows so well and that we know so little or don't know what we claim to know. This is what you get. And then wonder why we're contemptuous against that garbage.
What does contentious mean?
Contemptuous. Why we have irritation, right, annoyance, right? Why we rebuke
okay.
him for doing so.
Thank you. With Gregory, I'm learning new words in English.
Hey, that's my job. That's what I'm here for.
He's a good source.
Well, Applesauce can't know that anybody here is denying science before he figures out what the hell science is. So get on that, Applesauce. Clearly haven't done that yet.
Hey, we have a triggered kid again.
This is what happens when you are not introspective, when you are not critically consider the argument from others, when you're not self-scrutinizing, when you don't take the time to think well and deeply about the subject.
Hey, can someone ban Deborah for griefing?
Let's try talking to Deborah.
Hey, Deborah, just let the ball go.
Never mind. Never mind.
Let the ball go, bro.
Just boot that guy,
They're
Deborah.
unwilling. I'll unmute you, Deborah. I'll unmute you. Stop. Let's talk this out, bro.
Man, I bet he's not.
Okay. Hold on.
mutable.
Let's see.
There you are.
Oops. Hello, Deborah.
Good evening, Lulu.
Earth is not flat.
Aw,
Hey.
dang
God.
it.
That's
He
PD.
did. God dang it.
What is it, Deborah?
Oh,
That's
shit.
PD.
It's so funny.
You know what? I've kind of missed PD. He's been gone for a few days, so it's nice to see that he's doing well.
It's just some kind
He
of
still hasn't
social-
showered though.
Oh.
Well, it was near the first of the month, so he got his meds, so he didn't have to. He forgot about this place until they wear off.
Okay.
Wouldn't want to shower. That'd be a sin.
Yeah,
Hey,
bacteria
cleanse yourself
gotta
with,
eat something too.
urine. Ooh, imagine him on a hot day. He'd fucking stink.
Ooh wee.
He says that sitting down is a sin, exercising is a sin, showering is a sin, using soap is a sin, brushing your teeth is a sin.
Pete drinker.
Did you just have that good of a memory, or did it repeat it that much that you can remember it that well?
You're talking.
I
He
mean,
said it so many times.
yeah, he might have brainwashed me a little bit. I've heard it so many times.
You
Just
said
like
it
you went to
probably
like
1,000
7 or
times, so
8
it's
different
not
points.
easy to. It's not hard to forget.
You're talking about Pete drinker, right?
Yeah.
Is he back, or does he still exist?
He's always been
He's
around,
never
man. Like
never been
he's like a
gone.
barnacle on a ship. He doesn't leave. He's stuck to it.
He's like ADT. He's
I was
always
wondering.
there.
There was like one guy that had a similar voice. Was it the guy that was here like 2 hours ago?
Yeah, that was him.
Ah, see, I remember his voice. I didn't want to ask, because like he's such a controversial dude, but I knew it was Pete Drinker.
No, I mean it's okay to drink water from the fountain of life, but drinking pee, no,
But
that's a no.
he's kind of the based astronaut, right? Ground
Yeah,
based.
Well, there's a reason
they
why it comes out of your body, yeah?
they took it to another level.
Well, some new agers will tell you it's flushing out of your body, so you can rub it all over your body, and it will magically heal you.
Can we just
We're
not talk
no,
about this anymore,
we're not
guys?
doing that.
Yeah, let's stop it. Gross.
And Timbo, you might want to think about your last statement. Just have a little bit of a
What?
harder think about it, mate.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, some of that creates life, doesn't it?
There you go. Anyway, we've got Demiurge in chat. We've got some foreign name, Ungronslater or something. I don't fucking know. Just above me, but below Doctor. Welcome to the server, gentlemen or ladies, or anything in between. I don't know anymore. I get really fucking lost. Rhinoceros is still in the house. I wonder if he's looked through all of the information with regards to high altitude balloons. Doesn't have to be a fucking satellite in the vacuum of space. But yeah, what's up, Ryan?
Hey, dude, what's up?
Jedi, you cracked me up. You didn't want to say ingrown slogter just because you saw that one non-English grapheme in that username.
Yep. You know me so well.
Or perhaps it's archaic English.
No,
I don't think so.
nothing to do with English. It looked French. So I got confused.
It looked what's the word? I don't want to say Nordic. That's not right.
Yeah. Germanic, Nordic, something like that. But yeah, Ryan, did you look through that information? And there was a lot of it.
Was it sent in this chat? I'm sorry.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
Oh, okay, my bad. I had to leave. That's why I did. I had to do something else, so I haven't.
No worries at all.
So no,
I think. Okay. I think about 10 different pieces of material were dropped with regards to high altitude balloons, historical information, and current technologies.
Was it you that dropped? Could you DM me? I'd rather
No,
not like
no, that was
all this.
Amish. Goes by a different name now.
Can you give me
Dr.
like a
Science.
timestamp, or can somebody just
I
DM
think
me? It'd be so much easier.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it for you, mate.
So you said this is about high altitude balloons?
Yeah, man. Yep.
I was talking about rockets. I think that was our last discussion.
Yeah,
Orbit.
we're primarily talking about satellites. You've created some kind of doodad that goes on a thing that goes up into space on a rocket and
Yeah,
so
rocket.
on. Yeah.
Right.
We're talking about things that are high up in the atmosphere that are still called satellites, but are on balloons, and the technology of these balloons is absolutely phenomenal, and also the speeds that they are said to go as well, and the technology and how they utilize the magnetic field of the Earth for the increase in voltage with altitude, which I think was one of your contentions as well.
Yeah, increasing voltage with altitude is definitely one of my concerns, but I'm not talking about balloons. I was talking about rockets.
Yeah.
So how a rocket, because what my board went up on a rocket. I mean, I saw it. So a balloon. I mean, a balloon can orbit whatever you want. A balloon can orbit on a flat Earth. That's totally fine. But a rocket with only solid rocket boosters cannot orbit a flat Earth. So
Did you see the payload get loaded?
no.
Okay. Have you ever
Personally,
watched a
no.
magic? Have you ever watched a magic show before?
Yes.
You understand that sleight of hand is really common within magic shows on stage and so on, right?
Sure.
Okay. I can tell by the tone of your voice that you know exactly where I'm going with this, right?
I absolutely do. And I think it's
Yeah.
fucking ridiculous, to be honest.
Really?
I do.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit.
Really? So you think, I mean, this is what I think is fucking ridiculous, that people think that there are satellites in the vacuum of space. That's what I think is fucking ridiculous. I think that's fucking ridiculous because, one, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Two, entropy will increase if the gas pressure we breathe is uncontained from that vacuum of space. And three, everybody screams gravity, something that has never been scientifically proven. But I'll give it to you because it doesn't appear to affect the motion of gas. So that's what I think is fucking ridiculous, that people think that the rockets go to a space vacuum. It's like me sending you pictures from fucking Narnia just because Aslan talks, right?
Mine
Or
didn't even go
demonstrating.
to mine didn't go to what is technically called space. Mine went into low Earth orbit. It did kind of like what they call forget what it's called. But it went up, it hit a portion of low Earth orbit, and then it
How
came
high?
down. And
How
so
high? How high?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
So
So
rockets
Listen
are
to the
used.
terminology, right? On Jedi's point, listen to the terminology you just said. Low Earth orbit. Low relative to what? Right? Because first and foremost, in this cosmic paradigm, there is no upper extremity to the cosmos. Right? Secondly, of course, it's presupposing a cosmic paradigm that you live on a ball flying around in a cosmic vacuum, right? Which is not empirically verified. And thirdly, it presupposes implicitly in context when you say the phrase that this machine is flying around a sphere. That's the problem. So you are misguided to think that appealing to these satellites is such a strong appeal in defense for this cosmic paradigm, but it's not. That's why we keep saying to you, you can have an artificial device, or you can have any object whatsoever, move in a circle orbit above a flat surface. This appeal is not sufficient.
okay. You might be right. Who's lying to me? Is what I want to know. Is it my boss, dude? Is it my team lead? Is it the other like 6 people that worked on the project? Like who's lying to me?
That's a very worthy question. It's a very
It
worthy
is.
question because that's the implication of our arguments, right? So, as it concerns any and all institutions in this world order, there's compartmentalization. The ones that are culpable, or at least most culpable, are the heads of these institutions, these organizations. Like, for instance, with this ethical question, which is an ethical question, which is a worthy question you've asked, when you ask an ethical question concerning like a soldier in the military, the blame doesn't point to them, right? Except in whatever particular case where it may. But if they're just following orders, right, especially at least for their own sake, especially for the sake of their loved ones, the culpability, the arrow of culpability, as it were, points to the president ultimately, right? It points to their superiors, the superior officer within this institution, right? So tie this to the relevance of, say, NASA. It's the majority of the personnel of all these institutions, including NASA, are deceived, right? They're just
So
commoners
NASA's
trying to
deceived.
make a buck, right? They're
So
commoners just
everyone
like us
working
trying to
for
make a buck.
NASA, everyone
Wait, listen,
working for
listen,
NASA is
listen, listen.
deceived. All scientists, engineers, everyone deceived.
No.
Listen to me. Listen, gotta listen. So the arrow of culpability points to the heads, the highest echelon of the hierarchy. Right? Everyone below them, they don't know everything. They only know what they're permitted to know. Right? There's compartmentalization. So it's not that the majority of every individual is knowingly knowing the truth and knowingly and deliberately and premeditatively telling you a lie. That's not it. That's not it. The vast majority of the personnel in all these institutions believe the lie and don't believe it to be a lie. All right. They believe the lie. They believe the lie, which is really a lie, to be true. Right. And they behave accordingly with whatever greater or lesser degree of consistency. Right. So who's lying to you? The heads of these echelons, the personnel and the minority top echelons of these organizations in their hierarchy.
Yeah, Gregory, I want to tell Rhinoceros that point with the ghost companies, if that's okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
go ahead. Go ahead. That's a worthy
Okay,
detail to
cool.
add. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, Rhinoceros, you have not excluded the possibility that in the world nowadays, a lot of the aerospace companies are actually ghost companies. They have a lot of funding, but they have money from the military complex or from these nuclear research facilities or power plants which make use of secret technologies, and these people actually want to hire civil engineers to manufacture electronic devices for them, yeah, but they don't want these engineers to know that they are actually buying these things, because then they might suspect, oh, so this these guys from this nuclear power plant, they are buying this device from me to do this, you know. So this is why they create these ghost companies which pose as aerospace industry companies. So they will say, "Oh, we are interested to buy this kind of electronic device for this purpose. We want to send a rocket into space, but you have no idea. You're sending that device that you created to this company. They pay you good money, and then they even give you some data, yeah, which they actually collected using your device. But they don't give you anything else, just like you told us. They didn't give you any telemetry of the rocket, date and time it was launched, like ascension speed and the altitude it reached and orbit it reached, velocities, you know, to compare it with those values which your electric device sensor actually recorded,
My
logged.
device didn't
Yeah.
record any telemetry data. It wasn't. It
Well,
had no
it recorded some
accelerometer or anything
data.
on it.
It was a
Yeah, the
sensor,
data
yeah?
recorded was
Yeah.
high
Yeah.
energy particles that pass it through the
Yeah.
signals.
Yeah.
And that is the data
And
we got back.
yeah, and I'm sure it was some amount of time of exposure, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. And how much time was that sensor actually being used to take these measurements?
I
And what were the highest peaks and, you know?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
okay,
was
no
just an
problem.
engineer,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I don't know.
But yeah, but see, now all you have is the data which this electronic device gives you. You don't have anything else to compare it with, you know. So all you have is their positive claim story that they told you, you
Sure.
know.
So look,
Yeah,
whatever my little thing that I did, does not prove the
yeah,
Earth is a sphere. I accept that. You know, I give
yeah,
that to you
yeah,
guys. That's fair enough. Okay.
yeah.
It's just what it does prove is that there's high energy particles, specifically high energy neutrons and gamma rays in the upper atmosphere, what we consider low Earth orbit. So that's all
Well,
I. There you
you
go.
don't know that it was there. What if it was actually bought by a nuclear power plant and they put this electronic device into a nuclear reactor or close to that nuclear reactor, which had a leak or whatever?
Well, because I watched the rocket not in person. I watched the
Uh,
rocket on a video launch, technically, which should have
yeah.
my device on it. It was actually a fucking big thing for me because it was my first real project that I had contributed to significantly that actually launched
Well,
into orbit.
what's the
So
name of that rocket?
I can't tell you. I don't want to tell you because then I don't want to dox myself. So
Okay.
Maybe can I ask something? You have a bias in this. You have a personal, uh, not relationship with the globe, but you're not objective when you're looking at the evidence presented to you.
so I'm biased towards the globe due to the fact that I work for people who put rockets supposedly into or
Yeah.
who launch rockets. Is that
Well,
why?
I'm saying um your view on this is going to be more affected than the rest of us, right? Because we don't have, I mean, not me personally, right? I don't have any connections to the Earth being an actual globe as far as my career goes. If the Earth is a globe or flat, it doesn't affect me one bit, right? But if the Earth is not a globe, it is going to change your life, uh, maybe significantly.
So
Or
since I'm closer since I work more closer to something that actually deals with what maybe the shape of the Earth, that therefore makes my opinion biased.
There's some miscommunication going
yeah,
on here.
yeah, maybe you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you repeat?
Well, what I'm trying to say is like it's a lot harder for people that have a connection to the globe in the sense that it is part of their career, right? They've spent many years. Okay, let's say for example an astrophysicist, right? They've spent years um, learning this stuff. They've invested money, time into this particular field, right? Which is connected to the Earth being a globe. And so, therefore, when you're telling them all of these things, that what we say being that the Earth is not a globe, it's flat. All of their investments, all of their career, or all of the time that they've spent studying, all of it has been a lie. It's gonna their view on it is gonna be a little bit biased in the sense that they're gonna have a harder time accepting uh, the truth, right? Because of their position. Whereas if you tell somebody that's like, I don't know, a janitor in a somewhere in a building, they're not going to be as affected because it's not going to affect their livelihood. It's not going to affect their whole worldview. And also, they've been a part of the lie, meaning not that they've intentionally lied to people, but that they've lived in this paradigm that is a lie, and they've invested so much into it. Their whole life is intertwined with this fake paradigm. So of course, it's not going to be easy. What I'm saying to you is that your worldview is a bit more intertwined with the globe. So you're going to have a harder time accepting the truth and trying to look at things objectively.
So
So, in other words, she's just
I'm not.
acknowledging a psychological observation, right?
So I'm
Given
not
your
an astro.
career, given everything you've done in your life, in your career, you have a stronger reluctance to accept these arguments and critique of this paradigm.
Thank you very much. I disagree because I'm not an astrophysicist. I'm an engineer. Okay, and the company that I work for, while also sometimes they put things on rockets to launch into the atmosphere, that is not their main source of income. So if the Earth was flat, I would still have a job. So that
Yeah,
has nothing to do with me. What
I
you
get
just said.
that. I get that, but I'm not saying you are an astrophysicist. That was just an example. What I'm saying is your career, or as in like whatever it is that you said you launched into space,
I'm an
right?
engineer.
Right, but you're arguing that you what did you launch into space, or what did you see being launched into space?
It was a device that detects high energy neutrons and intergalactic cosmic rays.
Okay, and you had a part in developing this, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that's what I mean. You have a first-hand experience or connection to something that necessitates a globe.
Wouldn't
Like
that make
this
my
satellite.
opinion more valuable? I don't understand.
I'm
What is
not
your
saying
contention?
it's less valuable. I'm not saying it's less valuable. What I'm saying is that you're not objectively looking at the truth, is what I'm saying. Like you have something invested in this paradigm.
My
So it's
livelihood
gonna
and my income does not depend on the Earth being round or spherical or
your
flat.
experience in that you're saying you've invested this time building whatever it is that you built, and you've seen it supposedly, right? You've seen it. I'm not saying you didn't see it, but you said you saw it on a video being launched into space. So you have a connection, a personal connection to the globe.
I guess. I guess. I don't know.
You
Is
do,
my
and
is my connection?
I'm not saying it's a bad thing, dude. I'm just saying like
I have
we
worked
can
on
go.
other things.
I get that, but I'm just specifically talking about this because you've argued about this for the past hour or so, that that there's no way that this could happen, or that they could have launched this in a different way, or this and that. You've tried to argue about it, and I'm just trying to tell you that I get it, man. Like if I was in your position, I would be doing the same thing, because you have a personal investment. And when I mean investment, is like the experience part, attachment to the globe, because of your investment somewhat in your career path. I'm not articulate as Gregory. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, Luluka's point is that she's trying to describe the psychological observation that you have a strong credulity to this paradigm, given that your career is supposedly intimately concerned with it pragmatically, right? Practically in what you do, right?
Keep saying intimate.
And or a strong reluctance to accept these arguments which critique this paradigm. But like you've already said, and I mean the matter really is settled by now. Like you said, you don't really think that you have this strong reluctance or this strong credulity in favor for this paradigm. So there's that. But of course,
Yeah, exactly. I disagree with everything you just said, because that is one aspect of what I did. That was one project that I worked on. My livelihood, my job does not depend on this. And even
yeah,
since
so there you
I
have
did
it.
work on something that did, I mean, wouldn't my account be more valuable to you than some other random fucking Joe off the street?
Sure,
I
she
don't
wasn't trying to
understand.
discredit your words. She was just trying to make this the observation.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
and
you
I
see,
didn't say that your opinion was any less, that it wasn't worth anything. I was just making, the observation that you might be a little bit more invested in the world being a globe than the average Joe. That was all I was saying.
So there's that point.
Okay, sure. I mean, I
Yeah, never mind.
disagree,
We
but
could just.
you
That's
can
fine. That's fine. Let's
you
just
can
move on
think
from
that
this
for
point.
sure.
And it's
okay,
you don't want to spend too much time on the point, but it is a worthy point to acknowledge when having a discourse, right? When the interlocutors, one or more interlocutors, have this strong credulity in what they're defending and strong incredulity or strong reluctance to accept what the opponent is saying, that's going to have an effect on how the discourse is performed, of course. But of course, you don't want to spend too much time on that truism. So there's that point.
Sure.
Yeah, and I don't think
Sounds
there's
good.
anything wrong with it. It was just, it's understandable, is all I'm saying.
I'm curious to ask something, Rhinoceros.
Go ahead,
Um,
comrade.
so you are part of a team of engineers. You worked on this project. So obviously you had a project manager, right?
I did.
A superior, yeah. Good.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and when you discuss with this client, yeah, um, you had a meeting probably, right?
I've been to many meetings. Sure.
Yeah. Now, if one of your um, colleagues, engineers, yeah, one of them would have said, "Hey, the Earth is flat. Why do you bother to actually build this rocket and launch it into space to imaginary orbit around a imaginary spherical world?" If he would said these words to that client, yeah, what do you think it would happen?
Uh, so if my team lead would have told the client, the people we were developing the board for, hey, the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
Why do you even bother developing this?
yeah.
What would I have said?
No, what would the client have said
What would they
if,
have said?
yeah,
I'm guessing they would have fucking hung up
exactly. Yeah,
because that
and
was because it was. I mean,
yeah,
what are
it's
you
outrageous.
asking me?
I know. Yeah. So
Yeah, Gabby,
now,
try one more time. Clarify your question.
yeah, now, if so, after they hung up, so they go to another company, yeah, to hire another company to do the job and end it with you guys. Now, the boss of your company, what would he do to that engineer who said that? Would he still keep that engineer in the team, or would he fire him for
So let me
losing that project?
here. I'll be actually serious with this question.
Yeah,
So if my team lead was talking with the person that wanted to develop this board and said the
yeah,
Earth is flat, why do you even want to do this? Uh,
yeah,
uh, and assume I mean, they probably wouldn't have hung up. I mean, if the person does their job, then they don't give a shit. If they make, we're engineers, dude. If we make what
yeah.
they want to make, that's fine. As long as we do a good job on developing what they want to develop, then like, why would they say anything different? And by the way, the
Yes, I
person
know.
that we were developing the board for was internal. It wasn't a client.
Mm. Oh, so it was from the company.
Yeah,
So the company you worked for actually this rocket into
correct.
space. I see. Well, but
So I don't
still,
know
you
what you
had
mean
a
by your
team
question,
leader.
but
You still had a team leader, yeah?
yeah.
And he hired you guys to do this project, yeah? And if one of the engineers in your team would have contradicted the team leader, yeah, and say, why would you want to in our company to spend money on this device for installing it on a rocket which is supposed to be imaginary flying orbiting around imaginary spherical Earth. Now, this is you see, in of commercial language, there is a certain diplomacy and stuff. And when you bring such an argument, yeah, it's a contradiction. Mic
I'm
check?
sorry. I've
Yeah.
lost track of this conversation. You talk so slowly. I really apologize. Can you
Well,
summarize what your
I'm
point is?
saying,
Really?
Let's get
Put together
I'm
to me
saying that
quick, passionate.
your manager would fire that engineer.
I disagree. If somebody claimed that the Earth was flat, but they did their fucking job, then they did their job. It doesn't matter what their fucking views are. If you're a good
Well,
engineer, you're a good
listen,
engineer.
look,
It doesn't matter what you think the fucking
look.
shape of the Earth is.
I work in a metal industry company. I do pin rods for oil drilling, gas drilling, whatever. Now, if I tell to my manager, yeah, that what's the point of making 100 pin rods today, yeah, because this company wants to drill a 3 kilometer deep borehole in the ground or in the floor of the ocean. And I'm saying, why do they need to drill like 3 kilometers? 500 meters should be enough. So I will make only 500. Yeah. So I don't do my job at work. Yeah. I do actually something else. Now, my manager is going to fire me straight away.
Okay.
So your career is dependent on these things.
I've already told you they're not. My career is not dependent
Yes,
on
they are.
boards going on rockets. They're not. We develop other. I've developed other boards and
Yeah,
electronics for things that
listen,
have
you
not gone on
didn't
rockets.
come up. It was not your idea to make this board. Your project manager brought this project to you, to a hand of guys, yeah, and he told you, look, this is the project, you have to do this for me in this
Oh,
amount of time.
I see what you're saying. You're
Now,
saying that
if you refuse to do that, yeah, and tell your
yes.
boss, hey, I'm not gonna work on a PCB board to put it on a rocket which is imaginary flying around a spherical world. If you said that to your manager, yeah, he will fire your ass straight away.
Sure. I agree.
Yeah.
Yes. But if I'm not a
No.
fucking idiot, no matter what my views on
Well,
the shape of the Earth, I would do it anyway. I
well, you
don't.
see,
I thought we already went over this.
yeah, but
It
you
does not
see,
matter.
I'm
Yeah,
not
really
that kind of
getting
person.
bored now.
I prefer to lose financially. I don't care about the treasures of this world.
Good for you,
I
man.
prefer more for the truth and the facts.
Jedi, you're like cutting in and out, my
Yeah.
friend. We can't hear you.
Sorry, that's because I'm far away from my phone. I do apologise, mate.
I'm here, though, Jedi.
Like I said before, man, I just sure if you refuse to work on a project, I would fire me. I don't
And
know.
if you
I
had
don't
put,
understand what your point is.
hey, and if you had put it on your resume at the bottom, hey, by the way, everything we heard about the water ball is all a farce. Do you think they would have hired you?
Yeah.
I don't. Does the job you're applying to depend on?
Can you not?
putting
Yeah,
things
your
in
job does. What's up with you, dude? Can you not answer a straight question?
Have I not told you guys
You've
that
devolved.
I work on
Yeah,
other
about
things?
a year ago, you used to be. Now you're real guarded with your answers. Like, so do you think they would have hired you in the first place if at the bottom of your resume you said, "By the way, Earth's flat, suckers"?
Yeah.
The answer is no.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't
No,
understand.
brother. Well, go back. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, dude.
Yeah, he was arguing with Lulu that, my belief, if the world is spherical or glow or flat or whatever, uh, will not affect my career, which is not actually true.
Well, let's conclude this with the summary. There are what Lulu and what Get Beget and what Old Horn. I'm gonna get it right. Old Horn said, all right,
Nigger.
concerning this point is that there are many. Obviously, we know that there are many fields of profession, right, that will not tolerate a so-called flat earther, especially the public profession and presented argumentation from a flat earther, right?
Yes.
Because the cosmology is a crucial and or essential concern of this field of profession. That doesn't
Yeah.
apply to every job.
Any
And
company that
as it
deals
concerns
with
this
aerospace
individual's
or
job,
anything like that. Sure, I agree.
yeah. So as it concerns this individual, Ryan here, he would know better than any of us in here the society of his company that he's a part of. So there's that.
If you're getting paid to do something and you don't fulfill what you're getting paid to do, you understand? You have to comply, dude.
It's
Like
over.
if you don't,
Yeah.
you're fired, right? Like
I agree. I've never disagreed with that. I agree. If you refuse to work on something because you think the fucking Earth is flat, then yeah, you should be fired.
get that, but even if
And
you don't,
hey,
you still have to comply with because you're getting paid to produce a certain objective here, right?
You can be a flat earther and still be an engineer and work for an aerospace company. You don't have to believe that whatever you're developing is going up into the outer space.
I
Doesn't
get
matter.
that, but you're getting paid to produce results, the results that they want. If you don't produce those results, then you're not going to get paid, right? Like
What results are you talking about? You can develop
whatever you're hired to do.
Yeah, you can develop electronics to do whatever, man.
well,
Electronics has
But
no
you're not
bounds
being
on whether the
paid.
Earth is
You're
flat
not
no,
being
or
paid to
spherical.
develop electronics of any kind. You're being paid to develop electronics of a certain kind, right?
What's the point of contention
exactly of
now?
a certain
Yeah,
kind.
what is your point? Yeah, you're
It's
being
just that
paid to
you have an
develop a
His
piece
incentive.
of.
point was
You
good
have an
point.
incentive towards complying with what they're asking you to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
but none of it has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, when
None of
you
it.
made that PCB board, yeah, you made it for that rocket, yeah.
No,
Now you could have
incorrect.
made something else.
Wrong. It can
You
go on
could.
any rocket. The rocket does not matter.
It
was made to
wasn't on
detect
an.
neutrons
No, it
and gamma ray
wasn't
bursts.
installed on a different rocket. It was installed on that rocket which you made it for. That's
Okay,
what you
now what
said.
is the point of contention?
Yeah.
I don't
So the
understand
point
the
of
question.
contention now is that if he was actually trying to do a PCB board which would be used like for a building basement, yeah, to measure how much water is going through the drain, yeah, from that house. It's a totally different kind of electronic device.
Correct. It's completely
Yeah.
different.
So if you made that instead of what you were supposed to do, you would also get your ass fired from the company.
Yeah, because you made something completely different. What the
yeah.
fuck? What is your point?
Well, my point
fuck
is
you.
that you are still an engineer, and you are creating a useful electronic device. Yeah, because you said it doesn't matter if I'm an engineer and I do my job correctly. Yeah,
Yeah.
then I'm not gonna get fired. So you are doing your job as an engineer correctly, but you design a thing which they didn't ask you. It's something else, but it's still a good engineering design device, functional.
I think there's a little lost in translation happening here. I don't think you understand
Yeah.
what's going. Gibby, get. You know I
Okay, so
love you,
there's that
man.
point.
My
Moving on.
comrade, my friend.
Mm.
It's okay. I just
Yeah, no
I don't
problem.
understand what
You're
the
funny. You
problem
said
is.
comrade.
Comrade. I'm not a communist, by the way. But Gibby get might be. Not trying to point any fingers.
I've been a pioneer.
There you go, dude.
All right. So tie that with
Can
a
I
bow. Set it aside.
can I just ask? Ryan, you've been here. Wait, where did he go? Oh,
Right
sorry.
there.
He was there. My bad. I couldn't see your name. Yeah, no, I meant you've been here a while, so I just wanted to give Bean a chance to talk since he's in the chats. If he wants to talk about, the ball or whatever.
Go ahead, Bean.
Or is it Bino? Bino.
Bino.
Oh,
I thought you were referring to Bino.
yeah.
Bino.
How are
Let's-
you?
Yes, I am good.
Hey,
How are
Ryan.
you?
Good. I was just listening in.
No worries, man. We've been talking about the horizon for a good time now. You understand that the horizon moves around and isn't in its geometric location.
It could move from your elevation.
Well, for a fixed observer height, the horizon still moves around, right?
Yeah, the apparent horizon moves around.
Well, that's kind of doesn't matter. It's the horizon, the one that we see. The one that we're looking for is the geometric horizon, the one that causes physical obstruction. We don't observe that now, do we?
In what sense?
We don't observe it, as in the physical obstruction. It should be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Well, I mean, there's loads of photos where you do see it, right?
I don't know. Would you like to give me one and give me the altitude of the observer and a distance marker?
Yeah. So
Remember, we're always looking through atmosphere. You're claiming refraction, I believe.
Yeah.
So we don't see it then.
So in this image, the lighthouse is 12.5 miles away.
Yeah.
This is inside chat.
Yeah.
And the observer height is 2 meters on the left and 10 on the right.
That's awesome.
So obviously the horizon changes with.
That we addressed that within the very first few seconds of our conversation.
Yeah, so you're saying there's not a geometric or physical horizon, and there is.
At 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. All you've demonstrated is rise in altitude, then you'll see further. Wow.
Yeah, no, but like, what is that then? Like, so say if the lighthouse and the observer are the same height on a flat plane, what is causing the sea to rise up in between them?
The sea is not rising up.
Well,
that can be a multiple factors. 1, angular resolution. 2, the atmospheric conditions of today.
Yeah, I agree that there's atmospheric conditions.
Cool. And
that
angular
can cause
resolution.
refraction things, right? But angular resolution doesn't cause things to disappear bottom up.
Do you know what angular resolution
Yes, it does.
Things get smaller the further away they go.
Go on, Space Goat. If you want to take this, man, you're fine.
Oh, I've just got to look for something. Sorry, I just wanted to agree with you.
No, that's fine. Yeah, no, angular resolution does make things disappear from the bottom up. That's in the definition of it as well. It can also be it could also be demonstrated on a known flat surface, depending on your angle of view and altitude above that flat surface. Things will begin to merge with that surface with distance.
Yeah, can you post a good image of that?
Yeah, I can probably post you about 20 videos of it happening if you want.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give me like 5 minutes to find them though. So talk amongst yourselves, or somebody else wants to bring up something else, or carry on talking to Bino, that's fine.
It's all right. I'll do some research in the background.
There you go. There's a picture in chat.
Okay, so angular resolution causes objects to shrink. Cool.
They should never drop below the horizon, though. They may appear to shrink, but why do they disappear from the horizon?
Okay, that's just for everyone here. That's a good explanation as to the flat Earth opinion of.
The next one will explain why it disappears. It's to do with your reticle at the back of your eyes and how your vision works.
Okay, so we have some flat Earth definitions. I'm just going to have a look at myself because I thought it was just the fact that things get get smaller. Sorry, I've had a few beers.
Yeah, no, it's a lot more complex than we assume.
All right.
So imagine me and you on a known flat surface like an ice rink or a frozen lake or a long road or whatever. So you were laying down on that surface and I've got a brick. And as I move that brick away from you, that brick will get smaller and smaller and begin to merge with the surface until you can't see anymore because you've lost the ability to resolve it. So obviously things get smaller with distance. Just imagine I've pulled a brick or a skateboard away from you along that surface. If I was to pile a few more bricks on top of that other brick, you'd eventually start to see me build a wall in front of you or a tower, but you still have lost the ability to resolve that bottom brick because that bottom brick has gone past the 0.02 angle of your resolution, merged with the surface. But as the angle increases above that surface, you've noticed that I've built a tower of bricks. It's, again, something that can be very easily demonstrated and is very well understood.
Yeah, I can only really. Okay, wait. All right, I'm gonna do some reading in the background because I thought it was just the fact that things shrink as they get into the distance, but I need to actually have a look at these specifics as to what's been discussed here.
That's also what I thought. I
In the
assume
sense that
things
objects
just
disappear
shrink,
bottom up. Yeah.
and they should
Well,
never
yeah,
appear below the
this
horizon.
this is what we all think. Be careful when you say below the horizon. But this is what we all think. Say, for example, I let go of a helium balloon, and as it rises in altitude, it gets smaller and smaller from all sides and then disappears from my ability to see it. I can no longer angularly resolve that balloon that's disappeared. That's fine. When we put things on surfaces, however, when we
Why
put
do you
those...
say it like that? However, I like your accent.
Good, thanks for interrupting me though to say that. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So, as we move things on surfaces, for example, there will be an interference with the surfaces, and the object on the surface will appear to, for want of a better word, blend with that surface. So this is why I brought up the example of a brick. I mean, you can do this on any surface. It can even be a wall, for example. Imagine you've got a long wall, and down that wall at a distance, you've got a light fitting that only protrudes by 10 millimeters. From that wall, it will appear to have merged with that wall. You can't angularly resolve that light fitting along that wall. Same with a ceiling. Smash your head into a ceiling and say you've got something on the ceiling that only protrudes by 10, 20 millimeters. With distance, your eyes will no longer see this protrusion, because with distance, the object in question will merge with that surface that it's on. So again, things will start to merge with surfaces. We're making observations across the surface of the Earth. So with distance, if your eye height is slightly, that's one way of putting it, like the diagram that was put earlier with the gentleman standing in front of a tall building. He is only 6 foot tall, but the tower in itself is, say, 100, 200 foot tall. Because as it shrinks with distance, the bottom will meet the angle of your eye before the top of it does, and it will appear to disappear from the bottom up.
Okay.
So the angle of the bottom will appear to meet the observer's eye before the top?
Yeah, did you not see the image that was posted earlier? An
I'm
actual fact.
looking at it right now. I'm looking at it
Yeah,
right
cool.
now. When they appear at the same time, because they're still the same distance away, even though they're
No,
the same,
because
even though they're
the
different angles from the observer.
34 minutes past the hour, is that the one that you're looking at?
Yes.
Good. So you'll notice if you were to move that building, which I don't know which one it is, away from the
Number
observer,
3.
or the observer was to move away, it wouldn't be an equal dispersal of the building meeting in the middle, because you're not in the middle of that building. You're lower down. So with distance, the bottom portion of that building will have disappeared well before the top of it has. Again, just remember the demonstration or argument I just gave you about a light fitting on the wall. It will appear to merge with the surface because your ability to resolve that thing at distance, that angle, has been lost. So remember when I said I've slid a brick away on a known flat surface, eventually it will have become too small for you to see. But if I was to build a wall on top of those other bricks, for example, you'd eventually be able to see the top of the wall. It's like I built a house or a tower or a cathedral or something. You're still not going to be able to regain the ability to resolve the bottom brick because it was already disappeared from your angular resolution limit. But you can see the fucking wall because it's filling a bigger angle in your view.
So if if an object is closer to 0 degrees of angular resolution, we're better able to see it?
0.02 is the kind of mean average where we lose the ability to see things. Yeah.
And what is that? How does that? And that still applies with the top of things, even
Do you
though
remember?
obviously, if we're looking at number 3, the angular
Yeah.
resolution of that is way larger than 0. Whatever you said. We're still able
Yeah,
to see the top. Why is that?
because
That
it's
angular
filling.
resolution is much larger.
Yeah. Do you remember the several times I said surface? When we move
No.
things along a surface, the object that is in contact with that surface will appear to merge with that surface, especially if you've got a narrow angle of view across that surface. Again, this can be demonstrated really easily.
It'll appear to merge. Okay.
Yeah. Your eye won't be able to distinguish the surface from the object that's only protruding by, let's say, 10 millimeters of distance.
Okay.
And then, obviously, if we're looking across a body of water at objects that are 10, 20, 30, 40 miles away, then we're going to have to include atmospheric distortion into the equation.
When you say merging with the surface, what does that mean? It's just
Indistinguishable between one and the other. For example, you know what a chessboard is, right? And if you look horizontally along the chessboard, you can only really resolve the black and white squares from each other that are closer to you. If you were to gain in height, you can see further across the chessboard and you are able to angularly resolve the black and white squares from each other. But if the chessboard was hypothetically, I don't know, let's say infinite in distance, then the further away, you're not going to be able to distinguish the black and white squares from each other, whether horizontally or vertically. So with distance, if say for an example you've got a brick at distance along that chessboard, with distance, because you've still got a narrow angular view across that surface, you're not going to be able to resolve that brick. If you pull out a piece of equipment, however, like a binoculars or telescope, that will give you a larger aperture to look through, which will increase that angle, you might be able to resolve that brick at that point. Yeah, no problem. But ultimately, when we include surfaces into the equation, then the angle begins at that surface. Depending on your angle that you look across the surface at that object as well. So with regards to long distance observations of 20, 30 miles, you're usually looking across that from, say, the average height of a man, 6 foot or whatever, at a beach. Gain altitude, and you've increased your angle of view across that surface. You're further away from that surface, so are able to resolve more with distance.
Okay.
Yep. I can't really find um, this angular resolution formula or whatever it is. Is this in a scientific book? Like, is there a formula for determining how much of an object will be hidden or merge with another object?
He said he's gonna be right back. So, yeah. But are you saying like which part do you not agree with?
Well, we've gone through angular resolution and we have an explanation, and which is kind of good, the diagram. But I would like a citation from any kind of scientific book or of this
Okay.
special effect of angular
Okay.
resolution. Yeah.
But do you agree with the fact that we do see things disappearing bottom first due to angular resolution?
No, I agree. We see things disappearing bottom up. Yeah.
What do you attribute that to?
Well, for the lighthouse, I mean, there's water in between the observer and the lighthouse. So either the water is rising up to obstruct half the lighthouse, which I don't think you guys even believe in, or there's some height difference between us relative to the lighthouse itself. Or some
What do you
drop.
mean there's a height difference between?
No,
That's in the lighthouse.
from our perspective, it drops away.
Ah, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
I really don't care. Sorry. Wow, what a great conversation I'm hearing. I love this. I'm having fun. This is not boring.
Okay,
I
chill
love
out.
I love how everyone's muted.
Yeah, I love how you're muted now. So I'm just scrolling up to see the lighthouse that you were talking about. So you think the one that you posted at 31 minutes past the hour, right?
That's the one, yeah.
Okay. I guess some people just love being little douchebags. Sorry about that. Give me 1 second. I need to take care of this guy. There we go.
All right, no rush. I'm chilling anyway. I'm not in a rush to discuss everything. But
Yeah, it's just weird how people just can't have a decent conversation or try to have a decent conversation with people. They just come in and troll.
yeah,
And I appreciate you for having a cordial discourse with us.
that's all right.
Am I echoing?
Wait.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, hang on.
No, you're not, man. I'm fucking with you this time.
No. No.
Nice.
You are a bit.
Oh, he is now. Yeah.
I can hear myself.
Oh,
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah. All right, hang on.
Okay, welcome back, Jedi. I was just keeping the seat warm for you. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, no worries. Be interesting. I noticed the observation that you gave us at 31 minutes past the hour. The same with, let's say, the Black Swan image, the one with the two oil rigs. There's lots of demonstrations from this 1 foot observer height on different days, different atmospheric conditions where the horizon appears to move around. So, with reference to the one that you posted at 31 minutes past the hour, it'd be interesting if there are multiple observations on different days with different atmospheric conditions from the same observer height to see if there was a difference in what you could see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it would be cool to take a photo of an object in that kind of setting, maybe every day.
Yeah.
We'd have loads of photos to.
Yeah. I mean, this is why the one with the two oil rigs in it, the one that we call the Black Swan, is kind of so interesting because the same guy who took the video has been to that location several times and taken other videos, and it's demonstrable that depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the horizon will appear to move around.
Yeah.
But you understand the angular resolution thing, right?
Is that for me?
Do you want? Yeah.
I understand the explanation given here. I'm trying to research that myself. I can't really find much information on it. If you have a link to a scientific document or book,
I posted an angular resolution calculator, like so you can punch in the distance and the size of the thing that you're trying to observe, and it will tell you what's the angular resolution is of that object at that distance. So it's just discussing the ability of of the eye to resolve things at distance, right?
yeah.
And
No,
then
I
you
agree with
take
that. I
into
know it exists, and that's
right.
that's
Okay.
what I
Right.
think it
Right.
is. That's what I
Right.
thought it was before
But
coming in. Yeah.
you're not going to find anything about like from in regards to like observing like effects in nature, I mean, like, which are to do with the globe, you know, like things going disappearing bottom up, you know, beyond the horizon, things like that. You're not going to find that. Like, that's the thing that's left out, right? So things like angular resolution and perspective in general, and Jedi was saying, atmospheric conditions. You're not really going to find that discussed amongst the globers side when in regards to Earth being a globe. They present these observations where something appears to be obstructed physically bottom up, right? And then they'll show you an Earth curve calculator, and then they'll chuck in all this math which ignores angular resolution and things like perspective and the weather conditions.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Well, if there is at least maybe one link, it doesn't even need to be scientific or in a journal or anything. Just describing the effect of this, I'd be curious just to read through it. And it would be good if it could also predict at what distance something would be hidden behind a apparent horizon due to this effect.
So you've also got you got to take into consideration what the surface that you're looking over is doing as well. So there could be swells and waves at a distance. You know, if you're looking across the ocean, which you know, like say a 10 foot wave or swell, right? At you know, like at 5 miles, 3 miles, whatever. You know, it's going to affect what you're viewing too. And
Yeah,
if
like
especially if
wave
it's
something.
right, if it's taller than you,
Yeah.
and it's going to be pretty much indistinguishable from the rest of the surface at that distance, but it's still going to have the effect of obstructing your you know, your view of things.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. You probably have other effects as well, like something getting refracted, light getting refracted upwards or downwards.
Well, that's the go-to for globers when we observe something which contradicts, you know, the expectations of being on a ball given given dimensions. And so it's just used to explain away that, you know, we see something, you know, we see a horizon further than the geometric constraints allow for, or if we see an object in full view and not being obstructed at distance, which it should be by the geometric predictions of globe Earth. You know, they bring in the refraction argument.
Yeah, I suppose it goes both ways. Or it could go both ways.
The globe argument for refraction comes with particular conditions. You know, it has certain claims attached to it, which isn't just dealing with the way light behaves through different mediums. It actually has to conform to the spherical surface, and you'll find Earth curve calculators when they do account for refraction. It's just a sliding bar, So you can just slide the bar up or down to match the observation, and then that must be how much the light is being refracted by to account for what you're observing. So it's not actually a prediction, or it's not a model. It's just this math that you can use to essentially reduce or increase the radial size of the arc of light that's supposed to be reaching your eye from the target. And it is essentially also an increase of the radius of the Earth. So, like the standard refraction that it's called standard terrestrial refraction formula is 7/6R, R being the radius of the Earth.
I think you get other formulas as well, don't you? Depending on different conditions.
Yeah, but the only problem is that they don't have a radius. So where's that number R coming from? And they say, it's just saying, okay, the Earth is this size, therefore the light must be bending this much because I can see this far. You know what I mean? You get that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't measured the Earth, but they tell me that it's this big and it curves at this rate. So I should only be allowed to see this much. But I can see more. So the light must be bending when you haven't proved curve in the first place.
I guess, like, globers, if you can see too far, they'll say the light is reflecting up. And flat earthers, when they can't see that far, they'd say the light's refracting down, right? Or the other way around, sorry.
And it's just the way I see it is when these people say they see a curve or like a boat going over the horizon, it's still the same thing to do with like angular perspective. But if you've got a lot of moisture in the air, then you're going to get something called magnification. And if you've got if combine the two, right? And you've got an angular perspective of the boat going away and decreasing in size. And then if you've got that being magnified, it'll look like it's bringing that closer to you. And then it'll be exponentially making it look like a curve. Do you understand what I mean? Because it's bringing that, that angular perspective closer. And as it goes through more air, more water in the air, and it's magnifying. Do you understand what I mean? Or not
yeah,
really?
sort of, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so it makes that surface, it brings, like, for a boat example, it makes the boat look closer than it actually is. And then they go, oh, okay, look, it's going over a curve. But it's actually, if you spread that out and got rid of that magnification, it would just be, blending into the horizon.
Would you say it's blending into the horizon with angular resolution?
Yeah, correct. Because you're no longer be able to resolve the boat's bottom from the surface of the water.
Cool.
Yeah, but also, like T-Dub was saying, yeah, you've got, like, if you've got a wave, a little wave there. If you've got a 1 foot wave 10 meters in front of you, like, how much is that going to block as well? It's going to block heaps.
Yeah.
Did
So there's all these things. Yeah, sorry, Jim.
No, man, you finish your point.
No, I was just going to say all these things work together. It's not just one thing. You can't just go, oh, this is one thing. It's everything together.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Maybe not at all at the same time, but there's always a combination of things. That's it. I'm finished.
I posted 3 videos for you as well in the text chat. not too long ago as well. So they are one after another. So you don't have to hunt around for them. From a YouTuber, flat earther now, called Mitchell from Australia, who kind of goes through this with a fine tooth comb. Hopefully he'll explain it for you, mate. I realised they are 3 videos and they're like 5, 7 and 8 minutes long or whatever it is. So I don't usually like dropping things that take a long time to watch, but it's the best I could do at the short notice, mate.
Mitchell's good. He explains things really clearly.
Cool. I've opened them up. I might just have a look at these then in the background.
Yeah, no drama, man. No worries.
Cool.
So whilst Beano's looking through that, if anybody's just jumped into the chat, we are the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel here on the Politics. Notice a few people have jumped in. Maybe you've come across this subject for the first time and you find it a bit of a head scratcher why people are saying the Earth is flat in 2023. If you've got any questions you want to ask, guys, and the floor is literally open. If you want to jump in and bring up something that you want to know about or ask us some questions, that's fine. If you have got some kind of religious belief that the Earth is a ball and you want to defend it as well, then please feel free to die on that hill. No problem at all. We have some great people in the panel. Which way should I start? Top to bottom or bottom to top? Let's go from bottom to top. Yeah. Wishful thinking has put herself on death. So, Timbo, that's you. What's up, Timbo? Hope you're doing well, bruv. We got TOS.
G'day.
G'day, mate. How's it going?
Just checking in. Hello.
Hello, my friend. How you doing? You good?
Yeah, doing all right. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, and yourself, man. Some really fascinating information you dropped earlier with regards to those high altitude balloons, man. It's really good.
Yeah, it's not what we thought.
It's definitely not what we thought, mate. That's for sure. But yeah, it's going to take me a little while to go through all of that stuff. But yeah, it's really interesting, man.
Hitler is still alive.
Wrong room,
Yeah,
mate.
he died of old age.
No, he's alive on Aldebaran, which is the planet, which is the birthplace of the Aryan race.
Isn't Aldebaran a star?
He went there to fight the Alpha Draconian hordes.
What are you smoking? And can I have some of that?
Probably fentanyl, mate. I'd stay well clear of that shit.
Yeah, he's mixing up stars and planets.
But yeah, we've got T-Bow. Mate, ever since that fucking AI bot done your name, fucking like just fucking confused. But yeah, Timbo's in the house.
Question,
go on.
Tim, Bo, question, Tim.
It's freaking hilarious, man. But yeah, from bottom to top, we've still got Timbo in the house. We've got TOS UK. He is always recording, guys. So we are live on YouTube. I'm not too sure if he's on Rumble, but he's definitely on YouTube. So your words will be used as evidence against you. We can always go back and find the recording and see what people have said. It's not a problem. We've got Timbo, who's hopefully stopped echoing by now. That'd be awesome. You got Subdued in the house. What's up, my friend? Seizu's joined us. What's up, matey? Hope you're doing well. Real's here. Kotsukoto was here. Old Hoss Ragborn is in the house. Old Space Goat, also from Australia. Shit, if another Australian jumps in, one of you lot got to get out. Morvis is in the house. Mark J, Little G. Mr. Wagner's in the house. Heretic is on deafened, so we can talk about what we want. Get Beget is in the house. Flatsy Klein is also in the kitchen. We got Flat Level Water. Good to see you, brother. Effie Batman. He's also from Australia, but he keeps himself on mute, so I think we can get away with it. You got, oh my god, I can't pronounce your name, buddy. I do apologise. N-Grown Slugter. What's up, my friend? Hope you're doing well. Dr. Science Investigator, also known as Amish, you just heard speaking. Dr. Breathe, Crit, our resident psychotherapist. We've also got Crispy Mike Coils in the house. We've got Clay under seal. Bino, who's just gone away to do some research. And right at the top, we've got the biggest shark of the tank, Alpha Veritas. So welcome to the server, guys. I hope you're all having a fantastic day today.
Thanks, FE Jedi. I got an interesting line of thought. I thought I'd run it past you real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please, man.
So, you know how Globers come in and they ridicule flat earthers. They have this very high and mighty attitude about where they are and who we are in relation to them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I was thinking about this. Imagine for a moment that flat earthers are aboriginals from an exotic land and we don't look anything like anybody else. We have a very different worldview, a different way of customs and traditions and way of communicating than anybody else recognizes. Given that that might be the case and who we are, why would Globers come in and immediately ridicule us?
That's a really interesting point, actually. Yeah, if we were
Yeah.
some kind I don't know, minority or endangered species of man with a strange dialect that was going out of fashion, then yeah, we'd be treated with all the humility and respect, and they'd probably want to preserve us, right? But no, not in this day and age, my friend. I don't know what it is about people today, but yeah, we are the first people that are poured scorn upon, and we are laughed at. But I get your point, mate. I think I do anyway.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, suppose, a Glober were to encounter utmost respect and deference and wouldn't do anything to harm them, would probably find what they have to say and how they view the world to be very interesting.
We'd probably also get our own reserve as well, somewhere where we could live in harmony and peace. I don't know.
Yep. So when it comes to us, I mean, just because we're educated in the Western world and we have this, we were brought up in the old worldview, we've ditched it and subscribed to a new worldview. We're suddenly marginalized, we're laughed at, we're scorned at, and we're basically treated worse than, I dare say, to avoid any TOS violation.
I don't know, in the age that we're in, where you can literally choose your own gender if you want to, people have a huge problem with people choosing their own cosmology. Again, it's very strange.
Yeah, have you ever listened to a Dolby's Flat Earth album? You know what I'm talking about? It came out in like the 80s. It was like a record.
No, I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah, it was an album, I think a song too that went with it, and the song was Flat Earth. I think the album was Flat Earth, and the whole theme of the song is you can choose the cosmology that you want, whether it's globe or flat. You just have to choose, and it's okay for you, man.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I'll have to. What was the name again? See if I can find it.
You know the song "She Blinded Me with Science."
Oh,
She
you
blinded
comment,
me
mate.
with science.
Oh
You know that song?
yeah.
Yeah, that's from that album.
Oh wow, okay. Well, I've heard it then. I'm really bad with artists and song names, man. But if you hum it, I usually get it.
No, this was Thomas Dolby, Flat Earth. It might have been one of the first CD-ROMs that ever came out, with like the Discman and all that.
Okay.
The Discman. Remember carrying that chunky thing around?
Yeah, I had that for a long time, up until like the late 90s, and it broke. We're talking like a first generation Sony Discman. That thing didn't have any skip protection at all. If you breathed on it, it would skip and start, resetting itself. It was bad.
It'd be like 4 AA batteries, and you'd have to fucking charge them every night.
Yeah. It had a carrying strap, which is ironic because if you carried that thing around, it would skip every time you take a step.
Yeah. I remember getting a Discman and then going back to the Walkman. I hated it.
Yeah, I had a good Sony Walkman too with a good built-in radio and had better. I thought it had better
The
audio.
digital one? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
A
right.
digital radio. Yeah, I had one of them. I reckon I've still got it.
I used to record like music on it. I would make mixtapes with like Nintendo music. Dude, totally. So I would turn like the volume up on our TV. You know, this is like an old like 27-inch CRT. I'd crank that shit way up, and I would just hold like the recorder up to it, and I'd start recording songs off the video games. I'd make mixtapes and yep. Yeah, like early 90s kids
Good
know.
old
Come on.
days. Good old days when there were no rules. You didn't have to wear a seatbelt. You didn't have to wear a fucking helmet when you were riding a bike. You could travel along in the back of a wagon, no seatbelts, jumping around, playing around with your brothers and sisters.
Yeah, the old station wagons, the old like Parisine station wagons.
Yeah, we had one. We used to live in Canada, and we had one with the wood grain down the side. You know, one of those ones.
Oh yeah, that's the one we had. Yep, and the back would open up like swing wide open. You get in the
Yeah,
jump
yeah.
seat facing backwards. Yep, it
And
was
it had
brown on the inside.
and it had a wind down window at the back of the tailgate thing, so you could
Yeah,
wind the
that's
window
right.
down in the boot.
And during the summers, those seat buckles got to like 200 degrees. You could burn yourself on them.
Oof, they still do here.
That's funny. Yeah, I kind of think back to that era, and it kind of seemed like peak civilization. Most of the world was stuck in this, in the deception. Everything was basically plugging along just as the elite wanted it.
Yeah, the hippie era was over. Everyone was starting to conform.
Yeah, like desktop computers were becoming affordable. They were in all kinds of magazines. People were buying them left and right. The phrase multimedia, the word multimedia was brand new. Microsoft Encarta, digital encyclopedias on CD-ROM just came out. That was basically peak Western civilization.
Into debauchery.
Yeah, and another thing is like movies were brand new, sitcoms, TV shows were new, brand new themes, brand new everything. And what's happened since is a bunch of carbon copies, a bunch of remakes, reboots, and everything, and they all suck.
Yeah, they don't even have new ideas for movies. They're just remaking them.
Yeah, like the original Jurassic Park, for example, when that came out, that was a freaking blockbuster.
Yeah, that was good. When I look at movies and it says blockbuster, I go, okay, I'm going to avoid that one.
Yeah, it's good advice.
Brainbuster.
Give me some art movie, it'd be so much better. Something that doesn't come out at the cinemas. You got to go one of those weird little cinemas to go and watch it. And no, I'm not talking about those weird cinemas.
Yeah, you were, you filthy fucker.
The kind with the toilet paper roll in the back.
Oh, yuck.
Just watch SBS.
Yeah, true. Soft porn. I think the digital porn era has really got a lot to answer for.
I mean, it's basically starting to mainstream porn, and that's another problem.
Yeah, look at these girls with their OnlyFans. That's just porn, but regulated by themselves. They don't have to pay any money to anyone. No movie production. Things that for other people to make money. They're just making money themselves, and they're just turning into porno stars at the age of 18, you know, and all over the. Imagine, fuck, I don't know how their parents feel about that, but some of them seem to be on board with it. You know, mate, your daughter's a fucking porn star, like, and you're okay with that because she's making a living. What's she gonna do when she's undesirable? Is she gonna have the skills to? Maybe she's made enough money not to work again, but just
there's granny porn.
she's still she's still a whore.
You figure it's like low barriers to entry, no startup costs. You just need an iPhone.
Yeah, well, look at them. They're not even that nice.
It's also a crowded market.
Easy money. I'll just show my pussy on camera and get guys. Well, guys are even worse. Who pays for that shit? That's the fucked up thing.
Even back in the 90s, you didn't have to pay for it. You just had to know how to mess with your cable TV descrambler.
Yeah. Or the guy that was copying videos on the work site, you know, in the early 90s. In the
I
late
wasn't even
90s.
paying for internet.
You mean like with VHS, right?
I just managed to run across a root login for some reason.
Yeah, so when it comes to this topic, I think about where I was back then and where I am now. I could not imagine for the life of me that flat Earth would even be within the realm of possibility back in the early 90s.
Space junkie. From a young age.
Just keeping an eye on the server, guys, for new people jumping in. Obviously, if this doesn't work, then please continue with your former conversation. I see Red Clay's joined us, though. So hopefully Red Clay's had his lunch. He was in a little bit earlier. I think he's just
Like a 5-hour lunch. Come on, bro.
No, he jumped out straight away as soon as I muted myself and started talking, which was a shame because, yeah, he disappeared earlier when having a conversation about illusion and perception.
Was he complaining about not being able to talk while talking while complaining about not being able to talk?
Yeah, exactly that. Yep. But yeah, apologies for the interruption, guys. Just kind of been waiting for him to come back.
Yeah, no worries. Just, shooting the breeze. Crazy
John,
stuff
our
about satellites,
IDW
though,
was
am I
joined
right?
us. Oh, crazy our satellites, man. I mean, we always talk about other technologies being up in the sky. It doesn't have to be a satellite in the vacuum of space, but I think the technology has actually surpassed my imagination now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no telling what they've got up there. The stuff they admit to is crazy enough. They basically say that with the shuttle program, the space shuttle that we all know and love, that started in, I think, 1980, that they've been shooting that up in conjunction with these electrodynamic tether experiments. Most people don't know this, but the shuttle bay doors would open up, and this big, gigantic girder would raise up and basically launch and shoot up even further outward, a big ball and an electrically charged wire that was attached to it. And this wire could be about 20 miles long.
What, a 20-mile? So they've just got a 20-mile cable just sitting there in the space station.
Yeah, like a big 20-mile long. Well, I think that the shuttle would actually orient itself away from Earth so that the black bottom of the space shuttle was actually facing Earth. We're always taught that it was upside down so that the top of the shuttle was facing Earth's surface. But in a lot of the literature, they show the shuttle oriented the other way, the bay doors open, and this huge tether shooting way up, miles and miles and miles, with a huge ball attached to the end of it. and the whole thing is electrically conductive.
Purpose of that again?
What'd you say?
What was the purpose of that?
Imagine the
Well,
voltage up at that altitude.
yeah, I mean, they say they're collecting power. They're doing studies on
I'll give you an
plasma
article.
physics and
It'll relate to this.
magnetophysics, and they're also playing around with propulsion.
Like they were
So, I mean,
throwing
if
for
any
idiots.
Globers want to weigh in on what the heck that is and what's going on, please do. I think the world wants to know. So when it comes to overhead assets and people talk about satellites and, space shuttles and space stations, do you guys really actually know what in the world is going on up there? I don't think so. We've looked into the literature and we can find all kinds of exotic things happening unbeknownst to most people.
Yeah, no one has a clue.
We have quotes from NASA in their own papers that basically say, hey, astrophysics guys, get the heck out of this. Leave it up to the real physicists who know what's going on with regards to magnetism and plasma physics and all this other exotic high energy stuff. And it makes you wonder if gravity is even really a part of the equation. What is an orbit? I don't freaking know.
Oh, they're already using anti-gravity. Hmm.
The bell. In the technology they've got, yeah, like all these experiments the Nazis were doing, like, and then all of those people, half go to Russia, half go to America and the UK to continue their science or experimentation. Imagine what they've been doing.
Yeah, who knows, right? I mean, half of them went in America, half of them went to CIA, the other half went to NASA. What I find really dubious too is America's space policy in 1958. This came out under the Eisenhower administration at the same time as the Third International Polar Year, which is a big worldwide gathering to study the meteorological effects of Earth and very strange phenomena way up there, as well as Antarctica. So in 1958, America's space policy was promulgated under Eisenhower. It included, among other things, the use of satellites for psychological operations. It also stated that we would be using satellites for studying the weather. And right after that, about 6 months after this policy was promulgated, NASA was formed. And around the same time, the Antarctic Treaty was formed. A lot of this came after the nuclear experiments that were done, too.
Forgive my ignorance, but if we're or they are releasing tethers that are conducting a shitload of volts of electricity or able to absorb or whatever, we understand that electricity and magnetism are very, very closely linked together. So it's now not surprising to me at all that they are able to keep things up in the sky for a bloody long time.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
They got the magnetism up there. I don't see any problems with that whatsoever now. I mean, it's one of my speculations that I've kind of had anyway, being as we have and living with an electrodynamic environment. We have electric phenomena that don't just come downwards as in lightning, but we have other electro phenomena on the earth that go upwards towards the sky. I've always kind of postulated quietly to myself that maybe this is something to do with the technology that they do use up in the sky. So yeah, today's been really interesting for learning about this shit, man. It doesn't surprise me at all now.
Yeah, one of the things that got me looking into this was David Beverly. He's a flat earther, and he spent his career at NASA. Prior to that, he was a Marine Corps guy, and he spent his career setting up satellite uplink stations for NASA and other clients. And one of the places he did this in was Antarctica. And he recounts his history, his career, and thinking about this, and he says, you know what? I really think that there's some kind of magnetic tethering component to satellites up there, and I don't quite understand what it's about. So you can find him on YouTube. David Beverly Jr. is his name, I think. Junior, maybe senior, junior. David Beverly. And he goes by the nickname Jesus Freak Computer Geek.
Oh, wow.
So between that and other things I've looked into, it's really interesting. I think the environment up there is a lot different than we were taught. These satellites are not falling around a gravity well. I think they're being pulled along or pushed along by some Lorentzian magnetic force. And NASA admits as much in a lot of their documentation on their technical server.
Oh wow. Yeah, no, I can definitely go with that. That doesn't seem so far fetched, does it?
Yep, I'm willing to be wrong about it too, but I mean, this is kind of where my research has led. So if you go to Goddard space website, Goddard is responsible, among many things, for tracking where satellites are and what they're doing up there. If you go to their homepage and scroll down a bit, you're going to read about how to query where satellites are. If you want to email them or do a lookup and figure out where a satellite is, they have a special box with instructions. It basically says that they need to figure out which magnetic flux tube of force the satellite is in and where that magnetic flux line is terminating on Earth in order to track the satellite.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I posted that image earlier. So if any Glober wants to talk satellites, can you please tell us what in the world that means?
Anyone? Fry, Bueller, Fry, anyone?
Anyone just hear a robot?
Yep. I'm semi AFK. I have to make dinner, so I'll be around, but not really.
All right, buddy.
No, it was me, Space Cat. I was doing Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
That's why I didn't get it.
Another old people joke.
I've seen it once, but I wouldn't remember it.
It's the teacher when he's doing a
Mate,
roll
I'm
call.
the same age.
Oh yeah. Right, early 80s.
Yeah, 81.
Yeah, me too. Perfect.
Yeah, me too. Give or take 7 or 8 years. I still can't get over the fact in 2 years' time I'm going to be 50. Fuck that shit, man. What the hell's going on?
Make sure you keep up that strength training and eat plenty of protein, mate. You'll be young as you want.
Yeah, I'll be fine, man.
I'm in my 40s too, brother. So, yep, I'm right behind you.
Oh my god, you guys have only got 40 years left.
Mm.
Aww.
Oh, shut up. Fucking young arsehole. Oh, wait, I hear on the grapevine that you've been doing impressions of me.
Not anything other than
Let's
what you've
hear it.
heard. No, it was just like literally what you heard. I mean, I did it earlier on where I was like, something about gas pressure, and I said sunshine at the end of it, but.
Brilliant. That's funny as fuck. We've just been looking into satellite technology, Brett, and it's been rather interesting. A couple of things have been dropped in the text chat if you want to scroll up and have a look, man. Some of the technology that I've been exploring for the last 30 years since the shuttle program in the early 80s is kind of phenomenal. I can't wait for somebody to come in and ask about satellites again.
Whose post am I looking for?
Dr. Science Investigates. TOS has chopped out some stuff on some things that he's seen. But yeah, we'll have to scroll up quite a bit to get the main chunk of it. But it's regarding electromagnetic effects at high altitude and what can ionospheric limitations of satellites and stuff like that.
I see.
They ain't going to space, bruv. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, what is even space, guys?
I don't know, man.
The space between me and you.
Vacuums require a container.
Sunshine.
Gravity. You're gonna give me fucking gravity.
Oh, you know what? I'll give you gravity, sunshine, but you know, where's your container?
Oh dear. Slightly flattered, a bit more creeped out, but either way.
You know, imitation's the sincerest form of flattery, you know?
Something like that, yeah. Sunshine.
You sound very posh, Britnett.
No, I don't.
Yes, he does.
Between me and Jedi is the posh one.
You do so. You've had this question before.
Fuck off.
I've never heard
Did
this.
you go to public school there or what?
Yeah, I'm a public school, working class northerner, right? I'm far from posh.
Public schools and private schools seem to be reversed in Australia and America. So a public school would be our version of a private school. A public school in the UK is general secondary education. But yeah, he's a posh twat.
Yeah, sounds like he's
far from it.
You know,
just let's test it, right? If I say grass and bath,
well spoken.
Jedi, can you clarify what grass and bath is in your tongue?
Grass and bath. Fuck.
Grass and bath.
Yeah.
But I say that, and I sound like a bogan. So, grass, bath.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, so I'm an American of Welsh heritage, so I'm like basically oppressed, right?
Oh yes, definitely oppressed, mate. Sorry about that.
Sorry,
my
not
genotype.
sorry.
That Welsh accent. I never understand what those Welsh people are saying.
Yeah, my ancestors spoke Manx or something, so whatever.
Oh, I also have ancestors from the Isle of Man. A large part of my family.
David, would you like a Bacardi and Coke, me family? David. Remember Little Britain?
Yeah. I know what you're doing. I'm the only gay in the village.
Only gay in the village.
You sound like my grandma, Timbo.
Well, she gay too.
Well, how about Bacardi and Coke?
Oh, what you need is Bacardi and Coke, David.
If anyone doesn't get the reference, go and watch Little Britain from start to finish, and you'll have the biggest laugh you've ever had in your life.
It's nothing like British comedy, to be fair.
So dry, it's so good. And they just don't give a fuck. They just say whatever they want.
Pretty much, mate. What's happening with riding? Yeah, let's start that sentence again. What's happening with Eggshells? He seems to be a little bit more pleasant recently. What's going on?
I'm a good influence on him.
I was just about to say that, Britnat.
Interesting.
I reckon Britnat's waking up in the middle of the night having nightmares about being a flat earther.
We've
I
all
did
been
have
there,
a nightmare
haven't we?
last night, but it was a very pretentious nightmare because I don't like. I woke up. Well, no, I'll just say what happened in the dream. I had a dream that I bought a BlackBerry. Now, for those who don't know, right, BlackBerries haven't really been popular for 10 years, and I was terrified. I was mortified the fact that I didn't have an iPhone. This may be a very young person problem, but it was like, oh my god, a BlackBerry! Everyone's going to laugh at me. But it was actually terrifying.
I really wanted a BlackBerry in 2008.
Yeah, they were popular around 2010 to 2012, and then they fell off the radar. No one ever used them again.
If you got thumbs like mine, you'll never be able to use them.
Oh yeah, they had the tiniest little keypad, didn't they?
Not gonna lie, I preferred that, and that's why I wanted one. I mean, they had the nice little tactile buttons that provided a real response.
You got tiny little fingers, Dr. Science. Little bony
You bet,
fingers.
man. I'm a freaking midget. I'm a hobbit.
Oh right, how tall are you?
About 4 foot.
You're joking. Is this a meme? Am I being trolled?
No, I am almost 6 feet. Okay.
Okay, you're almost 6 foot. Okay.
Yeah, still under average.
I'm 5'8", so you know, no shit coming from over here.
I am in
Oh,
centimeters.
you're a freaking hobbit.
Yeah.
I am not foot. I am centimeters.
On like 170 centimeters, then if that makes sense.
I'm 189 centimeters.
189.
Last I checked, yeah.
Is that like 6 foot?
I don't know,
Pretty
man.
tall. That's over 6 foot.
I would say it's like average, right? 189, 190.
That's
What
pretty
part of
tall.
Germany are you from, Clay?
Southwest Germany.
Oh, I used to live in the Northeast. Huh.
My state is right next to Luxembourg.
Was that like Saarland? Like where they drink wine instead of beer?
No, Luxembourg is this very small European country, you know, that is like literally like a huge city.
Yeah, but are you from Saarland?
No, I'm from the I'm from the Rhineland of Palestine, or however you say it.
I see.
Palestine.
The Rhineland of Palestine. Wait, it's called. No, sorry, Rhineland Palatinate. I don't even know.
Palatinate? You're saying Palatinate, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't even know how to say it in English, man.
Yeah, Rhineland Palatinate.
I used to live in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern.
That's very bad German there, wasn't it?
Yeah, that war Plattdeutsch.
So what is? Let me see in feet. 1.89 meters in feet.
6'2" or something, isn't it?
6'2", yeah.
Jesus.
But I don't see myself as tall. That's the thing, you know. I just see if my brother's around and my sister or my dad. My dad is, you know, a bit more tinier than me. I still see myself as being the smallest. It's just weird. I don't really never recognize my own height, if that makes sense.
You're like a big friendly giant. Like you'd accidentally push someone and they'd fall over and crack their head open.
No, it's like even when I'm standing next to my boss and I'm taller than my boss actually, but I never recognize it in my brain. It's hard to explain, man. It's just I still feel like this 12-year-old, 11-year-old that is always the young one.
I think
you
the
know?
tallest people in the world are from Friesland and Netherlands.
Yeah, Netherlands has a lot of tall people. Yeah.
Holland as well.
Yes.
Ja, genau.
Yeah, we got to smoke the joint, yeah.
That was German.
I wouldn't say that like 6 foot is very tall. I think very tall is like.
Alright, okay.
people-
6 foot's not tall. Alright, yeah, we get it.
Yeah,
we get it. You're
that's 'cause
6'2".
you're German.
Like people who are like 2 meters, over 2 meters. That's tall, man.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah,
height
that's giant.
supremacist.
Yeah, so what am I if I'm 5'8"? Am I like a fucking a hobbit or something? What's going
You're
on?
pretty.
I think
pretty
you're like
short,
extreme 5'8", 5'8". You mean like 5'8" foot?
You're a bloody halfling.
Halfling, yeah.
You're a casual Brit.
Well, yeah, because I feel like I'm pretty average in the UK. Maybe just slightly smaller than most people, right? But you know, for you to
Slightly
say 6
vertically
foot isn't
challenged?
that tall, yeah, I'm vertically challenged. All verticals to a point are parallel, as
Yeah.
What is
and the
interesting?
Brits were sacked by the Saxons.
What is I think interesting is my legs are definitely longer than my upper body, and like it's not this perfect balance. You know what I mean? With some other.
He's a bloody Kenyan.
I've got the opposite problem. People think I'm really tall when I sit down, and then I stand up, and I've got a long body and short legs.
I've just posted what I imagine you to be in the side chat, by the way, Mr. Clay Under Seal.
Yeah, exactly that.
I think Timbo is the tallest guy on Zoom.
It's not that extreme, but when I sit in the car, man, the you know when I need to put the chair like very far back, so it's in the T, like my head is like in the T zone of the car. Like it looks pretty funny. You know, I almost sit in it like on a couch because my legs are so long. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like that meme is.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at Brit.
I think he's our next flat earther. It's okay, Britt. You don't have to tell anybody in real life.
Wait, 1 sec. Hey, Kiwi Buzz, I can't see the moon at the moment. I'm facing the wrong direction driving, but it's a bit cloudy. I'll have a look when I get to my destination.
It's a very clear night here in the UK. At least where I am.
Well, it's 9. It's 9:45 in the morning here. So. Saturday morning.
What's it like?
Making dinner on the East Coast.
I'm heading down the coast, going surfing and camping with the boys, with my 2 kids.
Don't
2
remind
boys.
us that you are actually in the middle of summer right now, and we're just heading into the coldest, deepest, darkest part of the year.
It's 30 degrees at the moment.
You guys down there, right? You have no idea what a real winter is, right? The reason why we have Christmas is to forget about the fact that the minute we step outside, we feel like our fingers are about to fall off, right? You guys are you don't know a winter, you've never been to a winter, you've never seen a winter.
Oh,
Well, you
I don't know. I'm in Melbourne. We get some pretty harsh winter in Melbourne, but like it's
pretty harsh.
Very rare.
Wait. We have to define what harsh is. So is winter hot or cold for you guys down under?
Yeah, I know.
It's 20 degrees. It's freezing down there.
It very rarely gets below zero, but it does get below zero during the winter down here.
I see.
So why would you call winter like mid-July if winter is where it snows? Oh wait, it snows in July. You guys are messed up.
Yeah, we get snow.
So you call it winter in July and not winter in December?
Well, yes, dingus.
Yep, winter. Winter when it's cold.
Why don't you be consistent and call it winter in July?
Bro's just discovering what seasons are.
Swinter.
He's literally just discovered seasons.
You call
Seasons prove a flat Earth, my friend.
You call it Swinter.
I think Space Goat, he wouldn't get much of a winter. He's over on the west coast
of America.
It's nice here.
No, Australia.
Oh dear me.
And T-Dub's up in the mountains in New South Wales. He'd get snow, I reckon, in the winter.
I'm not even going to pretend that you know what a real winter is. When you live at my latitude, you'll know, son.
Mate, I used to live in Toronto in Canada.
Okay,
I know what a
you
real
do.
winter is.
Okay, never mind. You win. To be honest with you, I've never really experienced a real winter my entire life. I think there was one winter where it actually snowed. Usually, it's just like one day of snow. The rest of the month, it's just raining and all cold.
Okay, I measured myself again. I was a bit off. It's 186, not 189. So
you're a freaking giant, Clay.
186 meter in feet. So it's
Let's do the radius. Reorganize the cosmos. He fucked up his measurement.
6'2".
I did a full medical recently, and because originally I thought I was 5'10", and I thought I was perfectly normal, and then I found out I was colorblind, and I'm 5'8". Right, so it was a really bad day for me. Lots of
Are you colorblind?
Yeah, I'm right. Blue-green colorblind.
Awesome.
Why is your measuring tape in blue and green?
Well,
I mean, you know what that means. If you're blue-green colorblind, you can't see the green of the ocean or the blue of the sky, and you think Earth is curved.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm a glober, because I think I can see a curve over the blue ocean.
No, that's not
So
colorblind. That's just a dumb fuck.
Do you go at the blue light?
There's no fucking blue light.
So what do you see with the green? Do you mix up your greens and
You're
blues,
all
or
laughing
what?
at me, but you could also be colorblind. In fact, I'll test it right now. You all look at the chat. And
Is there like any?
I have my color acuity attested, and I'm in 1 in 1,000. I'm so good.
Is there like any? Is there
look at
like
the side
any?
chat? Tell me what number you see.
74.
74.
Fuck.
What did you
I'm
say,
definitely
Mr. Jedi?
colorblind. I said 21. I'm so colorblind.
Oh, Jedi's colorblind
No,
as
it's
well. Look at
74.
that. Jedi's also colorblind. What a
Yeah, I've done these circular dotty tests ever since the age of 4. I think my colour blindness has got worse and worse, to be fair. I don't even know how I can see or
Yeah,
distinguish it.
not gonna lie, FE Jedi, that 74 is really obvious.
It's not. You'd think it was, but it's not.
Yeah, of course it is.
Actually, we
I
are.
can see the 21 in it.
Night
but
and
I
day, dude.
see
Night and
Now,
day.
now the plot twist is this: 74 is the thing that the colorblind people see.
Yeah, imagine. There's yeah. So if you're colorblind, you'll see 21. If you're normal vision, you'll see 74. And apparently, 8% of white males have
being racist,
colorblind.
mate.
So could be you.
So for those of us who see 74, you can see where the 21 is. It's by the darker red.
So Is there any software update you can do to fix that problem?
There are special lenses and glasses that you can get for color correctness, but
it's so pointless.
Yeah, you just need to re-roll your DNA.
So is that color blindness, or you just can't perceive tones of color?
Well, it's just hue. Whatever the color, it's green, and whatever other color it is, I can confuse those two hues, right? And
there's green, there's greeny brown, and then the 20. If you can see
Brownie
the 21, then it's in a brown. The 21's the bottom of the two is in a brown. Like I can see it, but it definitely says 74.
Yeah, well, they're rubbing.
We did. I remember we were speaking for hours one day on 24/7, doing all these things, and the sound testing as well with that. There's some things where you hear it like green needle and stuff like that. It was there was some like perception things. What do you hear in this instance? And we just kept on going through them with that stupid gold, the gold and white dress. You know that one?
Oh, yeah,
Is it
I
gold
remember
and
that,
white
yeah.
or black and blue? Yeah.
Yeah, I like those things because it's always nice to find out that you're like deficient in some sort of way. It makes you feel a bit special.
It's just different, mate. It's not deficient. It's just different.
When I have my 5 minutes, I have definite deficiencies.
I got diagnosed with ADD when I was young, and I never took medication for it.
That's very good.
But I had to learn how to deal with it, because sometimes I get all over the place, like like going from one thing to another. So I had to concentrate on finishing one thing at a time. It drives those who love me. It drives them nuts. But they learn to deal with it, I suppose.
Well, it works pretty well on educating the Globers.
Yeah, well, I've got one where you get an obsessive interest, and like you fixate on something. So yeah.
I'm on this one server where if you say autism or anything, you could get banned for that. It's like considered hate speech.
Really? But it's a clinical term.
Yeah, but if you get what's kind of funny too, they're also anti-flat earthers and stuff. But on Gems, they got like supposedly 6 doctors who. So I was on there saying, "Hey, I get to say autism now," and they're like, "Why?" I said, "Because I was on Gems and I got diagnosed with autism because I'm a flat earther," and that kind of they know how to handle that. So, which one is it? Right? Is autism this sort of like bigoted, hateful thing to say, or are globalists just bigoted, hateful assholes, and they're just pretending to be experts?
So, Crit, I remember a few months ago, a couple of guys from Gems came into 24/7 and were trying to diagnose us. And one of them even admitted to having a license and the ability to diagnose mental disorders.
Yeah, they love doing that because anything outside of a clinical setting, you're a quack. You're literally a quack. So here they are thinking they've got they're experts and they can diagnose.
Oh man, what a joke!
I mean, we ended up booting one of them for medical disinformation because of that too. So
So imagine that if you go to get an assessment and you tell them that you're a flat earther, like, just based on their ability to diagnose things, you could end up with a social like a social disorder, just because of that. When you have no disorder at all, it just means you've looked into a topic. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
these mental diagnoses, they're based on questions, but they're like the questions that they ask especially in an autism test, could be your answer could be different on different days depending on how you're feeling. So you could be autistic one day and you could be on the spectrum the next day and not autistic, So it's so, but then they can force kids to, get onto medication to stay in school and things like that, which is really fucked up when their results could be different the next day if they're having a good day, they might be hypersensitive or something like that. Pretty bad.
Yeah, and you have to imagine, like, if your IQ is above like 140, you're going to be perturbed by stimuli different than normal people are.
Yeah. And you get bored. The problem is when you're really smart, you get bored at school and you become restless. And they point it out to be like you're a troublemaker and you can't control your behavior. But all you need is a different way of learning. Like something that keeps you engaged in the topic instead of like reading something and then repeating and then doing a test on it. You need like an active way of learning instead of a book learning. It's really weird, but a lot of people are different in the way they learn, and schools they only concentrate on book learning. And
Yeah,
then
so like,
people
what if
who
you
are
were to
visual
challenge these
learners get
kids on the
thrown in
idea
as
that the world is flat?
and make them do an assignment on it. Your job is to go into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and listen to the arguments of globe versus flat and come up with an essay, argumentative essay, with arguments for each side. The one thing you're not allowed to do is come up with fallacious reasoning for one of your arguments. Ah, fuck. There goes the globe.
I love doing fallacious reasoning. My favorite activity.
Teach these kids how to analyze things, But you can't, because then the teacher's authority's been questioned. You know what I mean?
It is what it is.
Until someone can prove to me that I'm fucking upside down on a ball, then I'm on a flat earth. No doubt about it. My up is up and down is down, and whoever else is on this flat plane, they are looking up in the same direction. Prove me wrong.
But I don't want to talk about proof. I just want to complain about the way you guys interact with me.
Yeah, full meta. See, the reason why you're a flat earther is because no, didn't ask. Don't care what you think. Actually, if you think I'm, reason this and reason that, I'll tell you why if you really want to know. But you probably don't.
I'm just here to complain. You guys are so mean.
Times have we said, oh, why don't you just ask us why we believe the Earth is flat? And then they don't ask, and they come up with a reason why they think that we believe the Earth is flat, and they never ask. It's really weird.
They're like severe head trauma. I'm like, based on what? What exactly are you basing it on?
The funny thing is when you get to the main source, when they start to like be more quiet and actually perceive the information, they come to a point where they're just going to ask, but what does it matter? And why would they actually make such a lie?
Are you impersonating me?
Who?
I'm watching you, sir.
Or you? No, I can't impersonate a Brit.
Brute.
Well, there was a guy that came in the other day who we wanted to talk about, the actual Earth. Yeah, like, okay, let's look at why we think it's flat. And he goes, no, I want to talk about the politics of it. I'm not interested in any other thing. I just want to talk about why, how they could do it. And you go, well, why do you want to talk about that when we can actually find out if it is or not? Then you can go and find out why. Let's just decide if it is. Don't worry about those freaks in politics. They're not going to tell you the truth anyway. You're not going to get an ounce of truth out of those people. They betray their own mothers to get up to the next stage of office. Anyone seen their expense bill? They're absolute criminals. Get rid of them all.
Oh, don't hurt the politicians. They're so nice and sweet and honest.
I think it's what I find funny is the ones that add themselves to the conversation to think you're insulting them. You're like that trouble about. I hate flat earthers. Why? Why do you hate flat earthers? They're telling me the country I live in ain't real. I'm like, what? What the fuck is that? Like,
The worst thing is that she knows that that's not an argument. She knows that. You guys are telling me my stars don't exist. Who said that?
Yeah, well, astrology is
Yeah.
very important to me, so you can't take away my stars. I love my blue ball, my blue water ball.
she'll tell you. I mean, I'm relieving personal information here because she tells all the time. She hates flat earthers because when flat earthers, after she had a stroke, flat earthers took advantage of her. I'm like, how? How did flat earthers do that? And she's like, yeah, because I went online and they started telling me a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, did they know?
Well, why'd you go online when you were vulnerable then? No one else's fault. Did they tell you the truth, or did they lie to you, or what?
Was that professor or doctor? I'm not sure if you go, probably doctor. crap, drawing a blanket. There's so many of them on the globe side. It's hard to remember which one's which. Tony.
Yes, a Phil.
PhD Tony. Yeah, he's a doctor.
Oh,
Dr.
another
Tony.
Aussie, yeah.
Yeah, he told me that flat Earth is insulting. I go, why? Why is flat Earth insulting? Because I work on satellites, and each time you use a GPS, you're telling me I'm telling lies. I go, no, I don't use GPS to start with. Does that help diffuse the situation at all? You know, I wherever I'm going, I kind of stay in the local area. I don't go that far out. You know, nope, not good enough. Just because I know of GPS, that's all it took.
I just thought you guys are dangerous from Politico. That's funny.
Yeah, flat earthers are just dangerous too, like psychopathic deranged.
I love Politico though. I'm never going to say a bad word about her. She's my mum.
Who said we were dangerous?
Oh, yesterday, I guess a woman who came in here.
Politico. Is that the one with the very posh accent?
That is correct, sir. You are correct.
She tried to diagnose
Now
people
that's a
too.
I remember her too.
The idea that
What did she
flat
try
Earth
and
is dangerous to
diagnose you with,
society.
Crit?
Here, go on.
No,
Go ahead,
no.
Brett.
You go ahead.
I was just going to
Yeah.
say the idea that flat Earth is dangerous to society is like it's like going into hysterics because flat earthers have been around for like 150 years. You know, they're not exactly
They've always been around.
They won the war yet. You know, it's the weirdest sort of
They've always been there. Flat Earthers have always been there. Longer than Globers.
Yeah, it's just
much
hysterical.
longer.
Or a danger to a certain society.
A society built on lies and propaganda.
Exactly.
That's the type of society, like an evil society where the villain is a hero. That's the type of society flat earthers are a danger to. You see it when the one guy Tyson was talking to Chuck Nice, and he gave a whole spiel about why flat earthers this and why flat earthers that. Then at the end of the video, it's like 17 minutes long or something like that. He says to Chuck Nice, "The rise of flat eartherism is evidence of two things." And then he's like, "What is it?" And Chuck Nice asks, "What is it?" He goes, "Number one, we have a failed education system. And number two, we have free speech." So they've got what their first thing to do. They want to put in place a system that they educate your kids, and they're so dumb they can't articulate the Earth as a globe, but just believe it anyway. Believe systems of authority just tell you absolute bogus. And number two, they told you what they're after. They're after your free speech. They see free
Who's
speech.
after your free speech?
Yeah. Yeah, the anti-flat earthers. Yeah, they gave a whole spiel about how dangerous it is to speak out against the government. It's extremely dangerous. It can cause all these crazy stuff to happen.
Well, no one speaks out against the government without expectation that crazy stuff should happen.
don't see anything wrong with the education system. They think it's working. It's perfect. They think there's nothing wrong with what they're doing.
I'm a flat earther and I'm watching Star Wars.
Repeat that again.
I'm watching Star Wars right now. I don't care.
Oh.
Does it ever disgruntle you when you see a spherical planet in movies like Star Wars? I bet Gravity
Yeah,
was the nightmare for you
there's a big
guys.
disclaimer, a big banner goes across and says, "Warning: this is dangerous misinformation," and it shows me a planet.
Could just imagine you all went to watch Gravity together, and the minute you saw what was happening, we went into hysterics.
Yeah, no, not really, because I know that this is all a model. It's based off a model of reality.
Has anybody ever noticed, like, when the Millennium Falcon or any other starship comes out of fucking light speed or hyperdrive or warp drive and it turns up at a planet? That planet ain't going anywhere. It's just hanging out in space. It's not going anywhere at all. It's never moved. It's not going at 66,000 miles an hour in any fucking direction.
Yeah, that's the
Doesn't
Einstein
even-
equivalence principle.
Yeah.
It doesn't even rotate actually either.
It's just hanging out.
Sits there. Yeah.
No one has to catch a planet up or wait for it to fucking turn up. It's really weird.
I've done the
About-
Star Wars role playing game.
Number 1, remain in orbit.
Oh, I can't imagine you
I
doing
love
Star
Star
Wars
Trek.
roleplay. I imagine that, like, creative, if you
Like the tabletop role.
stepped into a Star Wars game, you'd be on Tatooine telling all the Tatooinians that the Earth is flat.
I did like the Star Wars Edge of the Galaxy. You roll these dice, and the dice have different symbols on them. They can kind of pair up with your different abilities. And it's like storytelling dice instead of like we're Dungeon Dragons, where hey, you have to roll 20-sided dice and roll over a 15 or something like that. These are ones you kind of put a dice together and give a little narrative of what just happened. And all the different players can change the dice and stuff depending on what the scenario is. Like if there's a dice that's like, hey, you shot the bad guy, but there's a that makes that dice explode or whatever. We get the double effect. So the first game I did was I was a droid from the Old Republic who was responsible for finding those hyperdrive routes. But the ship somehow went off course, and I had drifted for 10,000 years in space until finally someone found me. In a ship. All the crew was long dead. They're off course and everything. So I was able to do this sort of superstitious. My character was a droid, but really superstitious. Had all these superstitious rituals that would do.
Yeah, so Britnat, Tatooine is just another pond, a long way from Earth.
Yeah. So I could imagine you saying there, saying, lightsabers don't work on me, only flat Earth.
Then we did another one where all our characters are force sensitive, and I did like one of my character's backstory was one of the children who were killed in Order 66 at the Jedi Temple by Darth Vader. That game, they use a storytelling dice to give kind of like these really over the top, that fighting game where you finish them. I can't think of it right now. I'm kind of blank. It's like Scorpion wins. Finish him. and then it's like they do this, like they grab the head and twist it off, and then put it on like a snowman, and then breathe fire, and it melts, and then the head falls down, and he kicks it into lava or something. Well, that's how a lot of people play that game. They just use a storytelling dice to give these over-the-top, grotesque, like killing blows.
Can't believe how old some of you guys are.
That's
Well,
ages.
believe it. Yeah, believe it, Britt.
Not everybody is old in here, Brit.
Well, how old are you?
23.
You're a baby flat earther. Wow, first one I've seen.
I've been a flat earther since 2015. So since I'm 15.
I see.
Hmm. Well, the bubbles in space threw me off extremely. And then trying to debunk the whole thing. And then some couple of vacations in Italy, looking at the sea and, you know, sitting in a restaurant on a hill, and no matter how high I was ascending, the horizon just kept on being going higher and higher. So, yeah. Like when
I've
you're
never really
just
given flat Earth much thought, to be honest with you. I've never really been into conspiracy theories, like any of them. I've never believed any of them, really. I mean, except the ones that are confirmed.
I think what really helps is going outside into reality when you live near the sea, and if it's good weather, just just think about where you live, man. It's not a spiraling tilted
Oh,
space
I don't
globe.
live anywhere near any ocean, believe it or not. I know I live on an island and all, but you know.
Yeah, and we're not in it for the conspiracy.
Right. Exactly.
How far are you from the ocean, Britt?
Well, nowhere in the UK is further than 200 miles from an ocean, but for me, like 30 miles is too long, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, come on, dude. That's like a 30-minute drive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drive 200 kilometers in a day.
All right, show off. My country's bigger than yours. Whoop de fucking do.
Yeah, like I used to drive 1.5 hours up to my uni, and that was painful. That was like, you know, just please let me out of this car, that kind of thing.
But yeah,
Drive 14 hours where I want to go camping.
I would need to lie to myself if I want to make this place a ball, you know. Like reality just obviously shows me and verifies to me. Like let alone water, you know, when you think about how the properties of water and how it behaves, there is no ocean bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball. It's just absolutely nonsense. It's not what we observe.
I see.
CB is pretty young too, right? Creation Bear. He's like
Well, Creation
early
Bear's not a flat earther. I really doubt that he's an actual flat earther. Wait, no, not Creation Bear. Sorry, I was thinking of I Am Correct. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Creation Bear is flat earther.
Yeah, Creation. He's like he said what got him was cargo space.
What is cargo space?
The Tesla Roadster was brought into space.
I think I was too inebriated to think about the flat Earth for the last like 5 years.
He's Elon Musk, and you can tell it's fake. You can tell it's real by how fake it looks.
Well, I have a nice meme about this.
What were you saying? You don't think I Am Correct as a flat earther?
Oh, I think I Am Correct. The guy with the little dog in his PFP. I don't think he's a flat earther.
You think he's
Although
just on
sometimes
here
he
to
will.
just start an argument? Yeah.
Britnet reminds me a little bit of Kosho. If anyone knows who Kosho is.
Is that an insult? Is that an insult? Someone do an insult check for me?
No. You're just like, you're not a flat earther, but you sympathize with flat earth.
Yeah, all right, I get it. I'm a flat Earth simp. Okay, whatever. I understand.
Britnat is more of a flat earther than Kosho.
AI called me the flat Earther's boyfriend the other day. It was very dehumanizing.
Is he really? More than Matthew learns? I mean, Matthew is obviously a flat earther.
No, he's not.
He has some good talent of hiding it, but if you have a quiet conversation with him, he's just always saying, "I agree, I agree, I agree."
That's because he's a pussy. In a figurative sense.
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
that.
the
but
social pressure is too strong.
Yeah. I think secretly, I mean, this dude is like going to Flat Earth meetings, man. That's how much he despises Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, I
one
heard
part
that. He went to a flat Earth meetup out in California.
Yeah.
And like stood in the back and just kind of like hovered.
It's the same with Danny Faulkner. Dude, Danny Faulkner was also in the current Las Vegas. Like, imagine you pay money to go to an event where you for something where you write books against it and you despise it. I mean, I understand it makes sense to go there, right? Get new information, but still, like, I think secretly these people admire us.
Well, I was in Vegas a week before that thing popped off because I was already in the flat Earth debate at the time, and I was in Vegas, and I sometimes like joined Discord to hear what you guys were saying, and then I found out like a week later there was a flat Earth convention. And I was like, oh darn, I would love to have gone.
What did you do in Vegas?
What did I do in Vegas? What do you think people do in Vegas? So,
I heard you dated a hot guy, Britt.
I don't know, man. That's why I'm asking you.
I went gambling.
Vegas sucks now. It used to be really fun. It was like everything was free because people gambled so much. Now it's just like this weird tourist crap. The city used to be known with a bunch of casinos.
Yeah, when you're in Vegas, Britt, you said that you were out with a guy that had a security clearance.
Oh yeah, I met up with someone who worked at Area 51. Very exciting. I asked him what he does there, and he said, I could tell you, but I'd have to kill you. And I was like, okay, never mind.
That sounds like a fucking chat up line, man.
That's a pickup. That's a pickup line, dude.
Yeah, that's Vegas.
I found the meme. I'm going to post it. So the first one is an official picture by NASA, filming the backside of the moon. I guess the Tesla was very far away from Earth already.
You know, one thing that you guys do that really actually makes me second guess myself is when you post images of like videos of like space station, but they're actually not on the space station. So like they pretend like there's gravity there and stuff like that. That really fucks me up sometimes.
I mean, it would be so hard to fake the station.
Yeah, it's because the astronauts are saying that they're there and they're not.
Look at this dog on the space station. Can you see that there's no harnesses being used? So this dog must be floating in space.
Have you ever noticed that they only do one acrobatic trick? They only do a forward roll. They never do some kind of twist or something. It's crazy.
What I have noticed is that there's a lack of scientific studies which would basically need no financial investment. For example, the way how human beings sleep and get rest in space has not been documented at all. Like a time lapse of someone sleeping or just a full raw video of someone sleeping. Where is the issue? Like this could be done by every astronaut every night they go to sleep.
Well, yeah,
I can
but
one
like,
up that.
imagine
I'd like
someone
to
said
see
to
them take
you,
a shower or go to the
yeah,
bathroom on ISS.
I was gonna say, like, imagine. Okay, first of all, imagine if someone said to you, right? Okay, so guys, we really need to convince the flat earthers. So what we're gonna do?
Yeah, dude.
We're gonna record you in the
No,
shower. We're gonna record you while you're having a
dude,
poop.
it's just about how the body is reacting in the phase of recovery, of just getting rest. You know, that's like that's the most essential thing for us human beings. You know, even if you want to think you have been once an ape on a spinning ball, now you have advanced to a point where you can fly off the spinning ball. Whatever.
So Clay, I think the point is they can't show what they do when they shower or poop because it's too complex.
Exactly.
So
We've got to
sleeping is too
sleep in
complex.
ISS.
I'm not. I don't need to see them pressing some poop into a pipe or anything. I just want to see an astronaut sleep in a time lapse, for example.
Hey, you know what? Screw that. I want to see it.
You want
But
I
would
want
be
to see it
like,
because I don't want to be a flat earther anymore. Show it to me, guys.
well, I would be lying if I wouldn't want to see it. But you know, I want to be too explicit.
Here, Clay. Here, Clay. Check this one out here. See if you like this meme.
Golly. That's hilarious, man. In a world.
So, like on the 24/7 server, we have a video from the Skylab mission where they're trying to have a guy take a dump in a zero-G flight.
For the movie 2000, I think it was one, might have been 2010. He has to go to the moon base first before they go out to Jupiter. And like, there's an instruction book on how to use the bathroom, and it's like 6 pages long.
Yeah, so like this, you know what this reminds me of? It's like when people talk about the World's Fairs. I know this is not flat Earth, but like the Chicago World's Fairs. How many sandwiches had to be made for all the people that worked on that, and how many poops were done from those sandwiches at the World's Fairs for that entire complex to be built? It doesn't make any sense. So we can apply that same logic to like the ISS, you know?
Another thing that is obviously showing that it's all a fraud is that all their clothing is so perfectly ironed. Have you ever like when you were lazy and you didn't want to fold your stuff, put it just like in a bin with other stuff? Not a bin, in your closet, and then you got the t-shirt out again when it was all wrapped up, and then you have all these wrinkles in it. Never be to be seen on the ISS. Like they have the secret grandma somewhere ironing every nice t-shirt, and you will never see a stain. Never. You can watch every ISS video. Nowhere to be found is a stain of anything. Of that precious coffee, for example. You would imagine they have stains everywhere.
Bro's looking for stains and creases in their jumper. Right? You are a grandma.
And another thing is, when you listen to Don Pellet, he's saying, so we wear the underwear for like 3 to 4 days, and then and you get a little rash around your waist.
God, that
yeah, we're gonna basically gonna get rid of it. So that's things that the public don't really think about. No, dude, they wearing the underwear to a point where it's getting uncomfortable. I guess
that's disgusting. No wonder they're getting a rash.
In the Insane Clown Posse song, there's a lyric where it says, I've worn the same drawers 3 days in a row till they hurt.
And think about it, they don't have a shower or anything, right? So they put on new ones with, you know. Anyways, dude, I just don't even understand how a man can keep it clean down there in
With
such
a
an
crusty
environment.
ass. Imagine that. That'd be fucking.
It's so disgusting, man.
Yeah,
Makes
oh,
no
man.
sense.
Yeah,
If
and
I
then you think
if
about
I
the
don't shower
feminine
twice a
products.
day, if I don't shower twice a day, I feel absolutely disgusting.
Same. Or at least once.
What are you, some kind of fucking Sheila or something, mate? What the fuck?
Well, you got to shower when you wake up, and that gets the day going. And then when I get home from work, I'm usually dusty and a bit dirty and stuff like that. So I have to shower when I get home.
Yeah, it depends on what you do, I guess.
Should be like me and not shower for an entire month. Oh, so base.
Actually, an English thing, isn't it?
I'm fucking kidding. Yeah, when I was brought up, it was bath once a fucking week. That's all it was, man.
Golly.
Yeah, fill up the tub and have the whole family take turns bathing in the dirty water.
Pretty much.
It's
I don't know
like
if
an
you've
English
seen, I
thing,
don't know
isn't
if
it?
you've seen Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but I imagine like that's what that's how they lived all together, like 4 nanas in one bed. That's what Jedi had to deal with.
Golly.
Yeah, imagine having your uncle next to you in bed.
Why isn't that normal? What?
Good sense of humor.
I guess the things happen differently in Britain. Great
Hey,
Britain.
boy, you got a golden ticket.
Grab British people. British people. Great British people.
The greatest people on the internet.
We all like our fellow Brits.
You don't know this, guys, but English people have this gene, right? Where if we hear an accent that doesn't sound familiar, we immediately want to conquer it, no matter what it is or where it is.
Yeah, that's very true. If I don't understand you, I'm having your country. You've probably got better food than me anyway, so.
Interesting how you don't hear anything about the African countries throwing out all the English, French, and German. That continent could be so rich.
It really could be.
So could this one. No, we have to give everything to England and the US for pennies.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Appreciate that.
And the Chinese. Sorry, I forgot about them.
Right, let's have a little look through the list. See who we got in here. Starting from the top, Alpha Veritas is still here, but we haven't heard from him for a while. Britnat is still in the server. What's up, Britnat? Hope you're doing well. You colourblind midget. Car's still in the house. Clay Under Seal has joined us. Critter's now deafened himself, so has Crispy Moist. Dr. Science Investigates is here, and Grand Slatter. I will pronounce
3
your
sheets
name.
to the wind.
Yep. Effie Batman, Flatsy Klein is still here. Pipe up, Flatsy, yep, doing well. Get Me Get, Wagner, Julius J, Little G, Old Space Goat is still in the house. Quetzalcoatl, Rayleigh Criterion. Not too sure if I've spoken to you before, but if I don't recognise you, mate, and we have, then I do apologise. Scaramouche, can we do the Fandangos here? Been jumping up and down in the live stream text. Maybe you want to open your microphone and have a conversation with us. Stylish Tiger 62. Subdued TOS UK has gone to walk the dog. The Honourable Slow Mo is still here. Timbo Slice, and right at the bottom we've got W. So full panel of flat earthers. A few names that I don't recognise, but guys, if you want to jump in with a bit of conversation, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, we're going to start, I don't know, picking on each other and ripping ourselves apart. Usual type of shit. You're colourblind. You're tiny. That type of shit.
Bring me your glow proof.
Yeah, be a good idea.
And we could use Brett Nat as the 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, he said he's 5'8". He's closest to 1 foot.
Isn't Jedi 5'7"? Very rich coming from him.
Fuck off, motherfucker. Fuck off right now. I am shorter and probably more colourblind than you, mate, to be fair. I won't hide that.
My forefathers spoke Manx, so they're flat earthers.
Is that from the Isle of Man or is that Manchester?
I have no freaking clue.
Yeah, it's the Isle of Man.
Oh, that's what it is? Yep, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty sure that's where the Manx cat comes from as well.
Yep, that's true. Yep. Okay.
What crime did your forefathers commit, Timbo? I mean, where did
I'm
you come from?
I'm an immigrant, mate. Dad's Scottish, mum's Mancunian.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah. Well, we lived in I was born in Canada. We lived in Scotland for a while.
Oh wow.
England for a bit. France for a year. Went touring around the US for about 6 months, and then we ended up in New Zealand, and then ended up in Australia.
Fair play to you, man. What is the beef between you and the guys from New Zealand? Is there any, or do you get on as much as the English get on with the Scots?
No, I think it's I think it's more Kiwis hate Aussies more than Aussies hate Kiwis, but it's not really a thing.
Fair enough.
Sounds like Virginia versus West Virginia.
Probably.
It's a rugby. It's a rugby kind of thing, though.
Yeah, of course it is. It's always a sporting thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And you guys play rugby?
No, not down here. We play Aussie rules football, just
like the same
gridiron,
thing.
like gridiron, but with no padding,
Yeah, no cups, right?
no helmets, no nothing. You just get tackled and you get smashed on the ground, and that's it. That's the end of it.
I used to play rugby. I used to play wing. So position 11 and 14 for those of you who know.
You're quick, are ya?
Oh yeah, yep.
Rugby league or rugby union?
Yeah. Just some local guys out here in Maryland and Pennsylvania. So no. I mean, we played. I think it was union rules. I forgot. It's been more than 10 years.
Private school game.
Kind of. Yeah.
Where? In what country? Because private school, I think of boarding schools in the United Kingdom or England specifically. I never went to one. but that
Well,
sounds like an awful
especially
place to go.
here in New Zealand, it was always the private schools played rugby, and the public school boys, the government schools, they all played rugby league.
May I? Monkeytron, are you a Glober?
What? I don't know what that means. You're gonna have
Like
to
someone who
explain.
believes in the globe Earth, that the Earth is a ball, the Earth is a sphere, the Earth is a globular mass.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I should have made that very clear.
I recognise you from the 24/7 server, Monkeytron.
Yeah,
Welcome.
we've spoken before. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, he's all right.
Yeah, but I am a Glober. I am a Glober. Yeah, sorry, but yeah, that's not neither here nor there. We're talking about public school.
Oh, you think it's neither here nor there?
Well,
you thought it was neither here nor there.
You remind me of who's that guy? Alan the Chatty Man or something?
Alan Carr.
No, Alan Carr, the Chatty Man. You
Oh
remind me
no,
of him.
I'm not him. Oh, fuck off. That's the first.
That's so funny. That is so funny.
No, I've been called Ricky Gervais. I've been called fucking this American guy who's quite fat but actually looks quite fit.
No, you're Alan Carr.
I was
You're
like,
Alan Carr. That
Jimmy
is what I
Carr?
meant.
Fuck off. I am not Jimmy Carr.
No, you're Alan Carr. You're Alan Carr. Even funnier.
Oh, fuck off. All right, a little bit of that. There's a little. Ooh, madam. There's a little bit in there, so I'll give you that. Yeah, I liked fucking Kenneth Williams when I was a kid. I didn't know he was even gay. I just thought he was funny. Yeah, okay. You can have that. Not Jimmy Carr, though.
No.
That's a different thing.
All right, so we found out you're a Glober and you like balls.
Yeah.
I'm only joshing, mate.
Can't deny it. Credibility. So yeah.
Okay, so what's your main proof for Glober, Mr. Monkeytron?
Oh, I don't want. Do I have to do this?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Something happened recently. Yeah, I was talking to someone who was going to bet. I was talking to someone on Discord from here, and they were like, it was late in the day for them, and it was early in the day for me. And I thought, well, that's when I thought, that's one of the things that makes me think it's definitely not flat, you know?
Well, I mean, Timbo, you're in Australia and you're in front of us, mate. Just that specific fact means that the Earth's a ball.
I don't want to. By the way, I do not want to get into an argument with you about flat eartherism at all. I've come here to have a little chat with you people because I like, you know. Because if we get into an argument, you might start hating me and stuff, and I don't want that. Please don't do that.
You'd think that, right? But I've been.
And we just talk about something else.
Well, we can't do that. You know, once we sniff it out of Glober, it's over for you.
Oh right, so you're all picking on me. Okay, I can play that.
I've got my knife and fork ready. I'm ready to dig into the meat.
Let's do it. I'll get stoned as well, and then you'll be able to beat me really easily. That's fine.
Just look at water.
Look at water. Yeah.
No, I've been.
Water.
I know the water thing. It doesn't make sense.
flat and
Water
level.
should be flat, shouldn't it? It shouldn't go round. But
Island.
you know, if it was a globe with pressure at all angles, then it would do. I don't want to argue with you. Honestly.
You know what? I actually changed my mind. You sound like Mr. Tumble.
Oh God, no!
What from the fucking weird fawn fucker? Half elk, half weakling. Is that what you're saying? Mr. Tundle from like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
No, Mr. Tumble from it's like a kids program. Can you say?
I know what you mean. But I can't remember it. So do it because I imagine I'm Australian and. I imagine
Look at the side chat. You look like you sound like this guy.
Hang on, I'll never Immediately.
That takes me back about 10
I
fucking
am
years.
not him. I've never
What the
seen
hell is that?
fucking guy. I didn't watch CBB.
Is
Well,
that
I
guy
don't
in
either.
jail?
I don't either.
He's gonna eat your children. I am
have
going
nephews
to.
and
I'm
nieces.
going
That's
to annoy them. Different. Fucking hell. Yeah, no, I'm not him, man.
well, I know you're not him, but
I don't know.
yeah.
I can't even act anymore. I'm too old. When my kids tried to play, my friends' kids tried to play Batman with me, they chased me around a corner. I understood the concept of chasing and getting caught. That's fine. Easy to do. But then they expected some kind of acting performance from me. We've got you, Batman, they said. And I was like, oh, I'm not prepared for this. I can't do the character, but I'm Batman. I said that because that's the only thing I could think of to say.
I see.
Throw it. And then they tried to make me go on the trampoline for ages, which I did because I failed the Batman challenge. Think it was worth it.
As long as you play with your kids, you're a good dad.
Well, they're not mine. They're someone else's.
Come on, you should have figured that one out.
It's time to go to jail.
I feel like that should have been. When he said that they were his kids, I was thinking, oh, hold on a minute.
Hey, those kids are safe with me. Damn it!
I was saying that
I die before one of them got fucking even hit by a car. For fuck's sake! I'm old and I've had a load of fun.
How old are you?
47 in
My
November,
God.
which is soon, isn't it?
Yeah, you're halfway to your deathbed. Look at that.
I'm nearly there. I'm nearly
Wait,
50.
so you're 47 playing with other people's kids.
Yeah, but they're like similar aged.
As you.
And their kids love me, man. That's so cool, fucking monkey. I'm going to say Monkeytron. They don't say Monkeytron, obviously, they say my actual name. Yeah. Cool. I've spent hours with
What a fun uncle.
8-year-old on it playing, not playing. She said, let's play, what's it called? It was The Sims, you know. I played The Sims years ago, before it was the people being the Sim.
Hey, Monkey John, is Earth flat,
And
Monkey
this
John?
8-year-old, all we did was design a family.
Just pause. Well, this is very interesting, Monkeytron. I would very much like to know your globe proof.
My what?
Your globe proof, your proof of the globe. The reason why you think it's a sphere.
Oh, right, okay. That seems the most logical. That seems the most obvious to me.
Obvious. Why?
Yeah.
Okay. So Monkey John,
Because
when you're on the trampoline with these kids and you're jumping, does the trampoline move out from underneath your feet?
Dude, we can talk about that. But I don't know about you, but I've been to different countries as a kid, even, which I shouldn't have done, and it's kind of ruined me. And
Therefore, a globe.
It's destroyed my confidence. I had to live in Q8 for ages.
Wait. So going to other countries means
No,
Earth is a globe? What?
Far away countries does, because then you understand how communication.
What are you talking about?
And stuff. So you're like, it's little things, lots of little things that have added up to make it.
Little kids can teach you about flat Earth.
Hey, I'm not against your concept. If it turns out to be flat, maybe it is. There is a way it could be in maths. There is. There just is. So,
Monkeytron,
cool with
give us one of these little things that makes it a globe.
the fact that some people that I talk to online are waking up, and they definitely are, and they're not lying, and I'm going to bed.
All right.
Happy flat Earth. That is something recently that made me think, So, honestly, and I don't want to destroy your views.
Oh, time zone.
No.
Okay.
What did I accidentally do? I'm scared.
It's okay, Monkey John. Earth is flat, Monkey John.
Yeah, sorry. And I don't think I'm cleverer than you either. I don't think that.
So hold on, Monkey. Let's keep on track. How
Okay,
does
so what do
time
you think
zone?
about
Hold on, brother. Hold on. How does?
in the morning and then going to
Oh
bed
my
at the
goodness!
same time? That is a
Wow.
weird Hey, how come?
Is my mic working?
I think he's having a mental breakdown.
Yeah, I think he likes little boys.
I do. I love little boys. They are quite
Oh
like
no!
little
Hey,
girls are better.
whoa, whoa! Okay,
Little girls are
everybody,
funny.
calm down.
Yeah, I was just breaking through that stupid bullshit.
Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
let's keep it clean, guys, please.
Yeah,
I know it was
little
a joke.
little girls are much funnier than little boys.
I know it was a
All
joke
right.
both ways, so
Monkey.
let's just keep it clean.
Let's get back to the shape of the Earth, please. So how
Okay,
does time
Ed,
zones
I really don't want to
flow?
end up being the baddie here, and I'm going to be, aren't I?
Hold on. Let me.
We're asking. Okay.
Let me
Okay,
debate
no,
flat
let's go.
earthers. Let me
All right, thank God.
goddamn debate
Thank
these
God.
fucking
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
yes,
You.
Rev.
flat earthers.
You. I'd rather speak to
Everyone
Rev.
quiet.
Hey,
Yes.
Everyone quiet.
you tell me this, bitch. I want
All
you
right.
to tell me what time is. How about?
What? Okay, no,
It
no.
is.
Time is a
Calm
man-made
down, Rev,
concept.
okay? No need for
I
name
have to
calling.
check.
Just, everyone, do you want to take
Restate
this
your
further?
question.
Give me my
Restate your
local.
question, Rev, without the slurs and name calling.
I see. I
You
won't
listen to
go.
me, woman. You goddamn fucking.
All right,
Oh, that
that's
was
gonna
good
be.
timing with your mute there.
Not interested in your views now.
I guess we're gonna have to go back to Monkey because this guy
No.
can't control.
Yeah, this other
I'm
guy's
so
not gonna ever
sorry.
get
I'm
any.
the best version. Damn.
Bloody hell,
No,
I
hold
jumped.
on. Wait,
I jumped out for
wait.
5.
We
Sorry,
might
sorry,
have hope, guys.
sorry.
It's okay.
Frolly Pops.
Welcome to fucking Discord.
Oh yeah, hey.
We do have Just Get Down in the chat. I think he's a Glover, right?
Who?
Just Get
Pops?
Down.
I'm too distracted.
Oh, just get down. Okay, yeah. Let's move on to
I'll
just
bring
get down.
my I'll bring my arguments sometimes, but
Well, you're moving.
I'm a little busy right now with some work, so.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Okay, what about
Pops.
Polly Pops?
Yeah, let's move on.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, hang on. Do you have like areas of this where you just talk about other stuff?
Monkey Tron.
Monkey, you can't seem to follow in one track. So let's try
I
Pops.
feel like
Okay?
you're inebriated, Monkey Tron. We need to move on from you.
That's all right. Alan Carr, we'll get back to you. Just 1 second, dude. Please.
Why
Take it away, Lulu.
It's Friday night. Why are you not on the?
So,
shut up.
Excuse us, Pops. How are you?
I'm good. What about you?
I am doing great. So, what are your thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
I'm actually agnostic about this whole thing. Although I believe that it's kind of round, to be honest.
You're agnostic, but you believe it's round. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I want to fence it on that one because I don't have like corroborative evidence.
Yeah, so it's kind of round but flat in places, right?
No, what are you talking about, bro?
I mean, you said kind of round.
No, I was like, I'm not 100% sure. That's what I'm saying.
So,
Like, I'm not
why do
certain.
you
I don't
think...
have the answers. You know?
Right. Okay, so let's start with why you think it's round.
Because I've been taught that the Earth is round, and
Okay,
like,
fair enough.
Yeah.
Yep,
Okay.
we've all been there.
Yeah. How long have you been looking into, or have you heard of the flat Earth topic?
Since I was a kid, honestly, like even during school, I remember like people discussing about this whole topic, and I think the evidence of the Earth being round is more. I think because science has like the authority of the answers are all like claiming that it's round, like the textbooks in school, and everything like the solar system, everything that we see, the images in Google even. So I don't know why should we not believe in that? It's like because everyone says so, like the mainstream.
Social
do you think-
conformity.
Say what?
Yeah, I mean that's social conformity.
I mean, yeah, but why would you call it such? Like,
I mean, because everybody else around you think it is, so you will be inclined to think it is. And that's so in psychology, there's something called Asch conformity. Solomon Asch did this famous experiment. Basically, it involves people standing up in a line, and Most of the kids, most of the people on the line have been coached to raise their hand to say that they believe in a false statement. And one patsy amongst them is going to watch left and right, and they're going to see all these hands raised and say they believe in this false thing. And they're going to feel compelled to raise their hand too when asked about it and claim that they believe in the same false thing as everybody else.
It's like a social proof thing, right?
That's right. So, in a similar way, I think the globe and its entire mythology functions on the same psychological pressure and principles.
I think you're right, in some sense, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because there's no verifiable evidence of any curvature anywhere. And
again,
I know
why
that
does-
sounds crazy, but we've all tried to look for it. We've been around about 8 to 10 years, and we're still looking for it and asking people to provide it.
Like, okay, but why does... Here's the thing. Because you don't deny science, like, in its entirety, right?
No,
Like,
not at all. Science is on our side. So what we're asking for is a verifiable measurement of curvature. It's that simple. And nobody can provide it. Nobody can show it to us.
So, what if you fly on space? Like, what if you go up in the sky, like, exceeding the firmament? Like, do you believe that there's a firmament, first of all? Like, the thing...
I don't know, but how high do you think you have to be? I mean, you could do the geometrical calculation and figure out that, like, if you're at the height of the ISS, the International Space Station, which is about between 240 and 255 or so miles above Earth, they say, you only have visibility of about 3% of Earth's total surface. And that's not enough to see curvature, but NASA presents it to us. Meanwhile, the Chinese space station, which most people don't even know exists, is about, 40 miles below the ISS, they say. And when they show us live footage, the horizon of Earth is flat.
Wait, when you
It's
say
really
the ISS,
crazy.
you mean the moon satellite, right?
I mean the International Space Station, the ISS. It's been up for like 20 years.
And the Chinese one is below it, right? Or
Sorry, what?
above it? You're saying that the Chinese they also have their own station, right?
Yeah, it's very close to the ISS. It's within about 100 miles.
And what do they claim? Like, do they assert that the Earth is flat or round?
I mean, so you know how like there's NASA TV? It was made popular on Dish Network, at least in the United States. Like, if you subscribe to the Dish Network station in the U.S., you had NASA TV as one of the options, and they had a supposed live stream of the ISS going around Earth, and it showed a beautiful curvature, like a horizon, boom, end to end. So the Chinese have a space station around the same height as the ISS, and they have a similar live stream, and the horizon is flat, not curved.
Whoa, seriously?
Oh, yeah, yep.
You don't think that it's like like a propaganda against like America or some shit?
Yep, I mean, it could be. I mean, maybe they're showing the truth, because you know what? Geometrically and mathematically, it works out. You should not see the curvature that NASA shows us. You should see by law of geometry the flatness that China shows us. Yeah. So,
I mean,
so why
the
does
evidence
NASA
is,
keep showing us curve when it shouldn't be there from that height?
Yeah, I guess no one questions that. And the thing is, you guys have more evidence to support that the Earth is flat, as opposed to like people that believe that the Earth is round.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. We can stop there, okay? You and your normal life, everyday life, you have no reason to think that Earth is curved. You don't use it, whether you're an engineer, a scientist, whatever.
But the
Earth is
stigma
treated
behind
as
it,
flat and stationary.
people call you retarded for believing in such. Like, it's like there's like this whole bad rep behind it. Like,
oh yeah, we get made fun of all the time, and you know we're kind of defensive about it, but it's true. I mean, in our local lives, when we look around, we don't see curvature. We can't. It's impossible. We can't experience it. Same with the motion, the claimed axial spin of Earth around the North Pole, you know? They say Earth spins too, and that's not true. They say outer space is an infinite void that is increasing in vacuum. So
Wow.
basically pulling a vacuum out away. Like imagine taking a syringe and you fill it with a little bit of water and you keep pulling on the stopper all the way back. If you were to look at what happens to the water, it starts to cavitate. There are bubbles that form. It's basically boiling. So why doesn't that happen to Earth's atmosphere? Why isn't there an off-gassing of every planet? You know, things don't make sense. So we're flat earthers because we ask these questions. The claims that are made to us don't comport with our everyday experience, and the claims that they make don't comport with anything that's demonstrable in any laboratory or any real life setting.
But like the thing is, if the Earth is flat, like what carries it? Like how can it?
Earth is not a planet.
There we go.
It's not a planet. It's just like a desk, like a frisbee.
It's not in outer space either.
What? Like, what? Are you being serious?
Yeah. Space is what you see that's above you.
The
So
Earth
wait,
might be.
you think space is all like fake? Like,
No, it's not fake. It's just different than what you were taught.
like okay, those planets, like the solar system, like those images are all like doctored.
No, I mean they can show you real stuff. I mean, we can take telescopes and see the same thing. It's the stories, it's the mythos behind them that's different.
The Earth isn't a disk or the third disk from the Sun. The Earth might be easier conceptualized as the floor of the universe, and the Sun, Moon, and stars are above all of us, 90 degrees directionally upwards. What the Sun is, you would understand that will be a story that you're told, but you can't identify what the Sun is like everybody else from Earth. But we see the same things. We see that reddish looking dot looks. It called Mars. Fine, that's what we call it. The story about it, though, that's up for debate. Jupiter, a giant uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. That's a story that we're told, but that obviously can't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this sounds crazy, but this is how most people throughout most of human existence used to see and contemplate their reality.
And like, well, even Einstein, I think there's like a quote he said, like the Earth is like a motionless plate or something.
Well, I mean, something famous. I mean, he came up with the Einstein equivalence principle, which basically says you can't prove that Earth is moving or stationary because of the reference frames that you use to determine what is moving in relative to what. So he said basically no optical experiment or demonstration could prove that Earth is moving and rotating around the sun. He's absolutely right, even with his own relativistic paradigm.
And I also believe in that because the Earth is stationary, and I can say that because the sun always rises from the east, and like to say that the Earth moves, it like kind of debunks that. Because if the Earth moves, then the sun would rise in other directions other than from east to west.
Yeah, I can tell you that I can stand in one place and watch the sun come up, go over my head, and set.
Yeah.
The sun moves, and we all know that it moves at about 15 degrees per hour.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean this sounds crazy, but it's also how popular apps work. Like if you have Stellarium on your phone or computer, it's modeled the same way as what we see and observe in reality.
Stellarium is like a star map, right?
Yep, and it doesn't presume a globe, it presumes a point source of an observation.
Sorry, but this is like just it's like this just a very eye-opening thing for me. It's like
Yeah, it was for us too. I mean, it's still eye-opening for some of us who've been around for even years. It's the biggest thing in my life, and I'm sure many of us can say the same. Right, so I have to take off. Effie Jedi, whoever's here, please step up, and good night.
Good night. Well, realizing that you don't live on a spinning global tilted space ball is actually a great thing. Wouldn't you agree?
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
To realize that you don't live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying through an ever-expanding universe while herding around other planets is a very nice realization, because you know that all this bullshit about you can be extinct in a second because of the supernova and comet, blasting through space, hitting the Earth, and blah blah blah. All this nonsense of you just an accident, by chance of very many coincidences that you hear. If that all falls away, it really opens up your eyes to what real life actually means, or reality.
Yeah, I mean, I think all those things like the Big Bang Theory and like space, solar system, I think these are all stuff like an assault to people believing in God or something.
But it's an
Like the
assault unto you.
creationists.
Listen. It's an assault to every created being. According to the most written, the most sold book on Earth, or even I guess the most known book on Earth, you have been created in the image of the Creator. So think about it. If you have been created in His image, this is like spitting into your face. If someone is telling you just a speck of dust in an ever-expanding universe, you're just made by coincidence, you come from apes. I mean, how much more whoever came up with this stupidity or abuse of story, how much more is this an abomination against you, and furthermore the one who created you wonderfully and fearfully according to himself. So
yeah, honestly, man, like really, upon thinking about it, like everything they claim even sounds more absurd than believing in God. Like literally.
Yeah, and do you think that a young
just
man,
a Marvel movie, like what the fuck?
Do you think a young man with the mindset of knowing I have been wonderful and fearfully made in the image of the Creator, and there's a reason why I'm here, would ever throw himself over a bridge? You think that would ever happen if he has the mindset of really knowing that he's important, that he is here? No one would throw themselves off the bridge knowing that. It's only if the very society that you have been growing up into is telling you you're nothing, you're worthless, is if you're not climbing the ladder of success and materialism and money and so forth. They rob you. The soul lure system is a soulless system. It robs you of your soul. It robs you of the very essence of the very beautiful creation you are. That's the whole purpose behind it. It makes you into an NPC. That's why we have so many confused people running around that literally are like NPCs, unfortunately, because they have been robbed of everything that is spiritually, of everything that really makes them wonderful and fearfully. I mean, they're all still wonderfully and fearfully made, but I mean, mentally, spiritually, they have been robbed, bankrupt.
Yeah, I mean, they really demoralize you. Like they'll be like, "Oh, look at you, you ignorant.
Yes.
We already know the answers. Come in here, and we'll tell you all those stories." Oh, little boy, you don't know anything. Come here.
There you go. That's kind of spot on. That's what the heliocentric model does. It gives you a new creation story. The Big Bang is what it's more commonly called as. But they, whoever they are, they hold the keys to all of the answers that you would ever ask. Who am I? Where am I? How did I get here? What's my purpose? They've answered all of those questions for you from the creation of a ball that spins in space. When you come to the understanding, however, that the Earth is flat and stationary and obviously a created system, then you have a wider understanding about why the deception's been placed upon all of us. It's like Clay under Seal was saying. It's very, very deep.
It would, the realization that you are made in the image of the Creator and you have given dominion upon the earth, and this place has only been created for the whole purpose of serving you, so to say, so you can experience life as a part of the one who created all things, right? He wanted to make us experience what he is capable of doing, I guess, in a sense, even though he didn't even need to do it, I guess. I don't think that he feels lonely or anything. Anyways, that's up to a debate. But I'm saying, to know that this has been made for you and you have been made according to the scriptures, he has envisioned you in the womb of your mother, is a wonderful thing to know. This will make you a strong man. This will make you to want to create a family, to progress, to have children, and really build a future for them, and so forth. It's a complete opposite to this empty void of darkness that they put your spiritual mind into, and also that they want to tell you has to do with creation, which is all a lie.
Yeah, it's like they equate us humans with monkeys. Like, we humans, like, we are so different. Like, we create civilizations. We have like high levels of intelligence. We can create stuff, and like it just sounds so absurd to claim that we came from monkeys. Like what? Just although we share DNA.
Probably props. I sent you some links to check out. Aerial infrared photogrammetry.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah.
10 minutes past the hour.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, I clearly don't see the curvature. And they talk about empirical evidence. That's observable. I can't see the curvature. And you think pilots really believe that the Earth is like round? Like,
Hey,
imagine
no,
if they lose their job.
I have a funny video for this here. What is on my channel? It's a quick short video. I call it, to catch people, I call it "Pilots Prove the Earth is a Globe." And I know some pilots online, and they sent me stuff, and I wish I could share it, but I don't want to break, so to say, the promise. Like I could literally now send you like Google Drive imagery, but since specifically the one person I talked to, it wants to be private, I don't want to share it, right? Because it shows the registration of the aircraft and so forth, right? You have like the decal registration inside of the cockpit and so forth. And but I tell you, man, there's a lot of pilots who know what's up, And there's a video I just posted. You can watch it. It's pretty cool. I love
like
the
closeted flat earthers.
I love the Australian pilots that say "flat as a pancake, mate. Flat as a pancake." That's just funny. I mean, you're not gonna. I guess if you do the job, you're not gonna spout it, everywhere. Like it's just a private thing.
Flat as
really,
a pancake, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's a really dangerous thing to believe that the Earth is flat, because it completely dismantles everything that science claims.
Yes, it's like you like if you say that nowadays, you're like a witch back in the days that needs to be put on a big pile to burn her alive, you know, kind of like that. You like outside. You know, you think the Earth is flat? Oh,
yeah, you're like a heretic.
Yeah, that's insanity, right? Like, you don't think the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted ball flying from the never spinning ball of darkness we're hurting around other planets. If you're gonna tell me that it's a topographical plane and it's stationary, how crazy is your mind to believe that? That's ridiculous.
Yep. And all we have to ask is, who measured the curvature, how and when?
Right. You should be here, man, and listen to the spiraling people coming in here. Like they many like you're like 0.5% of the 99% or 99.5% that come in. You're just spiraling down, learning nothing. You seem to be someone who's objectively honest with himself, which is a very good thing. You know that's very important. You know to have no pride in this. You know I don't have pride in flat Earth. At the end of the day, if you want to believe you're on a spinning wobbling ball, it's okay, but don't be prideful and talk down to me as if you think that's the superior knowledge, which it isn't. We can meet objectively on the same basis, right? Sorry, go on.
And they also have those confirmation biases. Like if you give them those ideas, they'll completely reject them because everything they grew up into thinking that the Earth is round, and to completely give them this eye-opening experience, they'll be like, oh, what is this? I don't want to really believe in that because they'll have this existential crisis basically. So they'll deny everything that you say, like just automatically.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people get into this discussion with a lot of pridefulness, you know, as if it's a part of their life, which I can understand. You know, it's because of the indoctrination. If you think you have been given some secret superior knowledge compared to your stupid ancestors who all thought the Earth was like covered in a dome and stationary and flat, then obviously you feel like the superior ape in a room, right? It will fill you up with pride, you know. All these billions of light years with the stars and the sun and how the moon was formed and these miraculous coincidences. I can understand why this can make someone pridefully ignorant. But you know, at some point we gotta grow up and be a man and make ourselves open for new information. Maybe consider that the current standpoint is indeed just a wrong, indoctrinated story.
Yeah. So, what evidence do you have to believe in Santa Claus? Contrast that with what evidence exists of there that you believe in a spinning space ball.
Exactly.
I mean, really think about it. What primary evidence exists? You have images, pictures on TV, internet, video. So, do you have any information, any data that would suggest that Earth is a spinning space ball? The data.
They bring you up some school literature, something.
I mean, we're all taught that we can look at the stars, right? And because we see the stars spinning, it means Earth is spinning, even though what we experience is flat and stationary. I can go out to a beach right now, and I can take a bunch of smooth rocks, and I can stack them up maybe 7 levels high. And those rocks are not going to tip over or move. And we all know that something that's spinning in motion, if we're on the outside of a ball, we're under constant acceleration. It's not a constant speed. We're under a changing velocity. Yep, so in our everyday lives, Earth is completely still. It's calm. And what moves are the stars above us, the clouds, and the birds in the sky. It doesn't mean that we're moving. And if there's anybody suggesting that, they have to prove it, and that's an extraordinary claim. couple that with the fact that we can see too far. We've got so many great products with consumer grade optics that the average person can buy. And when they see that boat on the horizon in the ocean start to sink over the horizon in the distance, the mast start to sink overhead, they can actually zoom in on it and bring it back into view as if they're zooming around the curvature. And it's not curvature. So we can see like 50 miles or so with a Nikon P900, and we shouldn't be able to.
That's like an advanced telescope.
Yeah, it's a camera that costs like $700. So,
yeah, but people don't really want to
consumer-grade
put in the work.
optics have really outgrown their lives, as they say. We can see way too far. And if you add an infrared filter to it that can pierce through the haze of the atmosphere, of the weather, of all the water and the vapor and particles in the air, you can see even further. So, and then you go up higher, where the air is thinner, and there's less so-called refraction. You can see way beyond any presumed curvature. And these are some of the videos that I sent and linked to you. I mean, by this guy Jay Tolan, who's on YouTube. He goes up in airplanes and he takes his very expensive infrared optics and he zooms in on things on the horizon that we should not be able to see if Earth is a globe. So, like, imagine taking like satellite gear, like spy satellites, or you have like infrared electro-optical optics, and you put that in an airplane and you turn it sideways instead of looking straight down, and you just keep zooming in forever. That's the kind of stuff this guy does, and other people too, other flat earthers as well. So we can see way too far for Earth to be a globe, and we're using scale and distances where small error doesn't matter. Like, the things that we're seeing in the distance should be obscured by miles, in some cases tens of miles of curvature. And because we're using infrared, it mitigates, not completely eliminates, but mitigates refraction. And we're able to see things as if it appears completely flat.
So if it's flat, like, what's the end area? Like, what goes beyond the the corners, like the edges?
Dude, we don't know. We don't know. And this is a very humbling thing. I mean, so people make fun of us because we say we don't know, but it's because we're being honest. And if Globers are being honest too, they don't really know either. So
But can
we
we
don't
go
know
there?
what's beyond the extents of our exploration.
But we can't reach there, right? Or like can we like go beyond the, or are we like gonna fall down? Because
No,
I don't
no,
know.
I don't think so. I mean, this is, as far as we can tell, it's completely horizontal as far as it goes, man. You know, and what the sun does overhead and what the stars do, they do their thing. But Earth continues to be on average, a flat plane. Mean sea level is flat. Water's flat, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't believe in that crap, to be honest.
So, like,
Why do you
what
think?
evidence exists that there's a distance to the sun? They say it's 93 million miles away. Any idea what that's based on?
You think it's closer or further?
I don't know. I mean, it appears to be in a position.
Yeah, because we can clearly see the sun as we're like standing on the surface of the Earth. So, and depending on its size, yeah, that also plays a part in us like visualizing it. Like, what do you think about Antarctica? Like, why is it prohibited for us to enter Antarctica? Is there like a correlation between like the Earth being flat and like Antarctica?
I don't know,
Question.
but
How much time is 1 million seconds, like in years?
How much time is what?
1 million seconds.
Well, I don't know. Like, I'm guessing like 7 days or something. No, wait. Like, I don't know, bro. Tell me.
3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like a rhetorical question. Like, well, like, what's the follow up?
Well, to count to 1 million, yeah, for a man, it will take him quite some time to actually count that. Now imagine you're not counting, but you're actually measuring, yeah, meter by meter or kilometer by kilometer, a distance of 93 million miles. Which man traveled that distance in his lifetime?
Yeah. Good question.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean, they say that it's like 93 million miles. That's like the distance between the
Yeah,
Earth and the Sun.
in your whole lifetime, you will never walk that distance, no matter what you do, spin in a circle or go with airplanes, fly, whatever.
Yeah. They can at least say that it's a rough estimation, but they can't claim that it's like this is the exact number. I think that's what they say. But how? Like, how did you ascertain that?
Well, they claim it's a measurement with a degree of accuracy. And that degree of accuracy, yeah, it's quite small. They claim this distance is very, very precise. They tell you the distance is 93 million miles, 200,000 or 400,000 something.
Yeah.
So even 1 million miles, like you don't find that mileage on old cars. Like if you get to buy a ancient car like made in the 1920s or 1930s, which is still going, and you check the mileage of that car, you will find that it never traveled anything close to that distance, to 1 million miles. Not saying there are no cars that traveled 1 million miles. There are, but not many of them. They are very rare. But 93 million miles, it's insane. I mean, if you buy yourself the most powerful laser that you can afford, and you go on a highest mountain close to you, and you shine that laser in a certain direction where you have a friend, yeah, very, very far away, and actually check with him, speak on the phone, like from what distance he can actually see your laser shining. Yeah. If you do this, you will find that even if you buy a $50,000 laser,
Which is stronger?
yeah, it's very ultra professional, industrial kind, you know, it's very powerful. And you will be able to see that laser from, let's say, top distance like 150, 200 miles, but anything beyond that, it's very unlikely that you can see it if you are further away.
Yeah, because how
Now,
far can we see? Like the eyes, how far can it see? I think it's like 2 miles or 3 miles, right?
well, it depends on the light. Um, sunlight is coming from the sun, hits the ground, and then it's reflecting omnidirectionally, and it gets to your eye. Now, the smaller this actually the angle of incidence, the greater the angle of incidence is, the shorter the distance has to be from the object that you are observing. So the further you are away from that object, that object will be less visible. But now, if you are like 10 kilometers away and from an object, and close to that object, I'm pointing a very powerful light source. Yeah, so I'm illuminating it very, very bright. Now, in this case, you will be able to see that object.
Oh, I see, I see. Because the
Yeah.
same thing happens. You know, when you take that green, that powerful laser, and you point it at the moon, you can see it hitting the surface of the moon, kind of.
No, no, no. You don't see it. Actually, with this moon thing, what they do is they say that when they did the moon landing, they put some mirrors. It's some like cat eye reflectors. Yeah.
Like artificial.
Yeah, there are some sort of prisms, yeah, tiny prisms, many of them on a surface, so they are highly reflective. Yeah.
Oh my god, bro, this is so conspiracy.
No, but you see, the problem is when they shine a laser to the moon, they don't receive a laser photon back. They are not actually recording that. They are doing a calculation and they make a probabilistic prediction for a photon to actually reach back to Earth and hit that laser diode. So, because any laser diode emitter is also a sensor, so it can detect laser light. But this is just a calculation, a probability. Nobody has ever actually achieved this, like to shine a laser to the moon and get a reading, like take a rangefinder, a laser rangefinder, which
rangefinder.
is that's a very precise and good instrument for measuring distances, length. We use it in constructions, in even ultra precision measuring tools.
Yeah, the vortex optics impact laser.
Yeah, but when you point that rangefinder to the moon, its beam will most likely not be visible, not even from an airplane. So if there's an airplane flying above you and you are shining that laser towards the sky, nobody from the airplane would actually see any light shining towards them from the ground surface.
Well, actually,
So that means that laser light never reaches the moon. So if it doesn't reach the moon, then it cannot reflect from that imaginary reflector on the moon.
well, there's a lot of stuff that I need to learn. Seriously.
Yeah, I know how it is. You are new, and this subject sounds very outrageous, like flat Earth. When ordinary people hear about flat Earth, this is how they feel about it, because in our childhood, in the educational system, we were actually indoctrinated and already prepared to have a outraged response, you know. And teachers who are telling to children, like, if the children ever happens to hear in his lifetime someone that believes that lives on a flat earth, that will be the most idiotic belief, you know. And they call it a belief, which is actually not, because flat earth is what you see and what you experience and feel, a flat stationary earth. When you go to the sea, you see the horizon line. It's called horizon because it's a straight line from left to right, yeah.
Horizontal.
Yeah, horizontal, and that can be created only by a horizontal plane, a flat plane. So the surface of the water, the sea, oceans, large bodies of waters, their surface is always flat, level, horizontal plane.
And also, when people say tectonic plates, it's called tectonic plates because of the plate thing, right? I mean, who
Oh
came up with
yeah,
the...
they, yeah, they've actually uh, create this ball model, spherical model, Earth, yeah, a sphere Earth, and the land is actually like an eggshell, yeah, because vast majority of the inside of this globe is magma, and in the middle a molten iron core.
So, Polyops, do you have any questions?
Yeah.
No. I'm
Okay.
just like, I just came in here to listen.
Fine, fair enough.
Yeah. He's like explaining to me how like the tectonic plates are called like plates.
Okay, cool. If you're good, then all good. Just
Yeah,
haven't heard.
with the tectonic
You were
plates,
still on the line.
I'll tell you what, like mankind, the deepest we manage to drill into the ground physically is approximately 8 miles deep. And we cannot drill anything beyond. It's not like technologically we cannot. We don't know what it is down there that we cannot drill through it. Because the company, the Russian company who was actually trying to drill, at that depth, they register a temperature between 300 and 400 degrees Celsius. Now, for human skin and flesh, that is very hot. It kills you. It's a deadly temperature. But for tungsten metal or steel, that's not, it is not hot. The steel doesn't get red hot at that temperature. It requires at least 1,000 degrees Celsius to get to that state, you know. And tungsten has a much higher melting point than steel. Therefore, it is a very hard metal, even at temperatures beyond 2000 Celsius, where all steels are melting. And so this means we can actually use this hard steel, hard metal, to do like machining, cutting things, materials at very high temperatures.
What's the conversation at hand?
About the cola super deep. So now,
Okay.
at that
I guess I just
depth,
have a question for Heretic if there's no like ongoing conversation. Heretic, I've heard you ask, or at least not ask, say something in the past that I might find a little bit difficult for you to hold consistently. The view in regards to you saying that the base axiom in which you have epistemology is whatever you experience, right? Empiricism initially. And based on that empiricism, you have to be proven otherwise past that empiricism. And you do this in regards to your modus tollens via the curvature of the Earth not adding up mathematically. But I have a question for you, just in regards to any sort of knowledge claim about, like, let's just say, let's just take the sun for example. How do you know that the sun exists when you don't see it, or when it's not bright outside? That's for you, Heretic.
Oh, well, because it's daytime somewhere.
No. How do you know that? That's what I'm asking you. How do you know that?
That seems reasonable.
Sorry, what?
Reasonable.
No. That sounds like you're making an inference.
Well, yeah, I'm not experiencing it. Other people are, but there's
Okay,
evidence.
well, how
for
do you
it.
know that other people are experiencing is what I'm asking you.
Well, I mean, are they all delusional? Are they a figment of my
Sorry, that's not
imagination?
answering my question. I asked you, how do you know that?
I don't know. Who gives a fuck, dude? Obviously, half of the world, or
Oh, you don't
not
know.
perfectly half, but
Do you see? I want everybody in this
Yeah,
chat to
but
see.
who
I want
really
everybody in
cares?
this chat to see the
Yeah, you know, it's
absurdity.
daytime. It's daytime somewhere. It's daytime in Australia. Well, it's dark here. Or should I just ham wave all the Australians who say so? I mean, who cares, dude?
Yeah. So again, that's not an answer to the question. You're just saying.
Yeah, but who gives a fuck? It's an off-topic question, and it's just a dumb thing to be challenging anyway. Like, I mean, that's not an extraordinary claim. It's daytime in Australia while it's nighttime here. You know, it's just not. The sun fucked off over there, and so it's daytime there and not here. But I mean, if that's the level of skepticism that we're going to go to, then surely you're skeptical for the globe Earth you've never experienced and no one else has, right?
Yeah, I mean, clearly you didn't like listen to the prefix.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck, dude. It's an obfuscation and a derailment tactic that you're trying to use. So this is a room where we test the claims of the globe, right? Do you have any evidence to bring in favor of that globe?
Yeah, can you show me some curved water?
So again, right? It's
Yeah. So do you have any evidence in favor of that globe?
Again, it's based on the claim that you said. We start with the initial axiom, which is in regards to the validity of your argument for the globe Earth not being true.
Okay.
So again, for you to prefix your argument with saying that we can't make these sort of claims of empiricism until they're proven, in contradiction of our base axioms of experience, right? So it's in regards to that